there was this fantastic man standing by a machine gun in action against the Russians, drinking mineral water from a cup and saying, "Anger gives you thirst." If he was fearless, he was also ruthless. As the casualty list grew longer, so did the reluctance of some soldiers to face another day of battle. Guderian's commanders became ever more mindful of his stern ruling on the eve of Barbarossa, that breaches of discipline should be punished severely and that deserters should be shot on the spot. Lieutenant General Walter Nering, leading the 18th Panzer Division under the overall command of Lemelson, instructed his officers to remind their troops that cowardice is not only the most disgraceful, but also one of the most dangerous crimes a soldier can commit, for it not only undermines discipline, but weakens the striking capacity of the troops. This danger will be dealt with in every instance with the heaviest punishment, the death penalty. In a mirror image of the way in which the Russian commanders treated their miscreants, those who deserted from Nering's command or who deliberately inflicted wounds on themselves were automatically guilty of a treasonable offence. His troops were told that 3 of their comrades who had been captured by the Russians had committed a capital offence by allegedly telling their captors that they had been forced to fight. The mood at OKW echoed that in the ranks of the Ostheer. With Barbarossa on hold, while Hitler wrestled with the 2 souls in his breast, frontline commanders chafed at the absence of clear-cut orders and their inability to plan the next stage of Barbarossa. As victory receded towards the middle distance, Halder had to confront a host of growing pressures. High among these was a clamour of demands for men to replace those who had fallen. He totted up the casualty figures. So far, the 3 army groups had lost 179,000 men between them. They'd received only 47,000 replacements. Army Group Centre, which had suffered the highest number of casualties, was demanding 10,000 replacements within 8 to 10 days. Even if this demand were met, Bock would still be short of 54,000 men. And then there was the weather. For the time being, the sun still shone and the roads were dry. Even that, though, had become a problem. Many of those tanks and other armoured vehicles not destroyed in battle were often irreparably damaged by the invasive clouds of dust stirred up by their advance along unpaved roads. This combination had crippled the 18th Panzer Division, which had lost almost a third of its original complement of motorised armour. Even more worryingly, OKH had to face the prospect of doing battle during the onset of the Russian winter, now less than 2 months away, when roads would be churned into unpassable quagmires or frozen into impenetrable barriers of ice and snow. Nothing could be done about the climate, but on the 2nd of August, Halder felt bound to draw up a list of clothing that each man would require to survive sub-zero temperatures. 2 woolen vests, tocks, or warm, close-fitting hats, earmuffs, gloves, scarves, chest warmers. Even to contemplate fighting in these conditions sent a shiver through the ranks of the German High Command, which had originally presumed to be in Moscow well before winter. In the hope of averting this worst case, the Ostheer's generals, supported by OKH, belatedly began to acquire the collective backbone to challenge Hitler openly. Rather than grousing divisively behind his back, they contrived to form a united front, with the intention of seizing the high ground from their wavering supreme commander. Their hope was to persuade him that the only way to resolve his strategic dilemma was to authorize the resumption of the offensive on Moscow, even at the expense of Ukraine. It was to prove an excessively frustrating task for such a fragile coalition of the willing. In the closing days of July, Hitler had fallen ill. He did not turn up for meals or attend to the daily situation conferences. According to his adjutant, Nikolaus von Bellau, it was quite obvious from his appearance how miserable he was. His personal physician, Dr. Theodor Morell, reported that the Führer's heart and circulation were not in good order, and that he might have suffered internal bleeding, or apoplexy, as Morel described it as he applied his patent remedies. Although this treatment did not help his patient resolve the strategic dilemmas he had brought upon himself, he was soon well enough to begin a round of visits to all 3 army groups to hear the views of their commanders. He started with Army Group Centre. On the 4th of August, accompanied by Brauchitsch and Holder, he met Bock at his headquarters. It was an inconclusive encounter, from which Army Group Centres C and C emerged to note that although Hitler raised the idea of focusing on Moscow, it appears that he is not yet clear on how the operations should now proceed. Hitler also spoke separately to the 2 Panzer Group commanders, Guderian and Hoth, who, like Bock, both stressed the case for Moscow. Had Hitler hoped to divide and rule by seeing them individually, he clearly failed. The only difference between Hoth and Guderian was that the former believed he would be ready to launch the attack on the capital on the 15th of August, while the latter favoured delaying the advance until the 20th. Later that day, Hitler added to the uncertainty by telling Holder, who had thought he was veering in favour of Moscow, that Leningrad and the south, including Crimea, were more important. The confusions and contradictions in the Führer's mind greatly irked the OKH's Chief of Staff, who found himself trapped between the Führer's vacillations and the frustrations of the generals. Without a clear idea of what the political command regards as the prime objectives in the campaign, he noted, it was impossible to provide the frontline commanders with either operational orders or the appropriate resources to fulfill them. On the 5th of August, however, Holder was momentarily cheered when Brauchitsch returned from a meeting with Hitler at Wolfschanze to report that the commander-in-chief had been deftly steered towards the army's view, though he noted acidly that a radical improvement in the future is not to be hoped for unless operations become so fluid that Hitler's, tactical thinking cannot keep step with developments. The next day, though, these hopes were dashed when he heard that at a meeting with Army Group South's Commander-in-Chief, Gert von Rundstedt, who had been briefed by Holder to emphasize the importance of Moscow, Hitler once again veered back to his old theme that victory in the north and the south were the most important objectives, and therefore Moscow comes last. Holder was not deterred. On the 7th of August, he had a rare meeting with Jodl, from which he came away convinced that he had persuaded the Wehrmacht's head of operations that OKH's ideas were sound and that he will pull with us in the same direction. Yet, in his ambiguous fashion, Jodl failed to sign up unequivocally to Holder's insistence that Bock should drive with all his forces on Moscow. As ever, Jodl, who lived in terror of Hitler's disapprobation, was hedging his bets. The Führer's frontline tour had done nothing to help him make up his mind. One sees clearly how indecisive the Führer is regarding the continuation of the war. Ideas and objectives keep on changing. One emerges from the situation conferences as nonplussed as one went in, his adjutant noted wearily on the 8th of August. In the absence of direction, Army Group Centre's 147 divisions, which had been expected to spearhead the assault on Moscow, were still advancing, but slowly and irresolutely, scattered across a 700-kilometre front. Bock was increasingly troubled by the resistance they were meeting. In spite of his terrific losses in men and materiel, the enemy attacks at several places daily, so that any regrouping has so far been impossible. If the Russians don't soon collapse somewhere, the objective of defeating them so badly that they are eliminated will be difficult to achieve before the winter. Hitler's strategic vacillations and tactical meddlings had exacerbated a worsening predicament. Holder grew even more exasperated. As Army Chief of Staff, he was on the receiving end of a succession of disturbing reports about the condition of all 3 army groups. The plain truth, he noted, was that on many parts of the front the troops, forced to fight pitched battles day after day and suffering heavy losses, were exhausted. The essential reason for this was not hard to discern. The Wehrmacht could no longer field enough men to counter the growing strength of the Red Army. The whole situation makes it increasingly plain that we have underestimated the Russian colossus, who consistently prepared for war with the utterly ruthless determination so characteristic of totalitarian states, Holder noted. At the outset of the war, we reckoned with about 200 enemy divisions. Now we have already counted 360. If we smash a dozen of them, the Russians simply put up another dozen. The time factor favours them, as they are near their own resources, while we are moving farther and farther away from ours. Holder was clear. The only way to break out of this paralysing prospect was to subordinate all other objectives to the immediate task of taking Moscow. At his prodding, Jodl was finally persuaded to present this case to Hitler. Armed with a sheaf of maps and statistics showing that the Soviet forces were at their strongest on the Central Front, he advised Hitler that the most important objective was the annihilation of this enemy grouping, followed by the capture of Moscow, which would begin at the end of August. On this occasion, with all his senior commanders for once in unison, Hitler did not demur. On the 12th of August, he issued a supplement to Directive No. 34, which gave conditional approval to the advance on the capital. The directive went on to state specifically that the object must then be to deprive the enemy before the coming of winter of his governmental, armament, and traffic centre around Moscow, and thus prevent the rebuilding of his defeated forces and the orderly working of governmental control. OKH's relief was short-lived. A powerful Soviet counterattack against Lieb's Army Group North was threatening his advance on Leningrad. On Hitler's orders, Bock was instructed to dispatch a panzer division and 2 motorized divisions to help arrest a Soviet breakthrough on that front. Already irked by a succession of confusing and contradictory decisions made over his head, which he complained had rendered rational command impossible, Bock was aghast at this new instruction. Complaining that his tanks were either undergoing repair and maintenance in preparation for the advance on Moscow, or were required for the protection of the group's infantry divisions in the centre, he protested vehemently against yet another impossible demand. The Führer's order, he told Holder, would jeopardize any future offensive by Army Group Centre. Holder sympathized with his furious field marshal, but was at a loss, replying, "I don't know myself what I should do. I am utterly desperate." Bock, he noted in his diary, had been playing an all-out gamble with the numerically superior Soviet army. But that calculated risk was justified in that it permitted him to pass to the offensive at any moment. Now Army Group Centre is compelled to pass to the defensive, and all it accomplished to date is wasted. Brauchitsch, whose absence of a backbone was well attested, did his best to talk Bock round. But, so far from backing down, Bock replied stiffly that he was quite aware that sacrifices had to be made, but the potential consequences were so serious that it was my duty to state my opinion. From Holder's perspective, the worst possible option was for Army Group Centre to abandon the attack on Moscow in favour of digging in behind fortified barricades and fighting small battles, or, as he put it, reverting to position warfare. Bock explained to both Brauchitsch and Holder that going over to the defensive was no simple matter, considering the large frontages held by my weak divisions. Reluctant as ever to provoke Hitler's wrath, Brauchitsch was non-committal, but Holder had no doubt that changing to the defensive position is quite impossible. The front of Army Group Centre is exceedingly overextended, and a changeover to determined defence entails far-reaching planning to which no prior thought has been given. Guderian was even more frustrated. Soon after his victory at Roslavel on the 8th of August, he wrote, "I would not wish to be in this area in the autumn. Waiting always brings the dangers of immobility and static warfare. That would be terrible." He had already prepared detailed plans for the next phase of his advance on Moscow, only now to find himself thwarted by the hiatus at the highest levels of the Wehrmacht. The panzer commander was always ready to ignore or sidestep unpalatable instructions, but on this occasion even he could not disobey an order that he must have realized emanated directly from Hitler's capricious bunker at Wolfschanze. He paid a disconsolate visit to his men, who had been poised to advance along the main highway east of Roslavel towards their objective. It was with a heavy heart that he noticed my soldiers, confident that they would soon be advancing straight towards the Russian capital, had put up many signposts marked "To Moscow." His indignation spilled over in a letter to his wife on the 18th of August. This indecision has had a bad effect upon the troops, for everyone is aware of the absence of harmony. This is the product of unclear orders and counter-orders, absence of instructions, sometimes for weeks. We are missing so many opportunities. As a result of Hitler's dithering, Moscow was in danger of becoming a lost cause. If Halder's despairing comment that everything that has so far been achieved is for nothing was to be confounded, something had to give. And it did. After almost a month of turbulent irresolution, the simmering tension between Hitler and his generals finally came to a head when the high commands of both the Wehrmacht and the army presented Hitler with a case for an immediate advance on Moscow. But if they hoped that their démarche, blandly entitled "The Further Operations of Army Group Centre," would sway the Führer, they reckoned without his troubled assessment of the complex challenges that now faced the Third Reich. Hitler's global vision, which entailed the destruction of Bolshevism, the annihilation of international Jewry, and the establishment of Lebensraum, was unhinged, but his strategic anxieties were not. On the 14th of August, he flew into a passion of rage when he read a copy of the Atlantic Charter, which Churchill and Roosevelt had just negotiated in Placentia Bay. His ire was particularly aroused by point 6, which promised the final destruction of the Nazi tyranny. Combined with the US occupation of Iceland, the transit point for the transatlantic convoys, and Roosevelt's provocative naval strategy in the Atlantic, he interpreted the Charter as evidence that Germany now faced the prospect of an extended war on two fronts. His earlier delusion that the United States would watch on as Churchill was forced into capitulation was no longer tenable. The Western democracies were clearly resolved to fight to the finish. On the Eastern Front, it was equally clear that the Jewish Bolshevik conspirators were proving alarmingly resilient. Not only had the Red Army survived the initial blitzkrieg, it was also quite obviously capable of conducting a far longer campaign than he had ever imagined. These twin challenges affected his physical as well as his mental well-being. On the same day that the generals made their pitch for Moscow, he was visited by Goebbels at Wolfschanze. The Führer had been ill again, this time suffering from a severe bout of dysentery that had left him looking somewhat assailed and sickly. He was also downcast. Goebbels was taken aback when Hitler talked dispiritedly about the progress of Barbarossa, and even indicated that he thought it might in due course be possible to negotiate a peace deal with Stalin. This startling admission was explicable only as a tacit acknowledgement of his huge strategic error in leading the Third Reich into a simultaneous confrontation with two powerful antagonists, each resolved to destroy Nazism, and with the combined potential to overwhelm the Wehrmacht. He had trapped himself in a grave predicament for which he alone was responsible. And there was more. To sustain a war on two fronts, the Wehrmacht would have to secure both the grain and raw materials of Ukraine and outright control of the Baltic, without which, as Adam Tooze has pointed out, Germany could not guarantee its delivery of iron ore production from Scandinavia. In the absence of a swift victory on the battlefield, the essential needs of Germany's wartime economy would have to take precedence over the purely political or military objectives on which his generals had set their sights. It was a worsening dilemma from which he still found it almost impossible to escape. There was a further psychological factor looming in the back of his megalomaniacal mind, to which he referred during this standoff with his generals: Napoleon's march on Moscow almost 130 years earlier. Like Hitler, the French emperor had also launched his invasion in June, 2 days after the date chosen by Hitler for Barbarossa. His Grande Armée was similarly the largest military force that had ever been assembled. He had also won a major battle at Smolensk, from where he went on to prevail upon the blood-soaked field of Borodino, a mere 110 kilometers from Moscow. But when his victorious troops marched into the city, they found it abandoned and on fire. By the end of the year, 6 months after launching his campaign, what was left of his half-starved and frost-bitten forces was driven out of Russia, never to return. It was a humiliation from which Napoleon's reputation never recovered, while France's hegemonic sway over Europe began to crumble, a salutary warning that was rarely far from Hitler's mind. Such nebulous parallels from the distant past weighed as little with his generals as Hitler's economic case for abandoning the attack on the Soviet capital. They argued that a decisive breakthrough to Moscow could still be achieved before the onset of the Russian winter, and thereby the decapitation of Judeo-Bolshevism and the collapse of the Soviet Union. To divert forces from Army Group Center to support the flanking operations of Army Group South and Army Group North, they insisted, would not only sabotage that objective, but would entail a long and inconclusive struggle on adverse terrain and in worsening weather, with supply lines that would become dangerously overextended. Victory would be postponed indefinitely. But Hitler's two souls had at last, though temporarily, ceased to wrestle with one another. He had made up his mind. On the 21st of August, he barked out his decision in the form of another directive. The proposals of OKH for the continuance of the operation in the East, dated the 18th of August, do not conform to my intentions. In the 5 brutally succinct paragraphs that followed, he reverted to his earlier insistence that Moscow was of secondary importance. The principal object that must be achieved yet before the onset of winter is not the capture of Moscow, but rather in the south, the occupation of the Crimea and the industrial and coal regions of the Donets, together with the isolation of the Russian oil regions in the Caucasus, and in the north, the encirclement of Leningrad and junction with the Finns. Army Group Center was to remain on the defensive and postpone any thought of taking Moscow. OKW's irresolute commander-in-chief Keitel and his pliable head of operations Jodl, both of whom were besotted by the Führer's genius, reacted by retreating into their customary roles as supine and subservient acolytes. But it was not quite the end of the matter. Halder was devastated. He was also furious. Hitler's orders constituted a crushing rejection of the strategy he had crafted, which had so recently been agreed by both OKH and OKW. Equally galling was the Führer's decision to rub salt into the wound the next day by sending Brauchitsch a searing critique of his judgment and leadership, a personal attack that his chief of staff viewed as absolutely outrageous. I regard the situation created by the Führer's interference unendurable for OKH, Halder confided to his diary. No other than the Führer himself is to blame for the zigzag course caused by his successive orders. Nor can OKH, which is now in its 4th victorious campaign, tarnish its good name with these latest orders. He was in mutinous mood. At a meeting with Brauchitsch later in the day, he tried to persuade the army's commander-in-chief that they should both resign in protest. To Halder's regret, Brauchitsch, ever the temporizer, refused, on the enfeebled grounds that the resignations would not be accepted. In effect, like Keitel and Jodl, he buckled before the prospective wrath of the Führer. Bock, who was at the point of issuing orders for the renewed advance towards Moscow, was as appalled as Halder. "I want to smash the enemy army, and the bulk of this army is opposite my front," he noted. "Turning south is the secondary operation, even if it is just as big, which will jeopardize the execution of the main operation, namely the destruction of the Russian armed forces before winter." When he made this point to Brauchitsch, he was firmly rebuffed. Despite warning that were he to follow Hitler's latest directive, he would be unable to hold the centre line for more than a maximum of 10 days, and that, he warned, would itself be an emergency solution. He could have saved his breath. That evening, the 22nd of August, he received the formal order to divert a significant proportion of his armour and infantry to the south. He consulted Guderian to determine which of the Panzer Group II units should be thus redirected. Guderian rebelled, and according to Bock, flatly rejected the operation on the grounds that he was unwilling to dissipate his forces for a secondary operation. In the face of this defiance, Halder convened a meeting the next day, the 23rd of August, with Bock, who invited Guderian to join them. Halder was clearly still beside himself with rage at the Führer's attack on Brauchitsch, in which he must have felt himself traduced by association. Although the three of them did not discuss Hitler's order in any detail, they were in no doubt that it would entail at best a long drawn-out conflict, that the Ostheer would be left floundering in the depths of a Russian winter, and that none of the Führer's objectives would be secured. Immediately afterwards, Bock took it upon himself to call Hitler's adjutant, Rudolf Schmundt, to ask if the Führer would at least listen to Guderian before making a final decision. Guderian and Halder arrived at Wolfschanze that evening. What transpired next was to be the cause of bitter dispute. For reasons that neither elected to explain, both Brauchitsch and Halder chose to exclude themselves from the meeting with Hitler. In the former's case, this was probably because, like Keitel and Jodl, he did not dare openly to challenge the Führer. In Halder's case, it may have been because he thought that, as the most lauded commander in the German army, and much touted by Goebbels, the panzer leader would make a greater impact on his own. As it was, Guderian was left without flanking support, a fact he greatly resented. Before he was ushered into Hitler's presence, Guderian was confronted by Brauchitsch, who had already crumbled to the point where he allegedly told him, "I forbid you to mention the question of Moscow to the Führer. The operation to the south has been ordered. The problem now is simply how it is to be carried out. Discussion is pointless." At those words, Guderian flared up, demanding to be flown back to his panzer group, as it was now obvious that the proposed meeting would be a waste of time. Brauchitsch refused, but once again told him not to mention Moscow. Before leaving for Wolfschanze, the panzer leader had displayed an iron resolve to make the case for Moscow as the only viable alternative. On his departure, as if to confirm his reputation for fearless straight-talking, he was overheard to say that Hitler would abandon the Moscow option only over my dead body. By his own assuredly self-serving account, he was true to his word. Once in the room with the Führer, who was flanked by Keitel and Jodl, he immediately went on the offensive, outlining the wearied and depleted state of his panzer group. When he had finished, Hitler asked, "In view of their past performance, do you consider that your troops are capable of making another great effort?" Guderian seized the moment. "If the troops are given a major objective, the importance of which is apparent to every soldier, yes." Hitler knew exactly what that meant and responded, "You mean, of course, Moscow." Later, Guderian would report what he claimed to have told Hitler. Moscow was the great Russian road, rail and communication centre. It was the political solar plexus. It was an important industrial area, and its capture would not only have an enormous psychological effect on the Russian people, but on the whole of the rest of the world as well. The troops of Army Group Centre were now poised for an advance on Moscow. That before they could start on the alternative operation towards Kiev, a great deal of time would be wasted in moving to the southwest, that such a move was towards Germany, i.e. in the wrong direction. Finally, I touched upon the enormous difficulties which must arise if the proposed operation to the south were not terminated as fast as now planned and were to be protracted into the period of bad weather. It would then be too late to strike the blow for Moscow this year. Mindful perhaps of Guderian's iconic status, Hitler heard him out in silence before replying at similar length to reiterate his oft-repeated arguments in favour of going south. In the course of his disquisition, the Führer went out of his way to disparage his most senior commanders, saying, "My generals know nothing about the economic aspects of war." Guderian watched contemptuously as those self-same generals nodded solemnly, in agreement with every sentence that Hitler uttered. In the face of this united front, Guderian would claim to have judged that the better part of valour would be discretion. "I did not think it would then be right to make an angry scene with the head of the German state when he was surrounded by his advisers," he reflected. It was the end of the discussion. It is possible that there was a further factor in his decision to back down. Guderian was ambitious as well as headstrong. He was almost certainly aware that he was under consideration as a replacement for Brauchitsch. To earn the displeasure of an unforgiving Führer was hardly calculated to enhance his prospects. Whatever the reason for Guderian's retreat, Holder was scathing when the panzer leader told him what had transpired. "My reply to him is that I had no sympathy for such a 100% change of mind," he noted that evening. As Guderian recalled their exchange, Holder's reaction was very different. Rather than remonstrating with him, the Chief of Staff suffered a complete nervous collapse. Neither man would ever forgive the other. The die had been cast. For the moment, the muddle, confusion, and indecision of the past month was over. Hitler's authority as supreme commander of the armed forces was once again undisputed, and the abiding myth of his genius was once again not to be questioned. This did nothing to restore the fortunes of the armies with which he had launched Barbarossa barely 2 months earlier. The combat strength of the infantry divisions along the entire Eastern Front had been reduced by 40%, and the panzer divisions by 50%. In Army Group Centre, where only 34% of the panzers were ready for action, the armoured forces as a whole, according to its war diary for the 22nd of August, were so battle-weary and worn out that there can be no question of a mass operative mission until they have been replenished and repaired. No such reality checks were allowed to frustrate the Führer's maniacal vision, which, to a degree that defied military reason, was still widely shared by his senior generals. Bearing in mind that by the end of August 1941, the Red Army was growing rapidly in both manpower and weaponry, forethought might well have reasoned that Operation Barbarossa already looked as though it was destined to fail, that the Soviet Union would not be annihilated, and therefore that Hitler's vision of establishing a Reich for 1,000 years was similarly doomed. But forethought and reason were in short supply, and there was no turning back. Part 3. Counter-Strike. Chapter 17. Between the Lines. The August hiatus had no effect on the Third Reich's official murder squads, which were working assiduously behind the lines to complete their allotted task. On the contrary, they were making the most of the pause to fulfill their duties in the territories that had been liberated in the first 6 weeks of the invasion. No hamlet, no village, no town, and no city was safe. By the middle of the month, the 4 Einsatzgruppen that had already demonstrated their prowess in that part of Poland occupied by the Reich in 1939 had been reinforced by 5,500 members of the so-called Ordnungspolizei, Order Police, as well as an additional 11,000 SS brigades supplied by Himmler. Spearheaded by the Einsatzgruppen, some 20,000 killers now roamed behind the lines in well-organized units. Heydrich had drawn up a list of those they were to target: Comintern functionaries and communist professional politicians generally, higher, middle and lower functionaries of party central, regional and local committees, people's commissars, Jews in party and state positions, other radical elements, saboteurs, propagandists, snipers, attempted political murderers, agitators, etc. The etc. was telling. Heydrich's apparently precise order was in effect an invitation for the killers to rampage wantonly against the population whose lands had been occupied by the Nazi invaders. Hitler had made his own attitude clear enough on the 16th of July 1941, when, in a reference to the Garden of Eden that would be created in the regions designated to provide Lebensraum, he said, "The vast area must be pacified as quickly as possible. This will happen best by shooting anyone who even looks sideways at us." As so many individuals, men, women and children, were judged to be looking sideways, the task of shooting them not only acquired the attributes of mass murder, but rapidly turned into the first stage of the final solution. As chief interpreter and enforcer of Hitler's will, Himmler left no doubt in the minds of his subordinates that every Jew was to be exterminated. The instructions were unequivocal. Explicit order by the Reichsführer SS Himmler: all Jews must be shot. The 3,500 men serving in the SS Cavalry Brigade, which operated under Himmler's personal supervision, were told on the 1st of August 1941. That afternoon, for the avoidance of any doubt, Gustav Lombard, one of the SS Cavalry Brigade's unit commanders, confirmed, "Not one male Jew is to remain alive, not one family in the villages." Soon afterwards, Lombard was able to report that several Jewish communities had been cleansed by these means. A further order from Himmler that all female Jews should be drowned in the Pripyat marshes proved harder to fulfill. As another unit commander, Franz Magill, explained, "Driving women and children into the swamps did not have the success it is supposed to have, as the swamps were not deep enough for sinking under to occur. After a depth of 1 metre, a person for the most part hit firm ground, so that sinking is not possible." Despite these setbacks, Himmler's personal death squad reported on the 13th of August that they had killed 13,788 plunderers, most of whom were Jews. There had been some resistance. 2 members of the SS Cavalry Brigade had been killed when they drove over a mine. In the territories conquered by Army Group Center, Einsatzgruppe B was led by SS Gruppenführer Arthur Niebuhr. As the former head of the Kriminalpolizei, Niebuhr was particularly loyal to Heydrich, who had direct authority over all 4 Einsatzgruppen. Assiduous in pursuit of the murderous objectives of both Himmler and Heydrich, Niebuhr was assisted by a notably zealous battalion of the Order Police. Following the encirclement at Bialystok, Battalion 309 herded the city's Jews into the central marketplace and to the main synagogue. From the former, they were taken to a local park, where they were put up against a wall and shot. The 700 individuals in the synagogue were incinerated when the police poured petrol on the entrance doors and then tossed a grenade inside. Those who tried to escape were shot down. In this tightly packed part of the city, the fire spread rapidly to neighbouring houses in which a number of Jews had taken refuge. They too were burned to death. It required 30 trucks to transport the corpses of between 2,000 and 2,200 Jews for burial in a mass grave just outside the city. A few days later, a further 3,000 Jews were rounded up and taken to the city's sports stadium, where they sweltered in the fierce summer heat without food or water while they were divested of their valuables. Later, they were shuttled in trucks to some conveniently located anti-tank ditches in a wood outside the city. It took many hours, but eventually the firing squads drawn from battalions 316 and 322 shot and buried at least 3,000 Jews, to add to the 2,000 that their comrades in Battalion 309 had already murdered. Within the next few days, as Battalion 322 advanced from Bialystok towards Minsk, which it reached a little before the end of the month, the 3rd Company distinguished itself on several occasions, notably in the village of Narewka Mala, where along with one Polish citizen who was found guilty of plundering, 232 Jews were dispatched smoothly and without incident. The clinical satisfaction with which such atrocities were logged was in line with police regulations, precise, measured, and detailed. Battalion 322's polished performance may have been influenced by Himmler, who had visited the unit a few weeks earlier during a whistle-stop tour of the conquered territories. Following the SS leader's visit, Lieutenant Colonel Max Montour, one of the Reichsführer's senior commanders, issued a confidential order. 1. All male Jews between the ages of 17 and 45 convicted as plunderers are to be shot according to martial law. The shootings are to take place away from cities, villages, and thoroughfares. The graves are to be levelled in such a way that no pilgrimage site can arise. I forbid photographing and the permitting of spectators at the executions. Executions and grave sites are not to be made known. 2. The battalion and company commanders are especially to provide for the spiritual care of the men who participate in this action. The impressions of this day are to be blotted out through the holding of social events in the evening. Furthermore, the men are to be instructed continuously about the political necessity of the measures. Later in August, Battalion 322 arrived in Minsk to participate in an extensive operation to round up 700 people, including 74 women from the city's Jewish ghetto. All of them were shot. The explanation given for this execution was that they had been encountered without the Jewish star during the roundup. In Minsk, it has been discovered that especially Jewesses removed the markings from their clothing. As the momentum of killing increased, the death squads no longer discriminated by gender or age, nor was any attempt made any longer to offer justification for their actions. For men who saw themselves as legitimized by the authority of their Führer, it was enough that the victims were Jewish. In every region of the Soviet Union occupied during the first weeks of Barbarossa, from the Baltic to the Balkans, the killing squads operated with similar conviction. In many erstwhile independent states, they were ably assisted by the self-cleansing enthusiasm of local inhabitants, either forming themselves into vigilante groups or merely operating as ad hoc lynch mobs who were eager to join in the orgy of Nazi killing. Their hatred for the Jews in their midst appeared to spring from an ugly combination of nationalism and xenophobia, a bigoted loathing for the alien customs of a different culture made them particularly susceptible to those Nazi propagandists who told them that the Jewish intelligentsia had been the principal agents of the worst excesses inflicted on them by the Stalinist occupation. Thus, soon after the invasion, a detachment from Einsatzgruppe A collaborated with a mob of enthusiastic nationalists who had rounded up a large group of Jews and had started to massacre them on the forecourt of a garage in the Lithuanian town of Kaunas. By chance, the operation was witnessed by a much-decorated and hardened regular officer, Lieutenant Colonel Lothar von Bischofshausen. On the concrete forecourt of the petrol station, a blond man of medium height, aged about 25, stood leaning on a wooden club, resting. The club was as thick as his arm and came up to his chest. At his feet lay about 15 to 20 dead or dying people. Water flowed continuously from a hose washing blood away into the drainage gully. Just a few steps behind this man, some 20 men, guarded by armed civilians, stood waiting for their cruel execution in silent submission. In response to a cursory wave, the next man stepped forward silently and was beaten to death with the wooden club in the most bestial manner, each blow accompanied by enthusiastic shouts from the audience. Onlookers at the scene told Bischofshausen that the killer was known locally as the death dealer of Kovno. His appointed task was to ensure that all traitors and collaborators with the Soviets would receive a punishment that fitted that crime. Bischofshausen was appalled not only by the slaughter, but also by the ghoulish density of the crowd, among which some parents were lifting their little children onto their shoulders to afford them a better view of the action. However, not all Lithuanians were so pitiless. A young factory worker, Laimonas Noreika, later described how he watched in horror as a group of well-dressed, spruce, intelligent-looking people held iron bars which they used to viciously beat another group of similarly well-dressed, spruce, intelligent people. They kept hitting them until they finally lay inert. By the end of that afternoon, between 40 and 60 Jews had been beaten to a pulp. According to a German photographer who took pictures of the scene, soldiers in the unit to which he was attached watched on as the death dealer fetched an accordion, climbed to the top of the pile of the corpses, and played the Lithuanian national anthem. The crowd joined in by singing and clapping. In one of more than 20 such incidents, witnessed in just one area to the south of Bialystok, an anti-Semitic vigilante group in the Polish town of Jedwabne rounded up local Jews and, under the supervision of the SS, corralled them in the main square. According to several overlapping testimonies, the victims were instructed to wrap themselves in talis, prayer shawls, and to jump up and down or dance while they were beaten with cudgels and rubber whips. The local rabbi was then forced to lead a procession of some 40 men into a hay barn, where they were killed by rifle fire. They were followed by a further 250 to 300 victims, women and children as well as their menfolk, who were driven into the same barn. As both SS and regular soldiers watched on, the vigilantes poured kerosene on the building and set it ablaze. The bodies of those who were burned to death were buried in 2 mass graves close by. No people in Europe suffered more than the Poles at the hands of the Nazis following the launch of Barbarossa. However, this predominantly Catholic country was not immune to anti-Semitism. The country's turbulent past and its struggle to establish a distinct identity after the First World War provided fertile soil for a form of xenophobia in which the Jews, who had formed a third of Warsaw's pre-war population, were seen as an existential threat to that identity. Moreover, many Poles had come to believe that Jews had collaborated with or were beneficiaries of the Soviet occupation from 1939 to 1941. Some of their pogroms may therefore be attributed to what historian Roger Morehouse has described as a spontaneous spasm of revenge. There was more to it, however. Although in Poland more Christians risked their own lives to protect their Jewish neighbours than in any other country in Nazi-occupied Europe, a great many of their fellow countrymen supported, actively as well as passively, the persecution and extermination of the Jews. The most visible expression of Polish collaboration with the Nazis in this period was the 20,000-strong auxiliary militia officially known as the Granatowa Policja, or Blue Police. Co-opted into the service of the Reich by Hans Frank's general government, they operated under the supervision of the SS. Not all of them shared the anti-Semitic attitudes of their commanders. Some used their unique access to the Nazis to pass on intelligence to the Polish underground, and, like those individual Poles who did their best to protect their Jewish neighbours, paid with their lives when their treachery was exposed. However, most members of the Blue Police not only collaborated in the persecution of Poland's Jews, but willingly enforced the humiliating and punitive restrictions imposed on them by the Nazi authorities. Further south in Ukraine, anti-Semitism was rife and deep-seated. Many Ukrainians, with bitter memories of Stalin's Great Famine a decade earlier, regarded the Nazi invasion as a liberation. Here too, local activists were only too willing to work alongside the Einsatzgruppen as fellow executioners. Another of Himmler's creations, the Ukrainische Hilfspolizei, the Ukrainian auxiliary police, played a particularly prominent role in a succession of massacres throughout the region, which began at the end of July. Earlier that month, a Hungarian army unit travelling through the town of Kamieniec-Podolsky reported seeing long columns of Jews who had been force-marched out of Hungary after the pro-Nazi regime had classified them as stateless. They had only been allowed to take with them their personal possessions, 3 days' supply of food and a meagre amount of cash. Many had collapsed from exhaustion and hunger along the way, and were seen to be crawling along the roads leading into the town. Others had bandaged their feet with rags torn from their clothes. Tens of thousands crammed into the already overcrowded Jewish quarter, where they lived in unspeakable and indescribable dirt. The streets stink. Unburied bodies are lying in some of the houses. On the 27th of August, under the orders of its commander Otto Basch, who answered to Heydrich, Einsatzgruppe C, supported by the order police, marched a long column of Jews from the town into the nearby forest. What happened there was witnessed by the drivers of a Hungarian military convoy. They were transfixed by horror. Gabor Murmal was one of them. We saw hundreds of people undressing there. We were passing a row of maple trees, practically over the mess of naked corpses. Suddenly, we glanced at a square-shaped ditch, at all 4 sides of which people were standing. Hundreds of innocent people were gunned down. I'll never forget what I saw and felt. The scared faces, the men, women and children, marching to their own graves without resistance. A German officer sought to restore discipline. "Don't worry," he reportedly reassured the drivers. "There are enough Jews left in the world." The guns did not fall silent for 3 days. By that time, according to the official report filed by Friedrich Jeckeln, the higher SS and police leader for the southern region, an estimated 23,600 Jews had been murdered in those Ukrainian woods. By this time, few citizens of the Reich would have been unaware that Jews were being targeted on the Eastern Front. The Gestapo was greatly encouraged to see that the German public was gratified by newsreels that showed Jews being arrested and taken into custody. According to the Gestapo's Berlin office, people reacted to images of the arrest of the Jews with enthusiastic approval. Even if they were not familiar with all the metaphors deployed by Hitler to characterize a Jew, a maggot in a rotting corpse, a pestilence far worse than the Black Death, a germ carrier of the foulest kind, mankind's internal bacteria, a parasite in the body, the eternal bloodsucker, and more. It was virtually impossible for them to have been unaware of the fact that Jews were in the Third Reich's firing line. There was, though, a distinction to be made between endorsing the humiliation of the Jews and sanctioning acts of genocide against them. As in other parts of Western Europe, latent and often overt feelings of anti-Semitism were widespread in Germany, but this did not mean that most Germans gave their enthusiastic approval to the mass murders perpetrated in their name. More insidious was a notable absence of curiosity or concern about the fate of the Jews, a national conspiracy of silence. As Ian Kershaw has put it so memorably, the road to Auschwitz was built by hatred, but paved with indifference. The Wehrmacht had no excuse. From the most senior general to the lowest foot soldier, no member of the Ostia had been left in any doubt about Nazism's mission to eradicate the Jewish presence in Europe. Not only had they been systematically indoctrinated with Hitler's hatred for the Jews, but also very many of them clearly shared his sentiments. Lest they had any doubts about the opinions they were expected to hold, they had the Wehrmacht's official publication, the Mitteilungen für die Truppe, troop announcements to guide them. Distributed to every military unit, one of its editions stated, "Anyone who has ever looked in the face of a Red Commissar knows what the Bolsheviks are like. Here is no need for theoretical expressions. We would insult the animals if we describe these mostly Jewish men as beasts. They are the embodiment of the satanic and insane hatred against the whole of noble humanity." Moreover, the formal distinction between the roles of the SS and the Wehrmacht was sharply eroded by the readiness of the latter to overlook, endorse, or frequently to participate in the crimes of the former. Despite the initial qualms of some officers who sought vainly to impose the military discipline of the pre-Nazi era on their men, the generals played a critical role in facilitating the Holocaust on the Eastern Front. Some, like the commander of the Sixth Army, General Walter von Reichenau, shared Hitler's vision. When he went out of his way to order harsh but just atonement of Jewish subhumanity, he earned the gratitude of the Führer, who had this order distributed to all combat formations on the Eastern Front. Others, like the commander of Army Group Center Bock, chose rather to avert their gaze from the disagreeable excesses of the SS and its agencies. In his 600-page war diaries, which cover the entire Second World War, Bock made not a single mention of the Einsatzgruppen. His only reference to their activities was in one oblique entry on the 4th of August 1941, when he noted, "On the basis of rumours, which later turned out to be exaggerated, I had Police General Niebel, or Nieber, who was responsible for my rear area, but who was not under my command, issue instructions that within the limited bounds of my headquarters, executions were only to be carried out if they involved armed bandits or criminals." That was all. It was apparently enough for Bock that the commander of Einsatzgruppe B had promised to do so. Chapter 18. The Carnage of Kiev. The opening days of September offered the Red Army a flicker of hope. On the 9th, a trainee nurse in Moscow, Irina Krause, who was not an optimist by nature, was momentarily elated. "The bulletin is very good today. The Germans have been knocked out of Yelnya and are being chased even further." For the first time since the start of Operation Barbarossa, the Germans had been forced to retreat. This was essentially attributable to Zhukov. Dismissed as Chief of Staff by Stalin for daring to insist that Kiev should be abandoned, the mercurial Soviet leader had almost immediately given him command of the newly expanded Reserve Army, another opportunity to show that his strategic judgment was indispensable. For much of August, under Zhukov's overall guidance, Timoshenko's armies had been mounting a series of fierce assaults against German strongholds along the Central Front. So great was the pressure on his forces that by the end of that month, Bock was driven to conclude that the centre of my army group is so dispersed and so weakened by the tough defensive fighting that it is no longer capable of attacking on its own. The Yelnya bridgehead, 80 kilometres to the southeast of Smolensk, had been seized by Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group in July as a launchpad for the next stage of Army Group Centre's now postponed advance on Moscow. With orders to hold this position at all costs, the Germans, who had dug themselves in on either flank of the salient, found themselves under a sustained artillery bombardment that had pulverized the 60-kilometre front into a hideous moonscape, and their situation was steadily deteriorating. Halder was soon well aware of this. After a tour of the front, he noted starkly, "Troops very strained. Enemy artillery activity very unpleasant. Our munition use is limited. Mines and wire absent." Even during a lull towards the end of August, Bock was losing an average of 200 men a day at Yelnya, a rate of attrition which meant that every unit was badly under strength. In what Halder described as a highly excited state, he called up the Chief of Staff to say, "Defences near breaking point. Army Group cannot hold its eastern front if the Russians continue attacking. The lull was no more than that. Zhukov had prepared a four-pronged counterattack with the full might of his reserve army, with Yelnya as his prime objective. On the last day of August, 2 tank divisions, 8 rifle divisions, and 1 motorized infantry division with the support of 800 guns, mortars, and multiple rocket launchers were unleashed against the salient. Their objective was encirclement. Within a day, the Russians had penetrated 10 kilometers into Bock's southern flank. With his divisions being bled white and facing the very real threat of encirclement, he made the decision on the 2nd of December to abandon Yelnya. The bridgehead was retaken by the Red Army 4 days later. It was just possible for OKH to present this defeat as a strategic withdrawal. In fact, it was anything but. The loss of 23,000 men in the space of a month to secure a stronghold that for some weeks the commanders in the field had judged to be of little strategic value did not impress the rank and file, who were the victims of the High Command's incompetence. Many were bitter. Officially, it was called a planned withdrawal, Franz Frisch wrote later. But to me, it was so much bullshit. The next day we heard on the radio, in the news from the front, the Wehrmachtsbericht, about the successful front correction in our Yelnya defensive lines and the enormous losses we inflicted on the enemy. But no single word was heard about a retreat, about the hopelessness of the situation, about the mental and emotional numbness of the German soldiers. In short, it was again a victory. But we on the front line were running back and forth like rabbits in front of the fox. This metamorphosis of the truth from all shit to it was a victory baffled me and those of my comrades who dared to think. The Russians were as anxious to exaggerate the scale of their achievement as the Germans were to minimize it. The victory, such as it was, served greatly to raise morale on the home front, where the Russian people had become jaundiced by the bowdlerized versions of a dire reality pumped out by the state-run media. For once they could be told the truth, albeit in a distinctly optimistic form. As the Moscow-based British journalist Alexander Worth was to observe, here was not only, as it were, the first victory of the Red Army over the Germans, here was also the first piece of territory, perhaps only 100 or 150 square miles, in the whole of Europe, reconquered from Hitler's Wehrmacht. It was a good story, and one the regime was anxious to share with the world. So great was the propaganda value that for the first time a group of foreign correspondents was allowed to leave the comfortable incarceration of Moscow to see the front for themselves. Worth was among 8 journalists from the United States and Britain selected for this privilege. Chaperoned by an escort of minders from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they left Moscow in a convoy of cars heading for Yelnya. On the way, they passed a semblance of normal life. Peasants with cartloads of vegetables heading for the capital. Old ladies sitting by the roadside selling mushrooms. Crows and starlings wheeling in the skies above. Only the convoys of military vehicles and the rumble of heavy tanks suggested that all was not well in the empty vastness of rural Russia. After 6 hours, the correspondents reached the town of Vyazma, which had come under sporadic attack from German bombers. Why bomb it? Worth asked himself. It seemed such a harmless little town, a mass of quiet little provincial streets, with wooden houses and little gardens in front of them, and rows of rough wooden fences, and in the gardens grew large sunflowers and dahlias, and old women with scarves around their heads. The place cannot have changed much since the days of Gogol. One old woman, yellow and haggard, and wearing a black knitted shawl around her head, wept as she talked to him, a reminder that the war was psychologically, if not yet physically, close at hand. "Oh, this war, these cursed Germans! I could scratch every German's eyes out. 300 people killed in the last raid on Vyazma. Oh God, oh God!" This expletive provoked another matron to retort, "Oh, stop it! And where is your God anyway?" "Up there, he's looking down on us." A teenage boy joined in. "Up there is a long way, and anyway it isn't true that there were 300. There were 52, all buried in the common grave," as though that were not tragedy enough. That evening, the correspondents were accorded the honour of a meeting with Timoshenko's chief of staff, General Vasily Sokolovsky. He was handsome, charming, and upbeat. "The German blitzkrieg has become a blitzkrieg for the destruction of German men and equipment," he told them. The grinding down of the German war machine was in full swing. He was confident that the Germans would suffer severely in the coming winter. "All our troops have their poloshubki, or thick sheepskin coats, and other adequate clothes, and they can stand even 50 degrees of frost. The Germans will not stand up to it." He expected the Germans to renew the offensive, but he said it would be a last desperate gamble. "I don't think they will ever get to Moscow." They reached the new front line by passing through a wide wooden gate decorated with portraits of Stalin and Timoshenko and posters exhorting the troops to do their duty to the last, promising that victory will be ours, and instructing them that the fascist reptile must be crushed. The road was thick with young soldiers. On either side, tank traps sprouted from the ground. Artillery batteries were hidden in the trees, and yet, though they could hear guns blazing close by, Worth noticed cows grazing quietly, and a girl who was hanging out washing, and 2 small boys who waved at their convoy. They were driven to a large clearing in the trees, where they were welcomed by a regimental colonel and his fellow officers. As they ate their way through a great spread of Russian hors d'oeuvre, washed down with so much vodka that one of his colleagues half disappeared under the table, Worth was reminded how greatly these young voyaki, or fighters, resembled the simple, brave, unassuming men whom Tolstoy drew so well in War and Peace. After the obligatory toasts to Stalin, the Red Army, Great Britain, and the United States, this incongruous luncheon was brought to an abrupt end by a bout of heavy shelling so uncomfortably close to their tent that they were ordered to hurry to an underground bunker. Over the next few days, the correspondents had a foretaste of a phenomenon that would soon come to play an important part in the campaign. As soon as they left the main road, their small 4-wheel drive vehicles became bogged down in cloying mud a foot deep. They repeatedly had to pull and push them free of the glutinous sludge. Worth noticed, however, that although large trucks also became stuck and could be extricated only with great difficulty, heavy tanks managed to slither through without problem and were able to maintain normal speed over even the roughest surfaces. One evening, they visited a field hospital less than 10 kilometers behind the front, where they witnessed some of the horrors of war. A young fellow scarcely conscious, with both his legs amputated, another who had lost both eyes, and whose head, a mass of bandages, was like the head of an eyeless snowman. He lay completely silent, uttering only faint groans from time to time. The staff of 7 surgeons, 6 doctors, and 48 nurses was handling 300 cases a day. Worth was impressed that a well-equipped operating theatre had been constructed in a dugout alongside an X-ray machine and a number of blood transfusion units. As frequently happens, Worth, being a foreign correspondent, was almost certainly taken to a showcase field hospital. X-ray machines were not to be found in the peasant houses that generally served as field hospitals and where operations were performed on kitchen tables. Later, Worth and his fellow journalists met Captain Lebedev, a university graduate who had been a teacher but was now serving in the army. The captain was unusually ready to speak his mind. He had little sympathy with the self-delusions fed to the Russian public by the Soviet state media. The flag-waving, the hurrah patriotism of our press is all very well for propaganda purposes, to keep up morale, but it can be overdone. We just don't know how much farther the Germans are going to push. If you people have got any influence with the British government, for God's sake, don't say all is splendid. We shall need help from abroad before we're finished. Had a commissar overheard such a downbeat assessment, Lebedev might well have been charged with a treasonable offence. As it was, he went on to describe the hatred the Germans have stirred up among our people. We are easy-going, good-natured people, you know. But I assure you, in the Red Army now, men are thirsting for revenge. We officers sometimes have a job in keeping our soldiers from killing German prisoners, those arrogant, fanatical Nazi swine. I have never known such hatred before. They eventually reached Yelnya after many detours through villages and towns that had been obliterated in the fighting. In one of these, worth noted, there wasn't a house standing, not a fragment of a house, not a single plank. An old tin samovar lying on the ground was the only remnant of the actual village. There were mass graves for the several hundreds of Russian soldiers who had been killed there. The Germans were buried in shell holes. Yelnya was also utterly destroyed. Before retreating, the Germans had rounded up most of the able-bodied men and women and carted them back into their own rear to serve the Third Reich as slave labourers. The old and the children were locked up in the church, while the invaders set fire to every single house in the town, until all that was left was rubble and ashes. By the time Worth and his companions were back in Moscow, the story of the war was elsewhere. Kiev had fallen. With Bock's front at Yelnya collapsing, the internecine warfare that erupted between the generals following Hitler's decision that Army Group Center should go over to the defensive intensified. The smouldering animosity between Halder and Guderian in the wake of the panzer leader's failure to stand his ground against Hitler at Wolfschanze soon spread to ignite a bitter conflict between Guderian and Bock as well. With great reluctance, the headstrong panzer commander had obeyed Bock's order that his Panzer Group II should be diverted to link up with the left flank of Rundstedt's Army Group South to complete the encirclement of the Soviet armies protecting Kiev. However, Guderian resolved to do it in his own way. To the barely concealed fury of both Halder and Bock, he entirely ignored them when they sought to steer the direction and temper the speed of his blitzkrieg. At the end of August, his panzers came under severe pressure from enemy flanking attacks. To counter these, Guderian peremptorily demanded reinforcements that Bock could ill spare. Halder, who was still smarting from Hitler's rejection of the Moscow option, also wanted to hold these panzer units in the centre for the final thrust for Moscow, which he still regarded as the overriding priority. As though writing an unruly pupil's school report, he complained, "Guderian will not tolerate any army commander and demands that everybody up to the highest position should bow to the ideas he produces from a restricted position." It was with a certain relish that on the 31st of August he noted, "This morning is dominated by a decidedly uncomfortable development in Guderian's group. Carrying out his drive as a flank movement along the full length of the enemy front, he squarely invited heavy attacks on his eastern flank. Then his advance, striking far to the east and leading him away from the Second Army, which was too distant to offer covering fire, produced a gap which was exploited by the enemy for attacks also from the west. These two developments have reduced his power to strike south to a point where his movements are paralysed. Now he is blaming everyone in sight for his predicament and hurls accusations and recriminations in all directions." On the same day, Bock referred to an unpleasantly worded radio message from the panzer commander in which he both reiterated and expanded his demand for more reinforcements. When Bock hedged, Guderian insisted that the Führer decide. This breach of military protocol, in effect a threat to leap the chain of command, further outraged Halder, who described it as unparalleled cheek, adding, after a later conversation with the Army Group Center commander, "Guderian is striking a tone which Bock cannot tolerate on any account." When the panzer leader complained yet again that too few forces had been given to him and these too late, Bock finally lost patience. He contacted Brauchitsch and asked the commander-in-chief to relieve the headstrong panzer leader of his command. "Brauchitsch asked me to think things over again," he noted in frustration. By the following day, Bock had simmered down. Conceding that Guderian was an outstanding and brave commander, he told Brauchitsch, "I was agreeable to his settling the affair by talking to him." Guderian emerged victorious from this standoff. Though his relations with both Holder and Bock were now irreparably damaged, he was given most of the reinforcements he had demanded. Despite a succession of mini-crises provoked by unexpected if minor Soviet lunges, he was thus able to maintain his chosen route to the south. Soon, though, driving rain turned the roads into mud baths. In contrast to the relative mobility of the Soviet armour, his vehicles, accustomed to proceeding in orderly columns, slithered into gluey bogs. Before long, Guderian's divisions were strung out for many miles, as men and machines struggled to extricate themselves from the mire. Motorcyclists could no longer ride their machines. Guderian's four-wheel drive staff car was brought to a halt and had to be recovered by a towing vehicle borrowed from the artillery. On some days, average speed fell to less than 10 kilometers an hour. 15 was the best they could achieve. He recalled, "Only a man who has personally experienced what life on these canals of mud we called roads was like can form any picture of what the troops and their equipment had to put up with, and can truly judge the situation at the front and the consequent effect on our operations. The fact that our military leaders made no attempt to see these conditions for themselves, and initially at least refused to believe the reports of those that did, was to lead to bitter results, unspeakable suffering, and many avoidable misfortunes." In Moscow, the triumph at Yelnya was soon forgotten, a mere blip on a receding strategic horizon. A mood of gloom and anger once more pervaded the Kremlin, where the imminent collapse of Kiev was all-consuming. Stalin was as frustrated by Guderian as Bock and Holder were, but for entirely different reasons. Guderian's contemptuous waywardness, which so aggrieved his senior officers, was for Stalin a disconcerting unpredictability that confused and wrong-footed his own generals. The Soviet leader, who could not resist interfering in the operational detail in a spasmodic and arbitrary fashion, was so bemused by the panzer leader's speed and dexterity that he was reduced to referring to Guderian simply as "that villain," as he goaded Andrei Yeremenko for failing to arrest the panzer leader's advance towards Kiev. The fact that General Yeremenko lacked the manpower and firepower to do this, a deficiency that was aggravated by muddled and contradictory orders emanating from Zhukov's successor as Chief of Staff, General Boris Shaposhnikov, did not weigh with the Soviet leader. On the 2nd of September, as Guderian once again sidestepped the blundering attempts by Yeremenko's depleted forces to stand in his way, he let fire at the commander of the Bryansk front line. "The Stavka is much displeased with your work. You are just nibbling at the enemy, but you can't shift him. Guderian and the whole of his group must be smashed to smithereens. Until this happens, all your statements about success are worthless." 2 days later, recognizing the grave danger now facing Kiev, the commander-in-chief of both the southern and southwestern fronts, Marshal Semyon Budyonny, asked Stalin for immediate reinforcements and the authority to rearrange the disposition of his forces, the better to avoid encirclement. He got nowhere. On the 7th of September, with the front threatening to cave in, he asked for permission to withdraw the Fifth Army, which was in imminent danger of collapse. By the time the authorization came through, it was too late. The Fifth Army was trapped. By the 11th of September, it was clear to Budyonny that he had little hope of stopping Panzer Group II from joining forces with Panzer Group I to spearhead a pincer movement that threatened to encircle 5 Soviet armies. His only option was to withdraw. Rebuffed by Shaposhnikov, who was too frightened to tell Stalin the truth, he decided to signal the Soviet leader directly with his unpalatable assessment. Delay with the withdrawal will lead to losses in men and a huge quantity of equipment. Stalin reacted in character. Summarily dismissing Budyonny, he ordered General Timoshenko, who was commanding on the Western Front, to head south to take his place. He then phoned General Koponos, forbidding him to withdraw any of his troops from their frontline positions. In a final attempt to change Stalin's mind, Budyonny tried to enlist his successor to join him in a last-minute effort to explain the facts to Stalin. As a cavalry officer who had become a hero of the Civil War, and after whom a popular military march had been named, the famously mustachioed Marshal of the Soviet Union, who had long been one of Stalin's most trusted allies, was evidently confident enough to know that he would be spared the ultimate penalty for such defiance. Timoshenko was less sanguine, reportedly responding, "I don't want to put my head in a noose." On the 14th of September, by which time Guderian was at the point of linking up with Panzer Group 1, the South-Western Front's Chief of Staff, General V.I. Tupikov, radioed Shaposhnikov in one more attempt to change Stalin's mind. He did not fudge the issue. The catastrophe which is clear to you will occur in a matter of several days. Stalin's response was to dismiss Tupikov as a panic-monger and to instruct Shaposhnikov to instill the entire front with the necessity to fight on stubbornly and without looking back, to fulfill the orders given to you by Stalin on the 11th of September. The Russian armies who fought to save Kiev did so with a fanatical disregard for their own lives. In one sector, the crew of a T-34 tank that had been disabled by a German artillery battery managed to scramble out through the turret. Instead of raising their arms in surrender, however, the men drew their pistols to fire in vain at their tormentor. In another sector, a German infantry regiment was astonished by a lunatic, reckless cavalry attack which rode through our machine gun fire, and then galloped through German outposts with drawn sabres, slashing down with such force that troops caught in the open had their helmets cleaved to the skull. Just as disconcertingly, the Cossacks were followed by mass human wave attacks, which we had not experienced until now. In their hopeless attempt to arrest the inevitable, these counterattacks were as fearless as they were suicidal. Yelling their rage and hatred, some ran at speed towards the German lines with bayonets at the ready. Others careered forward in trucks. Once they were within range, they came under blistering fire from artillery, anti-tank weapons, and machine guns. Soon the dead were lying in heaps, the wounded writhing among them. According to a report by the German 45th Infantry Division, the dead covered the length of the embankment in countless masses. The invaders did not entirely escape the carnage. Max Kunhert, who served in a cavalry reconnaissance unit, was forever haunted by one image. I could not avoid seeing the truck full of young corpses. It was just ghastly. Blood was literally running down the side from the floorboards of the trucks, and the driver was, despite the heat, white as a sheet. Shells were still flying about. We marched on. We saw so many corpses lying there by the roadside, and pieces of bodies, some of them scorched or charred from the heat of guns or exploding shells. The dream of glory diminished. In the middle of September, as Budyonny had foreseen, Panzer Group 1 and Panzer Group 2 joined forces 150 kilometers to the east of Kiev, at Lokvitsia, to close their pincers around four Soviet armies, the 5th, 21st, 26th, and 37th. By the 18th of September, the Ukrainian capital was in German hands. As the Soviet troops tried to escape, they were either mown down in their scores of thousands or taken prisoner in their hundreds of thousands. The encirclement at Kiev was larger than that at Smolensk, and arguably the largest in the history of warfare. 4 armies, containing 43 divisions, had been virtually obliterated. In a little over 3 weeks, the Southwestern Front had suffered at least 700,000 and perhaps more than 1 million casualties. including 616,000 killed, wounded, or taken prisoner during the Battle of Kiev itself. Only 15,000 men broke out of the encirclement to make it back to their own lines. In addition to these fearful losses, the Germans seized more than 2,600 guns and mortars, along with 64 tanks. In effect, at a cost of a relatively modest 128,000 casualties, they had destroyed the southwestern front. In the mayhem, Kirponos, who was renowned for his steadfastness and audacity, was wounded when his retreating command column was caught in an ambush on the 20th of September. Later that day, he was hit in the head by the splinters from an exploding mine. He died within 2 minutes. Budyonny and Timoshenko were more fortunate. They escaped with their lives, but only to survey an unprecedented but avoidable catastrophe. As a result of Stalin's obstinate blundering, Rundstedt's Army Group South was now well positioned to launch a two-pronged attack towards Stalingrad and the Crimea, while Guderian was already hastening north again to prepare for the belated attack on Moscow, which Hitler was now ready to authorize. Once Kiev had been secured, Einsatzgruppe C was free to move into the city to execute Heydrich's orders. On the 27th and 28th of September, posters were pasted up across the city. All Jews in the city of Kiev and its surroundings will present themselves on Monday, September the 29th at 8 a.m. on the corner of Melnik and Doktorev Shah streets beside the Jewish cemetery. Documents, money, and valuables, as well as warm clothing, underwear, and so on, are to be brought. Any Jew not carrying out this order and found elsewhere will be shot. Thanks to our very special talent of organization, as the local Einsatzkommando chief Paul Blobel boasted, some 30,000 Jews duly showed up at the collection point, believing that they were destined for resettlement. Carrying their belongings in sacks, suitcases, and boxes, which were sometimes loaded on handcarts, they were marched into the forest, urged on by Ukrainian policemen who formed a corridor and drove the panic-stricken people towards the huge glade that edged a large ravine or yar, known as Babi Yar. Threatened by curses and urged with sticks and snarling dogs, they were forced to undress until they were naked. Instructed to place each item of clothing on one pile and their valuables on another, they were ordered to proceed to the mouth of the ravine. What happened next was witnessed by, among others, a Ukrainian watchman. They found themselves on the narrow ground above the precipice, 20 to 25 meters in height, and on the opposite side there were the Germans' machine guns. The killed, wounded, and half-alive people fell down and were smashed there. Then the next 100 were brought, and everything repeated again. The policeman took the children by the legs and threw them alive down into the Yar. Another witness reported seeing members of the Schutzpolizei, a branch of the order police, descending into the pit, forcing those whom the machine guns had failed to kill to lie down on top of those who had already been shot. The corpses were literally in layers. A police marksman came along and shot each Jew in the neck with a submachine gun. I saw these marksmen stand on layers of corpses and shoot one after the other. The marksman would walk across the bodies of the executed Jews to the next Jew, who had meanwhile lain down, and shoot him. Even then, the number of victims was so great that the killers were not entirely successful. That evening, according to the watchman's testimony, the Germans undermined the walls of the ravine and buried the people under thick layers of earth. But the earth was moving long after, because wounded and still alive Jews were still moving. One girl was crying, "Mammy, why did they pour sand in my eyes?" Astonishingly, there were survivors. Yelena Yefimovna Borodiansky-Knis was among that handful. It was midnight when she and her 4-year-old daughter were ordered to line up on the edge of the ravine. She did not wait to hear the next command, but threw her child onto the heap of bodies and then fell on top of her. A second later, bodies started falling on me. Then everything fell silent. There were more shots, and again bloody, dying and dead people began falling into the pit. I sensed my daughter wasn't moving. To keep her from suffocating, I made fists out of my hands and put them under her chin. She stirred. I tried to raise my body to keep from crushing her. There was blood all over the place. We were sandwiched between bodies. I felt someone walk across the bodies and swear in German. A German soldier was checking with a bayonet to make sure no one was still alive. By chance, he was standing on me, so the bayonet blow passed me. When he departed, Yelena walked and crawled out of the ravine carrying the little girl who was unconscious. She found her way to the yard of a brick factory, where they hid for 4 days with no food or clothing, until, with the help of a kindly Ukrainian woman who took pity on them, they managed to escape. Another survivor, Dina Pronicheva, also chose to jump into the pit before being shot. She lay there pretending to be dead. All around and beneath her, she could hear strange submerged sounds, groaning, choking and sobbing. The whole mass of bodies kept moving slightly as they settled down and were pressed tighter by the movements of the ones who were still living. When the German soldiers descended into the pit and began to shoot anyone who still showed signs of life, Dina drew on her skills as an actress in the Kiev Puppet Theatre. She recognized one of the killers as the man who had examined her papers and taken her bag in the clearing by the ravine. To test whether she was alive or dead, he picked her up and struck her with his fist. She hung limply in his arms as though dead. He dropped her, kicked her in the breast, and trod on her foot until the bones cracked. But still she did not move. He left. Soon afterwards, she heard the sound of shoveling and of sand falling ever closer to where she lay. She was soon half smothered and started to choke. She panicked and began to struggle. Mercifully, the killers chose that moment to down tools and leave. Dina managed to pull herself out of the pit by clinging onto a small bush. At the top, she was startled by a child's voice. A small boy had also managed to climb out of the unholy sepulchre. He was trembling and shivering. She told him to follow her, and they both crawled away. As they were leaving the area, the boy, who was some way ahead, suddenly shouted a warning that Germans were there. The Nazis, who had caught him, could not understand what he had said, so simply killed him and went on their way. Dina survived to record her testimony for posterity. In the course of 2 long days, the men of Sonderkommando 4A of Einsatzgruppe C, the 3rd Company of the Special Duties Waffen-SS, supported by the Ukrainian Police Battalion No. 9, had worked with a commitment, efficiency and speed calculated to earn the approval of their superiors. A few days afterwards, they were able to report, in retaliation for the arson in Kiev, all Jews were arrested, and on the 29th and 30th of September, a total of 33,771 were executed. As the overall commander of this operation, SS Obergruppenführer Friedrich Jeckeln, fresh from his triumph at Kamianets-Podilskyi, now had further cause to celebrate. His upwardly mobile career was to lead him subsequently to preside over the murder of perhaps 100,000 Jews, for which achievement he was to be garlanded with medals and in due course promoted to the rank of general. The Babi Yar massacre was better documented than most, but similar atrocities occurred throughout the summer and autumn of 1941. By the end of September, more than 100,000 Jews had been exterminated by such means. The Holocaust had begun in earnest. Chapter 19. Leningrad. Here and there are men lying in the field, all around the field. At first it looks as if everyone is immobile, dead. But then I look closer and see that some are turning, lifting their heads. They saw our vehicle, and there is more movement. They rise, they get up. How many people are here? 100? 200? How many are alive? What can we do? We are just a handful of medics. It was late September. Nikolai Amosov, who had set up a field hospital just outside the village of Sukhinichi 6 weeks earlier, looked around incredulously. He was momentarily at a loss. We should give them water, but there is no water. I say to the driver, go back to the hospital, bring flasks of water, bring nurses, stretchers, bandages, materials. The surgeon and the rest of his team pressed on into the village, following the trail of bodies until they reached the local railway station. German bombers were still circling above them. After a lull earlier in the month, the Ju-88 so-called fast bombers had just returned to attack the railhead, which had become a staging post close to the main Kiev-Moscow railway line, some 270 kilometers southwest of the capital. The bombers had scored a direct hit. 5 carriages were burning, others had been derailed. There were hundreds of casualties. As you come close, the sight is terrifying, Amosov noted. People are trapped in the distorted, smouldering carriages. No, these are no longer people. These are corpses, mutilated bodies, blood that has gone black from the fire, remains of bandages and metal frames, stench of burnt flesh and paint. It was his first such experience, and he strove to control his revulsion and sense of hopelessness. Then he forced himself to recall the war surgeon's maxim. One should not do long and complex operations if the wounded are many. Only help when your help will be effective. It is tough, but it's the only way. Most of the wounds were so grave as to be untreatable except by specialists. For those victims, death was the only possible outcome. In the early hours of the following morning, while he was still at work in his makeshift operating theatre, Amosov was interrupted by his commanding officer, ordering him to stop operating on the wounded. Those who could be moved were to be evacuated on foot or in farm carts to a major railhead at Kozelsk, 40 miles nearer to Moscow. Amosov watched them leave. 600 young men, bowed over sticks or hobbling on crutches, bandages on their arms and heads, and in the case of those unable to get their boots on, cloth wrappings to protect their feet. It was painful to look at them. How are they going to make it if they're so weak? How many will get there? Later that morning, Amosov sat under an apple tree with the commander. The leaves were falling. You should get some sleep, the commander said. I'm not sleepy. My head feels very empty, as if something has ended my life, Amosov replied. A moment later, a lone Soviet fighter flew overhead just as they saw 8 German bombers approaching from the west. They stood up to warn the pilot, gesticulating and shouting as though he could hear them. Just go away! What can you do on your own? The Russian continued flying towards the enemy aircraft. They watched the battle. It did not last long. He catches fire, there's black smoke, and the plane falls behind the hills. The parachute did not emerge. We're standing there, feeling lost, shaken, tears in our eyes. They, the Germans, fly past us in regular formation. Damn them. The Luftwaffe was once more on the offensive, softening up the Red Army's defences along the route from Kiev to Moscow. Following the fall of the Ukrainian capital, Panzer Group II was heading north again, advancing at speed towards Oryol and Bryansk, which were still in Soviet hands. Vasily Grossman was not far in front of them as he too headed in the same direction, passing through a landscape devastated by human misery. He was greatly affected by the plight of the peasants. They begin to cry as soon as they begin to speak, and one feels an involuntary desire to cry too. There's so much grief. Many of the peasants were on the move. Dust was everywhere. White, yellow, red dust. It is stirred up by the feet of sheep, pigs, horses, cows, and by the carts of refugees. Dust is hanging, swirling, whirling over Ukraine. At night, the Luftwaffe flew overhead, Heinkels and Junkers. They spread among the stars like lice. The blackness of the air is filled with their humming. Bombs are crashing down. Villages are burning all round. Grossman only paused in Oriel for a day before his editor, David Ottenberg, dispatched him to Bryansk, where, after failing to arrest Guderian's drive on Kiev, Yeremenko's forces were now trying to hold the line against the 17th Panzer Division. On a visit to one unit, Grossman witnessed a commonplace incident, which was nonetheless chilling for that: the interrogation of a traitor who had been caught by his own comrades as he tried to smuggle himself back into his own lines. His disguise did not deceive them. He has an overgrown beard and is wearing a torn brown russet coat, a big peasant hat. His feet are dirty and bare, his legs naked to the calf. The Germans had bought him for 100 marks. He thinks the modesty of this sum might make them more forgiving. It didn't. He knew then what his fate would be. He isn't a human being anymore. All his movements, his grin, his glances, his noisy, greedy breathing, all that belongs to a creature that senses a close and imminent death. When he looks at the soldiers and their rifles, there's an animal fear in his eyes. The colonel slaps his face, shouting and crying at the same time, "Do you realize what you've done?" The guard, a Red Army soldier, then shouts at him too, "You've disgraced your son. He won't be able to live with this shame." The harangue over, the unfortunate wretch was shot where he stood. Grossman also met the commander of the 50th Army, Major General Mikhail Petrov. The general had escaped from the Smolensk encirclement in full-dress uniform, refusing to conceal himself as a civilian. Petrov had earned a reputation for cruelty as well as courage. He took Grossman to the front at a point where one of his regiments had just failed to seize a German-held salient. Amidst the blazing guns and the whistling bullets, he reprimanded the regimental commander. "If you fail to capture this village within an hour, you will have to give up your regiment and take part in the attack as a private." The regimental commander answers, "Yes, Comrade Army Commander." His hands are shaking. There isn't a single man walking upright. Men are running, stooping low, or crawling on all fours from one hole to another. They are afraid of bullets, and there aren't any bullets at that moment. They are all covered in mud and wet. Schleierpin, Petrov's commissar, is walking around as if on a country stroll and shouts to the soldiers, "Bend lower, cowards, bend lower." That evening, a military prosecutor arrived from Petrov's rear headquarters. Grossman and Petrov were drinking tea sweetened with raspberry jam as he gave the general a list of names. Individuals charged with a range of capital offences, including cowardice, desertion, and in the case of a number of local peasants, circulating enemy propaganda. Grossman watched closely. The general did not hesitate. Petrov pushes his glass aside. In the corner of the document, he approves the death sentence in red capitals written in a small, childish hand. He spared only one of the offenders, an old maid, as the prosecutor put it, whose crime had been to encourage her friends to offer the Germans bread and salt. Her sentence was cut to 10 years in jail. Grossman was not impressed by the short and large-nosed general who was dispensing justice so nonchalantly. Even in recording this episode, Grossman was taking a grave risk. As the editors of A Writer at War, Anthony Beaver and Lyuba Vinogradova have pointed out, if the NKVD had read his notebooks, he would have disappeared into the Gulag. Nothing would have caused him more trouble than to report, as he noted, that many Ukrainian peasants appeared to regard the German invaders as liberators. But Stalin's Great Famine, the expropriation of their lands, the de-Kulakization of their communities only a decade earlier were still fresh torments. He met a group of women who had only sackcloths to protect them from the bitingly cold wind that blew from the east. Nor was their persecution over. To clear the forward areas for the Red Army better to face the Nazi hordes, the regional commissars planned to evacuate these peasants to the far side of the Volga, a journey of more than 1,000 kilometers from their homes. The vulgar German Autonomous Republic, as it was known until its abolition in August 1941, was then inhabited by 400,000 vulgar Germans. Perhaps to make way for the new arrivals, but certainly because their loyalties were suspect, these unfortunates were deported to Kazakhstan and Siberia, where they were dumped in a wasteland without means of subsistence. According to some estimates, a little under 40% of the deportees were to perish, yet another testament to Stalin's propensity to commit genocide in the name of an allegedly higher cause. The Ukrainians did not want to inherit the lands the vulgar Germans were to leave. Grossman noted, "They are rebelling. They raise their sickles. The sickles shine dully in the grey autumn light. Their eyes are crying. The next moment, the women laugh and swear, but then the anger and grief return. We won't leave. We'd rather die here. If any lousy snake comes to force us out of our homes, we'll meet him with sickles." There were frequent reminders that the war was ominously close. In one village, he took note of a grotesque incident. The head of the driver of a heavy tank had been blown off by a shell, and the tank came back, driving itself because the dead driver was pushing the accelerator. The tank drove through the forest, breaking the trees, and reached our village. The headless driver was still sitting in it. A few days after that incident, Grossman woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, got dressed, and walked out into the yard of the compound where he was staying. All was silent, but the Germans were only 15 kilometers away. At daylight, he and his companions about turned from Bryansk and headed back to Oryol, unaware that units of Panzer Group II were heading for the same destination and at a speed which yet again would take the Soviet commanders by surprise. These were dark days for Stalin. He not only presided over the collapse of the southern front, but an emergency on the northern front as well. As Kaponos fought in vain to prevent the fall of Kiev, the Germans virtually sealed Leningrad from the outside world. By the end of the first week in September, the last road and rail links to the city had been severed. A Soviet volunteer, Daniel Granin, was in one of the few remaining battalions defending the Dudagov Heights, 10 kilometers to the southeast of the city, when the bombers dived at them. We came under air attack which caused heavy casualties. The rest of the soldiers in my unit scattered, and I was left alone, without an army, so I boarded a tramcar and drove back home with my machine gun and hand grenades. As far as I was concerned, the German army was going to be in Leningrad in a few hours. The attackers were inclined to the same opinion. After clearing the heights of what remained of the Soviet artillery, the 18th Army's infantrymen advanced into the city's suburbs. An artillery observer, Hans Mauermann, was with them. Our company had in fact stopped a tramcar that had driven out of Leningrad and ordered them to get out. We considered whether or not to hang on to the driver so they could drive us into Leningrad the following day. Fearing, wrongly as it turned out, that Leningrad was about to crumble, Stalin's immediate reaction was to find a scapegoat. It didn't take him long. The commander of the Leningrad defences, Kliment Voroshilov, had great personal courage, leading one counterattack on the front line at Ivanovskaya, brandishing a pistol, but he displayed little tactical or organizational acumen. Stalin railed at him, and the powerful second secretary of the Soviet Communist Party, Andrei Dzhanov, who was with him. "We are so indignant about your conduct. You tell us only of losses. What will be the end of our losses? Have you decided to surrender Leningrad?" His fury was followed by a familiar denouement. Voroshilov had already been sacked once by Stalin following the Finnish debacle. Now the legendary Red Marshal was to suffer the same fate for the second time. Stalin summoned Zhukov from the Central Front on the 8th of September and ordered him to make haste for Leningrad. Zhukov arrived on the 13th of September. He did not waste time with the niceties, but without saying a word, handed Voroshilov a note from the Soviet leader. It was to the point. Hand over command to Zhukov and fly to Moscow immediately. The Red Marshal, who retained the dignity of an earlier generation, summoned his staff. "Goodbye, comrades," he said. "That's what an old man like me deserves. This isn't the Civil War. Now we have to fight differently. But don't doubt for a minute that we'll smash the fascist scum." It did not take long for Zhukov to grasp the scale of the crisis. He reacted with speed, tactical brilliance, and ruthlessness, bullying those around him and threatening them with the firing squad if they didn't deliver Leningrad from the perdition of a German breakthrough. He concentrated on reinforcing and extending the existing barricades until they formed an impenetrable shield against any German onslaught. The city was to be held at any cost. The penalty for failure was harsh. On the 17th of September, he signed Order No. 64, which decreed that all commanders, political officers, and rank and file who leave the line of defence without prior written instruction of the Front or Military Council are to be shot on sight. Before his arrival, Peter the Great's fantastical masterpiece had already been transformed into a people's citadel. Almost every apartment block, every house, and every shop was boarded up or sandbagged. Buses and trams were commandeered to block roadways. No interchange was without a barricade. Machine gun posts protected every avenue. A 36,000-strong workers' army was drilled in the use of a rifle and stood ready for hand-to-hand combat. Zhukov went further. The city would be defended in depth to the maximum extent possible. Every route into the city was to be mined. Anti-aircraft guns were to be installed in the suburbs for use against panzers rather than the Luftwaffe's bombers. High explosives were to be stockpiled to demolish factories and bridges. In line with Order No. 64, those who failed to act as though their lives depended on it, looters, slackers, deserters, were to face summary execution by the NKVD. It all happened, and at great speed. The city was on alert 24 hours a day. Under Zhukov's iron fist, there was no evidence of panic. Leningrad was marked by a rare stoicism and resilience. Even Zhukov, not known for any excess of emotion, even on reflection, was to recall that the courage, endurance, and tenacity of its citizens impregnated itself in my memory for life. It so happened that before the new defences were fully in place, Hitler had abandoned his plan to raise Peter the Great's masterpiece. The commander of Army Group North, Lieb, was ordered to call off the attack and to divert most of his Panzer Group 4 to Army Group Center, where it was destined to play a leading role in the final assault on Moscow. Those of his soldiers who could see the city shimmering in the distance were baffled. Walter Brosche, whose company was poised for the final onslaught from a chain of hills to the southwest of Leningrad, noted, "In the distance, the city pulsed with life. It was bewildering. Trains ran, chimneys smoked, and a busy maritime traffic ran along the Neva River." But as he reflected on the decision to call off the attack, he concluded that Lieb lacked the numbers required to assure success. We had 28 soldiers left from 120 normally in the company, and had now been gathered into so-called combat battalions, unsuitable to attack Leningrad. Hans Mauermann was relieved when the order came. Every day it had been attack with all its uncertainties and not knowing what might happen. From the perspective of even further hardship, this was very much welcome. The emotion swung between shame we had not pulled it off to thank God we did not have to go in there. By late September, Zhukov could claim that the German advance had been arrested. But Leningrad was now almost totally encircled. The only route in and out of the city was via a narrow belt of land on the edge of Lake Ladoga that became famous around the world as the city's Road of Life. Unhappily, it was only a road of life for some. Although more than 450,000 citizens had already been evacuated, 2.2 million were still trapped inside the city. The stranglehold was devastating. As food supplies ran out, they began to starve, at first in their tens, then in their hundreds, then in their thousands, and then in their tens of thousands. Corpses, sometimes mutilated for human consumption, piled up in the streets. By the winter of 1941-1942, when the temperature dropped well below freezing, the death rate reached 100,000 a month. In the course of what became an 872-day siege, many more died. The total number of victims was never precisely established, but by the end of January 1944, when the siege was finally lifted, Hitler could claim to have presided over the deaths of perhaps 1 million civilians in Leningrad alone. As one disaster followed on the heels of another, brutality continued to provide one avenue for the release of Stalin's frustrations. On the 11th of September, General Vasily Goncharov, the artillery commander of the 34th Army, was accused of cowardice for allowing a number of units to be encircled. In line with Stalin's Directive No. 270 against deserters, cowards and panic-mongers, he was sentenced to death. The order was pronounced jointly by Meklis and General Kirill Meretskov, who had himself been arrested with Pavlov in July. Unlike General Pavlov, the erstwhile commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Meretskov had been spared the firing squad, but, as one of his interrogators later confessed, only after continuous torture was applied, he was beaten with rubber rods. Thus chastised, he not only confessed to crimes that he had not committed, but denounced Pavlov as a traitor for good measure. Now, rehabilitated by Stalin, he became an enthusiastic advocate of the ultimate penalty for cowardice. The elderly major instructed to shoot Goncharov was more squeamish. Ordered to stand in a row of staff officers alongside the general, he watched as Meklis, in his role as army commissar, walked along the line until he stopped in front of the doomed man. After a brief exchange, he read out the dread words, "In accordance with Order No. 270 of the People's Commissar for Defence." When he finished, he turned to the major and ordered him to execute his own commanding officer. The major was overwhelmed with horror at the thought. As a brother officer recalled, he was unable to overcome his emotion and with great daring refused. A firing squad had to be summoned instead. None of this was enough to deter a growing number of soldiers, either individually or en masse, from choosing to face a firing squad rather than the meat-grinding impact of the German guns. In the absence of more effective ways of securing the loyalty of their troops, their commanders were reduced to repeating Stalinist slogans like "Stand to the death" or "Not a step back." Something more was required. Stalin was only too ready to come to their aid. On the 12th of September, he and Shaposhnikov signed a joint order instructing every division in the Red Army to establish blocking detachments of battalion strength and to be fully armed and equipped with transport and tanks. Shorn of its legalistic niceties, these units were tasked to mow down any soldiers who were judged to be inciting panic or trying to flee the field of battle. 12 days later, on the 24th of September, the tactic was put to the test at Chernevo, a village near the city of Glukov, where the Russians were under severe pressure from units of Guderian's Panzer Group II, closing in on Bryansk and Oriel. In the face of what he judged to be intolerable losses, Major Arno Babadzenian, commanding the 395th Rifle Regiment, sought permission from his divisional commander, Colonel A.Z. Akimenko, to withdraw from the west bank of the River Klaven to the east. Akimenko refused, using the words, "Not a step back, stand to the death." Babadzenian obeyed. Soon afterwards, between 70 and 80 tanks burst through the line being held by the 395th and 2 other regiments. At that point, according to Akimenko, an extraordinary incident occurred. About 900 men committed treachery to the interests of our homeland. As if by command, this group rose up, threw away their rifles, and with raised hands they proceeded to the side of the enemy tanks. The enemy tanks quickly edged up to the traitors and under cover of other tanks began to take the traitors away. Unable to take control of the traitors for future punishment himself, Akimenko opted to obey Stalin's newest edict. I gave an order for 2 artillery battalions to open fire on the traitors and the enemy tanks. As a result, a considerable number of traitors were killed. In the course of that battle, according to the contemporary records kept by Akimenko's division, Babadzanian lost 605 men killed, wounded, or missing in action. A further 850 were described as having surrendered as prisoners of war. There was no mention of the considerable number who had been executed by their own artillery. Babadzanian's courage in the face of this disaster so impressed Grossman, who had been forced to leave the area while the battle was still underway, that he lionized him as the hero of his best-selling novel, The People Immortal, published a few months later, in which he was killed fighting to his last drop of blood. Soon afterwards, the author found himself at dinner with a brigade commander on the Ukrainian front. They reminisced about dates and names, until it dawned on Grossman that he was talking to the character in his novel. "Yes, I was there," Babadzanian confirmed, "but you killed me." Grossman, rarely at a loss for words, replied, "I killed you, but I can resurrect you too." Chapter 20. Wars of Words. On the 28th of September, ominous snow clouds piled up over Moscow. The British ambassador and his American counterpart were wrapped against the cold as they waited on the tarmac to greet the arrival of a joint Anglo-American delegation. There was a Soviet Guard of Honor, Beaverbrook, representing Churchill, and Averell Harriman, representing Roosevelt, descended from their aircraft to the formal welcome of their respective national anthems. Aside from the fact that they were both millionaires, the two emissaries had little in common. Harriman, the son of an industrial magnate, had inherited a fortune, graduated from Yale University, gone into banking, and, as a friend of the Roosevelt family, gravitated into public service, where he helped to deliver the president's New Deal. He was elegant, debonair, and charming. His credentials as an international diplomat were impeccable. By contrast, Beaverbrook was diminutive, rotund, and graceless. More significantly, he was a self-made bruiser, a bundle of ferocious ambition and energy. Born William Maxwell Aitken in Canada in 1879, he was one of 10 children of a Scottish-born Presbyterian minister. Brought up in poverty, he left school with no formal qualifications and worked variously as a local reporter, a life assurance salesman, and a debt collector. His passion was for newspapers, and he had the guile and the chutzpah to make enough money to buy several of them. In 1910, he moved to England, where he was befriended by Bonar Law, a fellow Canadian and a junior Conservative minister. Beaverbrook, ever alert to an opportunity for personal advancement, exploited the future Prime Minister's contacts to win a seat in the Westminster Parliament that same year, and 6 years later, a controlling stake in an ailing British newspaper, the Daily Express, which he turned into the largest-selling newspaper in the world. As a media baron, he was soon feted by the rich, the fashionable, and the talented, whether or not they shared his reactionary political views. In May 1940, by now Lord Beaverbrook, he was appointed by Churchill as Minister for Aircraft Production. His readiness to shoulder his way through apparently insuperable bureaucratic and industrial obstacles earned him promotion to Minister of Supply by a clearly besotted Prime Minister. Those of his peers who sensed that this honesty came to him as second nature were less enthusiastic. Churchill's wife Clementine, who was a rather better judge of character than her husband, could not abide the little imp, as she called him. "Try ridding yourself of this microbe, which some people fear is in your blood," she was later to advise him, after a particularly egregious example of Beaverbrook's duplicity. In September 1941, he enjoyed the full confidence of the Prime Minister, who wrote to Stalin on the eve of the Anglo-American delegation's departure for Moscow, describing him as one of my oldest and most intimate friends. If they were not natural cronies, Beaverbrook and Harriman had a common purpose: to persuade Stalin that the two Western allies were united in their resolve to extract the Soviet Union from what was still widely regarded in their respective capitals as the jaws of defeat. Their mission had originated with the joint letter Churchill and Roosevelt had sent the Soviet leader during the Atlantic Conference a little over 6 weeks earlier, in which they had suggested such a meeting in Moscow. In the intervening period, the Red Army's predicament had worsened sharply. On the 30th of August, in a highly unusual move, Stalin sent a personal telegram to Ivan Maisky in London. The Soviet leader had just read his ambassador's report of a meeting with Eden a few days earlier, in which he urged the British Foreign Secretary to open a second front, which Stalin had demanded a month earlier, as well as pressing for the early delivery of an increased volume of military hardware. Stalin had clearly been impressed by his ambassador's stance. The Hitlerites want to beat their opponents one by one. Russians today, English tomorrow. English passivity helps the Hitlerites, Stalin wrote. The fact that England applauds us and curses the Germans does not change anything. Do the English understand that? I think they do. So what do they want? I think they want us to weaken. Emboldened by his leader's readiness thus to confide in him, Maisky responded with his own personal message the following day. Notwithstanding Stalin's paranoid tendencies, he knew that his suspicion of Britain was not entirely without foundation, and, in his wily fashion, he sought to unravel the complicated knot of motives by which British policy towards the Soviet Union was ensnared. Among these conflicting impulses, he detected both a desire to weaken us and an unshakable belief in German invincibility on land. These factors, combined with their awareness that the Russians fight well, had led the British cabinet to conclude that for a year or two it could avoid sending ground troops into Europe to open a second front. The most effective way to combat this complacency, Maisky urged, was plain speaking. Churchill and others must understand at long last that if the USSR leaves the stage, the British Empire is finished. Stalin needed little encouragement. On the 3rd of September, he wrote to Churchill in the bluntest terms to warn that the Soviet Union faced a mortal menace that could be averted only if the Allies opened a second front somewhere in the Balkans or France with forces capable of drawing away from the Eastern Front 30 to 40 German divisions. The very thought of a second front, which was starting to attract widespread public support in Britain, and notably from Beaverbrook's Daily Express, was anathema to Churchill. The Prime Minister not only loathed any thought of diverting scarce resources from Britain's own hard-pressed armed forces, but also had grim memories of earlier attempts to mount a major seaborne invasion of the European continent. In July he had told Eden, "Remember that on my breast are the medals of the Dardanelles, Antwerp, Dakar and Greece, 4 disasters for which he had direct responsibility, and to which, as Andrew Roberts has pointed out, he might have added Norway and Crete." In the same letter, Stalin also demanded 30,000 tons of aluminium by the beginning of October next, and a minimum monthly delivery of aid, amounting to 400 aircraft and 500 tanks of small or medium size. He went on to warn that in the absence of such support, the Soviet Union will either suffer defeat or be weakened to such an extent that it will lose for a long period any capacity to render assistance to its allies by its actual operations on the fronts of the struggle against Hitlerism. On the 4th of September, Churchill replied in equally blunt terms, "Although we should shrink from no exertion, there is in fact no possibility of any British action in the West except air action, which would draw the German forces from the east before the winter sets in. There is no chance whatever of a second front being formed in the Balkans. Action, however well meant, leading to costly fiascos, would be of no help to anyone but Hitler." Stalin's letter had been delivered personally to the Prime Minister by Maisky at 10 Downing Street. In the course of their conversation, Maisky, who had himself been shaken by the contents of Stalin's letter, warned that without the aid demanded by Stalin, the USSR will face the risk of defeat with all the ensuing consequences. This lightly veiled threat hit a raw nerve in Churchill, who until the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact had argued strenuously for an alliance with Moscow against the Nazis. Angered by what he sensed to be an underlying air of menace in the Soviet ambassador's tone, he retorted, "Remember that only 4 months ago we in this island did not know whether you were not coming in against us on the German side. Indeed, we thought it quite likely that you would. Whatever happens, and whatever you do, you of all people have no right to make reproaches to us." Nonetheless, he was troubled enough by Maisky's words to send an urgent message to Roosevelt, advising that he and Eden, who was also present, had been driven to conclude that they could not exclude the impression that they, the Russians, might be thinking of separate terms. The fear that Moscow could yet be driven to sue for peace with Berlin in the hope of securing a modified version of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was never far from the minds of strategists in London and Washington. The implications for Britain's efforts to break Hitler's stranglehold on Europe, let alone to protect the Empire, were almost too ghastly to contemplate. But as Churchill's message to Roosevelt made clear, they could not be ignored. In Moscow, Stafford Cripps had also been handed a copy of Stalin's letter by the junior foreign minister, Andrei Vyshinsky. Cripps was as devastated by its import as Maisky, and took it upon himself to send a most immediate message to the Foreign Office in London. The letter shows that unless we can now at the last moment make a superhuman effort, we shall lose the whole value of the Russian front, at any rate for a long period, and possibly for good. I fear it is now almost too late, unless we're prepared to throw everything in an effort to save the front." Churchill, already smarting from the tone of Stalin's missive, was incensed by his ambassador's endorsement of it. Determined to quash any prospect of a second front, he replied personally to Cripps in terms calculated to cause maximum offence. "When you speak of a superhuman effort, you mean, I presume, an effort rising superior to space, time, and geography. Unfortunately, these attributes are denied us." It was the beginning of a long and acrimonious correspondence between two competitive egos who held markedly different views about the best means of securing the defeat of Nazism, a mutual antagonism aggravated by Churchill's blunt denial of Cripps's request to brief the government in person on his appreciation of the Soviet Union's predicament. 10 days later, on the 14th of September, Harriman arrived in London for a series of meetings with Beaverbrook to discuss their agenda for the Moscow conference. Within 2 hours of the plane landing, Beaverbrook, who was accustomed to getting his own way, summoned the US delegation to a meeting in the War Cabinet rooms. In his crudely direct fashion, he tried to seize the initiative, demanding to know what quantities of munitions and raw material the United States was willing to supply to the Russians. The urbane Harriman would have none of it, and refused politely but firmly to tell him. Beaverbrook persisted, asserting that there was no time to be lost. According to Harriman, Beaverbrook, who was under stern instructions from Churchill to make sure we are not bled white, appeared to think that if he could extract a specific US commitment before they departed for Moscow, he would be able to postpone making any British commitment until the negotiations with the Russians were underway. Harriman was far too canny to fall into Beaverbrook's trap. Once again he demurred, retorting dryly that for him to make such a commitment at this stage would relieve the Americans of the necessity of going to Moscow. At this, Beaverbrook backed off in alarm. "Oh, no, no, no," he replied. "We must go together." It was not a good beginning. When Churchill heard a rather exaggerated account of the standoff between the two would-be envoys, he moved swiftly to invite Harriman to dinner. I know how difficult he, Beaverbrook, can be. But it's a vital matter. I depend on you, he said soothingly. Harriman confirmed that he would of course still go to Moscow, adding firmly that it was just as well that the equal standing of the British and American delegations had been settled before they left London. Beaverbrook was too thick-skinned to feel deflated, but at least for the next 6 days he conducted himself with somewhat greater decorum as the two teams discussed what might reasonably be available for the Russians. Nonetheless, the relationship between the two men remained strained. After dinner one evening, Harriman's wife wrote a letter to her sister. Dinner tonight with Beaverbrook was in rather sharp contrast to last night with the PM. One's a gentleman, and the other is a ruffian. Averell, luckily, can talk both languages. At Beaverbrook's insistence, the two emissaries travelled to Moscow by sea via the Soviet port of Archangel. The voyage in the cruiser HMS London, through waters that were dangerously exposed to German air and sea attack, was uneventful, but not particularly congenial. Harriman noted that although Beaverbrook had given up bullying him, he turned on his own team, which included General Pug Ismay, Churchill's personal representative on the Chiefs of Staff Committee, and Sir Charles Wilson, Churchill's personal physician, telling them that they were coming along for the ride. He and Harriman would handle all the important negotiations with Stalin. As soon as the diplomatic courtesies at the airport had been observed, Molotov presented the two envoys with an invitation to meet Stalin at the Kremlin later that evening. A little after 9 p.m, they were ushered into the Soviet leader's expansive office. Stalin greeted them courteously, but without effusion. Harriman was struck by the fact that he rarely looked them in the eyes, preferring to address his remarks to Maxim Litvinov, sacked as Commissar for Foreign Affairs in the spring of 1939 during the purge of diplomats, but resuscitated for this meeting as Stalin's interpreter. Molotov, who was also present, remained silent throughout the meeting. According to the American envoy, Stalin was remarkably forthcoming, even to the point of volunteering that if Hitler had concentrated his assault on the capital rather than on 3 fronts simultaneously, the city would certainly have fallen. As it was, were Moscow to fall, he was prepared to go on fighting a defensive war from behind the Ural Mountains. However, he warned, the loss of the nerve center of all Soviet operations would gravely handicap any offensive action in the future. Thus unburdened, Stalin produced a very long shopping list, at the top of which was a demand for the delivery of more than 1,000 new tanks a month, though, as Harriman observed dryly, he was willing to reduce this to 500 to avoid being charged with asking for astronomical quantities. Although they made no progress during the 5-hour meeting, both Harriman and Beaverbrook nonetheless left the Kremlin more than pleased to have been given such a genial reception. For quite different reasons, both envoys had agreed to exclude their respective ambassadors from the negotiations with Stalin. Harriman had been alerted by Harry Hopkins to the fact that Steinhardt was deeply pessimistic about the Red Army's prospects. He'd also been told that the Soviet leader could not abide the ambassador, a report that was confirmed when Stalin denounced him in a casual aside as a defeatist, a rumour-monger, and a man chiefly interested in his own safety. The American envoy had also taken against the British ambassador because Cripps, somewhat prissily, had objected to the inclusion in the delegation of a prominent American journalist, Quentin Reynolds, whom Harriman had himself chosen to be its spokesman. Beaverbrook, whose second front sympathies led him to identify more closely with Cripps than with Churchill over the urge to make superhuman efforts to help the Soviet Union, was nonetheless delighted to exclude Cripps from the talks. He had every intention of delivering his own personal report to the War Cabinet without any risk that the forceful and opinionated British ambassador might steal some of his thunder. He was also disagreeably inclined towards Cripps's asceticism, telling Harriman that he was always ill at ease with teetotalers, particularly socialist teetotalers who were candidates for sainthood. His exclusion from the negotiations greatly irked Cripps, who was still smarting not only from Churchill's slights, but also from the fact that he had been systematically cut out of the diplomatic loop between London and Moscow at such a critical period. But he did pick up one or two important titbits. In his indiscreet fashion, Beaverbrook let slip that he had been significantly hobbled by the War Cabinet, an admission which led Cripps to a gloomily acerbic prognosis. He, Beaverbrook, is certainly out to do everything possible to give immediate help, and he would have liked to have given full information about our production, etc., but the Cabinet refused to allow it. The result is that the whole thing comes down to a sort of Father Christmas party, with America and England declaring what they are prepared to do to help poor Russia, which is the wrong atmosphere altogether. The next day, at the second Kremlin meeting, Kripps's foreboding was proved frustratingly acute. Stalin was in a very different mood. He was truculent, disdainful, and aggressive. It was, noted Harriman, very rough going, as the Soviet leader castigated the two men for the dearth of assistance they appeared to be offering. According to the American envoy, he virtually accused the two Western allies of bad faith. At one point, in what had become a deeply discouraging talk, he made the point explicitly, charging that the paucity of your offers clearly shows that you want to see the Soviet Union defeated. When Beaverbrook handed him a letter from Churchill, he made a show of indifference, barely glancing at it before dropping it on the table beside him. When Molotov murmured that he had not read it, he merely picked it up and handed it to a clerk, still unread. It was a discourtesy designed to be noticed. The meeting ended as badly as it began. It was scant consolation that instead of aborting the conference at that point, Stalin sullenly agreed that they should meet again. Beaverbrook, who had returned from their first meeting to send a triumphalist telegram to Churchill, was chastened. According to Harriman, Max was rattled, though less by the impasse itself than by the damage it might do him at home. Beaverbrook, he wrote, was constantly thinking of his own reputation with his colleagues in the British government. For the third meeting, on the 30th of September, Beaverbrook, who had taken the lead in the first two, allowed Harriman to present the Allied case. Technical teams from both sides had combed every detail of Stalin's original shopping list, so the Americans cut to the chase. The conference needed to come to a rapid conclusion, he told Stalin, who concurred at once, observing that Berlin radio was already claiming that the talks had ended in failure and acrimony. Point by point, they went through a list of 70 items as Harriman explained what the Allies were able and willing to provide. It was a significant package, worth in total $1 billion, $18 billion in 2020 dollars. As they ticked off item after item, the atmosphere became harmonious, so much so that when everything had been agreed, Beaverbrook could not resist asking Stalin if he was pleased by the offer they had made. Stalin smiled and nodded. At this, the former Foreign Affairs Commissar Litvinov, forgetting for this occasion that he had merely been summoned from obscurity to act as interpreter, leapt up to declare, "Now we shall win the war." There was one further hurdle to be cleared. Stalin insisted that the two sides sign an official protocol confirming their agreement. Unfortunately, neither Harriman nor Beaverbrook had been authorized to put their names to any such document. When Harriman parried that written agreements were unnecessary, they agreed to a meeting with Molotov the next day to resolve the issue. However, old Stoneass proved to be unbending. A protocol was required. Beaverbrook countered that a protocol was no more than a glorified memorandum. Eventually, they concocted a face-saving form of words which found expression in a formal communiqué as sonorous as it was vapid, complete with references to fascist aggression and the atmosphere of understanding, confidence and goodwill that had prevailed throughout. It declared that the conference of the three great powers had successfully accomplished its work, passed important resolutions in conformity with the aims set for it, and manifested the perfect unanimity and close cooperation of the three great powers in their common efforts to gain the victory over the mortal enemy of all freedom-loving nations. Beaverbrook was so elated by the outcome that he raced to the conclusion that Stalin was a kindly man who practically never shows any impatience at all. This flight of fancy carried over into an impromptu press conference to which he summoned the 5 Western correspondents based in Moscow. On the basis of a separate communiqué that he'd issued jointly with Harriman, he implied that Stalin was as delighted by the success of the conference as he was. Alexander Worth caught his mood, noting wryly that Beaverbrook was bursting with exuberance. Slapping his knees, he was saying that the Russians were pleased with Beaverbrook, and the Americans were pleased with Beaverbrook. Now aren't they, Harriman? To which Harriman replied, "Sure, you bet." In a self-serving cable to Churchill, Beaverbrook reported that the conference had led to an immense strengthening of the morale of Moscow. Though the Prime Minister sent heartiest congratulations, "No one could have done it but you," his own reflections later were distinctly jaundiced. The reception given to the mission in Moscow was bleak and discussions not at all friendly. It might almost have been thought that the plight in which the Soviets now find themselves was our fault. It might almost have been we who had come to ask for favours. The gala banquet at the Kremlin, which followed the formal end of the conference on the 1st of October, was held in the old imperial palace. Harriman was impressed by the grandeur of his surroundings and the lavish quantities of food and alcohol with which their table was laden. He wondered at the endless hors d'oeuvre, beginning with caviar and various forms of fish, cold suckling pig, then the dinner of hot soup, chicken and a game bird, with ice cream and cakes for dessert. In front of each man there were a number of bottles containing pepper vodka, red and white wine, a Russian brandy, and champagne. As there were so many guests, 120 or so in all, a great many reciprocal toasts were drunk during the 2-hour feast. From time to time, Stalin, who had Harriman and Beaverbrook on either side of him, would rise from his place to clink glasses with those further down the table. Harriman was struck by the contrast between the Kremlin and 10 Downing Street, where, he claimed, not entirely accurately, Churchill was always careful to conform to British rations. Later, he declared that he had been disgusted watching Soviet officials eat like gluttons when the Russian people went hungry. As protocol demanded, Cripps, who was still smarting at his exclusion from the conference and was as yet unaware of what it had or had not achieved, had a place near the head of the table. Despite himself, he enjoyed the occasion. It was an extremely good show, in a lovely suite of rooms. The food was excellent, and too much of it. If he was momentarily tempted to overindulge, asceticism restrained him. "I was grateful for my vegetarianism and my teetotalism," he noted. The following day, the British ambassador, who by this time had been finally briefed on the contents of the agreement, was coldly realistic. The Allied communiqué, he judged, was quite false in saying that we had satisfied the wishes of the Russians. It is true that eventual lists were agreed, but this does not mean that we've promised anything like all they wanted. I'm afraid that after the spectacular success of the conference, the time of disappointment will come when the things do not arrive. In fact, I do not think that there is any chance of our delivering more than a fraction of what we have actually promised, unless some very drastic steps are taken to spare them shipping. This will be the great struggle now for those who want to help Russia. His forecast was to prove only too accurate. Beaverbrook and Harriman had been careful to distinguish between an undertaking to make available the supplies and a commitment to ensure their safe delivery. There were good reasons for this: the fierce competition within the Allied camp for what was available, an acute shortage of merchant shipping, the threat posed by the U-boats and the Luftwaffe in the war-torn seas between the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union, and the the natural hazards of winter storms, heavy fog, and drifting icebergs. It would have been impossible to guarantee the promised deliveries even with the best will in the world, and, as Cripps had hinted, the British at least were decidedly lukewarm benefactors. In the months ahead, these promised deliveries, or their absence, were to become the source of much misunderstanding, not only with Moscow, but also between London and Washington. As the conference came to an end, Cripps's protégé, Geoffrey Wilson, who was back in London at the Foreign Office following a stint in the Moscow embassy, wrote a letter to his friend John Cripps, Stafford's son. In a downbeat assessment of Anglo-Soviet relations, he peered into the future with rare prescience. One of my nightmares is that if the Russian armies are eventually successful, as I think they may well be, they will end this war by marching to Berlin and occupying all points of Europe east. And then how are we going to get them out? It seems to me that the influence that we shall have on them depends very much on the way in which we treat them now, and it is for that reason that I think it is so desperately important to get alongside of them somehow, quite apart from any question of military or economic supplies. Unless there is a change, there is going to be a most unholy row between us when this thing is over, and the final atmosphere of suspicion and mistrust will be far worse at the end than it was 2 or 3 years ago. The words could well have been written by Cripps himself. Such thoughtfulness did not form part of Beaverbrook's intellectual repertoire. He was a doer, not a thinker. He was also incontinently offensive to those around him. He preened himself with great bonhomie in off-the-record briefings with Moscow's Corps of Foreign Correspondents, but he did not conceal his disdain for embassy officials. Even Cripps was treated as though he were a lackey rather than a senior colleague. Although Beaverbrook slept and entertained in a lavish suite in the National Hotel, which overlooked Red Square, he decided to commandeer Cripps's office at the embassy during the day. When the ambassador's presence was required, he evidently opened the door and bellowed "Cripps." More galling, though, than Beaverbrook's boorish behaviour was his refusal to share any information with the British ambassador. "I have held myself at Beaverbrook's disposal every day and all day, but he has not vouchsafed anything to me at all," Cripps lamented at the end of the conference. Harriman was more forthcoming. "The very small amount of information that I have as to the happenings of the last week are entirely from him," Cripps noted after a productive 2-hour meeting from which each emerged with a high opinion of the other. During their tête-à-tête, the two men agreed that the three great powers should explore the prospects for a tripartite arrangement within which to establish a framework for peace and stability in the post-war world. Though Cripps sensed that Roosevelt's envoy set greater store than he did by the Atlantic Charter, it was clear to him that they had at least identified a beginning, a point of departure. The issue had been raised head-on by Stalin at the end of the third session of the Kremlin talks. Once the war was over, he argued, the United States, Britain and the Soviet Union should turn their military partnership into a formal peacetime alliance. This was treacherous territory that neither envoy was authorized to explore. Beaverbrook responded by saying simply that it would be enough to win the war, and Harriman observed that the Atlantic Charter constituted a program for peace to which the United States and Britain had already subscribed. The little-noticed final paragraph of the conference communiqué was carefully worded to avoid entering this diplomatic minefield while acknowledging that it could not be sidestepped indefinitely. In concluding its session, the conference adheres to the resolution of the three governments that after the final annihilation of the Nazi tyranny, a peace will be established which will enable the world to live in security in its own territory in conditions free from fear and need. Within days, such diplomatic forethought began to look willfully hypothetical, if not wildly premature. Moscow was soon to be threatened by an all-out military assault, designed to throttle the Soviet capital. Chapter 21. Operation Typhoon. On the 3rd of October, Hitler went to the Sportpalast in Berlin to open Kriegswinterhilfswerk, the annual winter campaign by the Nazi Party's charitable arm, which raised funds to provide essentials for the poor, operating under the heart-warming banner, "None shall starve or freeze." The masses had gathered, arms raised to salute him. The Führer looked jaded, but wrapped in the devotion of his people, soon became jubilant. He had just arrived back from Wolfschanze after launching a new offensive, telling the troops at the front that this would be the last decisive battle of this year, that their enemy did not consist of soldiers, but a majority of beasts, and that their names will be associated for all time with the most tremendous victories in history. In front of a rapturous audience in Berlin, he went further. At the end of a long, rambling speech, punctuated by frequent applause, he roused them to a frenzy of delight, tinged perhaps by relief, by declaring that the Soviet Union was already broken and will never rise again. For the most part, his senior generals did not dissent. Barbarossa had been hard fought, with 185,000 of their soldiers killed in a little over 3 months. But they had penetrated more than 800 kilometers into the heart of the Soviet Union, along a front of over 1,600 kilometers in length. They had taken Kiev, put Leningrad under siege, and following their victories at Minsk and Smolensk, were now poised to strike at the capital, a mere 300 kilometers away. However, despite his public assurance that the Soviet Union was broken, Hitler was exceptionally anxious to destroy the Red Army as a significant threat before the onset of the vicious Russian winter. There was little time, and he was in a hurry. The plan, codenamed Operation Typhoon, was simple enough: to force a massive breach through Stalin's armies that were drawn up as a defensive shield in front of Moscow, to advance at blitzkrieg pace to the outskirts of the capital, and then rapidly to strangle the nerve center of Judeo-Bolshevism. The Soviet Union would not have been physically destroyed, but, Hitler hoped, the Leviathan would indeed never rise again. To this end, the Ostheer had been fundamentally restructured to focus the highest concentration of panzer, motorized and infantry divisions ever assembled by Nazi Germany. With units transferred from Army Group North and Army Group South, the final drive on Moscow was to be spearheaded by a greatly strengthened Army Group Center. With 75 infantry divisions at its disposal, and 3 of the Ostheer's 4 panzer groups, 2, 3 and 4, including more than 1,000 tanks, 14,000 pieces of artillery, all supported by 1,390 combat aircraft, Bock had command of what appeared to be a formidable, if not invincible, fighting force. Operation Typhoon began with a sudden and immense artillery bombardment at 5:30 a.m. on the 2nd of October. 30 minutes later, Helmut Pabst, a signals NCO attached to an artillery unit in Panzer Group 3, leapt onto the top of a dugout. There are tanks, giants rolling slowly towards the enemy, and the planes, one squadron after the other, unloading their bombs across the way. 10 minutes later, he was transfixed by a barrage of mortar fire. Damn it, it's really something worth seeing. The rockets leave a black trail, a dirty cloud which slowly drifts away. The second salvo goes off, red and black fire. Then the projectile emerges from the cone of smoke. The things fly straight as arrows through the morning air. At a little after 8 a.m., he counted hundreds of tanks as they rolled past his position, followed by line upon line of assault guns and motorized infantry. It looks like chaos, but it works to the minute, like clockwork. Tomorrow it'll be Moscow, he chortled. Soon after midday, his unit reached the shattered remains of the Red Army's forward defences. It was deserted, apart from the corpses of those who had fallen. A system of trenches, a stretch of scarred earth, one crater after another, the dead looked horribly mangled. Above the troops on the march fly the formations of bombers, then the fighters, swift and silver. Eastward ho! It had started to look as though Hitler's blitzkrieg would live up to the billing he had given it in the Sportpalast. That evening, Guderian, whose Panzer Group II had started its attack 2 days before the main body of Army Group Centre and had already advanced 85 kilometres, advised that he was sure he had broken clean through the enemy line. Halder was elated. Typhoon has started with smashing force, he noted. An equally exultant Bock wrote, "The Army Group went to the attack according to plan. We advanced so easily that doubts arose as to whether the enemy had not in fact decamped." The mood was much the same among the rank and file. Hitler's Sportpalast speech was relayed to the troops at the front. Wilhelm Prüller was among those listening intently. He was entranced. "No one knows what this beloved voice means to us," he noted that evening. "How our cheeks glow, our eyes sparkle. What a lift his words give to us as we crowd around the wireless set, not wanting to miss a single word. Is there a finer reward after a day of battle than to hear the Führer? Never. We thank him." Some were rather less besotted. Hans-Jürgen Hartmann was not alone in wondering whether it was only talk that our enemy is broken and will never rise again. "I cannot help myself. I am totally bewildered. Will the war still be over before winter?" It was a question that perpetually agitated Hitler. His conviction, which he shared with Goebbels on the day of his Sportpalast speech, that the Soviet army will be essentially smashed within 14 days, contained a meteorological caveat. Victory would be assured, he confided, if the weather stays moderately favourable. It was an uncharacteristic note of caution. For the moment, such concerns could be put aside. The weather was still fine and the skies were clear. There was an autumn chill in the air, but no rain or snow to prevent the panzers and the infantry divisions from advancing at speed towards Moscow. There was just one problem. Although the Soviet forces had already endured 2 million battlefield casualties, the Stavka was still able to muster 15 armies along the crucial 350-kilometre front. 1,250,000 men, 40% of the Red Army's total strength, deployed in 3 separate fronts that between them were equipped with 1,000 tanks, 7,600 guns and mortars, and 667 combat aircraft. The heaviest concentration was clustered along a 140-kilometre north-south axis between 2 crucial salients, at Vyazma and Bryansk, respectively 240 and 350 kilometres from the capital. To reach Moscow, Bock's armies would have to break through at both these points. Despite the formidable array of firepower at his disposal, Bock faced a daunting challenge. Operation Typhoon was a massive and fateful gamble. At first glance, the odds appeared to be in Hitler's favour. Not only was the Red Army ill prepared for a major campaign, but also the armies at Stalin's disposal in the Central Front had yet to complete the large-scale redeployments and reorganizations required to reinforce Moscow's outer defence ring, which was still highly vulnerable. This task was complicated by the wholesale changes that Stalin had instigated at the top of the command structure. Colonel General Ivan Konev had only just taken command of the Western Front, replacing Timoshenko, who had been rushed south in the vain bid to save Kiev. Similarly, Budyonny, scapegoated by Stalin for his failure to hold the Kiev line, was newly in command of the Reserve Front, replacing Zhukov after he was sent north to save Leningrad. Only Yeremenko's Bryansk front, defending the area most immediately exposed to Guderian's breakneck advance, had been under the command of the same general for more than a month. Stalin's game of military musical chairs, which smacked less of strong leadership than suppressed panic, could hardly have been played at a more inopportune moment. The Herculean task that faced the 3 Soviet commanders was aggravated by the dire state of their forward defences and the debilitated condition of their men and machines. Despite the back-breaking efforts of civilian engineers and raw recruits, the fortifications on the approaches to Moscow were only partly finished, and in many places too fragile to arrest a determined panzer onslaught. Many of the frontline units were close to exhaustion after a series of sustained and frenzied counterattacks in September. The recruits, summoned from the rear to replace those who had been killed or captured, were either raw conscripts or volunteers, who in either case were ill-trained and badly equipped. Their morale was equally poor. At the Bryansk front, Major Ivan Shabalin, commanding the political section in the 50th Army, found it hard to galvanize his men. At night time, he noted, when the Germans conduct their reconnaissance, the men in our forward positions simply sleep. We fail to take any active measures. This is a travesty of how war should be conducted. I despair. Someone needs to take hold of this situation urgently. The ravages of Barbarossa had left every Red Army division in the Western Front grievously short of its full complement of men and machines. Most rifle divisions were at no more than half strength. The armoured divisions should have presented an awesome prospect, but many of their tanks were in disrepair. Only a handful, notably the T-34s, which were truly capable of striking dread into the attackers, remained operational. To make matters worse, the patchy and unreliable radio communications network linking frontline commanders with both each other and their headquarters made command and control, exceptionally challenging in any rapidly developing campaign, virtually impossible on a fluid battlefield along such a long front. On top of that, the initial intelligence about the German preparations for Typhoon had been sketchy and vague. The Stavka was not only unprepared for the forthcoming onslaught, but also unaware of the direction from which the German thrust might come, though Stalin was convinced, in the absence of evidence one way or the other, that it would come from Army Group South rather than Army Group Centre. In this cloud of unknowing, confusions and contradictions abounded. It had been clear since mid-September that a full-scale German offensive was imminent. For this reason, with his forces engaged in a series of counter-offensives, Konev had been ordered to go over to the defensive and to dig in. Simultaneously, though, his Western Front commanders were somewhat vaguely instructed to prepare for an offensive in the future. On the 27th of September, Konev was told that the course of combat with the enemy has made it apparent that our forces are still not prepared to face a serious offensive operation, and that he was to redouble his efforts to establish a strong defensive line. On the following day, with Operation Typhoon's artillery already in place, Stalin ordered Shaposhnikov to instruct the Red Army about the need to plan, organize, and prepare to conduct offensive operations. The spray of competing commands from Moscow was at best perplexing. Vasily Grossman, who had hurried away from Bryansk to return to Oryol a few days earlier, reached the city in the last week of September, unaware that Guderian's panzers were close at hand. German warplanes were circling above. A frightened colleague who had just arrived told him that the Germans were rushing straight towards Oryol. There are hundreds of tanks. Word soon got round, and the citizens started to collect their belongings and flee. The city is rumbling all night long. Vehicles and carts move without stopping, Grossman wrote. In the morning, the city is gripped by horror and agony, almost like typhus. There's weeping and commotion in our hotel. People with sacks and suitcases are running past in the street, some carrying children. He and his colleagues did not join the rush, but, displaying admirable sang-froid, took themselves to a local banya to relax in a steam bath. Only after that refreshment did they leave Oryol, heading back along the Bryansk road once more, unaware that they were heading for even more trouble. Panzer Group II had advanced so rapidly that later the same day Guderian was able to inform Bock that his tanks had reached Oryol, the hub of a major rail and road link to Moscow. Our seizure of the town, he wrote, took the enemy so completely by surprise that the electric trams were still running as our tanks drove in. The evacuation of industrial installations carefully prepared by the Russians could not be carried out. Along the streets leading from the factories to the station lay dismantled machines and crates filled with tools and raw materials. In fact, there were not hundreds of tanks, as Grossman's panicked colleague had announced, but 4. They drove unopposed into a main square that was bereft of defenders. The commander of the tank squadron, Arthur Vollschläger, recalled, "When the citizens of Orel saw us, they fled into the streets and side streets, white as ghosts." The 4 tanks held the city, unchallenged, for 3 hours before reinforcements arrived. As he surveyed the speed with which the Soviet defences were crumbling along the whole front, Halder was uncharacteristically smug. Army Group Centre's progress continues its classic course, he noted. To the German High Command, Moscow seemed tantalizingly close. One last thrust, and the Soviet capital would be in Nazi hands. Hitler's Quartermaster General, Eduard Wagner, reflecting the exuberance which had started to consume his fellow staff officers, wrote, "We have the impression that the last great collapse is imminent. Operational aims are set that would once have made one's hair stand on end. Over and over again, I'm amazed at the Führer's military judgment. He is intervening this time, one could say, decisively in the course of operations, and up to now, he's always been right." From Orel, Grossman and his colleagues hurried along the highway towards Bryansk, following the route taken by the retreating Soviet forces a few hours earlier. It was an eerie experience to travel through the deserted no-man's land that separated the Soviet and German lines. They found shelter at the headquarters of the 50th Army in the Bryansk forest, 10 kilometers or so south of the city. No one there was yet aware that they were about to be encircled by a pincer movement conceived by Army Group Center and executed by Guderian's Panzer Group II, which was advancing on Bryansk from the rear, cutting off Orel, and from the west. Petrov's political commissar, Schlapin, watched the encroaching disaster with bitterness and dismay. "The situation is chaotic," he noted on the 3rd of October. "Our signal corps worked badly, our command structure likewise. The generals in our neighbouring armies, 13th and 15th, keep to the rear, already making plans for their own escape. We hear that Orel has been evacuated, and that town is 150 kilometres behind our own position. Such hopeless disorder." The following day, he and Petrov met to discuss ways in which they might arrest the offensive. They found a divisional commander who claimed he had received no orders and had therefore taken no action. Soon afterwards, they met his commissar, who claimed to be on his way to the front, but was heading in the opposite direction. As they drove on, they met groups of soldiers who had clearly left their posts without permission. They ordered them to return. A little later, however, they saw why the troops had voted with their feet. Their defensive positions had been laid waste by a combination of Kesselring's bombers and Guderian's artillery. Machine gun emplacements and trenches were in smithereens. Without air support, they had been unable to mount any kind of counterattack. As Schlapin wrote, "The division I am with is smashed. We have lost contact with the regiment on our right flank and have no idea whether anyone remains alive. The regiment on our left is down to 20 men, and the division as a whole can scarcely muster 300. The Germans are making fresh probing attacks, and our forces are in total disorder." That evening, Petrov, who was renowned for fortitude in the face of enemy fire as well as cruelty, asked Schlapin a rhetorical question to which he, in any case, supplied his own answer. "Are we really supposed to go on shooting people for retreating without permission in a situation like this? It makes a mockery of army discipline." Grossman was not present at this episode, but Petrov's reputation for ruthlessness had clearly been tested beyond endurance. According to Schlapin, the general dealt with the crisis by downing an entire litre of alcohol, presumably vodka, and fell into a deep sleep. "With our commander in such a state, we can expect few active measures against the enemy. Meanwhile, German tanks are racing towards Bryansk to complete the encirclement of our forces." Yeremenko had already realized that the Bryansk front line was crumbling rapidly. With Petrov's 50th Army, along with the 3rd and 13th in deep peril, he sought urgent permission from the Stavka to make a tactical withdrawal. He waited and waited, but received no response. In the early hours of the following morning, with his own headquarters in imminent danger, he commandeered a truck for Grossman and his colleagues and ordered them to leave forthwith. As instructed, they departed at precisely 4 a.m., laden with their mattresses, chairs, and a lamp, as well as their clothes and notebooks. Realizing from the map that they were almost caught in a sack, as Grossman put it, they took the main road to Tula, which, as a major transport hub only 170 kilometers from Moscow, formed the last significant barrier protecting the capital from the south. By this time, the evacuation of Bryansk had been underway for more than 24 hours. Grossman was astonished at its scale. "I thought I'd seen retreats, but I've never seen anything like what I'm seeing now. Exodus, biblical exodus. Vehicles are moving in 8 lanes. There's a violent roaring of dozens of trucks trying simultaneously to tear their wheels out of the mud. Huge herds of sheep and cows are driven through the fields. They're followed by trains of horse-drawn wagons. There are also crowds of pedestrians with sacks, bundles, suitcases. Many of the carts had been covered with makeshift tents, from which the faces of bearded Jewish elders with their wives, children, and grandchildren peered out. What silence is in their eyes, Grossman continued. What wise sorrow, what sensation of fate, of a universal catastrophe. Only one moment of light relief pierced the misery. Dozens of aerial boats, as Grossman described them, suddenly appeared over the horizon, flying in the precise triangular formation of a bomber squadron. The refugees panicked and rushed into the forest to escape the expected bombardment. Then a woman's voice was heard to cut shrilly through the air. "Cowards, cowards! They're just cranes flying over." However, the flock was not alone in those skies. Bombs and shells were pulverizing Bryansk. Yet despite the encroaching encirclement and the weakened and demoralized state of so many of the men under his command, Yeremenko did not yield meekly. On the 6th of October, soon after Grossman's departure, he glanced out of his command post to see a squadron of panzers no more than a few hundred meters from where he stood. Commandeering a scratch force of 3 tanks and a few trucks, he careered straight through the German unit and escaped with a handful of soldiers. Hearing only that his headquarters had been overrun, the Stavka presumed that Yeremenko, who had been seriously wounded during the Smolensk battles, had on this occasion been killed. In fact, he had been severely wounded during his escape. He was evacuated to Moscow, where he was hospitalized. It took him many weeks to recover. What remained of the front line was handed to Petrov, who, evidently recovering a modicum of sobriety, was equally determined to resist until the last. On the same day, the 6th of October, at Hitler's behest, Panzer Group II was renamed the 2nd Panzer Army, in tribute to the exploits of its dashing commander, who, largely as a result of Goebbels' assiduous propaganda, had become something of a cult hero throughout the Reich. Guderian did not lack vanity, but at this point his focus was concentrated exclusively on the need to close the Bryansk pocket. He faced greater resistance than he had expected. His 4th Panzer Division came under attack from a large tank unit south of the town of Mtsensk, 50 kilometers northeast of Orel, and, he wrote, went through some bad hours. And there was a reason for this. This was the first occasion on which the vast superiority of the Russian T-34 to our tanks became plainly apparent. The division suffered grievous casualties. On the 9th of October, as Guderian's panzers struggled to complete the encirclement of Bryansk, Halder noted, "Guderian is feeling the increasing pressure on his western flank." And 3 days later, Bock wrote in frustration, "Guderian is not moving forward. He is struggling with the Bryansk pockets." The classic blitzkrieg, of which Halder had boasted so recently, was no longer as invincible as it had seemed in the heady days of victory on the Western Front in 1940 and the early days of Barbarossa. But the end at Bryansk could not be long postponed. On the 9th of October, Schleipin noted, "Our army is in a tragic situation. We no longer have any idea where the rear is or where the front line is to be found. It is impossible to tell anymore, and we've suffered such terrible losses. We're trying to salvage what we can, and our remaining vehicles are jam-packed with equipment. Every soldier is carrying something, even strips of plywood, but all the time, the ring around us closes. 6 days later, he was in despair. The Germans are everywhere. Incessant gunfire, mortar and machine gun exchanges. I wandered around, seeing heaps of dead bodies and the most unspeakable horrors. Ghastly evidence I feel our total destruction is imminent. Our army is beaten, our supply train destroyed, and I'm writing this by a bonfire. We have lost all our officers, and I'm surrounded by a mass of strangers. Our military strength has simply dissolved around us. Schlapin's last entry was on the 20th of October. He died soon afterwards. His diary, along with his body, was recovered by German troops who handed it over to one of their staff officers for safekeeping. The cause of his death remains unknown, though his reputation, like that of Babazanian, is enshrined in Grossman's The People Immortal. The dissolution to which Schlapin referred was hardly surprising. The 160th Rifle Division of the 24th Army had been reinforced by a unit made up of teachers and students from the Institute of Transport Engineers. They not only lacked any previous experience of battle, but also had been issued with Polish bullets which did not fit their elderly Soviet rifles. Overwhelmed by the speed of the German advance, they were lost, bewildered, and terrified. One of their number was the now qualified nurse Erastova, who only a few weeks earlier had been administering sedatives in a Moscow metro station. She had graduated to the front line via Yelnya, where the line had been quiet following the German retreat and had been, she wrote, more like a health resort than a war front. This was very different. Aircraft were daisy-clipping, people moaning, fires. It was impossible to find our way as we had neither maps nor compasses. We lacked any military experience. In short, this was Dante's Inferno. There were no longer any units, only the chaotic movement of random handfuls of completely demoralized people. As they stumbled about in no man's land, they split up into small groups, scavenging for stale bread and drinking from puddles. Constantly harried by German tracer fire and flares, they raced from bush to bush, desperate like hunted hares. Their commanding officer, whom Erastova referred to simply as Ivan, had only recently been brought out of retirement and took pity on his charges. Fearing that he would be a burden on them because of his age, he urged them to find their own ways of escape. Erastova and another student elected to stay with him, as he was the only one of them with a weapon. A while later, though, they became separated. Erastova never saw him again. The precise details of General Petrov's fate similarly remain unknown after he became trapped in the Bryansk pocket. Trying to fight his way out, he was gravely wounded. The wounds became gangrenous. He was carried to a woodcutter's cottage, where he died a few days later, joining the tens of thousands of men who had served under him in the 13th, 30th, and 50th Armies, to be mown down as they fought frenziedly but fatally to break out of the encirclement. By the middle of October, the 2nd Panzer Army under Guderian and the 2nd Army under General Maximilian von Weichs had virtually sealed the Bryansk pocket. But their triumph was hard won. In choosing to hurl themselves at their persecutors rather than throwing down their weapons, Petrov's men exacted a heavy price from an enemy which had been told repeatedly that victory over the Russian beasts was both inevitable and imminent. Will Thomas, a German despite his Anglo-Saxon name, was in command of an infantry platoon. After 10 days of severe fighting, he wrote home on the 16th of October. Where should I start to explain? Actually, I can say nothing. My heart is still so full of all the horrors and difficulties of the last days and hours. Again and again, comrades fall left and right, so that I often believed I was left alone in the field. The following day, a 22-year-old foot soldier, Harald Henry, whose mental anguish and physical exhaustion after months of heavy fighting was obvious, wrote home, to no avail if one believed every time one had survived the worst. There always comes more. Since I last wrote to you, I've lived through hell. That I survived the 15th of October, the most terrible day of my life, seems like a wonder. How sick my whole body is. But I will certainly not be allowed into the hospital. I am too miserable to write more. I wish everything would end. What have we been through? Oh, God. Many officers were similarly afflicted. For the first time during this exacting campaign, Colonel Heinrich Eberbach gave the impression of being exhausted, and the exhaustion that was now noticeable was less physical than spiritual, Guderian wrote of one of his most brilliant panzer commanders. It was indeed startling, he added, to see how deeply our best officers have been affected by the latest battles. By that point, after 3 weeks of battle, his 2nd Panzer Army had lost 4,500 men. Altogether, since the launch of Operation Barbarossa, he had lost 10 times that many. A casualty rate Guderian described as grave and tragic. Though his elaboration of its implications suggests that he was as concerned by the fact that their replacements lacked the combat experience and toughness of the older men, as he was by the loss of life per se. By the end of the 3rd week in October, Army Group Centre had broken not only the Bryansk line, but also the front at Vyazma, 140 kilometres to the north. The collapse there was even greater in scale and portent. As David Starr-Hell has noted, Vyazma was regarded by Russians as one of the hallowed battlegrounds on which the country's freedom from foreign rule was won. It was there, in November 1812, that for the first time in his campaign, Napoleon's retreating forces had endured even greater casualties than their Imperial Russian opponents. If not for that reason alone, their descendants 129 years later fought the German invaders on the same battlefield with suicidal tenacity. Like Yeremenko at Bryansk, Konev had warned Stalin of the threat facing his armies at Vyazma. Alerting him on the 4th of October to the fact that the Germans had also penetrated Budyonny's reserve front, he sought permission to withdraw his armies to avoid their encirclement. According to Konev's own account, Stalin listened to me. However, he made no decision. Communications were disrupted, and further conversations ceased. Fearful of defying their supreme commander, both Konev and Budyonny instructed their forces to remain at their posts, while Panzer Group 3, led by Hoff, and Panzer Group 4, led by Erich Höpfner, closed on Vyazma, not by a head-on attack from the west, but in a joint pincer movement to the north and south of the city. It was not until late on the 5th of October that Moscow finally realized the scale of the crisis. At that point, Shaposhnikov contacted Konev to inform him that the Stavka has permitted you to begin withdrawing tonight in accordance with your request. The delay was fatal. On the 6th of October, Vyazma fell into German hands and, as at Bryansk, hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops found themselves trapped in a vast encircling pocket from which escape was almost impossible. Stalin had been bewildered and infuriated by the ease with which Bock's armies had punched a hole through the Red Army's defensive positions. As usual, when he was at a loss, he summoned Zhukov to his presence. On the 7th of October, his finest general flew into Moscow from Leningrad, where his ring of steel had just been completed around the besieged city. When he arrived at the airport, he was taken immediately to the Kremlin. Stalin was sick with a fever, and the general was taken straight to his apartment, where he found the Supreme Commander deep in conversation with his NKVD crony, Lavrenti Beria. Ignoring me, or perhaps unaware of my arrival, he was telling Beria to use his agencies to sound out the possibilities for making a separate peace with Germany, given the critical situation, Zhukov later recalled. Attributing this aberrant behavior to the fact that Stalin was disorientated, presumably either by his influenza or by the scale of the crisis, or a combination of both, Zhukov did not join the discussion, but waited until Stalin finally noticed his presence. After a brief greeting, he told Zhukov that he had no idea what was happening at the Western and Reserve fronts. He walked slowly across to a map and, moving his finger across the Vyazma district, declared angrily, "Just like Pavlov at the beginning of the war, Konev has opened up the front to the enemy here." He instructed Zhukov to find out what was happening and to report back to him. Obtaining a map from Shaposhnikov, Zhukov drove directly to Konev's headquarters, stopping every so often to take some exercise to overcome his drowsiness. He found the Western Front commander and a number of his officers in a small room dimly lit by candles. Discovering from them the gravity of the crisis they faced, he went on his way in search of the Reserve Front commander, whose whereabouts were unknown to Konev. He eventually found Budyonny in a state of near exhaustion in a deserted city. Budyonny explained that for 2 days he had been unable to make contact with Konev, but that his predicament was equally grave. On the 10th of October, Zhukov returned to the headquarters of the Western Front, which had been relocated to Mozhaisk, 110 kilometers from the capital. He was soon summoned to the phone to be told by Stalin that he was to take command of a newly formed Western Army Group, an amalgamation of the Western Front and the Reserve Front, with the task of overseeing the defense of the capital. The dictator's reflexive instinct was to hold Konev personally responsible for the collapse of the Western Front and to have him court-martialed and shot. Zhukov was not generally averse to such measures, but on this occasion he intervened to save Konev's life. "Shooting Konev will not improve anything or encourage anyone," he countered. "It will only produce a bad impression in the army." Insisting that Konev was very different from General Pavlov, who had been shot only 3 months earlier, he urged clemency. Everyone knew that Pavlov should never have been put in charge of a division, but Konev is not Pavlov. He's an intelligent man. He can still be serviceable. Stalin backed down. Rather than ordering Konev's execution, he agreed that he should serve instead as Zhukov's deputy. Before he rang off, though, he warned, "If you surrender Moscow, both your heads will roll." Wisely, Zhukov chose to believe that Stalin was not joking. Too late, the Stavka now ordered the armies entrapped at Vyazma to escape encirclement at all costs. It was impossible to break out of the tightening panzer ring within which they were being slowly asphyxiated. The situation of the encircled forces has worsened sharply, the cool-headed commander of the 19th Army, Lieutenant General Mikhail Lukin, reported on the 10th of October. There are few shells, bullets are running out, and there is no food. They eat that which the population can provide, and horseflesh. Medicines and dressing materials are used up. All tents and dwellings are overflowing with the wounded. The beleaguered Soviet troops fought with the ferocity of the damned. Lieutenant Jaeger, serving in one of Panzer Group III's infantry divisions, described what happened one evening when his regiment faced a large body of Soviet tanks and infantry trying to break out of the stranglehold. Their attacks were absolutely unbelievable. Whole columns were on the move. Without deviating, they came directly at us. What targets they presented to our forward artillery observers! They sent salvos of artillery without pause, one after the other into the enemy hordes. It caused a practically unbelievable destruction. Karl Fuchs, commanding a mobile platoon of 4 light tanks, was among that multitude of ordinary soldiers who had been led to believe that once the Soviet armies had been crushed at Vyazma, nothing would stop the Ostheer storming into Moscow and annihilating Jewish Bolshevism. On the 12th of October, he wrote triumphantly to his father, "For days now, the enemy has tried to break out of our iron encirclement, but their efforts have been in vain. Wherever there is a hot spot, we appear like ghosts and engage the enemy in battle." He was especially proud of his company's performance on the previous day, when they confronted a Soviet tank unit supported by infantry, trying to escape the ever-closing pocket under the cover of a fog bank. When the fog lifted, they had an easy target in their sights. We really let them have it, with every barrel, tanks, anti-aircraft guns, trucks, and the infantry fired on everything in sight. Once the main body of our company arrived, our comrades destroyed their remaining forces. You can see that we're prepared at all times to beat the enemy wherever he may appear. The hopelessness of their predicament appeared only to drive the trapped Soviet armies to ever more fanatical efforts. The German perimeter was not wholly impermeable. There were weak spots and gaps through which small units might escape. Dusk was the most favoured time to attempt a breakout. As the skies darkened, the tension in the German lines became acute as the men watched the red glow of distant villages in flames, listening for the first signs of an attempt to breach their lines. The straining of an engine, the rumble of a tank, the whinny of a horse, the jangle of a harness, or the squeak of a wheel. Serving in one of the infantry units strung out along a sparsely protected section of the pocket, H.E. Brown, an anti-tank gunner, heard the sound of approaching soldiers. He saw a very pistol fired into the air to illuminate the night sky. What it revealed was chilling. Hundreds, no thousands of Russians were approaching. Cossack cavalry were attacking too between vehicles and columns of lorries. The encircling Germans let fire with every weapon at their disposal: cannon, anti-tank guns, heavy and light machine guns, mortars and heavy-caliber rifles. A murderous cacophony that should have been devastating. Instead, although the Russians were shot to pieces by these fusillades, they refused to fall back. Brown watched as they collected the bodies of the fallen and heaped them into quasi-burial mounds to provide cover as they advanced once more. The night battle lasted for 5 hours. At dawn, Brown was astonished to see many of the dead rise up and charge once again. A sea of red soldiers pressed forward, breaching the German defences, until finally the unstoppable wave flooded into the hinterland. Brave German infantrymen, and in places even the anti-tank teams with guns, were trampled into the ground by the mass of humanity, driven by the certainty of death, to seek an escape to the east. Panzers were summoned. One of them let fire with its machine guns, aiming directly into the tangled horde. Even this failed to staunch the flow. Trucks and armoured vehicles, soldiers clinging to their sides, ploughed through the German defences, crushing those, alive and dead, friend and foe, that lay in their path. In hand-to-hand fighting, the Germans used spades as well as pistols and grenades, their company commander alongside them wielding a submachine gun. Cooks and drivers joined the fray. It took the arrival of yet another panzer unit to finish off those Red Army soldiers who preferred to die on the battlefield rather than surrender. Not every German unit displayed such resilience. Erich Krause, serving in the 35th Infantry Division, joined the front line at Vyazma on the 12th of October. In the middle of yet another night battle, Krause's unit broke ranks and fled as a squadron of Soviet tanks bore down on their positions. All the swearing of the officers and NCOs availed nothing. Everybody ran away from the Soviet tanks. At times, we succeeded in rallying the men and making a stand. But all the same, there was a whole stream of them now taking to their heels. Our killed and wounded, and our guns and other materiel we abandoned on the field. A shocking picture I should never forget as long as I live. In the ensuing confusion, the Soviet tanks punctured the iron encirclement at that point and escaped to fight another day. For the most part, though, the German troops fought with unswerving conviction. Karl Fuchs was not untypical. His commitment to Nazism was so fervent that even as he mourned the death of a brave young friend on the 15th of October, he did not pause to question the purpose of the Führer's enterprise, but only to wonder, why did he have to give his life now, with the end practically in sight? On the same day he wrote to his mother, reiterating, "Our duty has been to fight and free the world from this communist disease. One day, many years hence, the world will thank the Germans and our beloved Führer for our victories here in Russia. Those of us who took part in this liberation battle can look back on those days with pride and infinite joy." It took several days to complete the destruction of the Vyazma pocket. The forests still concealed groups of Soviet soldiers who had become separated from their units or were still ready to ambush and shoot unwary German patrols. Again and again appear enemy splinter groups, which with energetic leadership conduct dogged resistance, the frustrated author of 46th Panzer Corps' official diary noted. The reluctance of the Soviet units to concede defeat during these clearing operations risked a terrible vengeance. Wolfgang Horn, serving in a panzer division at Vyazma, described how he and his men came across a group of Soviet soldiers huddling behind one of the many hundreds of vehicles destroyed in the fighting. They had lain down their weapons and were clearly unarmed. Horn went up to them and ordered them in Russian to raise their hands in the air. Paralyzed by terror, they not only failed to obey but cowered closer together, covering their heads with their hands as though expecting a beating. Instead, they were gunned down. As an insouciant Horn later explained, "When they don't surrender, we shoot them. It was natural for us to do so. They're cowards. They didn't deserve any better anyhow." As Hitler had so recently advised men like Horn, Russian soldiers were beasts. Others were less brutish. Walter Schäfer-Kenhert, an officer in the 11th Panzer Regiment, witnessed the aftermath of battle with a keen sense of the tragic. He was transfixed by the sight of a group of Russian girls walking through the killing grounds leading a horse-drawn cart which had a barrel of water in it. I will never forget them. In trousers and dressed like soldiers, they went around giving water to the dying Russian soldiers. They were lying there by the thousand, like the battlefields of old history. A 15-year-old Russian girl who had just lost both her parents, her father shot as a partisan, her mother killed by a hand grenade tossed into the cellar where she was sheltering, emerged from that hiding place to witness the aftermath of one such bloodbath. It was a scene of such pitiful carnage as almost to defy belief. There were so many dead bodies all over the place. We walked on them as if it were a floor covered with bodies. They were next to each other and on top of each other. Some didn't have legs, heads, or other parts. We had to walk on them because there was no other place to step. It's awful to remember. The river was red with blood, as if there was only blood flowing there. The Third Reich's triumphalism was boundless. There was no place for doubt. In the collective mind of his fanatically loyal disciples, Hitler's exultant assertion in Berlin that the enemy has been broken and will never rise again had once more proved his unique gift of foresight and leadership. German propaganda posters proclaimed, "The outcome of the march to the east has been decided." And so it seemed to those senior Wehrmacht generals who were remote from the field of battle. In their purblind loyalty to the Führer, they chose to avert their gaze from the multiple hazards now confronting an Ostheer that was already severely depleted in manpower and armaments, that was running short of such basic needs as fuel and clothing, that depended on lengthening supply lines on a crumbling and overcrowded road and rail network, and that could not rely on nature to postpone the onset of the Russian winter to facilitate the surrender of Moscow in time for the Christmas celebrations. In their myopic conviction that the collapse of the Soviet Union had been preordained by the Führer, it was enough that their advance had not been unduly arrested and that the Soviet armies had yet again been broken. Choosing to interpret the bitter resistance of the enemy as evidence of a quasi-Neanderthal reaction to superior civilization, rather than evidence of an unbreakable will to defend the motherland, they ignored any inconvenient evidence to the contrary. It was true that a calamity of almost unimaginable proportions had befallen Stalin's armies. In addition to the 3 armies at Bryansk, another 4, the 16th, 19th, 20th, and 32nd, were lost at Vyazma. According to the best available evidence, approximately 108,000 men managed to break out from those encirclements, and perhaps another 140,000 had retreated safely or escaped from other parts of the front. On the basis of these figures, the Red Army, which had fielded 1.25 million men at the start of Operation Typhoon, had lost no fewer than 1 million soldiers, either killed or taken captive. The implications of this disaster were stark and alarming. as Zhukov advised the Stavka with his customary clarity. The chief danger is that almost all routes to Moscow are open, and the weak protection along the Mashaysk line cannot guarantee against the surprise appearance of enemy forces before Moscow. Were that to happen, the Soviet capital would be in grave danger of falling to the enemy. Chapter 22. The Great Panic. It may be unbelievable, but we're getting no information from the Russians and depend entirely upon the BBC. The British military mission in Moscow was not alone in having no news from the collapsing Soviet front. The capital's citizens were equally in the dark, but the government's efforts to suppress the truth did not prevent rumours seeping through the cordon sanitaire of the official news channels. On the 7th of October, Dr. Peter Miller, a historian working on a project at the Academy of Sciences to chart changes in Moscow's everyday life during the war, noted, "There is a mood of catastrophe and fatalism. The shops are empty. Even coffee has disappeared. No facts are available. Pressure is increasing to evacuate children, even though children's ration cards for milk were issued 3 days ago, which meant that they were assuming that the children would remain in the city. There is a feeling of approaching catastrophe in the air and endless rumours. The mood is particularly bad today." This mood was sharpened by letters or notes that filtered through from the front to friends and family in the city. For the most part, the troops refrained from describing their own tribulations, confining themselves to expressions of love and concern for their loved ones, barely touching on the horrors they were enduring. Grigory Ufimtsev, serving in a road maintenance regiment, wrote to his wife, "A lovely day to you and a merry time. You write that life is very hard and sad, but one just has to get through it. The war is drawing out, becoming more and more severe, and there is no end to it in sight. Valier, you wrote that you have sold the potatoes. This is good. I don't need money, but do send me warm socks and mittens, and a penknife if you manage to get one. That's it for now. Warm kisses." Others, though, could not restrain themselves. One wrote, "Don't believe the papers or the radio. The things they say are lies. We've been through it all and seen it all. The way the Germans are driving us. Our own people don't know where to run. We've nothing to fight with. And when the Germans catch up with us, our men have nothing to escape in. We've got no fuel, so they abandon our cars and tanks and run for it." From his vantage point as a Communist Party functionary, Viktor Kravchenko witnessed the gradual disintegration of Moscow towards mass panic in the first week of October. A city, like an individual, can suffer a nervous breakdown. Trams and autobuses worked in fits and starts. The shops were mostly empty, but people queued up anyhow. Homes and offices were unheated. Water and electric service was intermittent and uncertain. For the first time in 20 years, I heard cursing of officialdom. Irina Krauser was not cursing, but wondering. As a student nurse, she hoped to join the phalanx of Soviet female volunteers who wanted to be at the front. But her father was German by birth and had been interned at the start of the war, and she feared that this would count against her. She was relieved, therefore, when on the 6th of October she was promised her military ID and at the same time, following a cursory medical, was passed fit for service. Her sense of duty did not blind her to the despair to which Moscow seemed to have succumbed. Disbelieving the upbeat communiques pumped out by the state radio, she began to fear that she would soon have to fight at the very gates of the city. Cherishing her ID card like a favourite toy, she felt pain and shame about the whole course of the war. Others were rather less patriotic. Fear, deprivation, and a barely suppressed loathing of the NKVD and the other instruments of a repressive state produced something of a pro-German backlash. Nazi propaganda, intimating that individual liberties and land ownership would be restored once the Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy had been extirpated, fell on fewer deaf ears than the Politburo might have hoped. Even individuals who had been prominent and apparently loyal members of the Soviet cultural community were not immune. Alexander Asmerkin, a painter who lived in the same apartment block at the Academy of Fine Arts as Raisa Labas, the ex-wife of Robert Folk, a fellow artist, heard that she was planning to leave Moscow. Confronting her, he demanded, "Have you gone off your head? Excuse my crudeness, but who are you running from? Do you really believe the Communist Party's cheap propaganda? In Kiev, the Germans have set up a social revolutionary government. They're giving great support to the arts. They are, after all, the most cultured people in Europe. I'm sure they won't persecute people like you and me." Osmerkin was so anxious to secure his future under Nazism that he cleared out any compromising pamphlets, books and photographs from his apartment, along with all the rest of the filthy Bolshevik rubbish. For the most part, however, even those who were less than ardent communists regarded the prospect of a Nazi victory with dismay. They disdained the Nazi leaflets that fluttered down over the city and its environs, courtesy of the Luftwaffe. In a heavy-handed attempt to reinforce this attitude, the party forbade anyone to read them. To keep one in your possession was a crime. This proved to be counterproductive, as even the disinclined were tempted to pick them up, if only as a diversion from what Catherine Merridale has described as the stream of distortions and lies about the army's courage and the enemy's distress that flowed incontinently from the state's propaganda outlets. In the industrial centre of Bolshevo, 25 kilometres from the capital, Kravchenko was in charge of a unit of loyal communists ordered to pick up this Nazi litter. They were under strict orders, which they ignored, not to read a word of this polluting material. The leaflets were so written as to suggest that under the benign oversight of the Third Reich, Russia would flow with milk and honey. Kravchenko judged their authors to be signally stupid. Not only was the Nazi propaganda arrogant, but it made the cardinal error of confounding love of country with love of Stalin. During the first week of October, the Soviet media preferred to bask in the warm glow left by the Harriman Beaverbrook visit than to report the truth from the front. But by the end of the week, the tone veered dramatically away from that reassuring message. Instead of official announcements about hard-fought but inevitable victories against the Nazi hordes, the nation was suddenly warned that the very existence of the Soviet state was in danger. As the Red Army newspaper Krasnaya Zvezda put it, every Soviet citizen was now to stand firm and fight to the last drop of blood to save the nation. On the 9th of October, Pravda enjoined the people of Moscow to mobilize all their forces to repel the enemy's offensive, and on the following day, more darkly, it warned that the enemy was trying, through the wide network of its agents, spies and agents provocateurs, to disorganize the rear and to create panic. Such admonitions were not overly effective. By repeatedly telling the public that the homeland is in grave danger, the media simply stimulated increasingly wild rumours. Irina Krause, writing her diary, noted stories that all children were being evacuated from Moscow and that the nation's leaders had left the capital as well. Whether this is true or not, the government is silent, and that makes the public depressed. People are feeling completely lost. Yesterday, I saw a man in the street who was carrying an empty coffin. An old lady who stopped me a few steps away from him said with conviction, "What a lucky person he got this coffin for. He is dead and doesn't have to worry about fighting." The first secretary of the Moscow Communist Party, Alexander Sherbakov, whose office walls were covered with detailed maps of the city, set about the creation of resistance groups to sabotage the enemy if the very worst should happen. This underground movement was to be controlled by the NKVD, but operated by party cadres drawn from each district of the city. Sherbakov took a close personal interest in the selection process. Interviewing one candidate, he informed the hapless recruit that Stalin himself had demanded this last-ditch defiance of the enemy. "Do you realize how serious it is?" he demanded. "Yes, I do, Alexander Sergeyevich." "Do you understand the danger?" "Yes. If I get it wrong, I'll end up on a German scaffold." There was another pressing priority. the mammoth task of dismantling score upon score of industrial plants, transporting them for hundreds of miles to the relative safety of the Urals, the Volga region, Western Siberia, Kazakhstan or Central Asia, to be reassembled in those remote locations with the minimum disruption to the production of critical wartime supplies. Within 6 weeks, 498 enterprises, along with 210,000 workers, had been transported to one or other of those destinations by 71,000 railway wagons. By November 1941, more than 1,500 industrial enterprises, 1.5 million wagon loads, would be salvaged by this means. This achievement was possible only because a ruthless state machine commandeered huge numbers of heroically pliable patriots. They were under strict orders to erect the relocated plants rapidly enough to allow them to be in production within 14 days. In a highly romanticized but broadly accurate account of how this was achieved, a Pravda reporter described how students, typists, accountants, shop assistants, housewives, artists, teachers, armed with shovels, iron bars and pickaxes, dug for industrial victory. The earth was like stone, frozen hard by our fierce Siberian frost. Axes and pickaxes could not break the stony soil. In the light of arc lamps, people hacked at the earth all night. They blew up the stones and the frozen earth, and they laid foundations. Their feet and hands were swollen with frostbite, but they did not leave work. Over the charts and blueprints laid out on packing cases, the blizzard was raging. Hundreds of trucks kept rolling up with building materials. On the 12th day, into the new buildings with their glass roofs, the machinery covered with hoarfrost began to arrive. Braziers were kept alight to unfreeze the machines, and 2 days later, the war factory began production. Anything of material value that could not be dismantled and removed from Moscow was to be demolished. The Germans, who had already destroyed, commandeered, or looted thousands of industrial plants during their rampage eastward, as well as the homes and livestock of millions of peasants, were to be denied any further spoils. Under the chairmanship of Alexei Kosygin, the State Defense Committee, GKO, drafted orders requiring that preparations be made for the destruction of more than 1,000 factories in and around Moscow. All defense industries were to be blown up. Engineers drawn from the Red Army and the NKVD placed explosives under these key installations and, it was presumed, under the Kremlin as well. Other significant economic assets, bakeries, refrigerator stores, meat processing plants, stations and other railway buildings, tram and trolleybus parks, lorry parks, power stations, bridges, the Bolshoi Theatre, the Mint, the TASS building, the Central Telegraph Office and telephone exchanges were to be set on fire or smashed beyond use. More extreme measures were required to prevent Box armies from reaching the capital. The GKO drew up plans for a new Moscow defense zone to sheath the city. The outer defenses, tank traps, ditches, and barbed wire fences were to be constructed along a wide arc less than 100 kilometers from the city's perimeter. 3 further concentric layers of defense were to girdle the city, one on its boundaries and 2 more running along the outer and inner ring roads. Within days, 600,000 Muscovites had obeyed the order to present themselves in their own districts, armed with spades, and if they possessed them, axes, picks, and crowbars as well. Only those who were disabled or infirm or working in the defense industries were exempt. This ramshackle army of labourers, men and women, worked at a frantic pace for little food and in deteriorating weather. Piercing winds and pouring rain, intermingled with driving snow, combined with a lack of heavy equipment to make their task so exhausting as to drain every last reserve of energy and morale. But they had no choice. Backsliding or skiving was not permitted. As he raced to and fro around the perimeter of the city, urging its defenders to ever greater effort, Zhukov was especially awed by the resolve displayed by the women labourers. I saw thousands and thousands of Moscow women who were unused to heavy labour and who had left their city apartments lightly clad, work on those impassable roads in that mud, digging anti-tank ditches and trenches, setting up anti-tank obstacles and barricades, and hauling sandbags. Mud stuck to their boots too, and to the wheelbarrows they used to haul earth, and added an incredible load to shovels that were unfamiliar in women's hands. As she waited to be summoned to the front, Irina Krause, who had been so eager to defend the motherland, was dogged by uncertainty and anxiety. It is tough. Everything is nagging inside me, very unpleasant. There is no news. Everyone feels the same way, a realization that everything is wrecked, that the entire system and the leaders are bankrupt, that we can't believe anything any longer, and, at the same time, a desperate desire for a miracle. The leaders are so silent that no one knows if Moscow is going to fight to the end. On the 13th of October, Shcherbakov summoned a meeting of the Moscow party hierarchy. "Let us not shut our eyes," he told them. "Moscow is in danger." Their immediate concern was that social order might collapse under the strain. For hard-line communists, there was only one appropriate response: iron discipline, emotionless struggle against even the slightest manifestation of panic, against cowards, deserters, and rumour-mongers. They also agreed that each Moscow district should mobilize a battalion of volunteers to help fill some of the yawning gaps at the front. Within 3 days, 12,000 volunteers were assembled for duty. They had as yet no training, let alone experience of battle. Nikolai Amosov and his medical team, who only 6 weeks earlier had been operating in their field hospital outside Roslavel, more than 350 kilometers from Moscow, were returning through the Kaluga Gate in the southwest of the city, en route to a sector on the new front line, when they crossed with a militia battalion heading in the opposite direction. A long column in rows of 4. The greatcoats were new and stiff. They were middle-aged men and some even old. They were not marching in step. They had no luggage. They were intelligentsia, or workers who had been exempt from military service because of stomach ulcers, poor eyesight, TB. Their rifles were sticking up strangely from their shoulders. Others were already in action. Kravchenko described what happened to 3 militia battalions, many of whom were loyal members of the Komsomol. In the early hours of the 13th of October, they had been taken to the front chanting, "For Stalin, for the party." 48 hours later, about 1/3 of them straggled back, bloody, frozen, hungry, and dispirited. The rest never returned. Kravchenko himself was on patrol in the forests surrounding Bolshevo. His unit's task was to watch out for German parachutists who might be dropped behind the lines. It was snowing. I was wearing summer underwear, light canvas boots, a summer cap, a frayed army overcoat in temperatures already far below zero. My equipment consisted of a training rifle and exactly 3 cartridges. Kravchenko was later to become a bitter opponent of the regime, but that complaint was echoed by many other patriots elsewhere. By the 15th of October, the tension in the capital was palpable. The crump of artillery could be heard clearly in the distance. Enemy aircraft droned in the sky. Rumour piled upon rumour. The Germans had reached the outskirts of the city. Their spies were disguised as Soviet soldiers. Paratroopers had landed in a nearby forest or in Red Square. The panzers would soon be in Gorky Street. Stalin had either been deposed or had already left the Kremlin for an unknown destination. The city was about to fall. As it happened, the Soviet dictator had been in his Kremlin office from the early hours of that day, in meetings with the most senior members of his entourage. He was unusually subdued. Aside from confirming that the capital was indeed at risk, and authorizing preparations for the evacuation of the government, he held his council and left it to his ministers to work out the various protocols required to implement such a momentous decision. It was agreed that individual departments could be dispersed separately to various regions of the Soviet Union, but that the seat of government should be evacuated to the city of Kuibyshev, which straddled the confluence of the Volga and Samara rivers, 1,400 kilometers southeast of the capital. According to some accounts, Stalin confirmed that he would join the exodus, though he insisted that he merely instructed Molotov to oversee the relocation of the Supreme Presidium and to inform the diplomatic corps to pack their bags for Kuibyshev forthwith. Molotov did not delay. The British and American ambassadors were summoned to see the foreign minister at 12:45 p.m. Molotov looked exhausted. "I've never seen him look so tired and ill. He obviously has been up all night, and the decision hurt him terribly, as one can see," Cripps noted. He and Steinhardt were instructed to be ready to leave that evening. Members of the Western press were to depart at the same time. The Associated Press correspondent, Henry Cassidy, was called to his embassy at Spaso House, where he was told by Steinhardt to return by 5:30 p.m. carrying nothing but his hand baggage. Cassidy had just been asked by his editor to write a colour piece about Lenin's tomb in Red Square. He replied succinctly, "Tomb closed," packed up his typewriter and prepared to leave Moscow for good. Like almost everyone else, he was unaware that Lenin's embalmed corpse had already been spirited away for safekeeping to the Siberian city of Tyumen. Cripps, who had not stopped agitating for a recall to London despite being repeatedly rebuffed by Churchill, could not abide the idea of leaving the Soviet capital for a provincial city even further away from British shores. As his staff hurriedly filled cases and boxes with piles of clothes, bedding, secret documents and office equipment, he gave himself the task of finding enough lorries to ferry their luggage to the station. When these failed to materialize, he rang Molotov personally, threatening to stay in Moscow unless the transport was provided in short order. Officials just had time to light a bonfire on the embassy tennis court to incinerate those lesser files and papers for which there was no pressing need, before the ambassadorial cavalcade set off for Kazan station. Cripps was not in a good humour. On their arrival at the station, he found complete chaos, which meant we had to wait in our car for ages until we were conducted through massive crowds into a restaurant which had been set aside for the diplomats. He sat alone and impassive at a small table with his dog Joe at his feet. The restaurant was soon filled with the diplomatic representatives of more than a dozen nations. From time to time, the News Chronicles correspondent Philip Jordan peered out into the gloom of the main hall, where by late in the evening there was no place to sit, no room to fall. The crush was so great that Henry Cassidy had the sole of a shoe ripped off. "I had to go straight down like a cigarette in a fresh, tight package to retrieve it," he recalled. A little before midnight, Cripps and his fellow ambassadors were finally ushered to their reserved carriages on the Kuibyshev train. As he crossed the concourse, he noticed that the waiting crowds were, as usual, very patient and not at all troublesome, just masses and masses of grey, patient bundles of humanity with their white and coloured bundles of belongings. They looked as if they had been there forever, and there was a continual stream joining and swelling their ranks. The train left soon after midnight, rumbling through the night towards its destination at what Cripps estimated to be an average speed of 10 miles per hour. Those for whom there was no room in the train went by car. British Embassy Councillor H. Lacey Bagalay was riding in a column of 12 vehicles, taking wives and children to their new accommodation in Kuibyshev. He sent a report of his experience to the Foreign Office in London. His party soon joined a vast, slow-moving queue of vehicles. Private cars, lorries with soldiers, a few lorries with military equipment such as searchlights and AA guns, a great many more with miscellaneous loads such as tyres, machinery, etc., lorries carrying civilians and every kind of bag and baggage. In addition to this, the roads were crowded with people on the march. Some were clearly organised bodies from factories and so on, being evacuated en masse. Others were going singly or in groups of 2 or 3 families. One large lot consisted of technical schoolboys in their uniforms. Later on, in the small hours of the morning, we passed quantities of men and women being marched under some sort of guard. Some must have been in the last stages of fatigue, as we saw many fallen or falling by the wayside. The stream of traffic was continuous both through the night and the next day, cars hooting and chauffeurs cursing in every direction. But apart from this, there was no sign of excitement, still less of panic, or indeed of any emotion at all. The diplomats were not alone in being chivied out of the capital. Every party functionary, municipal bureaucrat, or factory manager hastened to empty their premises, commandeering trucks to carry equipment and precious documents away to the east. Soon the sky was blackened by the smoke of myriad bonfires as zealous officials dutifully set alight their personnel files, party records, production quotas, payslips, inventories of alleged subversives, spies or informers, and any other piece of Bolshevik detritus that might be of more than passing value to the enemy. In the confusion, some staff were told to leave and some to stay put. Not every member of the administrative elite set the kind of example that might have been expected of a good communist. Many did not wait for permits before scrambling to escape, joining the great exodus through city streets that were soon clogged by the limousines of senior officials and their families, weaving their way through a growing stream of heavily laden horse-drawn carts, peasants herding cattle and sheep, and a growing number of ordinary citizens who demonstrated their trust in officialdom by voting with their feet to follow their example as best they could. Not everyone thought of fleeing. Along with a group of fellow students, the 20-year-old Andrei Sakharov joined the throng passing through streets swirling with clouds of soot to ask their local party secretary at the Moscow State University whether they might be of use. They were given short shrift. When we asked whether there was anything useful we could do, he noted, he stared at us wildly and blurted out, "Every man for himself." A little later, the future nuclear scientist and Nobel Prize-winning dissident was instructed to go by rail to Ashgahabad, the capital of Turkmenistan, where his university was to be reconstituted. As his train trundled away from the capital, he observed how rapidly the carriages seemed to become separate communities, as it were, with their own leaders, their talkative and silent types, their panic-mongers, go-getters, big-eaters, the slothful and the hard-working. I suppose I fitted into the silent type. He had no difficulty filling the empty hours. I read Yakov Frenkel's books on quantum mechanics and relativity, and suddenly achieved new insights into those subjects. The already famous composer, Dmitri Shostakovich, did not fare quite so well. Until recently, he'd been living in his beloved Leningrad, where he was serving in the fire brigade after being turned down by the military on account of his poor eyesight. In his spare time, he was deep in writing his 7th Symphony. In late September, however, he was told to leave the city for the comparative safety of Moscow. He had barely settled in the capital before he was once more on the move. On the 16th of October, along with a small army of writers, painters, musicians and artists from the Bolshoi and Vakhtangov theatres, he now found himself huddling with his baggage on the concourse of the Kazan station, with his wife and children waiting for a train to Kuybyshev. When they were finally summoned to the platform, which was slippery with soft snow, he was subjected to a good deal of uncomradely pushing and shoving, as Moscow's cultural elite struggled for places in their designated carriages. Standing with a child's potty in one hand and a sewing machine in the other, Shostakovich was at a loss. Eventually a place was found for the great man in the Bolshoi carriage. Unhappily, a little after the train had left the station, he realized that he had left 2 suitcases on the platform, a predicament from which he was partially saved by the generosity of some fellow passengers who gave him socks and a spare shirt, as well as other basic necessities. Unlike Sakharov, Shostakovich was unable to work on the train. As soon as I got on the train, something snapped inside me. I can't compose just now, knowing how many people are losing their lives, he was recorded as saying. However, he managed to finish what became known as the Leningrad Symphony 10 weeks later. Thursday, the 16th of October 1941, became known as the day of the Great Panic. The early morning news bulletins advised that the German fascist troops had hurled themselves against our troops, using large quantities of tanks and motorized infantry, and in one section broke through our defences. Pravda warned, "The enemy is threatening Moscow." If further evidence were needed, the citizens could hardly fail to hear the bombs that fell on the city, despite the efforts of the Red Army's fighter pilots, who, with suicidal courage, even rammed German aircraft in dogfights over the outskirts of Moscow in desperate efforts to down the enemy planes. At around 9 a.m., Stalin summoned his advisers to his apartment in the Kremlin. On this occasion, according to the ever-reliable Politburo member responsible for organizing the transport of food and supplies, Anastas Mikoyan, he proposed that the entire government, including the Politburo, be evacuated to Kuibyshev that day. He then added, "I will leave tomorrow morning." At this, Mikoyan claims to have remonstrated with him, asking, "Why do we have to leave today if you're leaving tomorrow?" Stalin backed down. Raisa Labas and her son Yuri ventured out into Kirov Street to buy food. Yuri was wide-eyed. There was a non-stop flow of trucks and cars packed with people and stuff. A group of soldiers armed with rifles stood on the corner of Kirova and Bobrov Lane. Suddenly, one of them began to swear and jerked up his rifle, taking aim at a group of officers sitting on a truck that was full of some barrels and bundles. However, no shot followed, and he quickly disappeared amidst the clamour that his comrades made. Back at the Union of Artists, the young boy watched the terrible scene as his mother fell to her knees outside their apartment block and in front of all the people begged an administrator to allow him to join the evacuation. "I have no right," the embarrassed official replied. "We're sending people away according to carefully verified lists." Such lists had become irrelevant. Overnight, social anarchy had replaced communist discipline. One shocked observer, Nikolai Verbitsky, a journalist who stuck rigidly to the party line when writing for his newspaper, gave vent to his dismay in the privacy of his diary. "There are fights in the queues, people crushing old folks. There are stampedes in the queues. Young people are looting, and policemen hang around sidewalks in groups, having a smoke, saying, 'We don't have instructions.'" The Enthusiastov, Enthusiasts' Highway, which had first earned notoriety in the 19th century, when felons and political dissidents were shackled together and herded to prison camps in Siberia, had become a racetrack. All day, the vehicles of ex-enthusiasts rushed along it, loaded with nickel-coated beds, leather suitcases, jewellery boxes, fat wallets, and fatty flesh of those that own all this stuff, the diarist noted. It was as though a dam had suddenly been breached, releasing a resentful flood of pent-up loathing towards those bosses and party members who had left their posts without a thought for their workers. Verbitsky was bitter. "Who is the author of all this mess, this general flight, this confusion in our minds?" he asked. The hysteria above reached down to the masses. They began to remember and count up all the insults, repression, injustices, pressure, bureaucratic machinations of officialdom, contempt and self-puffery of party members, draconian orders, deprivations, systematic deception of the masses, the newspapers braying self-congratulations. It is terrible to hear. People speak from the heart. Can a city really hold out when it's in such a mood? It looked for a while as though it would not. In their anger and resentment, usually law-abiding citizens turned to mob violence. People here and there are stopping automobiles heading for the highway. They pull out the riders, beat them, throw their things around, strewing them about the ground, noted a factory worker, R.G. Reshetin. Some not only sought vengeance, but found convenient scapegoats. There was an ugly outbreak of anti-Semitism, the very existence of which was vehemently denied by the party, but which had long lurked beneath the surface of popular sentiment. Reshetin was horrified to hear voices cry out saying, "Beat the Jews." It was hard to believe. "We had Jews at school," he wrote, "but I don't remember any open, clear examples of anti-Semitism. There were some quips, not malicious, More jokes than anything, nothing more. That's why these wild reprisals against the Jews shook me up so much." He did not appear to realize that jokes very often conceal a deep prejudice to which a name may not be given. Anti-Semitism was not confined to the mob. From time to time, loyal communist cadres, outraged by those of their peers who had fled, succumbed to similar sentiments. As a college administrator, Mikhail Voronkov might have been presumed not to share such prejudices. Yet he recorded with disdain that on the 16th of October, a crowd of Jewish teachers burst into my office in the morning, as well as graduate students, researchers, employees and librarians. Their lips were trembling. They were all white, the scoundrels. They had been very happy making 2,000 a month. They were demanding that I sign their papers for evacuation. I turned them down. I was disgusted by this herd of short-legged, fat faces. If there was an excuse, it was perhaps that he shared the impotent fury of his colleagues at other senior members of the staff who deserted the institution. The director stole the car. Chairs of departments left their doors open, with all the students' papers, unfinished paperwork, scoundrels, cowards. Beria chose to mark the day of the Great Panic by imposing his own form of law and order on those he and Stalin regarded as miscreants. Not content with the executions of Marshal Tukhachevsky and General Irenim Ubarevich in the 1937 purges, he chose the 16th of October as an appropriate occasion to have their wives shot as well. Soon afterwards, their corpses were thrown into the NKVD's burial pits at the Kominaka State Farm. A further group of 28 especially dangerous state criminals were sent to Kuibyshev, where, according to Beria's written orders, the highest measure of punishment was to be inflicted on them as well. 20 of these generals and senior officers were shot by the end of the month. The rest followed them soon after. On the 17th of October, at Stalin's behest, Sherbakov took to the airwaves in an attempt to restore order to the capital. Irina Krauser, who had yet to receive her call-up papers, was not impressed. He said something that made little sense. "Citizens, please remain calm. Moscow will be defended," etc., etc. In fact, there was complete anarchy in the air. The next day, the 18th of October, Vasily Pronin, the mayor of Moscow, or chairman of the Executive Committee of Moscow City Council of Labourers, as he was properly known, followed Sherbakov with another appeal for workers to return to their factories, for merchants to provide them with plentiful supplies of food, and for the metro and the bus services to start running again. This appeared to have some effect, but Krauser was stunned by his broadcast. Noting a rumour swirling around the city that Pronin had initially joined the flight from Moscow only to be caught and ordered back to his post, she wrote that it was as if someone was deliberately jeering at us. The population couldn't care less about Pronin. They hang around the streets or stand in extremely long queues trying to get their daily bread. The journalist Verzbitsky echoed Krauser's sentiment. He had taken to recording the time it took to buy basics like potatoes, bread and paraffin, by making a note of how many were in front of him in the queue on the back of his hand in indelible ink. 31, 61, 341, and in one case, an astonishing 5,004. Echoing Krauser, he wrote, "Everyone is boiling with indignation, talking out loud, shouting that they've been betrayed, that the captains have abandoned ship and taken their valuables with them into the bargain. People are saying things that would have brought them before a military tribunal." Voronkov overheard similar sentiments and, facing comparable frustrations, shared them. On one occasion, he spent an entire day in food queues, describing them to be as long as giant pythons and angry like 100 hyenas. It took him 2.5 hours to buy a kilo of bagels and 3 hours for 800 grams of meat. Then, after an even longer time queuing for butter, he was exasperated when the shop ran out while 10 people were still in front of him, because of damned women who produced 12 to 15 workers' cards and took 2 to 3 kilos each. I was ready to bite people, he noted. Virtually the only topic of conversation was about how our chief too ran away, took the car, foodstuffs, state property, and this number of thousands of rubles that had just been received for paying salaries to workers and employees. Some workers were at the point of rebellion. In one factory, the manager's attempt to order his staff to return to work was met with open defiance. When he sought to persuade them to join the labour gangs constructing trenches around the city, he was similarly rebuffed. "Don't listen to them," the party bosses. "They know nothing, and they've been deceiving us for 23 years, one shouted. "They've sent their own families away, and now they're trying to send us off to dig ditches." Another yelled out, "Down with Soviet power! Long live good old Hitler!" The inability of the Soviet regime to manage a crisis, let alone to communicate with its subjects, except in language that was bound to deepen distrust and anxiety, was cruelly exposed. When he went on a tour of his domain, the commissar for the aviation industry, Alexei Shakharin, was astonished by the sight of so many abandoned factories, stripped bare apart from a few lathes and some part-finished aircraft. In one shell of a factory, he was taken aback to be told by a large group of workers who had stayed behind that they had been instructed to head east to work on their relocated production lines, but they had neither been paid nor advised how to find homes, buy food, or educate their children so far from Moscow. Shakharin did his best to reassure them, but insisted that the priority was to get the new planes built. No one contradicted him, but one woman, distraught to the point of tears, came up to him saying, "We thought everyone had left and you'd abandoned us." Shakharin raised his voice above the hubbub. "If you mean the government and the military, then no one has left. Everyone is here. Everyone is at his post, but we are sending the factories to places where they will be able to go on producing modern airplanes for our army." This evidently calmed the atmosphere. Mikoyan, whose Politburo responsibilities included the strategic relocation of key industries, was another minister to brave the wrath of the workers in an attempt to quell the growing unrest. At the Stalin car factory, he found the director and a senior trade union official berating a crowd of several thousand workers, outraged to be told that their plant was to be demolished. When they saw Mikoyan, they turned on him, demanding, "Why's the government run away?" He tried to soothe them, explaining that Stalin and Molotov are both here. The ministries have left because the front line has come close to Moscow. Now you must be calm. You've been given your pay. So why are you making a fuss? Please, stop attacking the director and go home. On this occasion, the workers obeyed. The crowd dispersed. In the immediate aftermath of the Great Panic, Stalin moved out of the Kremlin, much as he had done after the first shock of Barbarossa. Instead of retreating to Kuntsevo, however, he took up residence in the bomb-proof security of a metro station, where an office and living quarters had been prepared for him in a set of hastily erected cubicles sealed off from public gaze. Meanwhile, presuming that he was still intending to leave the capital, his team readied a special train to take him to Kuibyshev, where a facsimile of his Kremlin apartment had been rapidly assembled within the confines of a bunker concealed below ground close to the banks of the Volga. 4 Douglas DC-3 aircraft were on standby, in case he preferred to get there by air. But at some point during those critical hours, the commander-in-chief decided to remain in Moscow and made it clear that he would not be needing either the special train or the aircraft. Beria, whose cowardice matched his cruelty, was not aware of this when, at a meeting on the 18th of October, he evidently told Malenkov and others, including Sherbakov and Molotov, that Moscow was bound to fall and that we have to withdraw beyond the Volga. Malenkov agreed. Sherbakov, who was an alcoholic, evidently more or less collapsed into a state of terror at the thought that Stalin might hear what had been said. On the following evening, as they were on their way into a meeting with Stalin, Pronin overheard Beria talking to Molotov, insisting, "We should abandon Moscow, otherwise they will wring our necks like chickens." Once they'd all trooped into his presence, Stalin went round each member of the Politburo asking for his opinion. Should they evacuate the capital or stay? Molotov spoke first. "We must defend Moscow." Taking their cue from the foreign minister, the others all nodded in agreement, including Beria, who volunteered, "If you go, Moscow will be lost." Immediately afterwards, after consulting Colonel General Pavel Artemyevich Artemyev, the NKVD commander-in-chief of the Moscow military district, Stalin ordered the capital to be placed under a state of siege. The city was to be defended to the end. There was to be no mercy. On the 19th of October, the decree was promulgated. As from the following day, the capital's troops and militia were to impose the most strict order. Violators of order will be quickly brought to answer before the court of the military tribunal, and provocateurs, spies, and other enemy agents attempting to undermine order will be shot on the spot. There was to be a curfew from midnight until 5 a.m. To be out of your home, except with a special pass, was to risk the ultimate penalty. The threat of on-the-spot executions was not idle. The NKVD's motorized infantry brigade was allotted the task of defending the city not only from the enemy, but also from its citizens. One of the brigade's members, Mikhail Ivanovich, who was charged to defend the Kremlin's Spassky Gate from a perch on the second floor of the GUM department store, did not shrink from his task. "It was necessary, absolutely necessary, to establish order," he explained later. "And yes, we did shoot people who refused to quit shops and offices where food and other goods were stored. It was ruthless, but it worked." "Hooray," Irina Krause wrote in her diary when she heard the news of Stalin's decree. "Authority is being re-established." And the next day she wrote, "Order is being restored. Enterprises are working. Police are very focused on checking passports. There's a bit of food in the shops. The newspapers write about the trial of a group of panic mongers and deserters. According to rumours, the fugitive bosses turned up again. A lot of people have been turned back." The chaos and lawlessness which had seized Moscow did not abate overnight, but within days order was indeed restored. The city did not run out of food, shops and kiosks reopened, workers were paid, and the trams and trains began to run more or less on time. This did not mean, though, that the capital felt secure. The enemy was still closing in. Chapter 23. General Mudd. On the 19th of October, Field Marshal Bock allowed himself a moment of uncharacteristic and unwarranted hubris. In an order of the day, he announced the collapse of the Russian front and congratulated his men on the greatest feat of arms of the campaign. If there was any basis for his triumphalism, it lay in the long columns of starving Soviet prisoners in ragged clothes that stumbled into captivity far behind the lines. The main road to Smolensk was littered with dead and dying soldiers. "Again and again we had to move the dying to the side of the road," noted Joseph Deck, serving in the 17th Panzer Division. The ever-growing pile of bodies on the roadside began to form a grim embankment, rising on either side of us, veiled by the snow. Unlike some of his peers, Deck was distressed by such degradation, noting it grievously damages our cause if we do not feed the prisoners we've captured. Bock was also disconcerted. The impression of tens of thousands of Russian prisoners of war who, scarcely guarded, are marching towards Smolensk is dreadful. Dead tired and half-starved, these unfortunate people stagger along. Many have fallen dead or collapsed from exhaustion on the road. Though he was far too sensitive to gloat at such piteous sights, he made no effort to mitigate the suffering. Overriding all other considerations in his mind was the belief that the imminent fall of Moscow was a foregone conclusion. The commander of the 43rd Army Corps, the usually cautious Gotthard Heinrici, was similarly optimistic. On the 8th of October, before the fall of Bryansk and Vyazma, he had succumbed to Hitler's bombastic certainties, noting that by and large it must be said that the opponent is already beaten, and that he will now lose the remaining core of his army, which is supposed to defend Moscow, though he added judiciously that the encircled Soviet armies would fight to escape with desperate courage. A week later, after what he described as 4 days of arduous battle, he was even more confident, judging that the Russians were crumbling amid clear signs of disintegration. With his foremost division hardly more than 70 kilometres from the capital, there was only one lingering doubt to temper his triumphalism. All day long it was snowing, which turned all roads into a black, bottomless swamp. I could see a long line of sunken, gridlocked and broken lorries, hopelessly stuck. Almost as many dead horses lay in the mud next to the vehicles. The Rasputitsa, when roads become impassable at the onset of autumn rains, had started to make its presence felt. The mud was deep and glutinous. Heavy vehicles slid into shell craters concealed by pools of water. Engines roared and tires spun as they dug themselves deeper into the mire until they were irretrievably bogged down. Only tracked vehicles were able to effect any kind of rescue, a task for which war-fighting vehicles were particularly ill-suited. They not only burned greater quantities of increasingly scarce fuel, in often fruitless attempts to extract the trapped machines from the morass, but the wear and tear rapidly made them unfit for service. Already drained of energy, gangs of soldiers strove to recover disabled trucks, low loaders carrying heavy artillery, boxes of ammunition and small arms. Horses floundered and fell, still trapped in the shafts, snorting in terror and kicking out in every direction, in vain attempts to regain their footing. Stricken carts became entangled with one another in a confusion of ropes and chains as the rain poured down on them in an unceasing flow. Traffic was brought to a standstill as trucks heading for the front tried to pass one another through the widening and deepening chaos. A surgeon commander, Peter Bamm, who was attached to a horse-drawn artillery company, described one such scene. Everyone is infected with uncontrollable fury. Everyone shouts at everyone else. Sweating, swearing, mud-spattered men start laying into sweating, shivering, mud-caked horses that are already frothing at the mouth. All at once, the fury passes. Someone lights a cheroot. Someone takes the initiative. The horses are unhitched. The vehicle with the broken wheel is emptied of its load. The men step into the water which runs over the top of their boots. They seize hold of the muddy wheel and, shouting, "Heave, heave," manhandle the empty wagon off to the side. To the left and right, the fields are strewn with a weird assortment of stoves, milking stools, bedsteads, wireless sets, munition boxes, lamps. The conditions tested even the most resolute soldiers. To ward off the worst of the cold, the men took to stuffing sheets of newspaper between their vests and shirts, around their stomachs and inside their trouser legs. This helped a little, but it was not enough to prevent a chill that crept towards the marrow of the body and in many cases of the soul as well. Wilhelm Prüller, whose faith in the Führer was undimmed, could not help but be downcast by the rain, snow, and a bitter wind which whistled through every nook and cranny. His mood was not ameliorated by the loss of a suitcase filled with fresh clothes, the lack of a greatcoat or blanket, the non-arrival of mail from home, and, lurking in the back of his mind, a dawning sense that he might have to spend a long, hard winter in Russia rather than with his beloved family. Heinrici, whose men were still in their summer uniforms, was already sensitive to these privations. On the day of their wedding anniversary, he told his wife, "No one can really imagine what every single man here has to endure in this weather, this terrain, the state of the country, and the challenges the war forces on him. Only someone who's experienced this himself can understand what it means to be on watch all night long without warm clothes, for instance without gloves, with wet feet, in the forest without shelter, freezing, without a hot drink, possibly with a hungry stomach." He had already asked to be supplied with winter clothing for his men, but had been sharply rebuked by Army Group Centre, told categorically that ammunition and food were greater priorities than warm clothes. He noted dryly, "In my view, categorical decisions are mostly wrong. Guderian had also made a formal request to provide his 2nd Panzer Army with adequate winter clothing. He fared no better, being fobbed off with the vague reassurance that the supplies were on their way and a firm instruction to make no further such requests. But the winter could not be wished away. As word reached Wolfschanze that the performance of the Ostheer might soon be affected by a shortage of suitable clothing, even Hitler expressed concern. Summoning the army's quartermaster general, Eduard Wagner, he demanded to know whether the troops were being supplied with adequate quantities of winter clothing. Wagner was forced to acknowledge that Army Group South and Army Group North would receive only half their allotted supplies by the end of the month, while Army Group Centre would receive but a third by the same date. However, he assured the Führer that these shortfalls would soon be made good. A few days later, Wagner laid on a display of winter equipment for Hitler to inspect. The array of warm underclothes, thick shirts, woolen socks, strong leather boots, heavy lined waterproof jackets and trousers evidently impressed the Führer. A week later, on the 8th of November, at a speech in Munich to mark the 18th anniversary of the Beer Hall Putsch, the Führer became intoxicated by the power of his own rhetoric. Never before has a gigantic empire been shattered and defeated in a shorter time than the Soviet Union has been this time, he told his followers, a triumph that owed much to the unheard-of, unique bravery and willingness to sacrifice of our German Wehrmacht. His fantasies went unchallenged by his most senior commanders, none of whom dared inject a note of reality into his musings. The commander-in-chief of the army, Brauchitsch, knew that Army Group Centre had lost 300,000 men since the start of Barbarossa, and that only half that number of replacements would be available. But he remained convinced that Bock would take Moscow before winter set in. By the time the Führer returned to Wolfschanze, the weather was worsening rapidly and the temperature was plummeting. The deteriorating conditions did not so much cause as magnify the difficulties that the 2nd Panzer Army was already facing as the advance on Moscow began to stutter. Guderian complained about the appalling mud swamps, but a far greater moment than the Rasputitsa itself was the adverse balance of firepower between his panzers and the heavier Russian tanks like the T-34 that was laid bare by such conditions. It was tempting to blame the mud, but Guderian knew that it was not a good enough explanation for the increasing difficulties his panzers faced. As he complained to Army Group Centre, they were up against a superior adversary. When numerous T-34 tanks went into action, they inflicted heavy losses. The shell from a Panzer IV's short-barreled 75mm gun bounced off the hull of a T-34 like a pebble. The only way for the German crew to disable the Soviet machine was to snap one of its tracks or to destroy its power unit with a direct hit from behind. Even then, a knockout blow could be guaranteed only if the shell penetrated the grille immediately above the engine. The level of skill and daring required to accomplish such a manoeuvre was amplified by the muddy conditions. To make matters worse, the Red Army, which of course had to operate in the same conditions, had adapted its battle tactics to meet the German offensive. Instead of launching their tanks in full frontal attacks against the German positions, the Soviet generals had started to send in the infantry at a very heavy cost in casualties, while their tanks attacked the enemy from the flanks, concealing themselves in the silver birch woodlands that girdled so much of the terrain around Moscow. To counter this, Guderian insisted that an upgraded panzer model with more effective guns was urgently needed, and also that the 2nd Panzer Army should be provided with anti-tank guns with sufficient velocity to penetrate the hull of a T-34. As it was, the Soviet counterattacks, combined with the weather, were beginning to exact a heavy toll, both on the vehicles and on the horses that pulled the German artillery. Morale plummeted. Within days of Hitler's triumphal claims about the fall of the Soviet Union, the mood at the front altered dramatically. It was tempting for the Ostheer, officers as well as men, to blame the worsening weather for the setbacks that now started to crowd in upon them. But it was not the climate that was responsible for a rapidly worsening shortage of combat-ready troops, or the critical shortfall in the supply of replacement armour, trucks, spare parts, fuel, food and suitable clothing. The conditions served merely to exacerbate a catastrophic failure of forethought, planning and logistical organisation that originated with the delusions of the Wehrmacht's commander-in-chief and the supine deference of his intimidated generals. Towards the end of October, Bock began to realise that his own recent presentiment of victory was misplaced. In an attempt to maintain the momentum of the advance, he was driven to desperate remedies. On the 21st of October, he concluded that commanders of motorised units that had been paralysed by the road conditions should be instructed to abandon their vehicles and reform themselves into ad hoc infantry regiments, which, with a modicum of artillery and support, might then go into combat, rather than sitting about uselessly behind the line. However, his request to Brauchitsch to approve the scheme was refused. In one of the many signs of his growing disaffection, Bock commented scathingly, "This does not change the fact that sensible commanders take such actions on their own." In common with most of his peers, Heinrici was prone to blame General Mudd rather than the failures of OKH for the severity of the challenge now faced by his 43rd Corps. Since the resistance of the Red Army west and south of Moscow collapsed, Mother Nature has taken over to defend Russia. Our potential movements are highly restricted. A lorry took 36 hours for a distance of 35 kilometres. Everyone was thrilled that it arrived at all. Most of the convoys are stuck in deep mud in the swamp, in deeply rutted roads with potholes half a metre deep, flooded with water. The lorries, which are already in quite a state, are now completely broken. Spare parts are impossible to get. Petrol, bread, oats, nothing gets through. The horse carriages are stuck. Guns are not getting through. All men, be it in infantry or something else, are more pushing than fighting. The roads are covered with dead horses and broken lorries. Again and again the lamentation, "It cannot go on any longer." Nonetheless, he had yet to exorcise the demon of certainty. While Guderian was prone to reflect ruefully on the spiritual exhaustion that had started to infect even his most senior officers, and to note the contrast between that mood and the high spirits in evidence at the OKH and at Army Group Centre, whose generals he judged to be drunk with the scent of victory, Heinrici did not allow himself to believe for a moment that victory was in doubt. "Do not worry about Christmas presents from Moscow," he told his wife on the 24th of October. "For the time being, the Russian grimly defends himself. A lot of blood will flow before we get there, but definitely we will. We might go into this nest of communists, or let them starve or freeze to death, instead of bothering with exhausting street fights." Heinrici may have deluded himself, but he was not a romantic. Unlike many of the rank and file whose quasi-mystical faith in Hitler had led them to accept the most extreme privations without complaint. One unnamed NCO put the point succinctly. "For us, the Führer's words are gospel." As he battled through the worst of the weather, an infantryman, Private von Kaul, wrote, "The Führer has grown into the greatest figure of the century. In his hand lies the destiny of the world. May his pure sword strike down the satanic monster. Yes, the blows are still hard, but the horror will be forced into the shadows, through the command which derives from our National Socialist idea. I am glad that I can participate, even as a tiny cog, in this war of light against darkness." The triumphs at Bryansk and Vyazma had inflicted severe wounds on the Red Army, but they had not proved mortal. In fact, enough Soviet troops had survived the ordeal to offer yet more fanatical resistance, as Zhukov began urgently to regroup his forces along the 220-kilometre-long Mozhaisk line. At Borodino, scene of the famous battle between Napoleon and Kutuzov, General Höppner's SS Reich and 10th Panzer Divisions tried to force a way through the thinly held but well-echeloned Soviet defence network by driving a wedge through its very centre. On joining his men at the front, Herpner was surprised by the stubbornness of the defenders. For the first time in the war, the number of Russian deaths far exceeded the prisoners we were taking, he reflected dryly. The Soviet retreat from Bryansk and Vyazma had been panicky and chaotic. We had been like a herd of desperate cattle. Boris Baromkin, serving in the 32nd Rifle Brigade, recalled of their retreat to Borodino, noting that he and his fellow infantrymen had been issued with rifles, many of which were still encrusted with the blood of their comrades who had fallen. Soon after their arrival, their sinews were stiffened by an unforgettable reminder of Zhukov's iron will. An infantryman from one of the Central Asian republics had been accused of dropping out of line without permission. Baromkin's unit was summoned to hear his fate. The major who had chaired the military tribunal hearing the case read out its findings to the Baromkin wrote, "Something died in me when I saw that." Terror of such punishment, like horror at the prospect of being taken prisoner, played a significant part in driving the Soviet armies to fight with such tenacity. But the struggle at Borodino, as elsewhere, revealed the goad of patriotism to be even more potent. At Borodino, Panzer Group 4 faced 2 rifle divisions, an understrength brigade of T-34 tanks, and an anti-tank regiment armed with the Katyushas, newly developed multi-barreled mobile launchers capable of firing a devastating volley of shells from all barrels at the same time. A German SS lieutenant watched the ensuing battle from the shelter of nearby woodland as the Russian tanks moved into position to confront the German infantry, which under cover of artillery was pushing towards the Soviet positions. As they got closer, a firefight began of an intensity I had never before experienced. I heard the characteristic sound of the Russian rocket launchers. I dived behind a tree and witnessed the horrible yet strangely beautiful spectacle of the bursting rockets as they impacted. Suddenly all hell broke loose behind us. The ear-shattering racket had to be heard to be believed. It mixed with the crash of the incoming Russian rounds. It whistled, thundered, hissed and roared with the discharge and impact of artillery, machine guns and mortars. The effect was terrible. That evening, Herpner brought up more tanks, which, with the help of air support, pounded what remained of the Soviet defences with merciless precision. The Soviet tank commander, Major General Dmitry Lelyoshenko, who was renowned for his personal courage, led his entire staff of officers, soldiers and orderlies, all armed with Molotov cocktails, into the path of Herpner's panzers as they sped towards his command post. Lelyoshenko was seriously wounded and had to be carried off the battlefield, but his men still did not yield, even up to the point where they were finally overrun. The battle lasted for several days. One of the defenders on the Borodino field, Makary Barchuk, recalled the moment when the German tanks finally came rolling over our trenches and their machine gunners were moving up behind them. They wanted desperately to make a final breakthrough, and they used psychological tactics, taunting us through loud hailers and playing the sound of weapon fire all around us through their speakers. After a while, some of his comrades could take no more. Leaving their positions, they stood up and started to walk towards the enemy. Doubtless mindful of Zhukov's injunction, Barchuk did not hesitate. We shot them down and carried on fighting. We were not going to let the Germans through. However, according to Baromkin, he and his comrades had been inspired less by fear than by being told by their commissar that they would inherit the strength of those who had defeated Napoleon. Thus, he reflected, we began to think about Moscow and our responsibility to defend the Russian capital. It was our city, and we did not want the enemy to seize it. We resolved to make a stand. So dogged was this resistance that it took 3 more days of fierce fighting before Herpner was finally able to drive the defenders off the Borodino salient. The memory of their retreat was to haunt Baromkin. It was a living nightmare. Human guts hung from the trees where soldiers' bodies had been blasted by the sheer force of the explosions. The snow around us was soaked red with blood. There was an all-pervasive, pungent smell of unwashed male bodies, hardened, encrusted blood and burning. To slow the German advance, we set light to everything so that the enemy would not have it. We were determined not to let them through. Hoepner was awed and chastened by such resolve. His men had been held for 6 days by a small number of troops, the 32nd Rifle Division, which, so far from forming part of an allegedly broken army, was fresh from the Far East. Writing from his headquarters to the west of Borodino on the Mozhaisk line, Hoepner did not dwell on how the terrible state of the roads had slowed their progress, but instead reported that the resistance from Moscow's defenders has been far stronger than I expected. I had a really tough fight on my hands at Mozhaisk on the main motor highway to Moscow, where the strongest defences are. The Russians here fought with remarkable courage. The savagery of the fighting along the front also led some units to discard the last vestiges of humanity. In a remarkably candid account of one such instance, Beromkin described how the mood among our soldiers changed when at last we felt the iron determination of our commander, General Zhukov, to withstand the enemy. Dull resignation was transformed into a fierce hatred of the Germans. We resolved to meet violence with violence. Once, towards the end of October, the enemy pushed us out of the village we were holding and began shooting us down. But we regrouped, then took the village back. We seized 5 of the German soldiers and literally ripped them apart with our bare hands, our teeth, anything. One man was even using a table leg to smash a skull in. We killed those men in a frenzy of hatred. Retribution begat retribution. Further along the line, Robert Rupp, an officer serving in one of the 2nd Panzer Army's infantry regiments, had reached a village called Mikhailovska. The soldiers were ordered to fan out around the perimeter. Anyone acting suspiciously was to be shot on the spot. Civilians were to be strung up as a warning to others, and the village was then to be set alight. The excuse for such excesses was allegedly that Russian partisans had killed 5 German soldiers in nearby countryside. When Rupp asked his company commander whether the proposed response was an overreaction, he was firmly rebuked. It is a valid response. It will serve as a deterrent, he was told. Rupp watched a group of soldiers lead away some of the cattle, while others hurried into the village carrying an army group. Zhukov, who had only recently arrived on this front, had hoped to hold the Mozhaisk line, which ran in a 220-kilometre arc from north to south, to form an outer defensive shield that bisected the main access routes to the capital. 5 large rivers and a network of roads and railways to the west of this line should have made it possible to deploy troops to any point along it that was at risk of being penetrated. But, as Zhukov, always ready to blame others, was keen to point out, his predecessors had made a set of such serious miscalculations that by mid-October this was no longer so. In a damning, if self-serving indictment, he castigated their failure to heed intelligence warnings of an impending thrust towards Moscow, and more especially their failure to build defences in depth, and moreover, our backbone, the anti-tank defences, were not ready in time. The Mozhaisk line was now held by only 45 battalions, rather than the 150 battalions for which it had been designed. Separated from each other by an average of 5 kilometres and defended only by rifle and machine gun units, supported by cadets from Moscow's artillery and political military schools. It was a very thin red line. As Zhukov put it in his laconic fashion, the road to Moscow was not fully covered. Yet, despite the fall of both Kalinin, 180 kilometres to the northwest of Moscow on the 12th of October, and Kaluga, 50 kilometres to the southwest 2 days later, and the encirclements at Bryansk and Vyazma, Zhukov showed no sign of panic or even alarm. Instead, on the day that Bock celebrated the collapse of the Russian front and Stalin imposed a state of siege on Moscow, he presented his commander-in-chief with a plan to pull the main body of his newly formed Western Army Group back towards Moscow. The proposal was designed to thwart any further German thrust by constructing layer upon layer of heavily fortified defensive positions strategically located around the dense network of woods, rivers, railways and roads that crisscrossed the final approaches to the capital. Zhukov did not doubt that the enemy would penetrate the Mozhaisk line. but he was confident that these in-depth defences would so disrupt, wear down, overextend and exhaust the German attackers that they would be unable to prevail. It was in any case the only available option. Stalin accepted it at once. At Zhukov's instigation, the Military Council of the Western Front issued a rallying call to the men under his command on the same day. "Comrades, in this grave hour of danger for our state, the life of each soldier belongs to the motherland. The homeland demands from each one of you the greatest effort, courage, heroism, and steadfastness. The homeland calls on us to stand like an indestructible wall and to bar the fascist hordes from our beloved Moscow. What we require now, as never before, are vigilance, iron discipline, organization, determined action, unbending will for victory, and a readiness for self-sacrifice." They were not exaggerating. In its collective contempt for the Russian people and for the leaders of the alleged Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy based in Moscow, the Nazi High Command greatly underestimated the resolve of the Soviet people, their armies, and the dictator who held sway over them. They failed to recognize that Hoppner's experiences at Borodino were not unique, that the Red Army had shown itself to be remarkably resilient, that its generals had revealed a tactical flexibility and ingenuity which had sometimes wrong-footed the Ostier's frontline commanders, that the Red Army appeared to have a plentiful supply of armour and weaponry, the quality of which was often superior to their own, that though they had lost more than 3 million men, the gaps had soon been filled, albeit often by ill-trained and poorly equipped replacements, that for whatever reason, Soviet soldiers were plainly ready to die for the motherland with every bit as much fervour as those who fought in the name of the Third Reich, and that, the significance of which was hard to exaggerate, they were fighting on familiar terrain, in familiar conditions, to defend their homes and their families from a hated invader, and that they might have little to gain, but they had everything to lose. By the latter half of October, Hitler's strategic fantasies had started to come into direct conflict with operational realities. Sensing victory on the Central Front, he chose this moment to reassert his strategic urge to seize control of the northern and southern heartlands of the Soviet Union in parallel with the political decapitation of Moscow. Convinced that the Soviet Union had already been broken and would never rise again, he had given orders on the 12th of October that Army Group Center should no longer seek to destroy Moscow by a frontal assault, but encircle the capital instead, and thereby cripple the Bolshevik leadership. Boch was ordered to divert sufficient forces from the central thrust on Moscow, both to the south, to take Kursk, and to the north, towards Lake Ladoga. These fateful orders, echoing the Führer's preoccupations during the long August pause, paid little regard to the challenges at the front and provoked a blistering row between OKH and Army Group Center. To deliver Hitler's new directive, the ever-pliable Brauchitsch ordered Bock to make preparations for the diversion of an entire armoured corps from Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army, which was advancing northeastwards to Tula, 170 kilometres from Moscow, to open up a route southeastwards towards Voronezh, 460 kilometres from Moscow. Bock demurred, insisting that his priority was to take Tula, and that, since the fighting strength of the armoured and motorised divisions were only those of regiments, he needed the entire strength of Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army to achieve that goal. Frustrated by the evidence that Operation Typhoon had lost momentum, metaphorically as well as literally, Hitler reiterated his demand for fierce and sustained attacks on Army Group Center's northern and southern flanks. Bock was aghast. The splitting apart of the Army Group, together with the frightful weather, has caused us to get bogged down. As a result, the Russians are gaining time to bring their shattered divisions up to strength and bolster their defence, especially as they have most of the rail lines and roads around Moscow. This is very bad. In the north, The Red Army resisted the thrust towards Lake Ladoga so effectively that the assault had to be suspended before it had progressed more than a few kilometres. In the south, the plan to divert Guderian's panzers from Tula to Voronezh was still born, amidst a confusing plethora of competing instructions. Following a message from the chief of OKH operations, General Adolf Hüssinger, on the 26th of October, instructing Army Group Centre to obey Brauchitz's orders, Bock called Halder. "I have no idea what the objective of the 2nd Panzer Army's departure for Voronezh is," he told the Chief of Staff. Halder, who was similarly bemused, agreed that it would not appear to serve any useful purpose. Brauchitz tried to find a way out of the impasse by instructing Bock to halt Guderian's advance on Tula. Bock was incensed, responding that, for tactical and psychological reasons, he was not willing to carry out his commander-in-chief's order. That evening, to avoid any lingering doubt, he warned Hüssinger that if Brauchitz was determined to persist, he or another senior figure in OKH would have to tell Guderian, "The advance by the Panzer Army, including its infantry corps, has been started through unspeakable effort and after overcoming great difficulties. If I now order it to halt, they will think me mad," he remonstrated. But terrified of incurring Hitler's wrath, Brauchitz did not dare back down. That night, 2 further telegrams arrived from OKH, again instructing Bock to halt Guderian's advance on Tula. He ignored them both, but the following morning tried to resolve the standoff by undertaking to advise Guderian that a change of direction towards Voronezh might be required in due course. For once, Hitler was at a loss. Unable to reconcile the differences between his generals that his ill-conceived instructions had provoked, his hand was forced by events on the ground. The assault in the north towards Lake Ladoga, which had already stalled, was to be put on hold, and, as OKH instructed Bock on the 28th of October, Guderian's drive on Moscow was to be continued after all, so as not to lose time. It was a bizarre but illuminating example of the Third Reich's dysfunctional leadership. A great deal of time had already been lost. Hitler's original intention had been to launch Operation Barbarossa in May 1941. His decision to divert several divisions into the Balkans to break Yugoslavia and to occupy Greece had forced him to postpone Barbarossa by a full 4 weeks. A further 3 weeks were lost between late July and mid-August, while he vacillated between competing options for the annihilation of the Soviet Union. At that point, the Wehrmacht still presumed that the Red Army would collapse in weeks, and certainly well before the onset of winter. As a result, no preparations were made for the entirely predictable obstacles that would be spawned by the Rasputitsa. In their conviction that the Third Reich was not only invincible, but had an inalienable right to conquer any new horizons in the name of Nazism that the Führer might identify, the generals, both at OKH and at the front, had convinced themselves that the Soviet military colossus was at their mercy, that the huge number of prisoners taken was evidence of a breakdown in leadership and morale, and that Moscow would therefore soon be in their hands. In discounting the battlefield evidence that the Soviet military machine, though weakened, had yet to disintegrate, they chose to overlook their own glaring deficiencies. As autumn turned to winter, they preferred to tell themselves that the Rasputitsa was to blame for their faltering progress, as though it represented an unforgivable violation of the rules of warfare, rather than an annual phenomenon which should have been factored into the calculations many weeks earlier. Nor did it cross their minds, except fleetingly, that General Mudd presented the Soviet armies with the same set of challenges as they themselves faced. Their tanks and trucks also had to navigate atrocious roads, their horses also floundered, and their supplies of fuel, spare parts, weaponry, food and clothing also had to reach their frontline troops. The Rasputitsa was not a valid excuse for the faltering progress of Operation Typhoon. The worsening weather inevitably made an impact on Army Group Center's ability to maneuver with the dexterity required to deliver that swift killer blow against Moscow, which the German High Command had predicted at the start of Operation Typhoon. However, its failure to take into account the residual strength of the Red Army when set against their own diminishing resources was a significantly greater moment. By the end of October, Hitler's hubris had so infected the most senior generals in OKW and OKH as to preclude logistical forethought. As a result, Bock was perilously short of armour, weaponry, spare parts, fuel, equipment, clothing and manpower. Moreover, the Ostheer's spectacular progress had been secured at a very high price. On average, the Army's infantry and armoured divisions were now between a half and two-thirds below full strength. Its panzer divisions were 65% below full strength, and only a third of its motor vehicles were still operational. On paper, the Wehrmacht still fielded 136 divisions on the Eastern Front, but they were equivalent to only 83 full-strength divisions. It had suffered 680,000 casualties, 40% of whom had served in Army Group Centre, which represented a full 20% of the Ostheer's strength at the start of Operation Barbarossa. Such levels of attrition were not sustainable. Hitler refused to face these facts. No evidence to the contrary could dislodge his inner conviction that victory was inevitable and that Moscow would be pulverized. On the 27th of October, he told Goebbels, "We're waiting only for the roads to dry out or freeze. Once our tanks can start their motors again and the roads are free of mud and muck, the Soviet resistance will be broken in a relatively short period." Yet he still chafed at the delay. On the 29th of October, bypassing Bock, he summoned Field Marshal Günther von Kluge, commander of the Fourth Army, to Wolfschanze, not to listen, but to berate. Kluge returned to his headquarters to report, "The Führer finds it difficult to believe the written reports from Army Group Centre concerning manpower shortages, supply difficulties, and the impassable roads. He is very disturbed that Moscow has not yet fallen, and is amazed that we did not foresee all the contingencies." But for all his bullying and bluster, not even Hitler could force Bock to achieve the impossible. In every relevant respect, human and material, Army Group Centre was exhausted. No specific order to halt the advance was issued, but halt it did. Even the most die-hard generals had come to realize that without a pause to rest, recover, recuperate, regroup and rearm, Moscow by Christmas would prove to be a self-deluding dream. Operation Typhoon had stalled in the mud, but not because of the mud. Chapter 24. The Jewish Question. As Typhoon stalled, the rate of killing behind the lines quickened. It also acquired a new and grotesque dimension. By October, it had become clear that the extermination of the Jewish bacillus could not easily be achieved merely by lining the victims up, shooting them, and throwing them into pits. There were too many Jews and too few killers. This problem became glaringly obvious when the Nazi leadership came to the decision that the Third Reich should be cleansed of all its German Jews. In the summer of 1941, Hitler came under pressure from Himmler, Heydrich and Goebbels to authorize the deportation of the Jewish populations of Berlin and other German cities to the eastern territories already conquered by the Wehrmacht. Initially, the Führer was reluctant, fearing that the dispatch of scores of thousands of German Jews to Poland, Belorussia and the Baltic states would cause more problems than it would solve. In late August, however, he apparently promised Goebbels that the trio's wishes would be granted once the Soviet Union had been defeated. By the middle of September, by which time he had concluded that victory was now inevitable, he gave Himmler the go-ahead to begin the mass deportation of Jews from the Nazi heartlands, where the Einsatzgruppen were already working to full capacity. The scale of the challenge facing Himmler was exemplified in the Lithuanian city of Kaunas, where scores of Jews had been murdered at a filling station in the opening days of Barbarossa. In the intervening weeks, Einsatzgruppe A had proved itself to be exceptionally assiduous in its task of exterminating Jews. By July, following a series of executions and pogroms, the commander of Einsatzkommando III, one of the 3 units attached to Einsatzgruppe A, was able to report that 7,800 Jews in Kaunas had been killed. Even so, this still left 29,000 to be dealt with. For the time being, they were corralled behind barbed wire in an overcrowded ghetto that lacked even the most basic sanitary facilities, but from where only those Jews regarded as strong enough to become slave labourers were permitted to leave. Following his mass-killing triumphs at Kamenetz-Podolsky and Babi Yar, Friedrich Jeckeln had been transferred by Himmler to become the higher SS and police leader with overall responsibility for the Einsatzgruppen in what was known as the Ostland, the Baltic states and western Belorussia. Kaunas fell within his orbit, though in practice the Einsatzgruppen were answerable to Heydrich. On the 29th of October, in a further demonstration of what might be achieved in any Nazi-occupied city, 10,000 of the ghetto's inhabitants were herded into the city's 19th-century fortress, where Einsatzkommando III, assisted by enthusiastic Lithuanian irregulars, corralled them into a capacious underground tunnel beneath Fort 9. There, in conformity with the practice devised by Jeckeln in Ukraine, they were stripped of their clothes and executed. The operation took most of the day. It was exceptionally bloody. By the time it was over, not one Jew was left alive. Among the dead, as well as more than 2,000 men and almost 3,000 women, there were estimated to have been over 200 children. This, in conformity with an instruction issued by Himmler in July that children should be regarded as no less dangerously virulent than their parents. In communication with their peers in the Wehrmacht, the leaders of the Einsatzgruppen and the Einsatzkommandos did not scruple to refer openly to their Jewish victims, irrespective of age or sex, as armed bandits and criminals, a categorization that was rarely challenged by the officers and men serving in the Ostheer. Similarly, after the Wehrmacht overran Minsk in June, the Nazis constructed a ghetto in which to incarcerate 80,000 Jews. It too was surrounded by barbed wire and overlooked by watchtowers. Ostensibly, the Jews incarcerated there ran their own lives through the Judenrat, Jewish Council, but these civic leaders had been powerless to protect their community from the pogroms and killings carried out by Einsatzgruppe B under the command of Arthur Niebuhr and other SS units, often supported by regular Wehrmacht troops. By the early autumn of 1941, the Minsk ghettos had been terrorized on an almost daily basis for more than 4 months. Gangs of soldiers and police would routinely break into homes at night, looting, raping and killing. Perla Aginskaya witnessed the aftermath of one such incident when she visited a house in the ghetto's Zeleny Lane. In a room containing just a bed, a lamp and a table, she made a gruesome discovery. A girl of about 18 was lying by the table. She was completely naked. Blood was streaming down the girl's body from deep, blackish wounds in her chest. It was quite clear that the girl had been raped and killed. There were gunshot wounds around her genitals. Near her lay a man who had been strangled. In the bed was a woman who had been stabbed. With her were 2 small children, both of whom had been shot. In another home, the Kowarski family endured a similar fate. In this incident, the SS burst in one night and pulled everyone out of bed. They stripped their grown-up daughter. They put her on the table and forced her to dance, then killed her. The grandfather and grandson were killed in their beds. 2 children, a boy and a girl, who had been killed in their beds, lay with their arms round each other. Another child, named Malka, was badly wounded and died the next day. The father, who had hidden in the attic, and his son, who hid under a bed, survived to record what had befallen them. By early November, many hundreds of Jews had been marched out of the city, lined up and shot. It was little surprise, therefore, to hear a rumour that ran through the ghetto warning that the Nazis were planning a pogrom to mark the 24th anniversary of the October Revolution. The rumour proved correct. On the 7th of November, a convoy of large trucks drove into the ghetto. SS officers armed with whips, revolvers and light machine guns ordered the terrified population to put on their best clothes, to collect their children and infants, and to form up in columns. They were taken to a nearby park, where they were mown down by a machine gun mounted on a truck. This marked the start of a carnival of killing. Gallows were erected across the city in avenues, parks and bazaars. Men were hanged, their corpses garlanded with placards that read "Partisan" or "For collaboration with the partisans" or "Communist." A renowned scientist was made to crawl across Jubilee Square with a football on his back. When he reached the far side, he was shot. On the same day, a cavalcade of trucks ran back and forth from the ghetto, ferrying thousands of its inhabitants to a village called Tushinki just outside the city. When the Jews arrived, they were held under armed guard without food or water, while their captors set about their allotted task. According to testimonies provided to Vasily Grossman, one witness described seeing auxiliary police officers, mostly Lithuanians and Ukrainians, but also Belarusians, snatch children from their mothers, sometimes breaking their backs or throwing them into the air, shooting them in flight, and then tossing them into freshly dug trenches. The adults were forced to remove their clothes before they too were killed by machine guns and thrown into the trenches to join their children. A small fraction of the victims survived the massacre. One of these, shot only in the arm, waited until the gunfire had died down before she crawled out from beneath the heap of corpses under which she'd been buried and made her way back to the ghetto to tell her story. In that single pogrom, 12,000 Jews are estimated to have been murdered by the SS and its Belarusian collaborators. As elsewhere, units of the regular army did not refrain from participating in the bloodshed. Among the more notorious of these was the 707th Infantry Division, which moved back and forth behind the Army Group Centre lines in Belorussia. Consisting largely of reservists, this 5,000-strong unit, under the command of a passionate Nazi Major General, Gustav von Bexelsheim, made no distinction between Jews and partisans, as, without a single exception, Jews and partisans are an identical concept. Each one of them had to be executed. Between the 11th of October and the 11th of November, with the help of the Order Police, the 707th executed no fewer than 10,431 prisoners. But even killings on such a scale, which were replicated across the Eastern Front, were not enough to meet the growing demand. Towards the end of September, Hitler told Goebbels that the first cities that have to be cleared of Jews are Berlin, Vienna and Prague. Berlin is first in line. In the end, however, the first deportees were sent from the Austrian capital. They left Vienna by train on the 15th of October and were followed 3 days later by transports from Prague, Luxembourg and Berlin. Himmler's problem was not the departures, but the arrivals. The ghettos in Poland, Belorussia and the Baltic were already crammed to capacity. In Lodz, Minsk and Riga, the Nazi administrations protested vehemently that they could not possibly accommodate any more Jews. But Himmler and Heydrich were adamant. The Führer had ordered the deportations, and his will was not to be challenged. As it happened, Minsk soon had space to spare. By dint of its murderous work on the 7th of November, the SS had cleared enough of the city's ghetto to allow the first trainload of deportees from the Reich, which arrived 3 days later, to be dumped there. They were, initially at least, fortunate not to have been sent to Kaunas, where additional space had been similarly created. When 5,000 deportees from Germany and Austria arrived in that city a few days later, they were not taken to the ghetto, but marched directly to Fort 9 and, at Jeckeln's instruction, summarily executed. Jeckeln was later to claim, in a post-war attempt to escape the death penalty, that at a meeting with Himmler he had been told by the SS Reichsführer that all Jews in the Ostland down to the last man must be exterminated. But no formal directive to that effect was ever found, and there was no record in Himmler's appointments diary of any such meeting. The likelihood, as Christopher Browning aptly put it, was that confusion prevailed. In the absence of a coherent strategy, Hitler's Jewish question was still being resolved in an arbitrary and haphazard fashion that did little more than consecrate hatred and sanction mass murder. The failure to alight upon an effective final solution for ridding the Reich of its Jews did not imply a lack of resolve. Hitler was invariably careful to avoid declaring himself overtly in favour of their physical extermination, but never sought to disguise his urge to eliminate their presence from his ever-growing empire. Thus, on the 25th of October at Wolfschanze, in one of many such rambling soliloquies, he reminded his fawning dinner guests, Himmler and Heydrich, of his prophecy in January 1939 that if war came, the Jews would disappear from Europe, adding almost as an afterthought, "It's not a bad idea, by the way, that public rumour attributes to us a plan to exterminate the Jews. Terror is a salutary thing." No more had to be said. Both henchmen could be relied upon to interpret his unstated will in ways that they knew would meet with his approval. All they needed was his benevolent failure to rebuke them for any decisions they might make on his behalf. It is not credible to suppose that Himmler and Heydrich would have issued the instructions which led to the Holocaust unless they felt certain they were carrying out Hitler's wishes. Whether he desired their physical elimination or whether his objective was merely to cleanse Europe of Jews by the most efficient means available, it was his hand guiding the decisions that in the autumn of 1941 ensured that gas chambers would become the final solution to his Jewish question. By October 1941, Himmler and Heydrich faced a formidable practical task. Although many thousands of Jews had already been killed, more than 5 million remained within the Third Reich itself and in the so-called occupied eastern territories that had been seized during Barbarossa. Even Jeckeln, one of the most efficient killers, whose mass executions were meticulously planned and organized, struggled to dispatch more than a few thousand a day, and that was despite the help of the Ostheer. The Einsatzgruppen did not operate in isolation. From the most senior generals to the lowliest privates, the Wehrmacht was already institutionally complicit in the Holocaust. It would have been quite impossible for the authorized killers and their collaborators to have murdered so many Jews in the first 6 months of the war without the knowledge and frequently the participation of the regular army. Some commanders, though, became troubled by the contaminating effect on the mental health of their men through their involvement in this unrelenting task. Even hardened killers were sometimes overwhelmed by the horror of the crimes for which they were individually culpable. Some collapsed with physical symptoms of severe stress. Others were tormented by guilt. Many sought to drown their nightmares in alcohol. A Jewish witness of the killings at Kamieniec-Podilsky record that some of Jeckeln's men got almost hysterical and were clearly close to a nervous breakdown. One senior SS officer, Rudolf Hoss, was to recall many members of the Einsatzgruppen, unable to endure wading through blood any longer, had committed suicide. Some had even gone mad. Most had to rely on alcohol when carrying out their horrible work. Lieutenant Erwin Bingel, who was taken prisoner by Soviet forces in September 1941, told his captors what he and his men had witnessed in Ukraine when they were ordered to guard the airport on the outskirts of the town of Uman. The SS had already arrived. Tables had been set up beside a row of ditches. A large congregation of Jews had been summoned from the town. The protocols were similar to those that Jeckeln had introduced at Kamieniec-Podilsky. Once the men and women had undressed and put their valuables on the tables provided, the first row was escorted to the ditches. Armed with pistols, the Einsatzkommandos set about their business with such zealous intent that Bingle reflected, one could have supposed this activity to have been their life work. Among their victims were mothers who before their own deaths had to watch their infants being gripped by their little legs and put to death with one stroke of the pistol butt or club, thereafter to be thrown on the heap of human bodies in the ditch, some of which were not quite dead. Within the space of a few days, Bengal and his men were witness to 2 further massacres, both in the town of Vinnitsa. In the second of these, they watched as a horde of Ukrainians on horseback under the command of the SS began rounding up those Jews who had not been killed in the first massacre and had taken refuge in the town's central park. Hacking their way through the terrified crush of people, they waved their pistols and flourished their swords as they trampled savagely over human bodies, ruthlessly killing innocent children, mothers, and old people. Bengal recalled that as a result of their experiences, he was compelled to send 20% of his men on leave of absence, since they were quite incapable of performing any duty. Himmler already had first-hand experience of this problem in August, while making his first tour of the killing grounds in the newly occupied Soviet territories. An entry in his appointments diary for the 15th of August 1941 noted his presence at an execution of partisans and Jews in the vicinity of Minsk. At the Reichsführer's request, the demonstration had been arranged by the leader of Einsatzgruppe B, Arthur Niebuhr, who only a few days earlier had reassured Army Group Center's Commander-in-Chief Bock that only armed bandits and criminals would be executed on his patch. The 100 individuals chosen to die for Himmler's benefit were lined up by an open grave when he arrived. The SS Reichsführer's attention was evidently caught by a youth in the middle of the group, who had blue eyes and blonde hair. Himmler went up to him to ask whether he was indeed a Jew, whether both his parents were Jewish, or whether he might have any non-Jewish ancestors. When the youth proved unwilling to deny his identity, Himmler allegedly said, "Then I can't help you." The victims were ordered to jump into the grave and lie face downwards. Himmler went to the edge of the pit for a closer look. The spectacle made him queasy. At one point, some spots of blood and a few shreds of brain tissue from one of the victims splashed up onto his coat and face. According to his adjutant, Karl Wolff, Himmler went very green and pale. He wasn't actually sick, but he was heaving and turned around and swayed, and then I had to jump forward and hold him steady, and then I led him away from the grave. Himmler soon recovered his composure sufficiently to address the execution squad. He said that now he had witnessed it for himself, he realized how hard their task was, but that it was their patriotic duty to carry it out in the service of what he hoped would become the 1,000-year Reich. So saying, he drove off to inspect a nearby mental hospital, where, in a meeting with Niebuhr, he explored the possibility of finding more efficient and less traumatizing ways of exterminating Jews in large numbers. He had chosen the right man. As the commander of Einsatzgruppe B, Niebuhr had driven his men as hard as possible to eliminate the maximum number of Jews and other undesirables, including communists, gypsies, the physically disabled, and psychiatric patients. The addition of women and children to the official list of those Jews to be shot was threatening to overwhelm his limited resources. He had a vested interest in coming up with alternative solutions. In his previous role as the head of the Reich's Central Criminal Investigation Department, the Reichskriminalpoliziamt, Niebuhr had played a prominent role in helping to establish Hitler's euthanasia program, Action T4, and he was familiar with its organization and procedures. Action T4's founding mission was to purify the Aryan race by eliminating all children under the age of 3 who had inherited severe physical or mental disabilities. The program was soon expanded to include adults with similar conditions as well as a wide range of other diseases, including syphilis and dementia. Those selected for treatment were transported from their various hospitals and sanatoria to T4 centres in what were known officially as charitable ambulances. On arrival, they were certified as suitable candidates for treatment by teams of doctors who had volunteered for the task. They were then killed. Two main methods of euthanasia were available, though both were still at the experimental stage of development. One was by lethal injection of toxic chemicals, and the other asphyxiation by carbon monoxide. After a while, some of the victims' families became suspicious about the circumstances in which their loved ones had died. Death certificates that had clearly been falsified appeared to confirm the rumours about what really happened in the T4 centres. Local protests soon led to widespread revulsion, which, according to the eminent British historian Richard J. Evans, led to the strongest, most explicit and widespread protest movement against any policy since the beginning of the Third Reich. Its objections were certainly powerful enough for Hitler to suspend the programme. By this point, the 24th of August 1941, a total of more than 70,000 adults and children had been murdered by the T4 medical teams. Despite its abandonment, the project had nonetheless served a purpose, not so much by eliminating substandard Aryans, but in germinating a far bigger idea. Soon after his meeting with Himmler in the psychiatric hospital, Niebuhr began to explore ways in which the T4 experiments might be adapted to provide an answer to Hitler's Jewish question. He contacted Albert Wiedemann, a chemist who had worked under him at the Kriminalpolizei in Berlin and had subsequently been involved in the T4 program. Wiedemann arrived in Minsk with the basic equipment needed for two simple experiments. The first of these merely involved detonating explosives in a confined area. To see how effective this might be, 25 prisoners were taken from Minsk to a forest outside the city, where they were locked in a bunker. The experiment was not an instant success. At the first attempt, the explosions were not powerful enough to kill more than a few of the victims. A second, much larger explosion was needed. This was too powerful. The bunker was shattered, and body parts were hurled up into the air to end up hanging from trees. The idea was discarded. The second experiment proved more promising. Niebuhr had once nearly died when he drove home after a bout of heavy drinking and fell asleep in his garage with the engine still running. Together, he and Wiedemann, who had overseen the use of bottled carbon monoxide in the T4 program, decided to conduct a related experiment on mental patients from the local asylum at Mogilev. 25 of these unfortunates were taken into a hermetically sealed room, which was connected by pipes to the exhaust systems of a car and a truck parked outside. Their engines were started up, the carbon monoxide flooded in, and the results left no room for doubt. The gas was not only a fatal poison, but could also be used to kill large numbers of people simultaneously. In Berlin, under Wiedemann's guidance, a team of engineers was instructed to devise a container that could be used for the same purpose, but mounted on a mobile platform, similar in design to the charity ambulances used for the T4 program. From the outside, the prototype was unremarkable, but the interior chamber could be linked directly to the vehicle's exhaust pipe. The design was tested at a concentration camp near Sachsenhausen, a mere 50 kilometers from Berlin. 40 Soviet POWs were stripped, loaded into the van and driven to the camp crematorium, where, leaving the engine running, the driver pulled a lever to divert the vehicle's exhaust fumes into the chamber. After 20 minutes, the doors were opened and the corpses tumbled out. They were bright pink in colour, confirmation that it was the poison that had killed them, not asphyxiation. The first gas fans were soon in mass production for use by the SS throughout the occupied Eastern territories. It was hoped that this means of execution would prove less stressful for the killers than mass shootings. Such conjecture remained unproven, but since the screams of the victims as they banged frenziedly on the van's doors in their final moments were loud enough to be heard from some distance away, the psychological benefits may have been limited. Either way, the vans were soon in heavy demand. Within weeks, they were employed in the Polish village of Chelmno, northwest of Lodz. SS Hauptsturmführer Herbert Lange, who had already proved his credentials by killing large numbers of psychiatric patients in the Warthegau, had been selected by Himmler to find a suitable site on which to construct an extermination camp. Chelmno fitted his purpose. A group of Polish prisoners began renovating and fencing a dilapidated schloss in the centre of the village to make it fit for that purpose. Lange's SN Sonderkommando unit had operated a gas van during the T4 program. On their way, they evidently took time out to exercise their skills on some of the Jewish communities they encountered en route. Chelmno would not be ready to open its doors to receive its first Jewish victims until December. In the meantime, Lange's SS killers did not pause. On the 26th of November, they took their gas van to a Jewish labour camp at Bornhagen, some 270 kilometres southwest of Berlin. The camp's commandant, Ferdinand Göhler, summoned the ghetto's inmates to a meeting in the main square. He told them that for their well-being, the young would be taken to a children's home and the old to a sanatorium. Names were read out, and those who had been selected were taken into the synagogue. The van was backed up to the entrance of the building. Between 70 and 80 Jews were loaded into it. The doors were locked, and, in a refinement of their original methodology, the killers released a canister of carbon monoxide rather than pumping the vehicle's exhaust fumes into their midst. It proved to be just as effective. The victims were carted to a nearby forest, where their corpses were hauled out and buried in hastily dug graves. These journeys continued for several days. Towards the end of the operation, the survivors, who had grown suspicious, had to be goaded into the main square to discover which of them had been selected for that day's final journey. By the time it was over, Lange's men had killed 700 Jews. The first Jews to be exterminated at Chelmno were driven through the gates in the first week of December. When they stepped out of the transport buses, they were met by reassuring officials who told them they would have to be disinfected before being sent on to labour camps in Germany. They were then taken into the main hall, where they were ordered to undress and to deposit their valuables with a team of Polish prisoners. The naked men, women and children were escorted into the cellar and thence up a ramp into the waiting gas van. The procedure was as at Bornhagen. The doors were shut, the carbon monoxide was released, and the van drove the dead to a convenient forest location, where they were buried in a mass grave. As the system was perfected, groups of Jewish prisoners were formed into work teams. One of their tasks was to haul the bodies off the trucks, bury them, and then clean out the vehicle in time for the next batch of victims. In addition to Chelmno, 3 other camps were in preparation or under construction for the explicit purpose of exterminating Jews. At Belzec, which was conveniently sited equidistant from the 2 large Jewish ghettos in the Polish cities of Lublin and Lwów, the victims arrived by train. The camp commandant, Christian Wirth, who had been prominent in the T4 program as supervisor of 6 extermination hospitals, arranged for them to be told in advance that their destination was a transit centre where they would be deloused and given clean clothes. Wirth opted for purpose-built gas chambers rather than vans, but the procedure was not dissimilar. On their arrival, the unsuspecting victims were told to undress. Then they were ushered down a passage towards what they presumed to be a communal shower room. As they got closer to their final destination, the guards brandished whips and yelled at them to chivvy them along. Once they had stumbled inside, the doors were closed and locked. Soon afterwards, they were all dead. By an administrative oversight, Belzec's planners had failed to prepare adequately for the numbers of corpses that its gas chambers would produce. Within months, they were processing up to 1,000 Jews a day, by which time the stench of rotting corpses was inescapable. An Austrian SS officer, Franz Stangl, arrived for a meeting with Wirth. he was directed to a hill that overlooked a large pit filled with bodies. He could not rid himself of the sight or the smell. I can't tell you. Not hundreds, thousands of corpses. One of the pits had overflowed. They had put too many corpses in, and putrefaction had progressed so fast that the liquid underneath had pushed the bodies on top up and over, and the corpses had rolled down the hill. Oh God, it was awful. By the early summer of 1943, when the camp was abandoned and then razed in a failed attempt to obliterate any evidence of its existence, upwards of 400,000 and perhaps more than 600,000 Jews had died at Belzec. At Sobibor, where 250,000 would perish, and at the Majdanek camp on the outskirts of Lublin, the camp commandants also opted for gas chambers. Majdanek never reached its full potential on account of the incompetence and corruption of its first two commandants. This, along with their penchant for brutality, notorious even by the standards of the SS, led to their arrest and execution on the orders of the Reich Main Security Office. Nonetheless, Majdanek would still carry out 78,000 killings, among whom were some 59,000 Jews, the rest being other undesirables. Between them, Chelno, Belzec, Sobibor, and Majdanek would contribute more than 1 million deaths to the final Holocaust statistics. Auschwitz, where an early experiment was already underway with another poison gas, would in due course make the largest single contribution to the Holocaust by exterminating a further 1 million Jews. Auschwitz had previously been used principally to imprison Polish political detainees used as slave labour. In recognition of this, its commandant Rudolf Höss had thoughtfully erected a wrought iron archway at the entrance, which was emblazoned with the words Arbeit macht frei, work sets you free. In late 1941, Auschwitz acquired an additional role as a laboratory in which to conduct tests with a cyanide derivative which was marketed as Cyclone B, a poison in routine use as a fumigant to kill rodents and other pests. The question was whether it would be equally effective on humans. On the 3rd of September 1941, 600 Soviet prisoners of war were transported to Auschwitz, along with 250 Polish prisoners who were deemed too weak to work. They were forced into a cellar under Block 2. Crystals of Cyclone B were then released from a hole in the ceiling into this makeshift gas chamber. Within moments, the victims were screaming in agony and terror, a sound that rent the air far beyond the cellar itself. In a frantic but futile effort to block the gas, some tore off pieces of clothing to stuff in their mouths. The deaths were not instantaneous, but within minutes it was clear that the experiment had shown promising results. Every one of the men had died without the need to fire a single weapon. There was, though, one problem the killers had not foreseen. As the crematorium was some distance from Block 2, the corpses had to be dragged there by other prisoners, a chore that could begin only once the cellar had been decontaminated. This took so long that by the time it was safe to enter the gas chamber, the limbs of the victims, entangled in their death throes, had stiffened and swollen to an extent that made it exceptionally difficult to separate one from another. In due course, they resolved this technical issue by ensuring that new gas chambers and the crematoria at the expanding Auschwitz complex, which became known as Auschwitz-Birkenau, were constructed in close proximity. It was a showpiece example of how to build an assembly line for the commission of murder on an industrial scale. By late 1941, the Holocaust had acquired unstoppable momentum. Between them, Himmler and Heydrich had authorized the Einsatzgruppen, now reinforced with gas vans, to liquidate all and any Jews in the eastern territories conquered by the Wehrmacht. They had also decreed that the Jewish bacillus should be expelled from the territories of the Third Reich itself. As ordered by Hitler in the summer, the first mass deportations from the Reich to the Ostland were already underway. The 6 concentration camps in which Jews were to be exterminated en masse, Chelmno, Belzec, Majdanek, Sobibor, Treblinka, and Auschwitz-Birkenau, had all been approved by Himmler and were either at the planning stage or under construction. Hitler had willed at the end. Himmler, Heydrich, and tens of thousands of their loyal accomplices provided the means. When Himmler noted on the 11th of November 1941 that the destruction of the Jews is imminent, he spoke for them all. And when Alfred Rosenberg, the administrator of the Reich Ministry for the Occupied Eastern Territories, advised the German press in a background briefing that the Jewish question can only be solved in a biological extermination of all Jews in Europe, he did not speak merely for himself. His was the collective voice of all those with the authority and power to interpret the Führer's implacable resolve to remove every single Jew from what was to become the 1,000-year Reich. Hitler's generals were in trouble on the battlefield, but Operation Barbarossa had facilitated at least one part of Hitler's central objective for the campaign. Behind the lines, his Jewish question was being answered with hideous clarity. As Christopher Browning has written, there was not a single comprehensive killing order issued on a single date and disseminated by a single uniform method. But by the late autumn of 1941, there was no longer any ambiguity about either the ends or the means. The timetable remained imprecise, but the purpose and the outcome was no longer in doubt. 6 million Jews would be physically exterminated. As Himmler was to put it in a speech 2 years later at Posen, the Holocaust represented a glorious page in our history that has never been written and is never to be written. Chapter 25. Allied Preoccupations. The picture that emerged was still murky, but evidence of Nazi atrocities on the Eastern Front was starting to trickle out to the West. From the late summer of 1941, Enigma decrypts by the code breakers at Bletchley Park offered snapshots of the mass shootings and executions reported by the perpetrators from the killing grounds to Berlin via radio telephone. These reports spoke of their victims as Jewish plunderers, Jewish Bolshevists, or simply Jews, along with others who were referred to simply as Russian soldiers. In some of these cases, precise figures, ranging from 61 to 7,819 to 30,000, were attached to these reports. To that limited extent, the War Cabinet in London had some awareness of the emerging Holocaust. Throughout his political life, Churchill had been an advocate of the Jewish cause, endorsing the 1917 Balfour Declaration and subsequently arguing with passion in favour of the creation of a Jewish home in Palestine. But in 1941, he faced a dilemma. Though he broadcast to the British people that scores of the merciless butchery on such a scale, he refrained from mentioning the Jews specifically. There were at least 3 possible reasons for this omission: the risk of revealing the existence of Ultra, a reluctance to single out Jews from the millions of non-Jewish victims of the Holocaust, who included Slavs, homosexuals, dissident priests, Jehovah's Witnesses, Roma, and the disabled, and 3, the fact that Britain could do nothing directly to prevent this crime without a name, as he called this unfolding horror. When, however, he sent a message to the Jewish Chronicle to mark the newspaper's centenary on the 24th of November, his words were explicit. None has suffered more cruelly than the Jew the unspeakable evils wrought on the bodies and spirits of men by Hitler and his vile regime. He has borne and continues to bear a burden that might have seemed to be beyond endurance. He has not allowed it to break his spirit. It was to be one of the very few such references to the Jews in the months ahead by Western leaders. Like Roosevelt and Stalin, Churchill was careful to insist that the struggle against the Axis powers was to liberate the entire world from tyranny. The 3 leaders seem to have agreed that to single out the Jews might conflict with, and given the latent anti-Semitism by which most Western nations were to a greater or lesser degree contaminated, even undermine that simple and unadorned message. In any case, the Prime Minister's attention was elsewhere. On the 15th of November, not long before his tribute in the Jewish Chronicle, he had sent one of his most grandiloquent messages to General Auchinleck in Cairo to be read out to the men of the Eighth Army a few days later on the eve of a major offensive, Operation Crusader, designed to turn the tables on Rommel in the Libyan desert. For the first time, British and Empire troops will meet the Germans with an ample equipment in modern weapons of all kinds, Churchill declared, adding, with a degree of hyperbole that few other leaders would have dared venture, "The battle itself will affect the whole course of the war. Now is the time to strike the hardest blow yet struck for final victory, home and freedom. The eyes of all nations are upon you." Churchill's exhortation was tinged with exasperation. Increasingly anxious to rally the home front and to convince skeptics in Washington that Nazi Germany was best confronted in the Middle East, he had been flailing around for several weeks in search of an arresting military success. To this end, his fertile brain threw out a range of possibilities with which he bombarded his chiefs of staff. These exuberant forays into military strategy exasperated his Director of Military Operations, Major General Sir John Kennedy, who was to reflect, "Our stable was so full of these unlikely starters that we were hard put to it to give the favourites the attention they deserved. To cope with the situation adequately, it would have been worthwhile to have had two staffs, one to deal with the Prime Minister, the other with the war." Operation Crusader had emerged as the clear favourite, and for the time being the only runner. However, to Churchill's great irritation, Auchinleck refused to be railroaded into crossing the start line prematurely. This delay served only to make a swift victory over Rommel of even greater emblematic value to the Prime Minister. As he had told the War Cabinet earlier in the year, the loss of Egypt and the Middle East would be a disaster of the greatest magnitude to Great Britain, second only to successful invasion and final conquest. For the Prime Minister, the chance to crush Rommel was of surpassing importance. In a phrase that was extravagant, even by his own oratorical standards, he made this abundantly clear in urging Auchinleck's men to greatness. "The Desert Army," he declared, "may add a page to history which will rank with Blenheim and Waterloo." While his attention was focused on the Middle East, the Prime Minister could not escape the growing pressure to give greater support to the Soviet Union. As Ivan Maisky was delighted to discover, the public chorus in favour of a second front was growing rapidly into a crusade. The Soviet ambassador found himself fated wherever he went. The mayor of Kensington organised a reception for him and his wife Agnaya, which was attended by 500 guests, including, Maisky noted with satisfaction, many diplomats, political and public figures, the clergy, and all sorts of aristocrats. He was elected an honorary member of two of London's stuffiest clubs, St James's and the Athenaeum. He was a guest of honour at the Livery Club, the city's holy of holies, as he put it, where he was given a prolonged ovation. When he spoke at an international youth demonstration at the Albert Hall, he was given sustained applause. In contrast, he noted gleefully, to King George VI, the Archbishop of York, and Churchill, all of whom he chortled, were met with deathly silence. More broadly, large crowds welcomed him at workers' rallies and in town halls across the country. "Everything Russian," he noted on the 12th of October, "is in vogue today. Russian songs, Russian music, Russian films, and books about the USSR. 75,000 copies of a booklet containing the wartime speeches of Stalin and Molotov sold out instantly." Churchill was also under pressure from a wide spectrum of political opinion at Westminster. The Conservative MP Robert Carey, a former Guards officer who had served in the First World War, was not alone in demanding a second front now. He was joined by Colonel Josiah Wedgwood, great-great-grandson of the famous Potter, from the Independent Labour Party. The Labour MP John Tinker spoke for many of his colleagues when he said acerbically, "I hope to goodness that we do not let it get into the minds of the Russian people that we are prepared to fight to the last Russian before risking any of our own people." No sentiment could have been better calculated to get under the Prime Minister's skin. Some of his closest colleagues were also on the second front warpath. The most vociferous and troublesome of these was Beaverbrook, a complete scamp, as Cadogan described him, to whom Churchill gave rare licence to defy the usual conventions of collective responsibility. He was not only free to agitate within the cabinet for a second front, but to take to the airwaves in a coveted evening slot usually reserved for the sovereign or the prime minister to express similar views in public. He was not rebuked for openly courting senior conservatives to join him in the same cause, nor when his newspapers supported the quasi-communist campaign of a pro-Soviet group of trades unionists for a second front, or when one of them, the Sunday Express, described Soviet Russia as though it were a workers' paradise, was he judged to have any conflict of interest. Churchill not only admired Beaverbrook, but also feared the influence of his powerful Minister of Supply should he resign and take his campaign to the country. Were he to take that step, however, as the Prime Minister told Eden, it would mean war to the knife against him. Beaverbrook was not alone. In response to persistent demands from Stalin that the British send a substantial military force to southern Russia, his Foreign Secretary, with support from both the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, Sir John Dill, and the Chief of the Air Staff, Charles Portal, suggested that a token force be transferred from the Middle East to the Caucasus. This, he argued, albeit without great conviction, would be the best line on which to defend Russia. The Defence Committee approved this proposal. Churchill would have none of it. Stafford Cripps, who had not only been exiled to Kuybyshev by Moscow, but also latterly marginalised by the Foreign Office, now joined the fray to argue that a larger force than that proposed by Eden be dispatched to the Caucasus as an alternative answer to Stalin's demand for a second front. On the 25th of October, Churchill rejected his suggestion in terms that were bound to aggravate the already acrimonious relationship between them. To put 2 fully armed British divisions from here into the Caucasus or north of the Caspian would take at least 3 months, he wrote. They would then only be a drop in the bucket. Cripps reported tartly, "A drop or two in a bucket or a tumbler may make a great deal of difference when a stimulant is urgently needed." To reinforce his case, echoing sentiments now being voiced by politicians at Westminster, he warned that the Soviet leaders were now obsessed with the idea that we are prepared to fight for the last drop of Russian blood, as the Germans suggest in the propaganda, and they interpret every action from this point of view, or else from the point of view that we are sitting back and resting while they are doing the fighting. If we are allies, as you have announced, surely they should not merely be told that we cannot send any troops to help them, but should also have the opportunity of discussing the matter. Moscow's obsession would not have been allayed by the swashbuckling Minister of Aircraft Production, John Moore Brabazon, who used a speech in London to declare that he hoped the Russians and Germans would exterminate each other. According to Churchill's private secretary, who made a note of the minister's sentiments, such views were widely held. They were certainly shared in the higher reaches of the armed forces, who nurtured an abiding loathing of Bolshevism, tended to regard their Russian counterparts with fastidious disdain, and certainly begrudged every weapon that left Britain for the Soviet Union that might otherwise have been sent to the Middle East or be available to protect the home front. Their attitudes were laced with an ambivalence which was summed up by Kennedy. The fundamental difficulty is that although we want the Germans to be knocked out above all, most of us feel that it would not be a bad thing if the Russians were to be finished as a military power too. Dill was known to share similar views, while his Vice Chief of the Imperial General Staff, General Henry Pownall, put it bluntly, noting, "Would that the two loathsome monsters, Germany and Russia, drown together in the winter mud." Churchill was no less anti-Bolshevik than they, but more astute. He knew it was both diplomatically and politically impossible simply to watch the Soviet Union's agonies from the sideline. But he was exasperated by his implacable ambassador and impatient with the Russians. In this frame of mind, he wrote once again to Cripps to point out that the British had already made what he described as a significant offer of military support to the Russians, only to have it turned down. From Moscow's perspective, this offer was a double-edged sword. It originated with a joint Anglo-Soviet plan to prevent Iran falling into German hands. In August, Soviet units invaded the ostensibly neutral country from the north, as British units entered from the south. It was an opportunistic venture which had oil at its heart. London wanted to prevent the fiercely nationalistic but pro-Nazi Shah Reza Pahlavi from giving the Germans access to the British-owned Anglo-Persian oil refinery at Abadan. Moscow sought to interdict the German advance towards the Caucasian oil wells at Baku. The operation was simple, swift and surgical, and led within days to the abdication of the Shah, leaving Britain and the Soviet Union in joint occupation of Tehran. In the middle of September, ostensibly to meet the Soviet demand for greater military support, Churchill proposed that the British troops now based in southern Iran, protecting Abadan, should replace the Soviet troops in the north of the country. Somewhat disingenuously, he told Cripps that this would liberate 5 Soviet divisions to defend their own country. To the Prime Minister's irritation, Cripps pointed out that Britain's proposal would be regarded as an ill-disguised takeover bid for an oil-rich country of vital strategic importance to the Soviet Union. And so it was. Churchill was unmoved. In late October, with Stalin still pressing for a second front, he chided Cripps as though picking at an itchy scab. "The Russians," he wrote, "have no right to reproach us. They brought their own fate upon themselves when, by their pact with Ribbentrop, they let Hitler loose on Poland and so started the war. We were left alone for a whole year, while every communist in England, under orders from Moscow, did his best to hamper our war effort." And he went on, "That a government with this record should accuse us of trying to make conquests in Africa or gain advantages in Persia at their expense, or being willing to fight to the last Russian soldier, leaves me quite cold." More generally, he wrote testily, "We will do anything more in our power that is sensible, but it would be silly to send 2 or 3 British or British Indian divisions into the heart of Russia to be surrounded and cut to pieces as a symbolic sacrifice." Cripps was infuriated. The Prime Minister's attitude, he noted, was petulant and irrelevant. In replying more formally, he modified his language, but he did not retreat. "I am afraid your telegram is no assistance to me. We seem to be trying to carry on 2 relatively unrelated wars to the great benefit of Hitler, instead of a single war upon the basis of a combined plan. It appears to me that we are treating the Soviet government without trust, and as inferiors rather than as trusted allies." Churchill did not reply. As Eden noted with admirable understatement, the Prime Minister was once again giving very evident signs of anti-Bolshevik sentiment. Chafing at Churchill's rebuff, Cripps once again contemplated resignation and a return to Britain to make a nuisance of myself about it all. Unlikely as a partnership between 2 such bedfellows might have seemed, the combination of Beaverbrook and Cripps campaigning together to open a second front would be a potent challenge to the Prime Minister's authority. Fearing Cripps above any other as a pretender to his leadership, Churchill had repeatedly blocked his requests to return to London, even for the superficially innocuous purpose of briefing the War Cabinet. The ambassador settled on a new tack, suggesting that he and Mason MacFarlane, the head of the Moscow military mission, who was similarly out of the loop, should fly back to Britain to receive a full briefing on the government's policy, the better to explain it to the Kremlin. Churchill's rebuff was unequivocal. "I do not think it would be any use for you and MacFarlane to fly home now," he replied. Churchill had good reason to believe that if their mutual antagonisms were to be fought out in public, he would overwhelm Cripps with the force of his personality and his rare gift for political rhetoric. But it was a disagreeable prospect. Injecting a note of self-serving menace, he added, "I could only repeat what I have said here, and I hope I shall never be called upon to argue the case in public." He could not rid himself of his turbulent ambassador, but he could effectively insist that he remained out of the way in Russia. Nonetheless, Churchill could not entirely ignore the mounting criticism, both within Westminster and in the country. The government, he confided to Eden, was on thin ice while we are doing so little for them, the Russians. He settled on a smart political wheeze, a gesture to show Moscow that the will, if not the means, was there to support what the British public regarded as the heroic struggle of the Russian people. To maximise the impact, he turned to his formidable spouse Clemmy, who shared the public mood and was given to speaking her mind with clarity and force. Well aware, as he put it, that she felt very deeply that our inability to give Russia any military help disturbed and dismayed the nation, he had no difficulty in recruiting her to a campaign of practical action. Telling her that a second front was out of the question, he proposed that she chair the Red Cross's Aid to Russia Fund. She was soon on the fundraising offensive. At the end of the month, in her first speech of a campaign that was to last until the end of the war, she spoke of her profound admiration for the valour, the tenacity, and the patriotic self-sacrifice of the Russian people. And above all, perhaps, we have been shaken with horror and pity at the vast scale of human suffering. Under her leadership, the fund would go on to raise almost £8 million, worth some $400 million in 2020 terms, largely through weekly subscriptions from the general public. This support made a notable difference to the supply of medical aid to the Soviet Union, but it did little to ease the domestic pressure for a second front or to assuage the Kremlin. For Churchill, the Soviet Union remained a tiresome distraction from what he regarded as the dominant theatre of the war, Britain's imperial struggle in the Middle East. But he found it impossible to disentangle himself from the diplomatic war games that had come to bedevil relations between London and Moscow, an association underpinned by mutual incomprehension and suspicion that threatened to form an insurmountable obstacle to an effective alliance, which, whether he liked it or not, and generally he did not, was crucial to the defeat of Hitler. Thwarted in his efforts to bully the Prime Minister into mounting a second front, Stalin steadily increased the pressure on him to declare war on Romania, Hungary, and most of all on Finland, whose armies were pressing hard on the Soviet Union's northern front in support of Hitler's siege of Leningrad. In a letter to the Soviet leader on the 4th of November, Churchill made it clear that he was unwilling to make such a move, which, he wrote, would only be a formality, because Britain had already imposed a blockade on all three countries. In addition, he informed Stalin, a British declaration of war on Finland would arouse strong opposition in the United States. Nonetheless, in a conciliatory gesture, he undertook to raise the issue again in the War Cabinet, if you think it will be a real help to you and worthwhile. Stalin's reply was handed to Churchill by Maisky a week later in the Prime Minister's room at Westminster. Churchill rose at the ambassador's entry, shook hands, and, as Maisky noted, said with a friendly smile, "Let us have a good talk." The two men and Eden, who was there at Maisky's request, sat down and Churchill began to read. Maisky watched as his face darkened at what the Prime Minister would describe as a chilling and evasive reply. In terms that were certainly as bitter in tone and brutal in content as diplomatic correspondence would allow. Cadogan, who was also present at the meeting, described him as cantankerous and offensive. The Soviet leader laid bare his deep grievances over Churchill's attitude and strategy, implicitly blaming the British for failing to reach a definite understanding between our two countries over war aims and plans for the post-war organisation of peace. He also held Britain responsible for the absence of a mutual military assistance deal for the defeat of Hitler. Until these questions were settled, he warned, there will be difficulty in securing mutual confidence. The immediate cause of Stalin's resentment was Churchill's refusal to declare war on Finland. This rebuff, the Soviet dictator complained, had been the more offensive because the British had created an intolerable situation by allowing debate about this most delicate issue to surface in the press. Why is this all being done? To demonstrate the lack of unity between the USSR and Great Britain, he thundered. When Churchill had finished reading, he passed the letter to Eden without saying a word. Then he rose and paced around the room. His face was white as chalk, and he was breathing heavily. He was obviously enraged, Maisky noted. After a long pause, the Prime Minister said icily, "Grave message," adding a few moments later, "I don't want to answer this message now." At that point, Maisky rose to leave, but Eden restrained him. After a desultory exchange about the post-war purposes of the Atlantic Charter, Churchill exploded again. "If you want to turn England into a communist state in your post-war plans, you should know you'll never succeed." Still pacing, he added, "Why was it necessary for Stalin to assume such a tone in our correspondence? I am not going to stand for it. I could well say things too. Who will profit from it? Neither we nor you. Only Hitler." Such bitterness in Anglo-Soviet relations could not be allowed to fester. Eden, who was well aware that Stalin judged Finland to be a litmus test of Britain's commitment to the Soviet Union, sought to become an honest broker. At a meeting of the War Cabinet that evening, he was unable to persuade Churchill, who was very sore about Russia, to shift towards a declaration of war on the Finns, even though he knew it would amount to little more than a symbolic gesture. The Prime Minister was supported by two Labour ministers, Ernest Bevin and Anthony Greenwood, whose hatred of communism, according to Eden's private secretary Oliver Harvey, blinded them to any other consideration. Eventually, Beaverbrook came to the rescue, saying, "Things are in a terrible mess. We must send Anthony there, and he'll put it all right." The following day, the Foreign Secretary summoned Maisky to the Foreign Office, where he made a formal complaint about Stalin's letter, but according to the ambassador, he also said informally, "Please help me patch up this unpleasant incident. I, for my part, will do all I can to achieve this." 2 days later, in what his private secretary described as another heart-to-heart, Eden met Maisky once again to plot a means of circumventing Churchill's animosity towards Stalin. It was a fruitful conversation. Eden himself wrote, "I told him he had better get a message from Molotov, which would enable me to build a bridge again. He said he would try." The relationship between Roosevelt and Stalin was far more congenial than that between the Soviet leader and Churchill. Unlike the Prime Minister, the US President had no difficulty in acknowledging that the Soviet Union had a crucial role to play in defeating Hitler, and that American largesse should be distributed accordingly. In contrast to Churchill, who acknowledged the need to sustain the war effort but could not help begrudging the competing demands of a rivalrous supplicant, Roosevelt regarded the provision of supplies to the Soviet Union as of paramount importance for the safety and security of the United States. After his meeting with Stalin in Moscow, Harriman had returned to Washington to draft a report for the president detailing how the billion-dollar loan to which he and Beaverbrook had committed their respective governments should be allocated. On the 30th of October, Harriman presented the report to Roosevelt, who not only signed it off at once, but cabled Stalin 2 days later to tell him that the entire package would be financed under Lend-Lease, that no interest charges would be levied, and that the Soviets would be granted a 10-year repayment period which would not start until the end of the war. Stalin replied in terms so gracious that they would barely be recognized by Churchill as being authored by the same individual. "Your decision," he wrote, "is accepted with sincere gratitude by the Soviet government as unusually substantial aid in its great struggle against our common enemy, bloodthirsty Hitlerism." By this time, Roosevelt was cautiously but cleverly nudging the United States towards a direct confrontation with Germany. On the 9th of October, he sent a formal request to Congress, where the isolationists were still a potent force, seeking approval for a further amendment to the Neutrality Act that would allow U.S. merchant ships to be armed and to transport supplies into war zones. It was likely to be a close call, as American public opinion was still heavily opposed to taking military action against the Nazis. Then, on the 17th of October, a U.S. destroyer, the Kani, was hit by a torpedo fired by a U-boat 350 miles south of Iceland. Although the vessel managed to limp back to Reykjavik, 11 of her crew were killed. For Roosevelt, it was a fortuitous opportunity. 10 days later, at his annual Navy Day speech, the president used the Kani affair to ramp up his rhetoric against the Nazis. "America has been attacked. I say that we do not propose to take this lying down. We Americans have cleared our decks and taken our battle stations. We stand ready in the defense of our nation and the faith of our fathers to do what God has given us the power to see as our full duty." Patriotic though they might have been, the American voters were not yet ready to follow the president where he wanted to lead them. Their reluctance to be sucked into war had been faithfully reflected in Congress 2 months earlier, when the president's passionate plea that military service be extended from a year to 18 months squeaked through the House of Representatives by only a single vote. The mood had barely changed in the interim. Even the sinking of another destroyer, the USS Reuben James, with the loss of 155 men, did little to sway public opinion. However, it led to just enough of a swing in Congress to carry the day, first in the Senate and then by a margin of 212 to 194 in the House of Representatives, to approve Roosevelt's request to amend the Neutrality Act in ways that were bound to increase sharply the risk of a confrontation in the Atlantic. This was a step forward, but it was far from providing evidence that the American people were now ready for war. Roosevelt was well aware, in the words of his speechwriter Robert E. Sherwood, that as the limitless peril came closer and closer to the United States, isolationist sentiment became even more strident in expression and aggressive in action. The vote in Congress may have authorized him in effect to launch a war, de facto though not de jure, in the Atlantic, but that was as close to a military confrontation with the Axis powers as he could get. He had repeatedly made a public commitment to do everything in our power to crush Hitler and his Nazi forces, but the American people were not yet willing to allow that rhetoric to be translated into practical action. It would take an open act of premeditated aggression against the United States to trigger war itself. As it happened, that prospect was approaching rapidly over the horizon. Tensions between Washington and Tokyo had been rising sharply. Following Japan's decision to join with Germany and Italy to form the Tripartite Pact in 1940, the Japanese militarists, who were resolved on further rapid expansion of their empire, had gradually gained the upper hand. Japan's imperial aspirations had started to take tangible form with the invasion of Manchuria in 1931, an aggression that eventually led to its expulsion from an enfeebled League of Nations 4 years later. This had served only to accelerate the momentum of conquest. Despite desperate efforts by China, the Japanese seized and pillaged Nanking, Hankow, and Canton in the same year. In 1940, in its next move to become the unchallenged suzerain of Greater East Asia, Japan forced the Vichy government to cede military bases in French Indochina, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, which culminated in the effective occupation of the region by July 1941. This was a decisive moment. With Malaya, Singapore, and the Dutch East Indies now at risk, in effect the takeover of Southeastern Asia, neither Britain nor the United States could stand by to see their own regional interests thus jeopardized. Washington retaliated by imposing severe sanctions on the Japanese regime. Extending a pre-existing ban on the export of precious metals and aviation fuel, Washington froze all Japanese assets in the United States and, in conjunction with the British and Dutch, imposed a total oil embargo. As a result, Japan faced a collapse in its overseas trade and, more alarmingly, the total loss of its vital oil imports. The only way to break out of this stranglehold would be to withdraw from Indochina or take military action to secure these resources elsewhere, from Malaya, the Philippines, and particularly for the oil, from the Dutch East Indies. In the absence of adequate intelligence from Tokyo, it was virtually impossible to pierce the carapace of secrecy behind which Japan concealed its internal machinations. Washington, therefore, had no evidence on which to judge whether its punitive measures would restrain or provoke the militarists in Tokyo. Roosevelt chose to believe that the sanctions would avert, or at least postpone, the risk of a US-Japanese military confrontation in the Pacific. Fearing that Britain might be left alone to confront the powerful Japanese navy in the Far East, Churchill had urged Roosevelt at their Placentia summit to issue Japan with an ultimatum, a warning that any further military adventurism would lead to countermeasures up to and including war. Roosevelt balked at taking this stance. Instead, Tokyo was informed that any further military action by Japan would oblige him to take any measures that might be required to ensure the safety and security of the United States. He still hoped that he could avert a crisis through negotiation. All expressions of mutual regard aside, these Washington-Tokyo talks soon foundered on the rocks of the mutually incompatible ultimatums each side was to deliver to the other in the weeks ahead. In effect, Tokyo was told that sanctions would be lifted only if Japan surrendered its existing empire and abandoned its pretensions to great power status in the region. Japan's national pride, the militarist sense of their intrinsic superiority, and a reluctance to lose the economic gains of conquest effectively ruled out any prospect of agreement on such terms. At its meeting on the 6th of September, the country's supreme governing body, the Imperial Conference, decided that unless the US sanctions were lifted without preconditions in favor of unfettered negotiations about the empire's legitimate role and status, an early military confrontation with the United States and Britain would be inevitable. Since it was inconceivable that Washington would lift the sanctions unconditionally, the chances of a peaceful way out of the impasse had become vanishingly remote. Blindsided by its reluctance to appreciate either the importance of honor in Japanese culture or the crushing blow inflicted by its sanctions on the empire's economy, Washington lulled itself into the belief that its severe warnings would serve to deter a Japanese attack on the West's colonial possessions in Malaya, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies. Instead, Roosevelt presumed that the Soviet Union was likely to be Tokyo's next target. On the 15th of October, he made this explicit in a letter to Churchill. "The Jap situation is definitely worse, and I think they're headed north." Stalin, who was of course not privy to this correspondence, knew better. Chapter 26. Mood Changes. On his long and excruciatingly slow journey from Moscow to Turkmenistan, Andrei Sakharov occasionally raised his eyes from the study of quantum physics. "I saw a country wounded by war," he was to recall. "The trains moving east with us carried evacuees, damaged equipment, and wounded men. Those racing past us to the west carried combat troops. Their faces were tense as they peered out from the train windows, and they all looked somehow alike. The soldiers that sped by day after day were being rushed from the border with Manchuria to the defense of the Soviet capital. This massive redeployment was possible only because Stalin, unlike Roosevelt, had learned that Siberia was no longer at risk from a Japanese invasion. During the decade following Japan's invasion of Manchuria, the Russians had built up an army of 750,000 men to the east of the Urals to protect the 3,000-kilometre border with northern China, which was under the harsh military rule of the Japanese Kwantung Army. The countless border clashes between the two armies culminated in the battles of Khalkhin Gol in the summer of 1939. It was only after a ferocious struggle, costing almost 40,000 lives, that the Soviet forces, under the ruthless leadership of General Zhukov, forced the Japanese to sue for peace. The ensuing ceasefire was fragile. The Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, which followed 8 months later, in April 1940, was an opportunistic agreement that neither side signed with conviction. When Japan signed the Tripartite Pact less than 6 months later, Tokyo and Moscow were once again on a potential collision course. By the summer of 1941, to guard against this renewed threat, the Soviet Union had built up a formidable battle group of 30 infantry divisions, 3 cavalry brigades, 16 tank brigades, and a large fleet of warplanes in Siberia. As Hitler's Ostheer threatened to pulverize the Red Army on the motherland's western front, a renewal of hostilities on the eastern front would be calamitous. Tokyo came under intense pressure from Berlin to seize this opportunity, urging the German ambassador in Tokyo, Eugen Ott, to make the case forcefully. Ribbentrop wrote, "The quicker this happens, the better. Our goal remains to shake hands with the Japanese on the Trans-Siberian Railway before the beginning of winter." From Tokyo's perspective, the issue had not been so simple. For some months, the regime's militarists had been torn between 2 competing options: invasion of the north or expansion to the south. The dilemma was resolved for them by the United States' decision to impose oil sanctions, the severity of which would rapidly strangle the empire's economy. An early attack on the Soviet Union was no longer an option. The Kremlin was alerted to this critical development by a coded message that arrived from Tokyo on the 25th of August, stating that Japan had decided not to launch the war within this year. Repeat, not launched this year. Its author was Richard Sorge, the Soviet spy whose accurate warnings from the Japanese capital about the imminence of Operation Barbarossa had earlier led Stalin to denounce him as a little shit. Sorge was in no doubt that an invasion of the Soviet Union by Japan was off the table. As one of his best-placed sources explained to him, the oil situation alone shows that Japan has 2 alternatives: pushing south to secure Dutch East Indies oil, or getting oil by bowing to the United States. On the 14th of September, Sorge confirmed his initial report by advising Moscow that Ambassador Ott had confided to him that, although armed forces will stay in Manchuria for a possible offensive next spring, in case the USSR is defeated by that time, a Japanese attack is now out of the question. At the end of the month, he sent a further definitive message repeating, "The Soviet Far East can be considered safe from Japanese attack." For these revelations, he was rewarded by a rare note of gratitude from his controllers in the Soviet capital. This time, even Stalin was convinced. Any lingering doubts that he might have had were almost certainly laid to rest by corroborating evidence provided to him by the interception of Japanese diplomatic cables that were decrypted simultaneously by the NKVD's intelligence services in Moscow. But Sorge's most recent message was to be his last. 2 weeks later, he was arrested by the Japanese security services and charged with espionage. In the absence of clear evidence against him, his interrogators subjected him to a severe bout of torture, under which he finally gave way. After a summary trial, he was sentenced to death. Seeking to capitalize on their coup, Tokyo suspended his execution in the hope of securing a spy swap with Moscow. When this suggestion was mooted through the Soviet embassy, it was instantly rebuffed. Although he was well known to be one of Ott's drinking companions, Tokyo's emissaries were told on at least 3 occasions, "The man called Richard Sorge is unknown to us." He had officially ceased to exist. While his master spy was awaiting execution, Stalin is reputed to have responded in similar terms, saying, "Richard Sorge, I do not know a person of this name." Sorge was hanged on the 7th of November, 1944. True to form, Stalin was never to express any appreciation for his crucial contribution to the defense of Moscow. It was not until the Soviet dictator had been dead for 13 years that Sorge was given the accolade, Hero of the Soviet Union. In the knowledge that the Siberian border was safe from invasion, Stalin was able to withdraw 400,000 men from the Siberian front. For days at a time, a non-stop migration of trains brought them to Moscow. By the middle of November, some 15 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions, along with their weaponry and at least 1,000 tanks plus many aircraft, were available to face Hitler's armies on the Western Front. The men were not only fresh, but drilled, trained, armed, and in many cases hardened by years of border confrontations with the Kwantung Army. To conceal their existence from the Germans, a shroud of secrecy was thrown over their transit through Moscow. On occasion, the message either failed to get through or was ignored. A journalist working for Krasnaya Zvezda was moved to an ecstasy of lyricism by the sight of one of these units heading towards the front. As they march, their pace rings out with disciplined precision. The sun shines on their bayonets, on their helmets, on their mess cans. They march with sunburned faces, the warriors of the Red Army, and as they march, they smile at Moscow, the heart of the country. Everything has stopped for them. Make way for the soldiers. The people of Moscow line the pavements to welcome them. A song rings out about our Soviet motherland. Company after company, battalion after battalion, takes up the song, and the people of the capital take up the song as well. When he read the offending article, Alexander Shcherbakov, in his role as first secretary of the Moscow Communist Party, rang the newspaper's editor, Daniel Ortenberg, to rebuke him for this breach of security. Uncowed by Shcherbakov's authority, Ortenberg answered back, arguing that the uplifting tone of the offending article would raise public morale. Others were less Panglossian. The sculptor Daniel Mitliansky watched one regiment heading for the front in complete silence. No band, no singing, gloomy faces, the faces of people who knew they would not be coming back. When he spoke of this many decades later, he evidently broke down in tears at the memory. A boost to morale was much needed. By early November, the panicked flight from the capital of a fortnight earlier had become a more or less orderly evacuation, during which hundreds of thousands of Moscow citizens were taken by a cavalcade of trains to places of greater safety further east. Those who were left behind could rarely find jobs, and even basic foodstuffs were in short supply and exorbitantly priced. The state of siege was being aggressively policed and harshly interpreted. There was no right of appeal against the often draconian sentences imposed by the tribunals. 2 officials, the head of the city's council heating and power department and his deputy, made the mistake of being overheard as they criticized life in the Soviet Union and cast doubt on the prospect of victory. Each was jailed for 10 years. A disabled worker called Grechichkin was unwise enough to pick up a German leaflet that had dropped near the vending machine on the corner of Dzerzhinsky Square and read it aloud. He, too, got a 10-year sentence. As Roderick Braithwaite has observed, he had chosen the worst place to commit this crime, since it was opposite the Lubyanka. A shortage of buses and trams, a metro that closed at dusk, a nighttime curfew, and ruthlessly enforced blackout did little to lift the anxiety and gloom that permeated the capital. And in case Muscovites were still tempted to forget, the Luftwaffe bombing raids were a daily reminder that the enemy might have paused, but was still alarmingly close to the gates of the city. It was at this juncture that Stalin decided to have a celebration. On the 6th of November, the Soviet Union was accustomed to marking the anniversary of the October Revolution with a formal gathering of the party elite, followed next day in Red Square by a spectacular parade of military might. On the 30th of October, he asked the NKVD's Pavel Artemev how, not whether, the Red Square parade should be arranged. With the enemy dug in a mere 60 kilometers from the Kremlin, Artemev and his fellow generals were aghast. They protested that the risk of an air raid made it far too dangerous, and that in any case the tanks were needed at the front, while only a paltry handful of troops could be assembled in time for the Red Square march past. Stalin dismissed their reservations out of hand. When he told Molotov and Beria of his decision, they thought he was joking. It was soon clear that far from joking, he would, if necessary, supervise the arrangements himself. If there's an air raid during the parade and there are dead and wounded, they must be quickly removed and the parade allowed to go on, he told them. A newsreel should be made and distributed throughout the country. I'll make a speech. Stalin was not a rabble-rouser or a showman, but he had an uncanny instinct for the moment, and he sensed that a spectacle was required to rouse the spirit of the people and to give them the confidence to believe that, rather than facing imminent defeat, victory would in due course be theirs to celebrate. To avoid chancing fate, the ornate main hall of the Mayakovsky metro station, the deepest in Moscow, was chosen for the meeting of the party elite. Security was tight. Invitations, supervised by the NKVD, were dispatched to the party faithful only hours in advance. On the day itself, a rostrum was brought from the Bolshoi Theatre and covered with carpets. Flowers bedecked every corner. A train was drawn up on one platform, its carriages converted to buffet cars and cloakrooms, but the mood was oddly subdued as Stalin and his entourage, Molotov, Mikoyan and Beria among them, mounted the platform to a round of dutiful applause. Stalin looked strained, weary and grey as he rose to speak. With microphones transmitting his words to the outside world, he spoke softly, almost flatly, without seeking to rouse his listeners with demagoguery. Inevitably, he overstated the achievements of the Red Army, but he did not gloss over the setbacks and the challenges the Soviet forces had faced. Referring warmly to the fruits of the Harriman-Beaverbrook mission, he also drew attention to the failure of the Western Allies to send troops to the European mainland, insisting that a second front must come within a very short time, a pointed rebuke that drew a spontaneous burst of stormy applause. More tellingly, despite the fact that it was the eve of the 24th anniversary of the revolution, he was canny enough to eschew Bolshevik clichés in favour once again of appealing to Russian nationalism. Quoting the Nazi penchant for describing his audience as belonging to a subhuman species, he denounced these people with the morality of animals, who have the effrontery to call for the extermination of the great Russian nation. Invoking the names of Pushkin, Tolstoy, Gorky, Chekhov, Glinka and Tchaikovsky among others, as well as Lenin, Trotsky of course was not mentioned, he roused his audience once more with a bring-it-on challenge to the invaders. If they want a war of extermination, they shall have it. Our task now will be to destroy every German to the very last man who has come to occupy our country. No mercy to the German invaders. Death to the German invaders. This time, his words were almost drowned in a barrage of sustained applause. If any of his audience were troubled by his failure to credit to their revolutionary zeal, they refrained from saying so. When he finished, the crowd, which included a number of uniformed soldiers who had been brought directly from the front, clambered onto their chairs for a better look at their leader. An orchestra played the Internationale as a prelude to a patriotic concert that brought the evening to a triumphant close. Stalin had ordered that the precise timing of the Red Square parade should be kept secret. This instruction was so scrupulously obeyed that even he was not told until later that evening that it would start at 8 the following morning. General Artemev had managed to muster some 28,000 men for the honour of parading through Red Square. To make up the numbers, this required him to withdraw the equivalent of 2 frontline divisions from Moscow's defensive shield. The remainder came from a pool of new recruits who had not yet to experience conflict, but who would very soon be on their way to that front. With only a few days to drill them for an event that would normally require weeks of square bashing, they had to march back and forth for long hours at a time until they could perform with the meticulous precision that such an event warranted. When they were issued with new greatcoats and told to polish their boots and their equipment, they guessed what was in the offing. But in the name of security, they were not officially told of their role until the evening of the 6th of November. Not many slept that night. By the early hours, they were on their way to Red Square. It was dark, the cold was intense, and the ground was icy. The Kremlin was blanketed by a snowstorm. Men and tanks slipped and slithered their way up the shallow slope towards Lenin's empty mausoleum to take up their allotted position in front of the seat of Soviet power. Just before the Kremlin bells chimed the hour, Stalin led the Politburo up the steps of the mausoleum. He was muffled in a plain greatcoat and wearing his emblematic flat cap, which was decorated only with the red star of the revolution. In the distance, it was possible to hear the boom of artillery fire from the front. With Moscow subjected to an average of 6 bombing raids a day, the snowstorm was actually a blessing. As he looked up at the darkening sky, the Soviet leader joked, "The Bolsheviks are lucky. God is on their side." Once all were in position, Stalin spoke softly as always, his words reverberating, albeit indistinctly, around Red Square and from radio sets across the Soviet Union. He was in declaratory mode, succinct, direct, and ostensibly indomitable. "Comrades, we are celebrating the 24th anniversary of the October Revolution in very hard conditions. The enemy is at the gates of Moscow and Leningrad. Yet, despite temporary failures, our army and navy are heroically repelling the enemy attacks along the whole front." As he had done the evening before, he invoked giants from the past to underline the nation's patriotism. "The whole world is looking upon you as their liberators," he told the troops. "Be worthy of this great mission. The war you are waging is a war of liberation, a just war." At that, the bands started up and the march past began. It lasted no more than 13 minutes, but it was a potent display of defiance, and it indubitably had an inspirational effect on many of those taking part. One of their number, Leonid Shevelev, reflected, "We had heard that Stalin had left the capital. It was very important to us to see that our leader chose to stay with us. This made us march with the kind of determination as if we were nailing down the coffins of the advancing Nazis." Not all were as impressed, however. As he passed Lenin's tomb, Mark Ivankin, who was marching on the outside edge of his column nearest the reviewing platform, turned his head smartly on the order "Eyes Right," and had a brief close-up view of the Soviet leader. He was not overawed. "I was surprised to see Stalin looking so short in his hat and ear flaps. Not at all the man we had seen in the portraits everywhere," he recalled. When he joined the ranks of those marching to the front, the phrase of Stalin's that rang loudest in his ears did not embolden him. "At the bottom of my heart, I felt a little dubious when he said that the war might be over in 6 months to a year. He suspected it would be much longer." The writer and journalist, Ilya Ehrenberg, was shocked by another part of the speech. The implicit sneer in the phrase, "The enemy is not as strong as some frightened little intellectuals imagine," led him to retort later, "Of course, among the intelligentsia too, there were some who lost their bearings, but no more so than among other sections of the population. I do not know why Stalin had once again to make a scapegoat of our intelligentsia. The intellectuals were at one with the people. They fought at the front. They worked in the field hospitals, in the factories. The anguish we endured was not only owing to the fact that Hitler's army was indeed strong, but also because we saw how gravely our defences had been weakened in the pre-war years, by the boasting, the bullying, the red tape, and above all, by the terrible losses inflicted on the cadres of the Red Army and on the little intellectuals." For the most part, though, the speech clearly achieved its purpose. The Kremlin's commandant, Major General K.R. Sinilov, recalled that before the parade he had received sheaves of letters that betrayed a lack of confidence, and in some there was a palpable feeling that we could hardly hold Moscow. A few even indicated that it was not right to put children and old people in danger, asking, wouldn't it be possible in general not to withhold Moscow from the enemy? not to put up resistance? Following the parade, such letters ceased. The people became completely different and full of confidence. His anecdotal evidence was confirmed by the military censors, who dutifully opened no fewer than 2,626,507 personal letters to discover not only that the majority evinced positive sentiments, but also that in 75% of the cases there was a sharp spike in such feelings following Stalin's 2 speeches. A great many soldiers fought because they faced a Hobson's choice of appalling options: a Soviet firing squad for cowardice, or a Nazi death camp. The majority, though, fought from ideological commitment to their vision of a Bolshevik paradise, or from hatred for the invaders who sought to steal their birthright and their motherland. Though all these men were under the yoke of what he described as the barbarous Stalin regime, the experienced and attentive British war correspondent Alexander Worth was convinced from his first-hand experiences throughout this period that this was a genuine people's war, waged by people fighting for their lives against terrible odds, and in the spirit of genuine patriotic devotion and self-sacrifice. Such was the spirit that, as astute as he was ruthless, Stalin in his quiet, flat voice had managed to conjure up under a canopy of falling snow that morning in Red Square. Part 4. Retreat. Chapter 27. The Final Assault. I'm in a bad mood today, because it is not going forward. One is powerless. Yesterday and today we finally had frost. From tomorrow the temperature should rise again. Thus the hopes of moving forward again are shot down. Even now, I do not know how I am supposed to ensure the supply just of foodstuffs. For the new attack, a preparation of at least 10 days is required. The disgruntled commander of Panzer Group 4, Erich Herpner, waiting for the final lunge on Moscow from the north, was not alone. Guderian, impatient to reach Tula, the gateway to Moscow from the southwest, was equally frustrated. It is miserable for the troops and a great pity for our cause that the enemy should thus gain time while our plans are postponed until the winter is more and more advanced. With the best will in the world, there is nothing you can do about the elements. It all makes me very sad. The unique chance to strike a single blow is fading more and more, and I do not know whether it will ever recur. How things turn out, God only knows. We can only go on hoping and keep our courage up, but this is a hard time that we are passing through. The officers and men in Army Group Centre were as dismayed as their senior commanders. An artilleryman, Franz Frisch, reflected, no soldier could understand the idea of a winter offensive under such miserable conditions. The spirit of the troops was also below zero. We suffered terribly. The wind blew almost all the time. We never officially received winter clothes, and could not understand why they were not given to us. As ever, Heinrici, commanding 43rd Corps, was quick to detect this mood. He also shared it. The weather stays bad. There is snow and freezing temperatures at night, fog and rain during the day. The roads are either so slippery that our cars spin like humming tops, or they turn into a deep swamp. At the moment, we live in a miserable village. Our quarters are horribly bug-infested. On the 8th of November, the same day that Hitler in Munich proclaimed that the Soviet Union had been shattered and defeated, he noted, "Our men keep asking me, when will this finally end? I can only shrug and answer I do not know." During this lull, the soldiers found an outlet for their frustrations. Partisans, though not numerous, were, like hornets, able to inflict nasty surprises by planting bombs on bridges, laying mines on roads, and, most irksomely, mounting unexpected raids on the villages where the German troops had billeted themselves, setting fire to their supply dumps. Heinrici was as eager for vengeance as his men, and if they failed to distinguish between a partisan and an innocent villager, then that, he judged, was the debt owed by the latter for not revealing the whereabouts of the former. It was a frustration. informers played a crucial role. In one incident, Heinrici was greatly assisted by an individual whom he described euphemistically as our interpreter. His intelligence led to the arrest of a committed gang of 15 partisans, both men and women. Even though, Heinrici wrote, they knew that they would be exterminated without mercy, they refused to cooperate. They say nothing and claim to know nothing. They were duly shot. On another occasion, one of his units rounded up 60 suspects. The officer in charge of these arrests detected 40 Red Army soldiers among their number. Heinrici noted that he convicts and finishes off 20 of them, and that one young man was hanged in the city centre, or more precisely, he relieved the military policeman from this unpleasant work and did it himself. These extrajudicial killings gave Heinrici considerable satisfaction. It was disagreeable, though, to see his officers execute their victims close to his sleeping quarters, and he therefore instructed one of them not to hang partisans closer than 100 metres to my window, not a pleasant view in the morning. As commander of the Central Front, Bock faced challenges of a different order. Not only were his troops demoralised, but his officers had fallen to bickering with one another about ill-judged and ill-fated skirmishes, or complaining about supplies that had been promised but not delivered. A regimental commander serving in the 98th Infantry Division bemoaned the loss of officers, non-commissioned officers and weapons specialists, noting that without reordering and replacement of clothing, equipment, weapons, vehicles and horses, the troops have no more combat value. Bock did not so much ignore the frustrations, resentments and grievances that permeated Army Group Centre as try to sidestep them. He had committed himself to the destruction of the main enemy force defending Moscow, presuming that the fall of the capital, a secondary objective, would follow in due course. But great logistical obstacles now stood in his path. Although the Germans had built railway lines as far as Smolensk, from there onwards the bulk of all supplies for the front had to be taken by truck along roads that were virtually impassable in many places. An acute shortage of crucial supplies, including basic foodstuffs and fuel, about which his commanders complained so volubly, was the inevitable consequence. To add to these impediments, Holder chose this point to present him with another, a grand new strategy for the next stage of the campaign. On the 7th of November, the Army Chief of Staff sent him a map on which were drawn two sets of lines that depicted the minimum and maximum depths to which the three army groups were expected to penetrate in the weeks ahead. The maximum line ran from the northern port of Murmansk via the city of Gorky, 400 kilometers east of Moscow, to a point a little beyond Stalingrad, 800 kilometers due south of Gorky and 900 kilometers southeast of Moscow, and ended imprecisely even further south in the depths of the Caucasus. Bock ignored the maximum line as too far-fetched to be worth considering, but he could not avoid responding to what he must have presumed to be Hitler's proposed minimum line. This began at a point to the east of Leningrad and ran southeast to a point 250 kilometers due east of the capital, before turning south to Rostov-on-Don, which was 900 kilometers south of Moscow. Bock's response was brusque. This minimum line could not possibly be reached before winter. It would be hard enough as it was to encircle the capital by the end of the year as Hitler had demanded. It was quite impossible, he added in sarcastic exasperation, to transform the attack on Moscow into a great strategic masterpiece. Holder opted to avoid further confrontation. The commander of Army Group South, Rundstedt, was no less aghast, as his Chief of Staff noted, "It is no longer possible to mitigate the situation by saying, 'It will be all right.' There comes a time when physically, they, the troops, cannot really go on any longer, and having examined the situation thoroughly, I believe this point has now been reached." In Rundstedt's case, though, Holder insisted. General Ewald von Kleist's 1st Panzer Army, as the expanded Panzer Group I had been redesignated following the fall of Kiev, was ordered to drive eastwards once more. He was to make little progress. The commander of Army Group North, Lieb, also sought to advance towards his end of the minimum line, but he too made little headway. The burden of Hitler's deluded crusade still rested on Bock. Hitler had ordained that the final assault on Moscow should begin at the latest by the 15th of November. Bock decided that the encircling operation should be spearheaded from the north by Hoth's Panzer Group 3, from the west by Herpner's Panzer Group 4, and from the south by Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army. But he was profoundly uneasy. In conversation with his commander-in-chief Brauchitsch on the 11th of November, he refrained from mentioning Hitler's preposterously unrealistic operational ambitions, which most, if not all, the Führer's most senior generals still endorsed, but focused on logistics. As a result of a sharp reduction from 30 to 23 in the number of trains reaching his rear positions each day, Army Group Centre's stockpile of supplies was being rapidly exhausted. Unless that shortfall were made good, he warned Brauchitsch, I will have to give the order to dig in for the winter. It is impossible to let the units lie around for another 4 weeks, the time it would otherwise take to rebuild the stockpile. This evening, the temperature dropped 10 degrees below freezing. Not for the first time, the Army's commander-in-chief temporized, but promised a quick review of the railroad situation. The next day, Bock was told that the extra trains would be made available, but almost simultaneously he was appalled to discover that several of these trains had been diverted to accelerate the expulsion of German Jews from the Reich. In a grotesque twist of irony, Hitler had elected to annihilate one bacillus by depriving Army Group Centre of the essential means to annihilate another. Field Marshal Bock was under fire from every one of his senior commanders, all demanding more rations, munitions, fuel and winter clothing. No one complained more vehemently than the head of the 2nd Panzer Army, who had a well-earned and assiduously self-promoted reputation as the most innovative and daring of all Bock's generals. On the 12th of November, Guderian set out on a tour of his own command. Wherever he went, he heard tales of woe. Tanks with engines that would not start unless preheated by lighting fires under them. Tanks that could not move up the ice-covered slopes for lack of the requisite caulks or studs. Tank brigades with only 50 operational vehicles. Tanks on which the telescopic sights had frozen up and whose machine guns were similarly unusable. An entire panzer corps with only 1 day's supply of fuel. And then there was the condition of the troops. Infantry companies that had shrunk from upwards of 150 men to no more than 50. Officers and men who told him that snowshirts, boot grease, underclothes, and above all woolen trousers were unavailable, and who, he noticed, were often still wearing denim trousers in temperatures well below zero. In more than one regiment, he was told, 500 men had been lost through frostbite. Despite these problems, Guderian's advance towards Moscow had brought his leading tanks to within 4 kilometers of the Tula gateway. Acutely aware of the urgent need to prevent the panzers taking the city, Zhukov had already rushed reinforcements there to block Guderian's advance. They were well dug in. When Guderian tried launching a surprise frontal attack on the city, he was thwarted by heavy anti-tank and anti-aircraft fire, which, he reported, cost him many tanks and many lives. Heeding the advice of one of his generals, he opted instead to bypass Tula altogether, with the intention of pressing on towards Moscow, a tantalizing 170 kilometers to the north. Initially, the panzers made good progress, but in what from his perspective marked an ominous shift in the military balance on this front, soon found themselves facing a series of well-organized, disciplined, and ferocious counterattacks that, despite the group's renowned speed and agility, proved exceptionally difficult to beat off. Guderian was adamant, however, there would be no pause. On the 10th of November, he overrode Heinrici, ordering the commander of 43rd Army Corps, which was advancing from the west towards the Tula-Moscow highway, to engage the Soviet forces in open battle. To avoid heavy casualties, Heinrici did not launch his attack during daylight, but waited until nightfall. Even after his infantry divisions broke through, though, they were subjected to damaging flanking attacks on both left and right. With no units from elsewhere either willing or available to provide cover, it took 5 days of what Heinrici described as violent effort to make only modest progress. Although they took 2,000 prisoners and captured 6 tanks, the great victory we had gained, Heinrici reflected, was in vain in terms of operational effect. On the 15th of November, as the final onslaught on Moscow began, he noted bleakly that he had already lost almost 1,000 men in 4 days. Of these, 790 were dead or injured, while 180 had frozen to death. In a war report to his family 4 days later, with the temperature falling to -20 degrees centigrade and a fierce wind that stings like needles in the face and blows through headgear and gloves, he wrote that his men had to lie on the frozen ground for hours while they were under grenade and machine gun fire, protected only by lightweight coats and thin old trousers. This was in distressing contrast to the Soviet troops, who were dressed in quilted uniforms, coats and trousers which looked like duvets, with round, warm fur ear-flap caps. His soldiers, he told his family, were required to fight in outrageous combat conditions. Later on the same day, writing to his wife, his mood had darkened further. "I doubt we will reach Moscow this winter. If it starts snowing, and it looks like it tonight, then we will be stuck here. Everyone is sick of this here and would love to go home on leave, since there's no end in sight. It will be going on even for next year. Russia is crumbling, but not yet broken." 2 days earlier, Guderian's 112th Infantry Division found itself facing the 239th Soviet Rifle Division, newly arrived from Siberia. The 112th was already battered following a bruising encounter with Zhukov's 50th Army to the south of Tula. Once again, the 112th suffered serious damage when its 37mm anti-tank guns failed to do more than pepper the hulls of the Russian T-34s. Although the troops had finally broken through, they were exhausted and demoralized. The Siberians had already acquired mythic status in the German mind as bloodthirsty and fearless men who did not take prisoners. Forced into a firefight on open ground against the 239th, the Germans turned and fled the battlefield. This was the first time that such a thing had occurred during the Russian campaign, Guderian wrote, adding, with the benefit of hindsight, it was a warning that the combat ability of our infantry was at an end, and that they should no longer be expected to perform difficult tasks. Guderian was chastened by the novel experience of failure, unable to dispel the doubts that crowded in on him. "We are only nearing our final objective step by step in this icy cold, and with all the troops suffering from the appalling supply situation," he wrote on the 17th of November, adding, "Without fuel, the trucks can't move. If it had not been for this, we should now be much nearer our objectives." 4 days later, on the 21st of November, he was even more downbeat. The icy cold, the lack of shelter, the shortage of clothing, the heavy losses of men and equipment, the wretched state of our fuel supplies, all this makes the duties of a commander a misery, and the longer this goes on, the more I am crushed by the enormous responsibilities which I have to bear, a responsibility which no one, even with the best will in the world, can share. In this catalogue of woe, it was notable that unlike some of his peers, the adverse weather was only one of the reasons to which he attributed his multitude of problems. Bock was still under the impression that his star commander was full of confidence, but the news that reached him from a number of generals on other parts of the front made it abundantly clear that the assault was already faltering. Among others, the Fourth Army commander, General Gunther von Kluge, leading the direct assault on the capital from the west, painted a black picture of the 13th Corps' situation, reporting that his right wing is incapable of effective attacks for the foreseeable future. General Hans Felber, commanding the 13th Division, made no bones about the difficulty of the struggle by his weak battalions, inadequately protected from the icy cold, against the numerically strong enemy in difficult terrain. And the commander of the 7th Corps, General Wilhelm Farnbacher, who, Bock noted, has been visibly affected by the fighting, described the pitiful state of his 4 infantry divisions, whose strength is spent. On the 23rd of November, Guderian decided to disabuse Bock of any illusions he harboured about the state of the 2nd Panzer Army. His message was unadorned. His men were exhausted, they had no winter clothing, they were hungry, and they were short of tanks and guns. He no longer had the resources to fulfill his orders, to neutralise Tula before heading northeast to begin the encirclement of Moscow. For that reason, the order should be rescinded, and the 2nd Panzer Army should be permitted to go on the defensive. There and then, Bock rang Brauchitz, with Guderian listening through an earpiece, faithfully to relay this message to the army commander-in-chief. Brauchitz listened, but refused point-blank to yield. According to Guderian, he was plainly not allowed to make a decision. In his answer, he ignored the actual difficulties, refused to agree to my proposals, and ordered that the attack continue. The gulf between what OKH still required of Bock's forces and what they were now capable of achieving was almost unbridgeable. Halder, who was still as obsessed as Bock had been hitherto with the need to reach Moscow by Christmas, was no more willing to absorb unwelcome facts than the malleable Brauchitz. On the 18th of November, when Bock gave him a bleak appraisal of the military realities on the ground, the Army Chief of Staff retorted, "We must understand that things are going much worse for the enemy than for us, and that these battles are less a question of strategic command than a question of energy." Halder was soon to be severely tested on both counts. The Soviet commanders were no less apprehensive. On the 14th of November, Zhukov was summoned to the phone. Stalin was on the line. He asked the Western Front commander when he thought Bock's forces were likely to renew the offensive on the capital. Zhukov said he expected the attack to begin very soon from the northwest towards Klin and Istra, respectively 85 and 50 kilometers from Moscow, and, if Guderian were able to bypass Tula, from the southwest as well. The ravages of the first 4 months of the war had cost the Red Army a horrifying total of 3 million casualties. These losses had been partially offset by a mass call-up of new recruits and reservists, but a rapid increase in the flow of reinforcements from the east of the Urals, and especially from Siberia, which was no longer threatened by the Japanese, made an even greater contribution. By the end of November, the Red Army was to number 4 million. At the start of the month, however, the 1,500-kilometre front between Leningrad and Rostov was manned by a total of 2.2 million troops. The threat still seemed potent. As commander of the newly established Western Army Group, Zhukov was very far from complacent. With 4 armies, 22nd, 29th, 30th and 31st, deployed at Kalinin under General Konyev's command to protect his northern flank, and 2 armies, 3rd and 13th under Timoshenko, to secure the southwestern front. He had a further 6 armies, 5th, 16th, 33rd, 43rd, 49th and 50th, to bear the brunt of the German onslaught expected from the west and the northwest. Since his appointment, he had reinforced, restructured and repositioned his forces, marshalling them at the main pressure points along this 600-kilometre front line. Under his own iron-fisted leadership, a 65,000-strong militia was now guarding the multi-tiered defensive ring around the city itself. The Stavka was hurriedly creating a further substantial reserve of 9 armies, drawn from reinforcements from the Far East. However, Zhukov still believed that his armies were not yet strong enough to guarantee the Army Group Centre's panzers could be blocked. He was dismayed, therefore, when Stalin now urged him to mount a series of major spoiling operations to disrupt Bok's imminent final thrust on the capital. "We don't have any available troops in the army group," Zhukov warned him. "We have merely enough to hold the lines we are now occupying." Stalin was not pleased and pressed the point. Zhukov repeated, "We cannot do that now. We cannot send the army group's last reserves into uncertain counterattacks. We won't have reinforcements for our armies when the enemy throws his strike groups into the offensive." Stalin grew irritated. "You have 6 armies in your group, isn't that enough?" Again Zhukov demurred. Stalin cut the conversation short. "Consider the question of the counterattack settled. Report your plan tonight." And with that, he put the phone down. 15 minutes later, Zhukov's commissar, Nikolai Bulganin, hurried to Zhukov's office. "Well, I really got it hard this time," he said, explaining that Stalin had just rung him to say, "You and Zhukov seem to be getting quite a high opinion of yourselves, but we'll find a way of dealing with you." Zhukov could delay no longer. Within 2 hours, he was on the phone to the commander of the 16th Army, Lieutenant General Konstantin Rokossovsky, who was one of the Red Army's most revered figures. After fighting with distinction during the Russian Civil War, Rokossovsky had been arrested during Stalin's Great Purge. Accused of being a traitor, he had been imprisoned and severely tortured, but after refusing to sign a false confession, he was reprieved. After the fiasco of the winter war against Finland, he was soon in the front line again, serving under Marshal Timoshenko, who had replaced the disgraced Pavlov as commander of the Western Front. His courage, resolution, and operational judgment led Stalin to appoint the former traitor to his present senior command. Zhukov, though, was in no mood to exchange pleasantries. Even by his own standards, he was aggressive, peremptorily ordering Rokossovsky to mount an immediate counterattack against Herpner's 4th Panzer Group, which was poised to seize the initiative once again. Rokossovsky had prepared his defences in depth with great care. Knowing that his forces were outnumbered and outgunned, he was alarmed at the prospect of mounting what he judged to be an ill-advised counter-offensive. He asked that the order should be cancelled, or at least postponed. He was overridden. The humiliation left him uncomprehendingly resentful. The commander, Zhukov, knew well enough what the situation was. What was he thinking of when he gave the order to attack? I do not understand. Rokossovsky sent his men into battle on the 16th of November. At great cost, they managed to advance some 3 kilometres before the superior might of the German forces brought them to a standstill. Forced to commit 2 mechanized cavalry divisions simply to hold the line, he then ordered up a mounted division, the 44th Mongolian, in the hope of forcing a way through the enemy's tanks and artillery. Like extras in a filmed reenactment of the Crimean War, 3 rows of cavalry galloped towards the German lines across open ground that was hard packed with snow. The horsemen leant forward, their sabres glittering, as they rode directly into a barrage of enemy fire. An astonished German soldier, serving in the 106th Infantry Division, described the carnage that ensued. The first shells exploded in their midst, and soon a thick black cloud hung over them. Torn scraps of men and horses flew into the air. It was difficult to distinguish one from the other. In this hell, the maddened horses were running about wildly. The handful of survivors was finished off by artillery and machine gun fire. And then, out of the wood, a second wave of horsemen rode to the attack. It was impossible to imagine that after the annihilation of the first squadrons, the nightmare sight would be repeated. But our guns now zeroed in on the target, and the destruction of the second wave of cavalry took place even more quickly than the first. The Germans were to claim that they killed 2,000 men without losing a single life. Zhukov, reflecting on his contretemps with Stalin, but not on the fact that, to save his career, and perhaps his skin, he had caved in to the Soviet leader, merely observed in self-absolution. These counterattacks, carried out mainly by cavalry, had of course no serious consequence, because they were not strong enough to affect the enemy's shock forces. The counter-attacking forces suffered losses, and, at a crucial moment, they were not where they were most needed. As Rokossovsky had feared, the 16th Army was hounded by forward units of a reinforced Panzer Group 4 and forced to withdraw once more. The 16th of November was a calamity, one Soviet soldier, Anatoly Schwebig, noted. Many of our forward units were surrounded by the enemy, and Rokossovsky himself was desperately trying to avoid encirclement. The Germans got on the road from Volokholamsk, 130 kilometers northwest of the capital, to Moscow, and we had virtually nothing left to stop them. The word virtually was not without significance. Among the many units determined to defend Moscow was the 316th Rifle Division, led by Major General Ivan Panfilov. A Soviet myth was to be woven around this future hero of the Soviet Union, which, even when untangled, provides evidence of a resolve, also shown by many other units, which might fairly be described as heroic. One of Panfilov's anti-tank platoons, 28 men, was dug in on the Volokholamsk highway, a little over 100 kilometers from the capital. On the 16th of November, they came under a prolonged aerial bombardment. Soon afterwards, a detachment of German infantry, armed with submachine guns, bore down upon their trenches. They were driven off. Shortly afterwards, the Germans tried again, this time supported by a squadron of tanks. Once again they were driven off, but soon returned with even more tanks. It was at this point that their commissar, Vasily Klokhov, already severely wounded, reportedly grabbed 2 or 3 hand grenades and threw himself under a tank, crying, "Russia is vast, but there is nowhere to retreat. We have our backs to Moscow." According to the myth, not only did Panfilov's men destroy a large number of tanks, the precise total was never verified, but all 28 of them were killed in the battle. This, of course, would have made it hard to confirm Klokhov's last words. In fact, some of the men survived and withdrew into the surrounding woods, perhaps to tell their tale, but certainly to be reprimanded for retreating without permission. Nor had all of them died on the same day or in the same battle. 2 were taken prisoner, and 2 escaped, one of whom found his way back to Ukraine, where he lived quietly in his village under German occupation until the end of the war, when he was arrested as a collaborator. It is also alleged that Panfilov's own resolve to oversee a suicidal defense of this stronghold on the road to Moscow was stiffened by a phone call from Zhukov warning him to stand fast or face a firing squad. Panfilov's status was immortalized on the 18th of November when he was cut down by a shell splinter as he addressed a group of war correspondents. Volokholamsk formed the backdrop for another legend, about which there was somewhat less ambiguity. On the 17th of November, the Stavka issued Order Number 428, which demonstrated with brutal clarity that in the defense of the motherland, no measure was too extreme, even if the victims were its own children. In order to drive the advancing enemy out of the villages they had occupied, and to force them to freeze to death in the open, the army was instructed to burn and destroy all centres of population for a distance of 40 to 60 kilometres behind the German front lines, and for a distance of 20 to 30 kilometres to the right and left of the roads. This was a task above all for the partisans. Among these was an 18-year-old member of the Young Communist League called Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya, who was among the 20,000 or so who volunteered from across the Soviet Union to fight the Germans in the first days of the Great Patriotic War. Women were not only labouring with picks and shovels to construct Moscow's defensive ring, or tending the wounded at the front as nurses. As the demand for soldiers intensified, it was realised that women could play a full part on the battlefield as well. This was less from a commitment to gender equality than from desperate need. Invariably known as the girls, and perpetually subjected to machismo and sexist taunts by their male counterparts, they had to prove themselves in extremis. And they did. Women became fine pilots, flying long-range bombers on distant night raids. They were among the most patient and clear-sighted snipers, and as saboteurs and partisans, they showed themselves to be easily as resourceful and zealous as their male counterparts. As a member of a sabotage unit charged to implement Order No. 428, Kosmodemyanskaya entered the village of Petryshevo near Volokholamsk, armed with a pistol and petrol bombs. In her fanatical urge to destroy the enemy, she evidently gave little thought to the fact that the village had not been abandoned, and that, like the further 10 that her unit was ordered to raise within the week, it was still occupied by children, their mothers, and the elderly, as well as German soldiers. Nor did she reckon with the anger that units like hers would arouse among these unfortunate civilians, who had already lost almost all their possessions except the roof over their heads. One evening, as she prepared to set light to a barn, she was betrayed and captured. As the German soldiers began to torture Zoya, 2 of the peasants who had lost their homes in the arson attack joined in the beatings. One of them shouted, "Who were you harming? You burned my house down and did nothing to the Germans." The saboteur was then led off to a scaffold, a sign hanging around her neck which read, "Arsonist of Homes." A crowd gathered at the gallows to watch her execution. According to witnesses, she shouted, "Citizens, do not stand there. Do not watch. You need to help us fight. This is my death. This is my achievement." A German officer punched her. Others took photographs as she continued her harangue. As the noose was placed around her neck, she was said to have declared, "No matter how many of us you hang, you can't hang us all. There are 170 million of us. For me, my comrades will take revenge on you." Those were her last words. Her body was left to swing in the breeze for a month for German soldiers to desecrate. On New Year's Eve, a group of drunken soldiers removed her clothing and cut off her breasts. Her fate soon became a major propaganda weapon after Pravda published a detailed account of her exploits and her execution that greatly impressed Stalin. She'd given her German persecutors a false name. It was only when the Pravda article appeared that her real name became known. A little over 2 months after her execution, by which time Volokholamsk and the surrounding region had been liberated, Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya was duly declared a hero of the Soviet Union. She was among many such women who would be given this supreme accolade. The combination of patriotism and coercion that drove the Soviet defenders to extremes of self-sacrifice had begun to shake German morale, exacerbating their grievances at the shortage of nourishing food, and in temperatures that now routinely fell to minus 30 degrees centigrade, the continued lack of winter clothing. Helmut Stief, a staff officer in Kluger's Fourth Army, was not ashamed to admit it. "I am frightened by what might happen here. We have no more reserves, and fresh reinforcements will not arrive before the spring. We have got ourselves into a fine mess, and it is infuriating to hear the nonsense our propaganda people churn out. It is astonishing how many fairy tales they're making up. They deride the Russians again and again. It is as if they are deliberately tempting fate." Similarly, an infantryman, Ernst Jauernick, wrote, "We have now begun the last great raid on Moscow, but we lack almost everything. We receive little in the way of food. In the autumn it was the mud that was our enemy, but this cold may finish us off completely. The cold and the grueling forced marches are pushing us to the edge of insanity. We are exhausted and miserable." The temperatures had fallen so low that bread had to be sliced with a hacksaw or broken into pieces with a bayonet before a single piece could be put in a trouser pocket until it had thawed out. Bottles of hot tea froze so fast that they had to be defrosted by the same means and then drunk cold. Only the lice were unaffected. To rid themselves of this curse, the soldiers made fires with brushwood, took off their clothes, and fumigated them in the smoke while they stood naked and freezing. Along with the cold, the filthy living conditions, and perpetual hunger, the lice helped spread numerous outbreaks of dysentery. These were so severe that men on the march had repeatedly to fall out of line to relieve themselves. Because of the freezing temperatures, the medical officer Heinrich Harper noted that in the process the men lost more body warmth than they could afford to lose. Knowing that a combination of soiled clothing and sub-zero temperatures would exacerbate the ever-present risk of frostbite, and anxious to keep his men fit for battle, he improvised a solution. Without regard for the niceties, therefore, we cut a slit 10 to 15 centimetres long in the seats of their trousers and underpants, so that they could relieve themselves without removing their garments. Stretcher-bearers or their own comrades then tied up the slit for them with a string or thin wire until the operation had to be repeated. All the men had lost weight, so the trousers were roomy enough to permit this solution. Never was the ancient Norwegian adage, "There is no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothes," more pertinent. Some warm clothing did make it to the front, but not nearly enough. As a surgeon, Harper had to deal with numerous cases of frostbite, some of which were terminal. He made a point of recording the cause. Each company in his unit had been allocated 4 sets of winter clothing, a quota which allowed for 16 greatcoats and 16 pairs of winter boots, to be shared among a battalion of 800 men. It was an extraordinary oversight, a direct result of the hubris that had inspired Hitler's ill-conceived and ill-planned venture. In Berlin, the propaganda minister Goebbels reacted predictably. Troubled by the likely effect these tribulations could have on German civilian morale, he forbade the press to carry any photos that might suggest the troops were other than well-equipped, explaining that we do not want photos of Russian prisoners wearing coats when their German guards have none. Rokossovsky's left flank at Volokholamsk was starting to collapse, and 60 kilometers to the northeast, his right flank was hard pressed around Klin by Panzer Group 3. Judging that he could not hold the line much longer, Rokossovsky sought permission from Zhukov for a partial withdrawal. His intention was to retreat 40 kilometers from Volokholamsk to a defensive line west of the Istra Reservoir, where the terrain formed the last natural barrier before Moscow on this sector. This tactical retreat, he judged, would also allow him to reinforce the Klin salient. He was confident that Zhukov would approve his proposal. Otherwise, he advised, the Germans would hurl back his defending troops and, in close pursuit of our retreating units, force both the river and the reservoir. Zhukov not only categorically disagreed, but according to Rokossovsky, ordered us to stand to the death without retreating a step. This so horrified the 16th Army commander that he contacted Shaposhnikov, Stalin's chief of staff, and asked him to overrule Zhukov. 2 hours later, Shaposhnikov called him back and confirmed that he could indeed proceed with the proposal that Zhukov had so peremptorily rejected. Presuming that the Red Army's chief of staff would have discussed his decision with Stalin, Rokossovsky made urgent preparations for the withdrawal, convinced that as a result the enemy would smash his teeth on the Istra line of defence, and that the enemy's tanks would bog down in an impassable obstacle, while his motorised units will be unable to make use of their mobility. Soon afterwards, however, a furious telegram arrived from Zhukov. "The troops of the army group are under my command. I revoke the order withdrawing forces to the Istra Reservoir and order that the defence be maintained on the present line without retreating a step backward." Zhukov rarely conceded that he was in the wrong. He was never to make any reference to this furious row, but did later admit that the enemy drove head-on, regardless of losses, in an effort to break through towards Moscow with its armoured wedges, which was precisely what Rokossovsky had foreseen. On or around the 19th of November, Zhukov could not remember exactly, he was phoned by Stalin. Their exchange went like this: "Stalin, are you sure we're going to be able to hold Moscow? I'm asking with an aching heart. Tell me honestly as a member of the party." Zhukov: "There is no question we will be able to hold Moscow, but we will need at least 2 more armies and 200 tanks. Stalin: I'm glad you're so sure. Call Shapashnikov and tell him you want 2 reserve armies concentrated. They will be ready by the end of November, but we have no more tanks for the time being. On the 23rd of November, units of Panzer Group 3 under General Georg Hans Reinhardt, who replaced Hoth, forced their way into Klin against fierce resistance from the 16th Army. His men were not only hungry, but also fired by the adrenaline of battle. They scoured barns and sheds and kitchens for food. Those citizens who did not flee took refuge wherever they could find a hiding place. Valentina Ragovskaya's family hid in the cellar. When the soldiers burst into their home, one of them came down the steps holding a hand grenade. He ordered the terrified women and children to come out. When they demanded bread and sugar, Valentina handed over 2 loaves of bread and a couple of turnips, which was all they had in store. Outside, the soldiers had lit fires using the furniture they had taken from the surrounding homesteads. They threw chickens into the flames without waiting to pluck them. When the birds were cooked, the ravenous men tore them apart and devoured them. They also slaughtered the family's house cow. It was our only cow, and a young one at that, and she produced a lot of milk, Valentina recalled. I cried and threw myself on the carcass. When she remonstrated, the unit's commanding officer overseeing this desecration told her, German soldiers do not take foreign property. Though anguish can prompt exaggeration, there was too much widely corroborated evidence to discount these memories. The way they treated us, Vera Iosifovna Makarenko recalled bitterly, adding, they hardly regarded us as human beings. When the Germans arrived at Makarenko's home, they stole all the family's food, burned the house down, and for good measure hanged her husband as well. They also took away her niece for questioning. Where is your father? Her interrogator demanded. Is he defending the homeland at the front, or is he a partisan? In the course of the interrogation, Makarenko alleged, they sought to jog her niece's memory by cutting off one of her fingers. There was invariably a presumption that any man who hid himself from the German troops had something to hide. It only took one German to be hit by a partisan rifle for all civilians living in the surrounding area to become targets for trigger-happy soldiers. Fear and vengeance numbed all other sensibilities. Wilhelm Prüller, a loving father, who liked to regurgitate Hitler's views on the Slavs and Jews for the benefit of his young wife and their small son, was shameless about shooting any civilians unfortunate enough to find themselves near his line of fire. Armed civilians and suspicious characters on the one hand, wounded on the other. Who can wonder if we mow down everything in our path, he told his family, adding, as though it were a source of amusement, it was quite a difficult job to do in the case of 2 drunk Russians we met. Hoepner's Panzer Group 4 was under heavy attack, notably from bombing raids, against which the Luftwaffe's fighters provided little protection, but he sought to rally his commanders. On the 19th of November he instructed them, Russian radio transmission suggests withdrawal. Inform troops. Tireless pursuit. Saves losses. Shortens the campaign. A week later, 3 days after Panzer Group 3 had seized Klin, Hoepner's forward units entered Istra, only 50 kilometers from the Soviet capital. The city's defenders did not readily yield. The SS Das Reich Division was forced into a sustained bout of murderous hand-to-hand combat with the 78th Rifle Division, which had arrived from Siberia a month earlier, before Rokossovsky's men finally withdrew. The resistance of these Soviet soldiers shows a stubbornness and fanaticism we have rarely experienced before, Lieutenant Ernst Streng noted. They dig themselves into circular foxholes that we can only work around with heavy losses. Then they throw their hand grenades, fire from holes in the ground, and then duck back beneath their earthen shelters. According to the official diary of Streng's Panzer Corps, the Siberian Rifle Division was the toughest opponent we have yet met in the Eastern Campaign. It is well armed and equipped, and every man is fighting to the death. More than one of the companies in the SS Regiment der Führer took so many casualties that they were left with only 25 men apiece. The survivors were unforgiving. Many of Istra's inhabitants had fled into the woods, where they dug holes in the rock-hard ground to hide and shelter themselves from the worst of the weather. Others remained behind in the town. Among the latter was a 16-year-old girl who was with her music teacher, Mikhailova, when they were stopped in the street by a group of soldiers. They ordered Mikhailova to give them her winter coat. She obeyed, but made the mistake of yelling at them, "You bandits!" Her young student watched in horror as one of them shot her in the mouth. A radio operator, Wilhelm Schröder, was in the first unit to enter the defeated town. "We did not sleep much that night," he recalled. "Today, things look different. The town is completely in our hands. What we want to know is, what now? Will we continue to advance on Moscow?" It was a good question. Streng had noted that the men in his platoon were emaciated by the constant strain, the physical and emotional exhaustion of non-stop battle. Their faces are gaunt, unshaven for weeks, with dark shadows under the eyes and with a bitter turn to the mouth. Even the hard-bitten Höppner began to have doubts. "We are still pushing forward. However, my troops are suffering terrible hardships and are close to complete exhaustion," he noted. He still appeared to believe that victory was within his grasp. But like so many of his querulous peers, he was only too ready to blame others for the increasingly effective resistance that his panzers now faced. The prime object of his censure on this occasion was Kluge. Rokossovsky's last-ditch defence of Volokholamsk had led the Fourth Army commander to divert his infantry divisions away from the direct route to Moscow towards the Moskva-Volga Canal, which ran into on what he regarded as a precarious enterprise, if not a lost cause. Kluge's reluctance to throw all his forces into the struggle dismayed Höppner, who observed caustically, "We will need to play all the strings of our instrument to have a last chance of success." With each hard-fought step towards the capital, Bock's armies were becoming weaker by the kilometre. With diminishing reserves of men, weapons and reinforcements, they were also running out of fuel, while the weather became colder than ever. The operational and psychological consequences were acute. Let me tell you about the recoil mechanism of the guns, an artillery observer, Lothar Fromm, wrote. -30 degrees was seen as the lowest temperature at which efficiency could be maintained. They were frozen up. Crews stood there and tried to make them work time and time again. It didn't happen. The barrel would not come back and the recoil mechanism was unable to move. That was really depressing. With so many of their trucks destroyed by Soviet artillery or buried under snowdrifts, Kluge's infantry slipped and slid forward through icy conditions in driving winds with barely a pause to rest. They passed captured gun emplacements, bunkers and tank traps where Soviet corpses lay frozen in the snow, blood-encrusted and half-naked, their boots, trousers and greatcoats already plundered by their comrades who had got there before them. In the worst of the weather, the men huddled in the deserted enemy trenches. At night, they stumbled into empty villages and tumbled into deserted cottages or barns, where they competed with each other to find space on which to lay exhausted limbs. One of their number, Herbert Lange, who a mere 6 weeks earlier had written proudly of the orderly marching columns that would soon lead on to inevitable victory, was close to despair. There was a lot of shoving and jostling, a clamour of angry, loud voices, he wrote. Hunger, cold and fatigue welled up. Our army appeared to be on the brink of mutiny, barely retaining its former discipline and purpose. The only escape from this ghastliness was provided by the Wehrmacht radio station. Not so much Hitler's rantings or poisonous propaganda from Goebbels, though some relished these, but the music, and especially a haunting song about love and longing and romance underneath the lamplight just beyond the barrack gates. Every night, just before 10 p.m, the sweet allure of Lily Marlene wafted through dugouts and shelters prompting emotions other than fear and hatred. In the words of a young senior lieutenant, Johann Almayer Beck, Lillimar Lane became a kind of evening prayer along all the front. The prayer showed less and less sign of being answered. Bock was well aware of the predicament. He had moved his field headquarters to an advanced forward position only a little behind the front, and from there on the 23rd of November he had warned both Brauchitsch and Halder that the 11th hour had arrived, and that the strength of his armies should, for heaven's sake, no longer be overestimated. 6 days later, on the 29th of November, despite the fact that his foremost forces had advanced to within 40 kilometres of the capital, he was even more downbeat. In a conversation with Halder, he warned, "If we do not succeed in bringing about the collapse of Moscow's northwestern front in a few days, the attack will have to be called off. It would only lead to a soulless head-on clash with an opponent who apparently commands very large reserves of men and materiel. I don't want to provoke a second Verdun." The Verdun comparison was well made. Although the capital was tantalizingly close, Bock had belatedly been forced to acknowledge that the difference between seeing ramparts and breaching them is as great as that between viewing Everest and conquering it. What had once been a panzer blitzkrieg had become a funereal slog. Since the 15th of November, Herpner's and Reinhardt's panzers had only been able to advance at an average of 5 kilometres a day, and they were being picked off by the Soviet artillery at an unsustainable rate. At the launch of Operation Barbarossa, Panzer Groups 3 and 4 had 1,630 tanks between them. By the end of November, they could muster no more than 240. The infantry was similarly stricken. Army Group Centre's divisions were at half strength. Their companies had shrunk on average to between 50 and 60 men, and according to Halder's best estimates, some had been reduced to just 10. So far, Operation Barbarossa had cost the Wehrmacht almost 745,000 casualties, or 23% of the original invasion force. Of these, more than 250,000 had been killed in battle or died of their wounds. Despite replacements, the Ostheer was short of 340,000 men. Perhaps not surprisingly, the Army's Quartermaster General Wagner now advised Halder, "We are at the end of our personnel and material strength." There was no evidence that Hitler or his paladins were yet either able or willing to comprehend the implications of this dire situation. Chapter 28. The Fateful Terminus. As the German ranks grew thinner, the Soviet armies grew stronger. Not that Zhukov drew much comfort from that. Although he did not believe that Moscow would fall, the maps he laid out in front of him appeared to offer a dismaying snapshot of the battlefield. "It gets worse hour by hour," the commander of the Western Front observed bleakly after the fall of Klin. The danger seemed clear. Our defensive line began to bend inward in an arc. Some sectors became greatly weakened, and it looked as if the situation were beyond repair. There was very little margin for error. Rokossovsky's 16th Army had been forced to fall back steadily from the inner edge of that invasive arc. On the 28th of November, a unit of Reinhardt's Panzer Group 3, the 7th Panzer Division, managed briefly to secure a bridgehead at Yakroma on the Moskva-Volga Canal, less than 70 kilometres from the heart of the capital. On the same day, the 2nd Panzer Division, part of Herpner's Panzer Group 4, reached Krasnaya Polyana, a mere 35 kilometres from the Kremlin. Zhukov's reaction was characteristically decisive. He summoned reserves to plug the gaps, and sent another peremptory order to Rokossovsky, who had retreated to a new command post a little to the south of Kryukova, 40 kilometres from the capital. "Kryukova is the final point of withdrawal. There can be no further falling back. There is nowhere else to fall back. Each further step back by you is a breach of Moscow's defences. All commanders, from juniors to seniors, to be in their places on the battlefield. On the 30th of November, Zhukov was on the receiving end of another phone call from Stalin. The dictator was under intense strain. He had somehow got it into his head that Herpner's panzers had taken the town of Dedovsk, which was 20 kilometers southeast of Istra and only 40 kilometers from the Kremlin. He was greatly perturbed. "Did you know that they had occupied Dedovsk?" he demanded. Zhukov didn't know. This provoked Stalin to burst out. "A commander should know what is going on at the front." Not giving him a chance to reply, he ordered Zhukov to head towards Dedovsk and personally to organize a counter-offensive to retake the city. He then rang off. Zhukov called Rokossovsky, wanting to know why he had not been told about the fall of such a crucial salient. Rokossovsky was at a loss. Dedovsk was still in Russian hands, he explained, wondering if there might have been some confusion with a village called Dedovo, further to the northwest, where there was indeed a heavy battle in progress. Much reassured, Zhukov at once rang Stalin to clear up the misunderstanding. The Soviet leader did not react as he expected. It was like trying to drive a nail into a stone, the general recalled. Stalin was in a towering rage and demanded that I go immediately to Rokossovsky and do everything necessary to see that this miserable village was recovered. As usual with Stalin, Zhukov judged in favor of discretion over valor. Rather than provoke the wrath of his mercurially merciless leader, he did as he was told. Accompanied by the commander of the Fifth Army, General Leonid Govorov, whose reluctant presence was foisted on him by Stalin, he reached Rokossovsky's headquarters. Together, the three generals went to see the commander of the 78th Siberian Rifle Division, General Afanasy Beloborodov, whose troops were hard-pressed in the midst of a raging battle near the offending village. He was not pleased to see them, nor did he appreciate being asked to explain why the Germans had been allowed to take a few small houses in a small village on the far side of a deep ravine that was of no tactical significance whatsoever. Zhukov felt unable to explain why it was so. Instead, he ordered the general to send a rifle company and 2 tanks to retake Dedovo. This was duly accomplished the following day. While they were engaged on this fool's errand, Stalin, who must have forgotten his earlier order, contacted Zhukov's command headquarters, demanding to know why he wasn't in his office. His chief of staff was ordered to summon him back there forthwith. Stalin asked how he proposed to arrest a breakthrough by enemy units on a part of the Central Front which hitherto had been very quiet. Zhukov took immediate steps to plug the gap and then called Stalin to update him. Only at the end of the conversation did Stalin ask, "Well, and what about Dedovsk?" Zhukov responded evenly, merely saying that he had sent 2 tanks and an infantry company to oust the Germans from a village called Dedovo. Stalin said nothing. Zhukov was on edge. Soon after the fall of Krasnaya Polyana, he got in touch with Rokossovsky and raged at him, threatening to have him shot for allowing his troops to withdraw. Rokossovsky was badly shaken, but Stalin, who, recovering his equilibrium, reassured the commander of the 16th Army that he had his personal support and that reinforcements would be sent to his front as soon as possible. On the southern end of Zhukov's front, the 2nd Panzer Army was making slow progress towards Tula, despite Guderian's own deepening doubts about the chances of success. In Moscow, the Stavka feared that Tula might fall. On the 22nd of November, ironically the day before Guderian was forbidden by Brauchitz to call off the attack, Shaposhnikov summoned General Boldin to his headquarters. Boldin, who was still recuperating from the wounds he'd incurred during his escape from the Vyazma encirclement, had a new assignment. He was to confront Guderian, who, Shaposhnikov told him, has even strengthened his onslaught. Boldin was to take command of the 50th Army and eliminate the threat to Tula, and so seal the road to Moscow from the 2nd Panzer Army. Crossing over to a large operations map hanging on the wall, Shaposhnikov showed him where Guderian's forces were strategically lined up for a further assault. He pinpointed Yasnaya Polyana, the former estate of the revered author of War and Peace, Leo Tolstoy. which lay a little over 14 kilometers to the south of Tula, and which, he fulminated, Hitler's vandals had now occupied. Can you imagine? They have dared to defile the people's holy of holies, the grave of Leo Tolstoy. They are destroying the home where he created his work of genius, pillaging his museum, and ravaging his estate. Guderian's forward units had indeed set up an advance headquarters at Yasnaya Polyana, where they established a medical dressing station, but he was later to insist the estate was treated with respect. Apparently infuriated by Soviet allegations to the contrary, he denounced the grossest lies, which, he thundered, were designed only to prove our alleged barbarity. There was indeed no evidence that the Germans had defiled Tolstoy's woodland grave, though a number of dead soldiers were evidently buried nearby. But it may be presumed that the new occupants did not shrink from scavenging for food and firewood from what remained of a once beautiful and bountiful domain. As most of the great man's most precious valuables had been boxed up and carted to safety well before the arrival of the Panzer Army, there was little of material value left to be pillaged, though Moscow would subsequently allege that a number of precious manuscripts had been deliberately incinerated. Guderian countered that while the museum was used to provide living quarters for Guderian's staff, he had ordered all Tolstoy's books to be locked away in 2 barricaded rooms. Whatever the truth, which probably lies somewhere between the 2 extremes of desecration and consecration, Guderian was militarily as determined not to be expelled from Yasnaya Polyana as Boldin was to drive him out. On the 28th of November, Guderian received a cryptic order: successful completion of the Battle of Tula. It was a goal as easy to set as it was hard to achieve. The 2nd Panzer Army's complement of tanks now numbered 150, or 15% of the total number with which Guderian had launched Barbarossa. What was true of the tanks was true of his troops as well. Most combat units in the 2 infantry corps under his command were well below strength, and in some cases judged incapable of any offensive action at all. His men were also exhausted. For these reasons, he judged that the assault should be cancelled, and that his army should withdraw to defensible lines and dig in for the winter. But he was under orders to advance. Heinrici was similarly pessimistic. After months of heavy fighting, his 43rd Corps was close to breaking point. He had lost all but 11 pieces of his artillery, and his troops were on the verge of collapse. In the absence of orders to the contrary, however, he pressed on. Unless his men advanced far and fast enough towards Tula from the east, it would be impossible to close the ring around the city, which Guderian now planned to snap shut with a last-gasp surprise attack. The 43rd managed to make some progress during the last week of November, but at the end of the month, after a fierce Soviet counterattack, Heinrici was forced to call a halt. We are in dire straits right now. The enemy vigorously attacks our newly won positions. Our men are extremely exhausted, and we have around -20°C and a freezing wind from the north, which blows the snow like clouds across the ground. The situation is as bad as never before, and we dread the most unpleasant consequences. The situation is especially threatening because our troops are at the end of their tether. We know only one thing: it cannot go on like this on a permanent basis. The losses are very high. The strain on our men is beyond the power of human endurance. Guderian had repeatedly asked Bock for reinforcements that didn't exist. Though he knew that the Panzer commander's demands were by no means outrageous, Bock was so wearily exasperated that on the 30th of November he sent Guderian a telex telling him that such requests were futile. On the same day, he came under renewed pressure from OKH, where Brauchitsch and Holder still insisted that a mammoth encirclement of Moscow was not only possible, but also essential to victory. Not for the first time, Bock told Brauchitsch that Guderian's army was exhausted, and that the capture of Tula was at the very limit of what it could achieve. It was to no avail. Hitler was impatient to announce publicly that Moscow had fallen. For Brauchitsch that was enough. He clung to the Führer's manifestly absurd vision with such tenacity that Bock could only conclude that the High Command was deaf to the facts. "Several times I had to ask if Brauchitsch was even still listening," he noted impotently. On the following day, the 1st of December, still seething at Brauchitz's obstinacy, Bock decided to confront Hitler's fantasies head-on, but without mentioning the Führer by name. In a remarkably candid appraisal of Army Group Center's critical state, he did not hold back. In spite of repeated inquiries and reports sent to the Army High Command by the Army Group calling attention to the alarming state of its forces, it was decided that the attack should be continued, even at the risk of units being completely burned out. The attack will, after further bloody combat, result in modest gains and will also defeat elements of the enemy forces, but it will scarcely have a strategic effect. The fighting of the last 14 days has shown that the notion that the enemy in front of the Army Group had collapsed was a fantasy. Halting at the gates of Moscow is tantamount to heavy defensive fighting against a numerically far superior foe. The forces of the Army Group are not equal to this, even for a limited time. And even if the improbable should become possible, my forces would not nearly be sufficient to encircle Moscow and seal it off. The attack thus appears to be without sense or purpose, especially since the time is approaching when the strength of the units will be exhausted. His Jeremiad had no effect. Later that day, OKH forwarded to him a specific inquiry from the Führer about the deployment of one of Klug's divisions, which, to Bock, demonstrated yet again a completely false appreciation of the Fourth Army's forces. This time, Bock remonstrated with Halder, complaining that it was astounding how little the highest levels of command were informed of my reports. As I have reported 100 times, I lack the forces to encircle the enemy. Halder's mealy-mouthed and buck-passing response was to reassure Bock that we too are concerned about the human sacrifice, but in the same breath to instruct him that an effort must be made to bring the enemy to his knees by applying the last ounce of strength. Once it is conclusively shown that this is impossible, we shall make new decisions. Insofar as this exhortation made any operational sense at all, this was tantamount to a demand that Bock's armies should fight on until they were themselves on their knees. Tactically, it was so incoherent as to be devoid of meaning. Strategically, it was in effect to play Russian roulette with a fully loaded weapon. But on the following day, with little other choice than to resign, Bock buckled, sending a telex message to every corps under his command, telling them that the serious moment of crisis that the Russian defenders are facing must be exploited wherever the opportunity presents itself. In a diary note he added, "I have my doubts whether the exhausted units are still capable of doing so." Guderian shared those doubts with even greater intensity, but he too knuckled under. After consulting his senior officers, he decided to demand one more sacrifice from the last reserves of his depleted forces for a final assault against Tula on the 2nd of December. His plan involved 2 shock groups approaching from opposite directions to meet up some 10 kilometers north of Tula and thus complete the encirclement. For a brief moment, it appeared they might triumph. Spearheaded by 3 panzer divisions advancing from the east, the attack took Boldin's 50th Army by surprise. Breaching the Soviet positions in 2 places, they fought their way through a blizzard on icy roads and on the next day managed to cut both the road and the rail link between Tula and Moscow. But their hold was fragile. Guderian knew that without greater support, they would almost certainly be driven back. None of Guderian's misgivings or Bock's forebodings were yet apparent to the Soviet High Command in Moscow. From his headquarters in central Tula, where he was in conclave with the local Communist Party leader, General Boldin listened to the ominous roar of not-so-distant gunfire. The official who had overseen the formation of several workers' battalions to defend the city, was at a loss. "What shall we do now?" he asked. Baldwin, keen to stiffen morale, was robust. "We'll just go on defending Tula as before and go on killing fascists." As soon as it became clear what was happening, Baldwin called up Colonel Siazov, the commander of the 258th Rifle Division, which was stationed in a village just to the north of Tula. Bellowing into a field microphone, he ordered, "Mikhail Alexandrovich, take immediate steps to clear the Germans off the Moscow highway." The commander, who could barely hear him against the cacophony of surrounding gunfire, asked him to repeat his message. Baldwin had to spell out every word, letter by letter, before Siazov got the message. A faint voice came back. "Comrade General, your order will be carried out." Baldwin would later claim that he had no doubt that the counterattack would be effective. Others were less confident. When the inevitable call came through from Moscow, Baldwin knew it would be Zhukov and that the Western Army Group commander would be in aggressive mood. "I felt it would be an unpleasant conversation, and so it was." "Well, Comrade Baldwin," Zhukov said in a voice heavy with sarcasm, "this is the third time, after Bialystok and Vyazma, you've managed to get yourself encircled. Isn't it rather too much? I already told you to move your headquarters, but you were pig-headed, wouldn't carry out my order." Baldwin, who was one of the few who was not frightened of Zhukov's wrath, retorted, "Comrade Commander, if I and my staff had left, Guderian would already be here. The position would be much worse than it is now." Zhukov backed off, promising further tank reinforcements to ensure that the panzers could be driven off the main Moscow-Tula highway. On the same day, the 3rd of December, Guderian paid a visit to the headquarters of Heinrich's 43rd Corps. If the pincers were to close around Tula, it was essential for his forces to link up with the panzer units straddling the main road to Moscow. Heinrich told Guderian what he already knew. His infantry divisions had been pushed to the limits of endurance. They were half frozen and always hungry. They slept, if they slept at all, on ground so cold that many fell sick with bladder and bowel infections, and growing numbers could no longer stomach the thought of another day of fighting and probably of dying in vain. To avoid this fate, some of his men, including those who had impeccable military records, had turned to self-mutilation. Others were on the verge of mutiny. One of Heinrich's regimental commanders, Colonel Otto Drescher, had warned him, "Our men are in such a state that I cannot rule out that someone might point a gun against his own officer because he is truly desperate and loses his head." A number of rank-and-file soldiers complained to Heinrich in person. "Why did the 2nd Panzer Army order us to attack without being sure they could come to support us?" they asked. "Now our blood sacrifices are in vain. Why do they send us out to fight a winter war with insufficient clothing, and to face challenges that are beyond human strength? Does anybody know what's going on here?" Guderian was sympathetic, telling Heinrich that he'd heard much the same from other commanders, and that he was aware that units were depleted everywhere at a catastrophic level, and the fighting morale of the divisions was lowered extremely. However, he explained that when he had complained to Bock, he was not met with understanding and approval. Similarly, he had failed to convince even higher authorities, Brauchitz, to give the order to cancel the operation. Like Bock and Guderian, Heinrich decided he had no option other than to persist with an operation that all three knew was almost certain to founder. Guderian ordered Heinrich to fight his way through the enemy forces lined up to the west of Tula and to link up with the 5th Panzer Brigade, which was now in tenuous occupation of the Moscow-Tula highway. If he succeeded, Tula would be encircled and the road to the capital would be open. Heinrich promised to do his best. On the 4th of December, forward units of 43rd Corps duly began to plod zombie-like towards the main highway north of the city. The temperature was again plummeting towards -30 degrees centigrade. The 5th Panzer Brigade was a brigade in name only. With just 30 tanks at his disposal, its commander, Colonel Heinrich Eberbach, was about to face the reinforcements sent by Zhukov to support Boldin, a Soviet armoured brigade which included more than 70 of the vastly superior T-34 tanks. Without the support of 43rd Corps, these would be impossible odds. Lieutenant Hermann Hoss, who was with Eberbach as he faced this crisis, could hear the distant sound of the Soviet armour rumbling south towards their positions. Our line is dangerously thin. If they attack en masse, they will simply roll over us. We are freezing in our thin uniforms. More and more of our soldiers are getting frostbite. Fresh Siberian troops are being thrown into battle against us. They are well trained. Their equipment is excellent, he noted. The colonel's hope of holding his position rested on the arrival of Heinrich's infantry. Late in the afternoon of the 4th, Boldin was at his headquarters in Tula when he received a call from the front. It was Colonel Siazov, whom he had instructed to call him every hour to report on the course of the battle. Siazov was exultant. After 19 hours of sustained combat, his men had managed to make contact with Zhukov's reinforcements. The panzers had been driven off the main road. Traffic may be resumed along the Tula-Moscow highway, he confirmed with understated delight. It was a pivotal moment, operationally, psychologically, and symbolically. The struggle for Tula was not quite over, but the denouement was only hours away. Heinrich's Army Corps, supported by one of Kluge's infantry divisions, made contact with elements of Boldin's 50th Army in the early hours of the 5th of December, but the attack petered out almost immediately. As he drove from his field headquarters towards the front, Heinrich passed his own soldiers coming the other way. They claimed to have been sent into the rear suffering from severe frostbite. He came across others huddling around small fires in a clearing. They were clearly broken men. He did his best to urge them towards the front, telling them that Guderian's panzers were only a few kilometers away and that once they made contact, Tula would be encircled. He told himself that his little homily seemed to give them cheer, but as he looked at his men, these frozen, poorly clothed, starved, unwashed and dirty people, he reflected that if the Russians saw these people, he would not have a lot of respect. Soon afterwards, he accepted the inevitable. On the afternoon of the 5th of December, to the relief of his exhausted troops, some of whom of their own accord had already started to retreat, he decided to abandon the attack. Throughout that day, Guderian was on the receiving end of similarly bad news from every quarter. With temperatures hovering around minus 35 degrees centigrade, tank engines failed to start. Oil solidified in machine guns. Trucks broke down. Food and other supplies did not reach the front. In short, the 2nd Panzer Army was effectively immobilized. That evening, the disconsolate general called Heinrich to tell him that for the first time since the start of the Second World War, the blame on others for his own shortcomings, as he was to disobey orders of which he disapproved, characteristically chose to exculpate himself from any responsibility for his failure to take Tula. Yet aside from complaining about a shortage of supplies and the adverse weather, he had not openly challenged Bock when ordered to continue his faltering advance. Nor had he hesitated to urge his commanders to fight on despite the exhaustion of their men. And he had only called a halt to the operation when it had already been thwarted. Though he would blame those above him in the chain of command, he shared a heavy burden of responsibility for pursuing a goal long after it was clear to him that it was unachievable. The withdrawal was not orderly. As Guderian's soldiers fell back, they came under heavy fire, and in many cases the retreat became a rout. Men were cut down as they fled, discipline collapsed, several units panicked. Erich Heger, serving in the 17th Panzer Division, described a common humiliation. Our infantry was involved in lots of fighting during the night. The Russians attacked twice. Infantry made a run for it, lost all vehicles, officers all dead. Infantry could get back into the village, but not much point in that. The vehicles had all gone. They've had enough. The 2nd Panzer Army was not alone. On the northwestern approaches to Moscow, Reinhardt's Panzer Group 3 had fought its way slowly southwards along the Moskva-Volga Canal, but after inching forward and taking heavy casualties, Herpner's Panzer Group 4 could make no further progress. As in the south, so in the north, the troops were almost literally on their last legs. In many cases, their morale had sunk so low that they were not only reluctant, but also at the point of refusing to obey orders. Commanders in 10th Panzer Division reported that it was no longer possible, even with the harshest measures, to get the troops forward to attack. The decisive point is the complete physical and psychological exhaustion of the troops. That was not an isolated incident. On the 2nd of December, a regimental colonel serving in the 23rd Infantry Division reported, "2 of my battalions have refused to advance any further. The losses in officers and men have simply become too high. There is hardly any ammunition left." Operation Typhoon had blown itself out. Yet in their purblind faith that the Führer's will would inevitably triumph over momentary adversity, the Wehrmacht's most senior commanders were still unable to contemplate the ignominy of failure. With Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army in retreat, Kluge's 4th Army on the defensive, and both Panzer Groups 3 and 4 down to their last reserves, a similar hubris had seemed to infect even Bock, who had warned his superiors so often of what had now befallen his armies. As though merely to engage in battle presented a simulacrum of victory even in the midst of defeat, he refused to call off the offensive. It was to be resumed on the 6th of December. For a time, Herpner continued to urge his men forward, promising that the goal can still be reached. On the 3rd of December, however, he warned the commander of the 4th Army, Kluge, that unless OKH called off the attack, his panzer group would be bled white and would be unable to defend itself against the Soviet counterattacks. On the same day, he told Bock that his offensive strength was largely at an end. 2 days later, on the 5th of December, Reinhardt delivered the same bleak message about Panzer Group 3, that its offensive strength is gone. Bock was now in a grave military quandary. Alarmed by Brauchitz's failure to give Hitler the unvarnished truth about the predicament facing his armies, he decided to go over his commander-in-chief's head and confront the Wehrmacht's head of operations. "The attack is still ordered for the entire front," he told Jodl, but in the same breath he warned that the hour is in sight when the troops will be exhausted. However, going over to the defensive so belatedly against the rapidly growing might of Zhukov's armies now ringing Moscow would expose his forces to devastating counterattacks. For this reason, he told Jodl, he had decided to pursue what he had once described as my mission to the bitter end. The assault would not be called off. What he did not tell Jodl, and apparently failed to admit to himself, was that the fate of the battle for Moscow was no longer in his hands. By not calling a halt earlier, he had handed the initiative to Stalin and the Soviet High Command. This unpalatable truth was now evident to all 3 of Bock's panzer leaders. On the 5th of December, Reinhardt was warned by the commander of the 41st Panzer Corps that a successful attack can no longer be expected of the corps. At this point, like Guderian in the south, Reinhardt now decided unilaterally to halt Panzer Group 3's attack. On the same day, Panzer Group 4's war diary reported that the troops were lackluster and in alarming masses indifferent. Bock, who still appeared to think that all was not lost, consulted the commander of the 4th Army to ask if Herpner's attack, scheduled for the following day, should go ahead. Kluge's answer was blunt and brief. It should not. That was it. Even Bock was now obliged to concede that Operation Typhoon had run its course. For those of his troops who still had faith, this was a crushing blow. Some may have glimpsed the Moscow skyline in the far distance, though none could claim, except with the exercise of a lively imagination, that they'd seen the spires of St. Basil's Cathedral through their field glasses. This did not prevent the growth of a small archive of similar sightings. As David Starhill has pointed out, the only German soldiers who ever saw the Kremlin in the Second World War were being paraded past it as prisoners of war. Nevertheless, one or two legendary accounts fueled the enduring Nazi myth that the Third Reich was poised for victory only to have it snatched away at the last moment. Of these, one of the most famous and least likely to be false was provided by the military surgeon Heinrich Harper, who described how he and a small group of men had reached a remote tram stop a mere 16 kilometres from the centre of the city. We stopped and stared at the wooden seat on which thousands of Muscovites had sat and waited for the tram to clang down the road from Moscow, he wrote. There was an old wooden bin attached to the wall. I felt inside and dragged out a handful of old tram tickets. We picked out the Cyrillic letters, which by now we knew spelled Moskva. The truth was, the main body of Bock's troops never got closer than between 25 and 30 kilometres from the city. They were not even close enough to consider wasting their severely depleted supply of artillery shells by hurling them vainly at the unseen gates of Moscow. After 5 months, 3 weeks, and 6 days, Operation Barbarossa had finally reached its fateful terminus. Though it might at times have seemed otherwise, the capital had never been in danger of falling. Bock seemed almost to concede this when, on the 7th of December, he reflected on the serious crisis that now confronted him. It had been right, he concluded, to order the ruthless pursuit of the enemy for so long as the Supreme Command believed he was fighting for his life with the very last of his forces. But it had been a mistake to insist that the effort to decisively defeat him in one short push was worth the ultimate sacrifice. The army group is now forced to go over to the defensive under the most difficult conditions. Retreat was now inevitable. The ignominy was complete. Like Bock, Halder was close to despair. Like Bock too, he was unwilling to shoulder any of the blame. Instead, he passed the buck up the line. The occurrences of the day have again been heartbreaking and humiliating, he wrote on the 7th of December, adding, with an acknowledgement of a truth he had hitherto concealed even from himself, OKH is now no more than a messenger boy. The Führer, over the heads of the OKH, gets in direct touch with the commanders of the army groups. But worst of all, the Supreme Command does not realize the conditions our troops are in and indulges in paltry patchwork where only big decisions could help. Almost as afterthoughts, both Bock's and Halder's diary entries for that day ended with a brief and almost identical prediction. In Halder's words, Japan, a conflict with the US, possibly imminent. Chapter 29. A Global War. Soon after daybreak, on Sunday the 7th of December 1941, the Second World War became a truly global conflict. At Chequers, Churchill was elated, not by the fact that the Nazis had been rebuffed at the gates of Moscow, which he barely noticed, but by the news that Japan had bombed the United States naval base at Pearl Harbor. He was at dinner with the US Ambassador John Winant and Averell Harriman, the President's special envoy, when he switched on his small wireless set and half listened to the BBC's 9 o'clock news. Fortuitously, the butler entered the dining room a moment later and confirmed, "It's quite true, we heard it ourselves outside. The Japanese have attacked the Americans." More than 350 Japanese dive bombers had sunk or inflicted serious damage on 19 US warships, including 8 battleships, 3 cruisers, and 3 destroyers, and 347 aircraft. During the raid, 2,403 US personnel had been killed and a further 1,178 wounded. Churchill left the table at once to put through a call to the US President. "It's quite true. They have attacked us at Pearl Harbor. We are all in the same boat now," Roosevelt told him. This, though he would put it more decorously in public, was an answer to the Prime Minister's heartfelt prayers. Britain's fortunes had been transformed. Blessed by a military and industrial potential which far exceeded that of any other protagonist, the United States was no longer simply an ally, but a co-belligerent bent on the same objective. For Churchill, after 17 months of lonely fighting, it was a moment of the greatest joy that the United States was now in the war up to the neck and into the death. There could now be no other outcome than victory. "We had won the war," he wrote. "Hitler's fate was sealed. Mussolini's fate was sealed. As for the Japanese, they would be ground to powder." In that spirit, he took himself to bed, saturated and satiated with emotion and sensation, and slept the sleep of the saved and thankful. The following day, the 8th of December, Congress formally declared war on Japan. 3 days later, in the belief that American support for the British and Soviet armies would be weakened thereby, Hitler declared war on the United States. It was an act of hubris, a calculated gamble that demonstrated his profound lack of strategic judgment. Churchill's cup was overflowing. The balance of war-making power had shifted dramatically away from the Axis towards the grand alliance of the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union, or the Big Three, as the principles would very soon be known. The surprise attack by the Japanese and the regime's choice of target caught the Americans off balance, but the worsening relationship between Washington and Tokyo had reached the point of no return many weeks earlier. With diplomacy between the two capitals reduced to declarations of irreconcilable ultimatums, a military conflagration had become inevitable. Churchill's priority now was to ensure that Roosevelt would not yield the Germany First principle, which had been painstakingly agreed earlier in the year between the British and Americans, against the inevitable clamour for a Japan First strategy. The so-called ABC-1 agreement, which after tortuous negotiation had been signed in Washington in March 1941, contained at its core an undertaking by the American side that even if Japan and the United States went to war, Europe and the Atlantic should remain the decisive military theatre. The ABC-1 document also implicitly endorsed Britain's imperial commitments in the Middle East, North Africa and the Mediterranean, which all formed part of the European theatre, as well as in the Pacific. Churchill's self-imposed task was to reassert these principles, knowing that they would face a strong challenge from within the divided councils of the US administration. Powerful voices in Congress and the military believed with some passion that the White House should put the Pacific War first. With his uncanny instinct for the strategic jugular, Churchill allowed his impetuosity full rein. On the 8th of December, 2 days after Pearl Harbor, the Prime Minister, discarding the usual diplomatic protocols, cabled Roosevelt inviting himself to the White House in terms so elegantly insistent that the President, in common courtesy, could not easily rebuff him. "Now that we are, as you say, in the same boat, would it not be wise for us to have another conference? We could review the whole war plan in the light of reality and new facts, as well as the problems of production and distribution. I feel that all these matters, some of which are causing me concern, can best be settled on the highest executive level. It would also be a very great pleasure to me to meet you again, and the sooner the better." Roosevelt, who was intently focused on the implications of Pearl Harbor, tried to deter his unwanted visitor by advising Churchill that the return journey across the Atlantic, by which time German intelligence would know about his mission, would be a dangerous undertaking. Nothing could have been better calculated to strengthen Churchill's resolve. The British bulldog was more determined than ever to charm his way into the Washington china shop. The Foreign Secretary was on the night train to Scotland when the news of Pearl Harbor was passed to him in the late evening of the 7th of December. He was bound for Invergordon, from where he was to proceed to the British naval base in Scapa Flow to join HMS Kent, which was to take him and his entourage to the Soviet Union to meet Stalin. It was to be the first visit by a British Foreign Secretary since the Russian Revolution, and he laid great store by it. Following the bitter exchange of correspondence between Stalin and Churchill in early November, Eden, with the unlikely benefit of Beaverbrook's assistance, had managed to patch up relations with Moscow via the Soviet ambassador Maisky. On the 20th of November, Maisky had requested a meeting with the Foreign Secretary. He had a message from Stalin for Churchill, the gist of which was that the Soviet leader had not intended to offend Churchill, but that he had been greatly hurt by Britain's refusal to declare war on Finland and had been humiliated by the fact that his secret communications on this issue had been leaked to the British media. It was not quite a climb down, but as Maisky and Eden had plotted together, it was enough of an apology to mollify the Prime Minister. Churchill decided at once to send a personal telegram to Stalin proposing that Eden visit him in Moscow to discuss every question relating to the war. Nothing, it seemed, would be off the table. Our intention is to fight the war in alliance with you and in constant consultation with you. And when the war is won, as I am sure it will be, we expect that Soviet Russia, Great Britain, and the United States will meet at the council table of the victors as the three principal partners and agencies by which Nazism will have been destroyed. The fact that Russia is a communist state and Britain and the United States are not, and do not intend to be, is not any obstacle to our making a good plan for our mutual safety and rightful interests. The Foreign Secretary will be able to discuss the whole of this field with you. It was as generous as any message that he'd ever sent to the Soviet dictator, and on the face of it, laden with political and diplomatic import. Stalin did not hesitate. Eden would be very welcome at the Kremlin. The prospect of such a visit, originally mooted by Eden himself, had been in discussion for at least a fortnight before Churchill proposed it formally. It had, though, been the source of fractious debate within the government about its purpose and timing. The issues concealed behind the Prime Minister's emollient language in his message to Stalin were complex and controversial. For some weeks, the War Cabinet had been giddying itself with attempts to reconcile Stalin's demands with Britain's priorities. The debate in London circled around three pressing dilemmas. Should the government declare war on Finland, demanded by Stalin but opposed by the United States? Should Britain send troops as well as armaments to support the Red Army, urged by Cripps, endorsed cautiously by Eden, but strenuously opposed by the Chiefs of Staff? And should Britain discuss the post-war borders of Europe, for which Stalin was pressing, about which Eden was open-minded, and to which Churchill, in line with Roosevelt, was adamantly opposed? The Prime Minister had initially been resolute in his refusal to declare war on Finland, not only because he did not want to rile Washington, but because he had a high regard for the commander of the Finnish armed forces, Field Marshal Baron Karl Mannerheim. The two men had forged a bond during the Soviet Revolution, when Mannerheim had led a white Russian cavalry corps against the Bolsheviks. For Stalin, though, this was a make-or-break diplomatic issue. The Finns were not only fighting alongside the Nazis, but were also helping to sustain the siege of Leningrad. Under pressure from the War Cabinet, Churchill agreed to give Helsinki an ultimatum: either leave off fighting and cease military operations, or face a British declaration of war. He loathed putting this gun to Mannerheim's head, and in a personal plea to him wrote, "It would be most painful to the many friends of your country in England if Finland found herself in the dock with the guilty and defeated Nazis." Mannerheim rejected this overture, replying that his army's operations were vital for the nation's security, but that he would nonetheless be deeply grieved if you will consider yourself forced to declare war upon Finland. The die was cast. Just before Eden's departure for Moscow, Britain issued the declaration of war, and conjoined it with a similar declaration against two of Hitler's other military allies, Romania and Hungary. The question of what kind of material support and how much of it should be offered to Stalin provoked sharper divisions. Britain's armed forces were already stretched to the limit. In addition to maintaining the country's defences on the home front against a Nazi invasion, they were charged to protect its imperial possessions in the Far East, which included Hong Kong, Borneo, and Malaya, whose capital Singapore was Britain's main military base in the region, East Africa and the Middle East, an area that for the Prime Minister was an overriding priority. At his relentless goading, Auchinleck had finally launched Operation Crusader to drive Rommel's Africa Corps away from the Egyptian border across the Libyan desert towards Tripoli. On the way, Churchill's Army of the Nile was enjoined to retake Tobruk, which had been under siege for 6 months. Although this small Mediterranean port had little strategic significance, it had acquired totemic status. Routing Rommel in the desert would be of surpassing psychological as well as military importance. These immediate demands on Britain's limited military resources had to be weighed against a growing realization that Moscow would have to be provided with more material support if Stalin were to be convinced that Britain was seriously committed to the defence of the Soviet Union. On the eve of Eden's visit, the War Cabinet had yet to square this circle, and the dithering chiefs of staff had proposed no way of doing so. Towards the end of November, the Prime Minister abruptly sacked the Chief of the Imperial Defence Staff, Sir John Dill, whom he had long unfairly judged to be pedestrian and dull-witted. His successor was Field Marshal Alan Brooke, who was a far less amenable character. Clever, abrasive, and self-assured, he also had a high regard for his own talents, and he did not shrink from displaying them. Within hours of taking up his post on the 1st of December, he reached the conclusion that Britain was unsustainably overstretched on every front, an assessment that was brought into sharp focus on his 3rd day in office when he was presented with a memorandum from Churchill. This missive proposed that 2 divisions should be dispatched to the Soviet Union forthwith to support the Russian forces defending the Caucasus. This gesture had been urged on the Prime Minister by Eden, who hoped to offer it to Stalin at their forthcoming meeting to demonstrate Britain's commitment to the Anglo-Soviet alliance against the Nazis. Brooke was aghast at the prospect. This would probably mean closing down the Libyan offensive, Operation Crusader, whereas I am positive that our policy for the conduct of the war should be to direct both our military and political efforts towards the early conquest of North Africa. That afternoon, he argued this case so persuasively at the Cabinet Defence Committee that, as he put it, we succeeded in riding PM off this suggestion. His victory had a price, however, an off-the-cuff suggestion from Beaverbrook that Stalin should be offered 500 tanks instead. The next day, with Eden's departure scheduled for the 7th of December, Brooke was unequivocal. The army could at best afford to send only 300 tanks, and they could not be delivered before June the following year. Moreover, as he made very clear, I did not recommend such a gift as we should be seriously denuding this country and prematurely disclosing a new pattern of tank. That prompted the first of many interminable debates within the cabinet, which exasperated the new CIGS. The Foreign Secretary was particularly tiresome. Anthony Eden was like a peevish child, grumbling because he was being sent off to see Uncle Stalin without suitable gifts, while Granny Churchill was comforting him and explaining to him all the pretty speeches he might make instead. That evening following dinner, the Chiefs of Staff met again. The discussion went round in circles once more. Tanks? Aircraft? How many? By when? In the end, Churchill flew into a rage and started to rail at his advisers for having no ideas of their own but invariably rejecting any that he advanced. He then slammed his papers shut, closed the meeting, and stalked out of the room. It was pathetic and entirely unnecessary, Brooke noted. We were only trying to save him from making definite promises which he might find hard to keep later on. It was all the result of overworking himself and keeping too late hours. Such a pity. God knows where we would be without him, but God knows where we shall go with him. In the end, a compromise of a sort was achieved. In lieu of any troops, Eden would be authorized to offer Stalin 200 tanks and 500 aircraft, so long as the War Office could scrounge them from one or another of Brooke's reluctant legions. The political purpose of Eden's visit was more contentious still. Even before Stalin's strangulated apology to Churchill, the Foreign Secretary had contemplated drafting an Anglo-Soviet charter to offer Stalin as a complementary counterpart to the Atlantic Charter, which the Soviet leader had reluctantly approved in August. What this so-called Volga Charter was to contain was unclear, but a fortnight earlier, from his diplomatic outpost at Kuibyshev, Cripps had sent an abrasive personal message to the Prime Minister urging a much bolder commitment to the Soviet Union than he had so far even begun to consider. Stalin is not convinced that we are in this war with the Russians wholeheartedly and without reservations. In spite of frequent warnings, His Majesty's government has so far appeared to overlook the fact Eden had come to acknowledge that some kind of shared plan for the post-war future of Europe was required, that the relationship between London and Moscow could not flourish on a thin gruel of warm words alone. Churchill was far too astute to dismiss such considerations. Despite what Eden described as the Prime Minister's reluctance to consider post-war problems at all, he was persuaded by the War Cabinet that Stalin should be told that Britain would, in the words of Eden's private secretary, cooperate to the full with the Soviet government during and after the war. There was, though, a carefully contrived proviso. He was to make it clear to the Soviet leader that it would not be possible at this stage to produce a cut-and-dried scheme of war aims as yet, because we haven't got one. In turn, this would make it impossible to discuss in any detail what such cooperation might involve following the end of the war. This was meagre negotiating fare, but enough for a diplomat of Cadogan's feline skills to draft an Anglo-Soviet agreement that, with careful imprecision, indicated broadly what a post-war European settlement might look like. But even this modest ploy was too much for the Prime Minister. At a cabinet meeting on the 27th of November, he rejected the proposal out of hand, evidently without having read a word of it. The following day, the draft was further watered down to the point where, in Cadogan's words, it had become as thin as restaurant coffee. It was, though, all that Eden was going to be in a position to offer the Soviet leader. His grandiose idea for a Volga Charter was dead. On the 8th of December, Eden was aboard HMS Kent at the British naval base in Scapa Flow, on the eve of his departure for the Soviet Union. He was suffering from a severe dose of gastroenteritis and was confined to his bunk for most of the day. His condition was not improved by a call from the Prime Minister. Churchill was in a buoyant mood as he told the Foreign Secretary that he too planned soon to be on the high seas on his way to the United States. According to Eden's personal secretary, Oliver Harvey, his master was horrified by Churchill's plan and tried to talk him out of it. He failed. In despair, he rang the US ambassador, John Winant, who, similarly taken aback, advised that such a visit would not be appropriate until the new year at the earliest. Harvey, too, was appalled, noting, "I am aghast at the consequence of both Churchill and Eden being away at once. The British public will think quite rightly that they are mad." If Eden called off his Moscow mission, however, it would send the wrong message entirely to the Kremlin, since it would be fatal to put off Anthony Eden's visit to Stalin to enable the Prime Minister to visit Roosevelt. It would confirm all Stalin's worst suspicions. Eden persisted. He phoned the Deputy Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, who agreed with him wholeheartedly and undertook to oppose the Prime Minister's scheme at Cabinet. His objection had no effect. Nothing would divert Churchill from his chosen course. When Cadogan spoke to him later that evening to explain that Eden was distressed at the idea of their both being out of the country at the same time, Churchill brushed him aside, saying, "That's all right. That'll work very well. I shall have Anthony where I want him." Though he did not put it quite so bluntly when discussing this personally with Eden, Churchill left him in no doubt that a complete understanding between Britain and the United States outweighed all else. This conviction was reinforced by the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, and according to the new CIGS Brooke, the pressing need to ensure that American help to this country does not dry up in consequence. Eden's opposition to Churchill's visit had genuine diplomatic validity, but neither was he entirely disinterested. For as Harvey put it, the prime ministerial trip would take all the limelight off the Moscow visit. The unfortunate Foreign Secretary was not only unwell, but also disconsolate, as HMS Kent set off into rising seas and darkening weather. The British party of Eden, Cadogan and Harvey, accompanied by Lieutenant General Sir Archibald Nye, the newly appointed Vice Chief of the Imperial General Staff, and a phalanx of officials set foot on Russian soil on the 13th of December. Their arrival gave Cadogan, who was not a seasoned traveller, an opportunity to cast his patrician eye over his strange surroundings and its even stranger inhabitants. One of these, an official from the Soviet Foreign Office, was alleged to speak English, but it must have been some local dialect unknown to me, he noted disparagingly. Cadogan decided to call him Frog-Face. However, he was not entirely devoid of aesthetic sensibilities. Although he was disconcerted by an unknown lady swathed in fur who leapt into their car for the trip from the port into Murmansk, saying, "I come with you," the view of the town from the top of a hill gave him rare satisfaction. The glow on the horizon, on the far side of the town, was still just sufficient to light the snow on the ignoble roofs, and it looked really fairy-like. Eden was similarly and somewhat more elegantly entranced by the view of the harbour from the same vantage point. The colour of a pale pearl grey, quite indescribable and unpaintable, the air crisp and fresh. This Arctic scenery has a beauty which is the exact antithesis of the Christmas card of tradition. Soft, melting half-tones, nothing brittle or garish. The train journey from Murmansk to Moscow lasted 44 hours. This afforded the British delegation more than enough time to relish the snow-covered forests and, more pertinently, to study the implications of 2 telegrams from Churchill that had arrived while they were still at sea and as he was preparing to board HMS Duke of York and embark upon a zigzag crossing of the U-boat-infested Atlantic Ocean. In the first message, on the 10th of December, the Prime Minister advised his Foreign Secretary that the room for diplomatic manoeuvre in Moscow would be even less than Eden had hoped. Several factors, among them the decision by the US Navy to withdraw all its battleships from the Atlantic following Pearl Harbor, the prospect of heavy fighting in Libya, and the urgent need to reinforce the RAF against a possible Japanese attack on Malaya, had created such uncertainty that you should not offer 10 squadrons, as he had agreed a week earlier, at present time. Churchill's second cable, 2 days later, contained dire news. The Japanese had sunk the battleship HMS Prince of Wales and the battle cruiser HMS Repulse, 110 kilometres off the coast of Malaya, with the loss of 840 crew. This was distressing enough in itself, but more worryingly from Britain's strategic perspective, the Americans, under shock of Pacific disaster and war declarations, Germany and Italy against the United States, have embargoed everything for the present. I hope to loosen this up, but in present circumstances, with a Russian victory, the successful defence of Moscow, and our new dangers, we cannot make any promises beyond our previously agreed quota of supplies. Eden was to arrive in Moscow bearing no presents with which to appease Uncle Stalin. With his political room for manoeuvre similarly circumscribed by the Prime Minister, the auguries for what were supposed to be the most important high-level talks between the British and Soviet governments since the start of the war were not promising. Chapter 30. The Retreat. Much had changed in the Soviet Union while Eden had been at sea. The Red Army had not only arrested the German assault on Moscow, but also forced Army Group Center into an ignominious retreat before a full-scale counteroffensive. The speed and ferocity of the Soviet counterattack, which began on the 5th of December, the same day that Bock finally conceded that Operation Typhoon had failed, took the exhausted German armies by surprise. Zhukov had presented his plan to Stalin a few days earlier, on the 30th of November. The Soviet leader annotated it in the margin simply, "Agreed, J. Stalin." Reinforced by the Siberian divisions and those of the reserve armies which had not been thrown into the defence of Moscow, Zhukov had more than 1 million men to launch at an enemy who was demoralized and running out of armour, fuel, weapons and supplies. His plan was to drive Panzer Groups 3 and 4 out of Istra and Klin, to evict Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army from Tula, and to split Kluger's 4th Army in two to the west of the capital, with the eventual goal of opening the way for the Red Army to retake Smolensk. With the support of more than 75,000 guns and mortars, 774 tanks, and crucially 1,370 warplanes, which for the first time gave the Russians dominance in the air, Zhukov had marshalled an attacking force that was more than a match for Bock's armies. Army Group Center was drained of resolve by a toxic combination of defeat, hunger, and extreme cold. Men who had lain in foxholes watching their comrades freeze to death, and who themselves had lost fingers and toes to frostbite, had little stomach for anything except flight. Some could barely move. Lieutenant Kurt Grumman was at his unit's field dressing station, where he jotted in his diary, 80 men were brought in here today, half of whom have 2nd or 3rd degree frostbite. Their swollen legs are covered in blisters, and they no longer resemble limbs, but rather a formless mass. In some cases, gangrene has set in. He added, "What is it all for?" In December alone, according to the Wehrmacht's own estimates, the Ostheer suffered 90,000 casualties from causes other than enemy action. Already tested beyond endurance by their failed attempt to take Moscow, some German units stampeded. Out of the snowstorm, soldiers were running back, scattering like a panic-stricken herd of animals, infantryman Albrecht Simpson would recall. One lone officer stood against this desperate mass. He gesticulated, tried to pull out his pistol, and then simply let it pass. Our platoon leader made no attempt to stop people at all. As he joined this Gadarene rush, Linson was hit by shrapnel from a shell which crashed a few feet away from him. He felt a searing pain in his right thigh. "I thought, I'm going to die here, 21 years old, in the snow before Moscow." He managed to drag himself along the road, watching as his fleeing comrades disappeared into a flurry of snow. He came up to a truck that had veered off the road into a ditch. The driver had fled, leaving 3 or 4 men behind who were too seriously wounded to move. They waved their hands uselessly in the air as if to attract attention. Linson limped on. As dusk fell, he stumbled past other stalled vehicles. He saw the lights of a village, which turned out to be occupied by a detachment of troops who had not yet joined the rout. One of their number tended his wound, and he was handed an official form testifying that he was no longer fit for service. What a wonderful piece of paper! After the hell I'd gone through, I felt as if I had received an absolution. Hellish images of death and suffering on a scale that might have tested the imagination of Hieronymus Bosch horrified even those responsible for them. 2 months earlier, Horst Langer's 56th Infantry Division had formed part of the encircling operation at Vyazma. He had then been contemptuous of the Red Army and of the growing number of prisoners falling into their hands, observing that he could see few intelligent faces among them. By contrast, as they advanced from Smolensk towards Moscow, he had looked with pride on the ceaseless, uninterrupted flow of our reinforcements, the orderly marching columns, the tangible motion and function of our machinery, organized down to the last detail. Gradually, though, after seemingly endless days on the march, his spirit, like his body, had started to flag. By the time his unit had reached the approaches to Krasnaya Polyana, he was already weary of battle and appalled by the visions of the underworld he witnessed in the charred ruins of one victorious struggle. We pass Russian emplacements, bunkers, tank traps, and see the bodies of their soldiers. Their grey complexions with a greenish hue are encrusted in dark red blood. The corpses have been plundered by our soldiers and are without trousers or boots. We are seeing more and more horrendous things, glimpsing terrible images. Now, as his division retreated from Krasnaya Polyana, he became a semi-detached witness of the gratuitous destruction wrought by an army in retreat. We've received an order to burn everything before we leave, and buildings are going up in flames. One house is full of refugees, women and crying children, and they're all absolutely terrified. Another infantryman, Werner Host, was unnerved by the misery of the civilians whose homes and lives they had been ordered to destroy. Red tongues of flame shot greedily upwards, as if they wished to devour the heavens. The world is on fire. Stooping old men and mothers with tiny children hasten by, a small bundle on their backs, carrying their last belongings. Back home somewhere, there is a Christmas tree, twinkling with familiar decorations. Much-loved people are singing beautiful carols. It is better not to think about it. Langer noted on the 6th of December, "We are losing our self-confidence and self-belief. It is eroding rapidly even among our officers. The Russians have firmly grasped the battle initiative as our troops move back. The triumphalism with which we began our advance on Moscow has completely evaporated. Instead, we are conscious of a growing fear of the Russians, and it is verging on hysteria." Barely a division across the entire front from the north to the south was spared a similar breakdown of morale in one or another unit. Panzer Group 3's official report stated, "Discipline is breaking down. More and more soldiers are heading west on foot without weapons, leading a calf on a rope or pulling a sled loaded with potatoes. The road is under constant air attack. Those killed by bombs are no longer being buried. A psychosis bordering on panic has gripped the baggage trains. Service troops, too, are without rations. They're retreating in utter confusion. The Panzer Group's most difficult hour has begun." To the south of Moscow, the 2nd Panzer Army began the retreaters. The general was drawn irresistibly to make painful comparisons with Napoleon's decision to retreat from Moscow 129 years earlier. His gloom was profound. "We experienced the same conditions as in 1812. Deep snow, almost impassable roads, drifting snow, storms and freezing temperatures. I do not know what will become of it. I can only hope that we will succeed in eventually stopping the enemy, but none of us has the slightest idea how to do it. Our supreme leadership thought we could ignore the circumstances which defy human power and control. They will finally break us." Colonel Adolf Regener noted, "Men are in a state of shock. The sudden collapse of the offensive, followed by a disorderly retreat westwards, is difficult for our soldiers to understand. Everyone is thinking about the fate of Napoleon in 1812, and some even say our army has been cursed." Lieutenant Hoss, retreating with Eberbach's Panzer Brigade, reflected on the mournful experience of defeat. We formed a ghostly, struggling line, a long worm winding westwards. A full moon hung over the winter landscape, making everything colder. I saw the pole star. It had marked our direction when we sped eastwards. Like automata, the retreating forces had no choice but to adhere to one of the basic tenets of the battlefield: kill or be killed. If some still fought for Hitler's version of the fatherland, or for Lebensraum, or to destroy Bolshevism and the Jewish bacillus, their voices were rarely, if ever, heard. Heinrich Harper recalled that his comrades fought blindly and without asking questions, without wanting to know what lay ahead of them, and when the soldier's mind had become numb, when his strength, his discipline, and his will had been used up, he sank into the snow. If he was noticed, he was kicked and slapped into a vague awareness that his business in the world was not finished, and he staggered to his feet and groped on. But if he lay where he had collapsed until it was too late, as if forgotten, he was left lying at the side of the road, and the wind blew over him, and everything was levelled indistinguishably. The cold was unendurable. In Harper's makeshift sickbay, long rows of victims waited to have their boots cut off and to discover whether their frozen limbs could be massaged back into life or would require amputation. Strong boots were in such demand that when a unit stumbled across a dead Soviet soldier, they amputated his legs, or rather hacked them off below the knees, before putting them, with boots still attached, into the ovens. It was the only way to separate a pair of precious boots from a frozen corpse. The men who brought Bock's armies to this pass had themselves paid a terrible price. Between June and December, the Red Army endured more than 4.3 million casualties. Yet this was barely discernible from the surviving memoirs, diaries and letters of those serving at the front, which were far fewer in number and generally thinner in content than those on the German side. The overriding task of the military censors was to prevent any inconvenient facts penetrating the carapace of the Kremlin's propaganda. The ominous oversight of the NKVD ensured that any soldier unwise enough to try circumventing these guardians of the truth would risk the ultimate sanction. Even after the war, when German veterans were free to write as they wished, their Soviet counterparts, living under the yoke of Stalinism, had no such privilege. Nonetheless, such letters as were permitted to trickle home during those blood-soaked months provide a touching and often tender insight into the preoccupations of their authors. In July 1941, Dmitry Tachenko wrote to his two daughters, "My dear girls, Vita and Lyusia, I am so far from you. Perhaps you've already started to forget your daddy? Girls, so many children here are living in fear of air raids. Please, I want you to help your mummy and look after her. Don't be lazy. Anything can happen to me. Maybe I'll never see you again. Perhaps you will be left with just mummy. I would love so much to be with you for just one day, to look at you and to play with you. Please, make sure the house is always clean, both the rooms and the kitchen. Hugs and kisses, your daddy." A while later, he was wounded. On the 28th of September 1941, he wrote to his wife, "My dear beloved Anya, I'm feeling much better. My leg is no longer in pain. It is autumn. I am worried about you. You often catch cold. How are the girls' studies? Why did your parents never arrive from Leningrad? What happened? Are you eating all right? Once again, thank you for the parcel. We've already received 1 or 2 collective presents for soldiers and officers. I got a handkerchief, a few sweets, socks, and a bar of chocolate. It felt great to know that people don't forget us. A very sad thing happened today. My battle horse got killed. The first one was killed a month ago. They cannot hide from a shell. They're used to shelling by now. But otherwise, things aren't bad with me. Please, kiss Vita and Lyusa for me. Hugs and kisses, your Dmitri. His wife heard no more from him. After the war, she discovered that Dmitri had been killed on the 30th of October, 1941. In August 1941, Konstantin Titenkov, a fighter pilot based outside Moscow, wrote to his wife and daughter, who had been evacuated to the city of Ufa, more than 1,100 kilometers east of the capital. Hello, Galya and little Lyuda. Please let me know whether you receive my letters. My main question is whether you have somewhere to live and enough food. Are you getting the allowance on time? If you've got quality bread, nothing bad can happen to little Lyuda. You wrote that you would like to come back and live in Kubinka, an Air Force base outside the capital where the family had presumably lived before the war. I have to be frank with you. In no case should you do that. There are literally no families living here anymore, with kids or without. You are much better off in Ufa. I kiss you many, many times, Kostya. The family did not hear from him again. His plane was shot down on the 12th of October 1941. His body was never recovered. More than 30 years later, a schoolboy stumbled across a shell crater on the edge of a forest outside Moscow. He picked up a medal. It was the Order of Lenin. The serial number on it, 6776, was traced back to squadron leader Titenkov. On the 12th of September 1941, Lieutenant Pavel Komiakov, serving in a tank regiment near Kalinin, wrote to his sister Maria, "Hello, Mura. I will tell you about my battles when I see you. And if I don't get a chance to do this, please remember that your brother Pashka did not disgrace his family. Your brother Pavel." This was the last she heard from him. 6 months later, she received a letter from his friend, Alexander Yegorov. His unit and mine were at the front line. On the 15th of September, we were ordered to attack the enemy. Pavel and I crawled around the area in front of the enemy trenches, studying their defense line and looking for places where tanks could pass. His unit was stopped before the attack began, while I led my tanks to attack and was wounded. I will never forget the moment when he came to the medical truck where I was lying, and his face was very sad. He said, "Farewell, Sasha." He probably had a foreboding. I couldn't help crying. Pavel's unit attacked on the 16th of September. 2 enemy shells damaged his armor. His mechanic and gunner were killed, and he was gravely wounded. He managed to get out of the tank and was lying on the grass for a long time. It was impossible to reach him under fire. He was only given medical help in the evening. He was brought to a field hospital, and this is all that I know. A. Yegorov, 26th of March, 1942. On the 16th of September, Lieutenant Colonel Pavel Novikov, commanding a rifle regiment in the Moscow Proletarian Rifle Division, wrote to his 2 sons, "Hello, my dear sons Vitya and Gera. I send you my kisses and hugs. I am fighting so that you, my sons, don't have to suffer. Let us hope for our victory. It is a shame I cannot receive letters from you as we keep moving. Winter will soon come, and you will be able to sledge. The slopes are good where you are. Mummy can order a sledge for you, or a sled. A sled you can also make yourselves. Take a board, sharpen the end, pour water on it, and let it freeze. Do that several times. Well, that's it. Your daddy." Pavel Novikov was killed during the battle for Moscow, some 70 kilometers southwest of the capital. These husbands and fathers invariably refrained from mentioning their own sufferings or the atrocities they might have experienced. Thus, Edgar Bazitis, "I'm very worried about you." Grigory Ufimtsev, "Valya, you wrote that you sold the potatoes. That is good. I don't need money, but do send me warm socks and mittens and a penknife if you manage to get one. That's it for now. Warm kisses." Andrei Komarov, "Mama, if you saw me now, you'd say that I look some 5 or 10 years older. Please write to me about everything. Your son, who is still single, who hasn't had time to get married." Ivan Melnikov, Leslie Grossman, the great chronicler of the war on the Eastern Front, understood it very well indeed. These are the heroes of the first period of the war. Many are nameless and received no burial. It is to them, in large part, that Russia owes her salvation. The Führer's armies were on the retreat, but their supreme commander was still in denial. Barbarossa was not permitted to fail. On the 6th of December, he had insisted that if we have lost 25% of our fighting power, the Russians have lost far more of theirs. So saying, he instructed Halder that Army Group South should prepare for a further offensive towards the Caucasus, and that Army Group North should hold a critical salient 200 kilometers to the east of Leningrad to forestall any attempt by the Red Army to lift the siege. As for Army Group Center, he was unequivocal. The Russians have not abandoned any place voluntarily. We cannot do so either. In principle, no thought of shortening the line. But his field commanders knew this to be an absurd demand. Bock's great fear was that Zhukov would use the superior firepower of the Soviet armor to smash a way through his disoriented forces before they could establish themselves behind secure defensive positions. Were this to happen, Army Group Center would face a major encirclement and the prospect of a catastrophic defeat. On the 8th of December, with a significant proportion of his forces already in disorderly retreat, he warned Halder that the Army Group is not anywhere in a position to check a concentrated attack. Halder agreed, acknowledging that the consequences would be incalculable. Hitler was at war with himself, on the one hand utterly determined to advance whatever the cost, while at the same time reluctantly coming to realize that Army Group Center could no longer do so. For a moment, what passed for common sense prevailed. Choosing to cite the adverse weather conditions, the only force which was conveniently beyond his control, he issued Directive No. 39. The Wehrmacht was to abandon immediately all major offensive operations and to go over to the defensive. There was, though, rather less to this directive than met the eye. So far from resolving Bock's predicament, he compounded it by simultaneously insisting that areas which are of great operational or economic importance to the enemy should be held, and that in any case only lightly tenable defensive positions should be established. According to his trusted adjutant, Nikolaus von Bellau, he repeatedly insisted, "We have no prepared positions to the rear. The army must stop where it is." On the 9th of December, Bellau went on a stroll with him in the evening. The Führer, he noted, was mentally at the front, but kept repeating, "They must stand where they are, not a step backwards." The next day, the 10th of December, Bock cabled Brauchitsch to tell him that he would not be able to hold the front without major reinforcements. "Even if we succeeded in somehow and somewhere parrying the existing penetrations, it would mean the exhaustion of the last of my forces." 3 days later, the Army's supreme commander arrived at Bock's headquarters to discuss the deepening crisis. The commander of Army Group Center was exasperated and exhausted. "I have no more suggestions to make. The Führer now has to decide whether the Army Group has to fight where it stands, at the risk of being wrecked in the process, or whether it should withdraw, which entails the same risk. If he decides for withdrawal, he must realize it is doubtful whether sufficient forces will reach the rear to hold a new, unprepared, and significantly shorter position. The few reinforcements promised to me are so slow in coming that they can play no part in this decision." Brauchitsch said that he agreed. Bock presumed that he would ensure that the burden of his report would be passed up to Hitler. It wasn't. On the 16th of December, Hitler issued another directive. Army Group North was to maintain the blockade of Leningrad, but 2 of Lieb's armies were permitted to carry out a short tactical withdrawal to a line that had to be held to the last soldier. Army Group South was to advance in Crimea and seize the Black Sea port of Sebastopol, and Army Group Centre was to hold its ground. Any sort of significant withdrawal is inadmissible, Hitler instructed, adding, by their personal example, army commanders, formation commanders, and all officers must inspire the forces with fanatical persistence to defend their occupied positions without paying attention to enemy forces penetrating along and into our forces' flanks and rear. On the same day, with Zhukov's divisions tearing holes in weakening positions still held by the body of his forces, Bock called one of Hitler's most obsequious adjutants, Rudolf Schmundt. He demanded to know whether Brauchitsch had alerted the Führer to his earlier warning that the destruction of the army group cannot be ruled out if it's required to remain in its present forward position. Schmundt replied that the Führer had received no such briefing, but undertook to advise Hitler accordingly. He did so, and late that evening Hitler himself rang Bock. He was adamant. There was only one decision, and that was not to take a single step back, to plug the holes and hold on. At midnight, Holder and Brauchitsch were summoned to see the Führer, who reiterated what he had told Bock. General withdrawal is out of the question. Enemy has made substantial penetration only in a few places. The idea to prepare rear positions is just drivelling nonsense. 2 days later, Bock received a further order from Hitler's headquarters, calling on our troops to hold at all costs. I passed it on to the armies. Bock was a beaten man. The mood among the troops in pursuit of Bock's forces could hardly have been in starker contrast. During their long months of retreat following the 22nd of June invasion, the ghastly toll in life and limb among the Soviet troops had sapped their physical and psychological resolve. Now, within the space of a few days, they had exploded the universal myth that the Wehrmacht was invincible. The threat to Moscow had been eliminated. The enemy was everywhere in retreat. Now that they were finally on the offensive, not only was the suffering much easier to bear, but also their urgency and resolve returned. Shortly after the start of the counter-offensive, a Soviet artilleryman, Pavel Ozimov, detected that as soon as it had dawned on us that our attack was going successfully, morale among all the troops, sergeants, officers soared. From then on, we pushed on to overtake the Germans before they could set villages on fire. As a rule, they torched everything before a withdrawal. But the Soviet forces made slow progress in severe weather and against a retreating enemy that was fighting in desperation. New recruits to Zhukov's armies, witnessing the gruesome reality of war for the first time, recoiled in horror. The worst thing of all were the freshly killed bodies of soldiers left steaming, Pyotr Veselnikov recalled. The air was filled with the peculiar stench of flesh and blood. Doctors and nurses following the Soviet advance had no respite. Those soldiers who were close to death had very often to be left where they fell. Those who could be saved were carried to dressing stations. According to Alexander Nagalya, later to become famous as a physician and writer, the flow was unceasing. Our work became very intense. We treated the wounds, bandaged, and administered morphine. The confusion of battle, the lack of vehicles, and the condition of the roads aggravated the suffering of the most seriously wounded. We had great problems evacuating the wounded and delivering them to the nearest field hospital. Zhukov drove his armies with relentless energy and conviction. He spent much of his time at the front cajoling, warning, advising, and threatening. On the 9th of December, frustrated by their slow rate of progress, and in some cases by the tactics adopted by his commanders, he issued a directive categorically forbidding them to engage the enemy in frontal combat. Instead, in a mirror image of the tactics devised by Guderian and used to such overwhelming effect earlier in the campaign, he charged them to encircle the retreating German forces and, as Bock feared, to block their escape routes. In addition, he ordered that submachine gunners and cavalry were to be formed into small shock groups to burst through the gaps in the enemy lines and destroy their supplies in the rear areas. His message was unambiguous: strike the enemy day and night. Blessed though Zhukov was with an ox-like constitution, the strain showed. He rarely slept, and when he did, it was hard to rouse him. On one occasion, according to his security chief, we just couldn't get him to wake up at the agreed hour. An hour passed, then 2, and there was no way we could get him up. At one point, when he was comatose, Stalin rang to speak to him. Zhukov's chief of staff, Sokolovsky, explained that it had been impossible to wake him. With uncharacteristic solicitude, the imperious dictator responded, "Don't wake him then, let him sleep." The Soviet forces fought not only from patriotism or fear of Zhukov's wrath, but also an eager hatred. They had multiple scores to settle with an enemy that for nearly 6 months had ravaged and raped their motherland. All about them was evidence of the ruination wrought by the invaders, the ransacked homes, razed buildings, livestock stolen and families murdered. We saw a lot of dead civilians, old women and children. It was awful, Osipov recalled. The mood of the soldiers was shockingly captured in Alexei Surkov's popular prose poem, A Soldier's Oath. Mine eyes have beheld thousands of dead bodies of women and children, lying along the railways and the highways. They were killed by German vultures. The tears of women and children are boiling in my heart. Hitler the murderer and his hordes shall pay for these tears with their wolfish blood, for the avenger's hatred knows no mercy. During the bitter days of the Soviet counteroffensive, there was abundant evidence of that truth. In the early hours of the 15th of December, Dr. Harper and his team were snatching some sleep when they were alerted by unearthly, agonized cries. They stumbled through the dark towards the sound with loaded rifles, fearing it was a trap. They reached the edge of a wood, where they saw a man staggering towards them, crying, "For God's sake, help me!" They grabbed his arms and shone a torch in his face. Blood was pouring down from the empty sockets where his eyes had once been. They took him back to the sick bay. He told them that his 4-man squad had been surprised by a unit of Siberians. He was the only one of the 4 not to be killed. Instead, one of his captors brought out a knife and threw him to the ground. There was a terrific flash of light and a sharp pain, and then the same with the other eye. Then total darkness. Both eyes had been gouged out. One of the men whispered in his ear, "There, go straight forward to your brothers, the other German dogs, and tell them we'll destroy them all. We'll cut out their eyes and send what's left to Siberia. That will be Stalin's revenge." The journalist Ilya Ehrenberg, whose articles in the Red Army's Krasnaya Zvezda attracted a huge following, did not shrink from inciting this mood. Close to what had previously been Guderian's front line north of Tula, he entered villages which had only recently been put to the torch. Near the town of Maleyaroslavets, the site of Napoleon's last battle as he began his fateful retreat from Moscow, he was intrigued rather than disconcerted by the sight that met him. The bodies of dead Germans lay on the ground or here and there stood propped up against trees. In the frosty air, the faces of the dead men were flushed and seemed alive. The officer, who was with me, cried in happy excitement, "Look, what a lot have been done for. They'll never see Moscow." I have to confess that I shared his joy. Ehrenberg acknowledged that hate was an evil and heartless emotion that freezes the soul. But in one of several articles, he told his readers, "We hate the Germans for the vile and brutal murder of our children, but we also hate them because we're obliged to kill them, because out of the whole treasury of words in man's possession, we have been left with only one: kill." These words were written for public consumption, but he readily acknowledged that he might as easily have written them to a friend or in his diary. While visiting the front line, Ehrenberg was approached by numerous villagers, eager to tell him their stories. One farmer said, "I thought the German was an educated man. that he'd leave us alone, but the parasite took my cow and fouled up our pots and pans, washing his damned feet in them. Yesterday, 4 of them came to the house, asking to be let in because they were frozen stiff. The women came rushing out and battered them to death. The response of those who read his reports blazed with empathetic hatred. One of his correspondents was a woman who lived near Kalinin. Yelizaveta Ivanovna Semyonova's letter, which she had herself headlined "Complaint Against the Wicked Enemy," took the unwitting form of a parable. When the enemy came to Kozitsino, they took my cow away from me before anybody else's. Then they took my geese. When I tried to prevent them, a man slapped my face, and he stamped his foot and said, "Go away." The next day, they came to take my last sheep. I cried and would not give it up. Then the German stamped his feet and shouted, "Go away, woman." When I looked back, he fired. I fell into the snow out of fright, and he took away my last sheep after all. When they were retreating from our place, they burnt down my house. They burnt all my belongings, and I was left without anything and my 3 children, in a stranger's house. I have 2 sons in the Red Army, Kruglov Alexei Yegorich and Georgy Yegorich. Sons, if you're alive, fight the enemy without mercy. Ehrenberg's colleague, Vasily Grossman, detected a similar mood. The population of the liberated villages burns with hatred, he wrote in a private letter to Ehrenberg. I've spoken to hundreds of peasants, old men, old women, who are ready to die themselves, to burn down their own houses, if that would bring destruction to the Germans. Yes, a great change has taken place. It is as if the people had woken up. As he followed the course of the Soviet advance, Ehrenberg could not help but relish the appearance of the German prisoners of war he passed on the way. Frozen, snivelling, they reminded one of Napoleon's soldiers in 1812, with the inevitable icicle at the tip of the nose as depicted by our painters. In the village of Borodino, he was shown the museum that celebrated General Kutuzov's heroic, though unsuccessful, stand at the famous battle on that site. On this occasion, the Germans had set the building alight before leaving. It was still ablaze when Ehrenberg arrived. Late in the day, he sat with a group of officers drinking vodka and eating sausage. As they drank and chewed, they talked themselves into believing that victory would soon be at hand. They were not alone. Grossman identified a similar optimism among the soldiers he met. He shared it as well. The men seemed to have changed. They're animated, full of initiative, bold. The roads are littered with hundreds of abandoned guns. Clouds of staff documents are blown across the steppes by the wind. German corpses lie about everywhere. This, of course, is not yet the retreat of Napoleon's army, but there are indications that such a retreat is possible. It is a miracle, a marvelous miracle. Like Ehrenberg, Grossman was not given to flights of fancy, but unwittingly foreshadowing the British Prime Minister's declaration following the Battle of El Alamein in November 1942, he was tempted. Of course, this is not the end, he wrote, but it is the beginning of the end. By the middle of December, by which time Zhukov's forces had recovered Istra, Klin, Kalinin, and Tula, it was not entirely fanciful to suppose not only that the enemy was on the run, but also that he would soon be expelled from the motherland altogether. Chapter 31. Eden meets Stalin. The turnaround in the fortunes of the Soviet Union percolated through the censor's mesh to the Russian people well before it was announced officially. The capital city was still under a state of siege, but Muscovites sensed that the threat had been lifted. Fear and dread gave way to relief and even jubilation. The city had started to return to a semblance of normality soon after the Great Panic was quashed. The Moscow Art Theatre was thriving, Chekhov's The Three Sisters and Sheridan's The School for Scandal proving especially popular. Other venues staged a repertoire of Shakespeare plays, and the Children's Theatre performed a propaganda piece called 20 Years On. Tchaikovsky's comic opera Cherevitsky was playing to enthusiastic audiences at the concert hall named after him. Another comic operetta, Les Cloches de Corneville, by the now long-forgotten French composer Robert Planquette, was in performance at the Stanislavski Theatre. The theatres in the Hermitage Gardens provided a rich variety of plays, musicals, and comedies. At the semi-open-air theatre there, the National Symphony Orchestra of the Soviet Union drew large audiences in search of grander fare from the likes of Glinka and Rimsky-Korsakov. Audiences also flocked to the cinemas, where by late November at least 15 films were showing at different venues throughout the city. Even more compellingly, 8 Soviet Grand Masters began the first round of a chess championship. The matches were played on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays at a variety of venues, including the Central House of the Workers of Art, the Writers' Union and the House of Journalists. To begin with, play was obediently suspended when air raid warnings drove the competitors to hurry to the nearest underground shelter. This provoked unexpected tension, however, as players feared their opponents would use the lull to plot a successful countermove and regain the initiative. After a while, though, they ignored the warnings and played on regardless. The championships were extensively covered on the radio as well as in newspapers and magazines. Rather in the manner of Bob Hope and Bing Crosby entertaining Allied soldiers, the chess stars also played multiple games in military units or with patients in hospitals. Listeners and readers sent fan mail from all over the Soviet Union. The final was eventually won by Lieutenant Isaac Mazel, whose career was unhappily extinguished 3 years later when he died of typhus fever. On the 13th of December, the Soviet authorities formally announced that the Germans were on the run. Newspaper headlines across the Soviet Union blazoned the news in triumph. The collapse of the German plan to surround and capture Moscow. Defeat of German forces on the approaches to Moscow. The newspapers were instructed to pay appropriate homage to the generals responsible for this great victory. For the first time, the ubiquitous portrait of Stalin that had hitherto adorned the pages of every newspaper almost every day was joined by the unfamiliar faces of Zhukov, Rokossovsky, fully restored to favour, and 7 other prominent commanders who had met the approval of the Stavka. On the same day, at Stalin's command, the demolition charges that had been placed in the city's factories and public buildings and on its bridges were removed, a decision of practical as well as symbolic value. The jubilation was restrained. There were still acute shortages of basic foodstuffs such as flour and milk. With the evacuation of at least 500 factories, jobs were hard to find. 2 million Muscovites had left the capital. Families had been separated and stranded. And Moscow was not alone. The Nazi invasion had breached the Soviet border to a depth of up to 1,200 kilometers along a 1,000-kilometer front. The Nazis had corralled up to 40% of the Soviet population, depriving them of some 35% of the state's productive capacity. As well as losing 20,500 tanks, 101,000 guns and mortars, 17,900 aircraft, and more than 6 million rifles, the Red Army had suffered between 6 and 8 million casualties. The anguish was widespread and deeply felt. In distant Ashgabat, Andrei Sakharov, who had just restarted the studies that would lead him to become one of the world's foremost physicists, was not alone in counting the cost of the Red Army's victory. The news of our counteroffensive made me realize as never before the anxieties of the recent months. And as I listened to the solemn enumeration of armies, divisions, and generals participating in the battles, I shuddered at the thought of the countless persons, dead and alive, who had been engaged in the defense of Moscow. The relief of the Soviet capital was a triumph shrouded in a tragedy. The British Foreign Secretary arrived in Moscow late on the 15th of December. Cripps, who had been liberated from Kuybyshev for this visit, had joined their train earlier in the evening to brief the British party on the change in Soviet fortunes and on the worsening food shortages in the capital. At midnight, They stumbled onto the platform to be greeted by bright lights, newsreel cameras, a guard of honour, and Molotov. The formalities over, they drove through the blackout to the National Hotel overlooking Red Square. Harvey thought the rooms they'd been allotted were magnificent. Cadogan noted a grand piano, but also that the tap in his bathroom squirts water impartially into the basin and onto the operator. And Eden went straight to bed, thinking about the big day ahead. The following day, the British delegation was preparing for Eden's first meeting with Stalin, scheduled for 7 o'clock that evening, when they were interrupted at lunchtime by a sharp reminder that the war was far from over. Air raid sirens blared a warning, and they were hustled out of the hotel down to the palatial bowels of the nearby metro station. They were given the all-clear 30 minutes later. In his curmudgeonly way, Cadogan concluded that the thing was a fake, just to show us what would happen if necessary. More problematically, Eden had only the most threadbare proposals to pull out of his diplomatic bag at his meeting with Stalin. The Soviet leader had made it abundantly clear that their talks should lead to tangible results that would focus on the post-war borders of a liberated Europe, as well as the supply of armaments. Cripps, who had been intensely frustrated by London's refusal to include him in the preparations for Eden's visit, was dismayed at the paucity of the British offering and made it his business to let Eden know exactly what he thought. Eden's amanuensis Harvey was not amused. Cripps has already weighed in with a memorandum on our proposals. He's going to be an infernal nuisance butting in everywhere, he noted. Hamstrung by Churchill, Eden had come to Moscow intending to establish no more than a broad basis on which to join a joint declaration of Anglo-Soviet common purpose. His room for manoeuvre was further constrained by a cable that arrived in Moscow from the U.S. Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, warning him against concluding any secret agreement with the Russians. Despite this, Cripps persuaded Eden to insert what even Cadogan conceded were certain good points into the draft text of a political agreement for a post-war settlement of Europe's boundaries. Eden was clearly impressed by Cripps, because despite the Kremlin's initial reluctance, he insisted that the ambassador should join him for the meeting with Stalin. The Foreign Secretary still hoped that he might emerge from his 3 days of talks with a formal Anglo-Soviet agreement, though not a full-blown treaty, which he knew would be impossible without the approval of the United States, let alone the Prime Minister. The first meeting with the Soviet leader lasted just under 4 hours and went well. Stalin is a quiet dictator in his manner, Eden noted that night. No shouting, no gesticulation, so that it was impossible to guess his meaning or even the subject of which he is speaking until the translation is given. Maisky, who had accompanied the delegation from London, was a good interpreter. Stalin laid out his stall with precision and clarity, handing Eden the drafts of 2 short treaties, one for a military alliance, and the other providing for, as Eden put it, common action to solve post-war questions in Europe and to prevent renewed aggression by Germany. He wanted both treaties to be published, but the second, in an echo of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, was to contain a secret protocol defining Europe's post-war borders. This protocol covered precisely the mine-strewn issues which Eden had intended to avoid. The plan was specific and detailed. The Soviet Union would regain its 1941 borders with Finland and Romania, recover the Baltic states, and establish a new border with Poland along the Curzon Line. Originally proposed at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 by the British Foreign Secretary, and which, with few deviations, ran a little to the west of the line agreed in secret by Molotov and Ribbentrop in 1939. To compensate for the loss of territory to the Soviet Union, Poland would expand westwards to absorb a significant proportion of German territory. The Reich would be further punished by confiscation of the Rhineland and very possibly Bavaria as well. Other Nazi-occupied countries would have full sovereignty restored to them, though in several the Soviet Union would have the right to establish military bases. while some would be partially dismembered and handed to neighbours. It was inconceivable that the Foreign Secretary could put his name to such a document. Yet there was common ground. Eden made clear that in defeat, Germany would come under the joint military control of the Big Three, Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union, nor from entering into any secret arrangement as to post-war reorganization of Europe without first consulting him. Stalin did not cavil. However, apparently unmindful or careless of the balance of power within the Anglo-American relationship, he proposed that the Anglo-Soviet agreement should at least acknowledge the Soviet Union's need to establish its western borders along the lines of his draft protocol. Again, Eden demurred, explaining that he could only do this with Churchill's approval and the support of the United States. Stalin appeared to understand. To Eden's relief, the Soviet leader also seemed unconcerned when he was told that the 10 air squadrons earmarked for the Soviet Union had been rushed to the defence of Singapore. "I fully understand, and I have no objection," he replied. The meeting appeared to have gone remarkably smoothly. Cripps, who was prone to veer between extremes, emerged from the Kremlin so elated that on the following morning he noted, "Yesterday was a most important day in the history of the world," though he was careful to add, "At least that is how it may turn out in the long run." The second meeting was again scheduled to start at 7 p.m., but was delayed for 5 hours because Stalin was apparently locked in conclave with his Stavka commanders. At midnight, Eden walked into Stalin's office with 2 draft agreements, one military and the other political, which he hoped would bridge the gap with Stalin. He was optimistic after Maisky, who was evidently playing the role of go-between as well as interpreter, indicated that aside from minor alterations, the British texts would find favour with Stalin. Maisky was wrong. Before Eden had a chance to introduce his drafts, Stalin demanded brusquely that Britain recognise the Soviet Union's western frontiers, naming the 3 Baltic states, Finland and Romania in particular. It was as though the previous day's meeting had not taken place. Eden reiterated that he could make no such agreement without his government's approval and after consultation with Washington. Stalin persisted. Eden said he would take it up when he returned to London. Stalin retorted, "If you say that, you might as well say tomorrow that you do not recognise Ukraine as forming part of the USSR." Eden tried to reassure him, saying that Ukraine was of course an integral part of the Soviet Union. The conversation went round in circles thus for 90 abrasive minutes, until Stalin said he could see no point in signing any agreement that excluded guarantees about the Soviet borders. "We are talking of common war aims, of what we are both fighting for. On one of these important aims, our western frontiers, we have no support from Great Britain." In a passage that revealed his deep resentment and suspicion of the Western Allies, he complained, "I thought the Atlantic Charter was directed against those people who were trying to establish world domination. It now looks as if the Charter was directed against the USSR." Cadogan had joined Eden and Cripps for that meeting. Initially, the permanent secretary thought that Stalin was merely indulging in the diplomatic art of brinkmanship. With his little twinkly eyes and his stiff hair brushed back, he is rather like a porcupine. I thought at first he was simply bluffing. I was wrong. Harvey was at the hotel to meet the gloomy negotiators on their return to the National. Like them, he was frustrated by Stalin's refusal to read between the lines of what Eden had said. Had he done so, Harvey believed, he would have drawn the implicit conclusion that if at the end of the war, at Harvey's instigation, Eden had tried to break the deadlock by resurrecting the idea that the general principles embodied in the Atlantic Charter should be repeated in an Anglo-Soviet charter of a similar kind, to be followed in turn by a tripartite conference at which the Big Three would work out how to put those principles into practice. Stalin dismissed the proposal out of hand. The impasse appeared to be terminal. Stalin became truculent. Eden, normally urbane and suave, found it hard to contain his irritation. the atmosphere became frigid. As Harvey put it, the British negotiators had had a complete lemon from Stalin. Like Cripps, Harvey also sensed that Stalin's insistence on binding Britain to a recognition of his proposed post-war borders sprang from renewed confidence about the outcome of the war. "He feels he is strong now and can do what he likes," Eden's private secretary noted. Harvey, from whom the Foreign Secretary absorbed a great many ideas, was frustrated at Eden's inability to break through. "We can't give any such recognition without the USA. The PM is on the high seas. The cabinet without the PM consists of washouts." In rejecting any agreement that excluded mention of the 1941 borders, Stalin, he noted, was missing a golden opportunity to make use of the fact that Eden, more than anyone else, was able to put the Soviet case effectively to the anti-Russian Churchill and his contemptible cabinet, notably its violently anti-Soviet Labour members Ernest Bevin, Clement Attlee and Herbert Morrison. Only Eden had the authority to point out to his colleagues some basic truths: that we cannot win the war without Russia, that we cannot make peace without Russia, and that the 1941 borders of Finland, the Baltic states and Romania are not too bad in themselves. Harvey was confident that if Stalin were to sign the proposed agreement without insisting on the inclusion of the 1941 clause, the Foreign Secretary would be able to talk the Prime Minister round, the Cabinet would then fall in line, and Churchill would get Roosevelt to tackle the whole question. Cripps was even gloomier than Harvey. His elation after Eden's first meeting with Stalin had tipped to the edge of despair. "I think the situation is little short of disastrous, as I think the chances of getting HMG and the Americans to agree upon the frontiers of 1941 at this stage are not good, and until that is done, we shall have a worse state of affairs here than ever, if that's possible. All the hostile forces in England and America will be delighted at the failure, and it will strengthen them and weaken those who are in favour of further collaboration. It is all a muddle and a tragedy of another missed opportunity." That evening in the hotel, presuming their rooms to be bugged, the British negotiators put on a pantomime for the NKGB's eavesdroppers. Eden stormed up and down his room, complaining furiously about Stalin's intransigence. Cripps and Cadogan provided a chorus of sympathetic criticism as he gave vent to keen regret at his decision ever to come to Moscow. They enjoyed the charade greatly. Whether or not their performance made any impression on the Kremlin was uncertain. Old stone-ass Molotov proved to be at his most intransigent in a meeting with Cripps the next day, telling the British ambassador in his blunt way, "In the absence of a settlement of the frontier question, no sound basis would be created for relations between Great Britain and the Soviet Union." Negotiations with Stalin were on hold for that day, while Eden awaited a response from the War Cabinet to his account of the Soviet Union's obduracy, which he had presented to the Kremlin as consultation with London. The War Cabinet, powerfully endorsed by Churchill, who had just arrived in Washington, duly approved this description of the diplomatic impasse. There would be neither an Anglo-Soviet treaty, nor an agreement, nor even a declaration. All that was left was the possibility of concocting a plausible Anglo-Soviet communiqué. On the 20th, Stalin's ability to wrong-foot his visitors was once more on display. His demeanour had changed utterly. No longer churlish and rough-tongued, he greeted Eden at their evening meeting as though they were friends and partners. Perhaps the pantomime in the hotel had proved effective after all, or perhaps Maisky had been a constructive go-between. More probably, it was because the bullying dictator knew that he'd achieved his primary objective. The British government could no longer be in any doubt that he would insist on securing the Soviet Union's 1941 borders in any post-war settlement. There was no point in further damaging an uneasy, opportunistic, but important alliance by allowing the talks to founder entirely. With his customary cunning, he therefore reverted to the genial Uncle Joe posture with which he had so often captivated his guests in the past, graciously acknowledging that it was not in Eden's gift to concede the border issue without further consultation. He also handed over a draft joint communiqué which Cadogan judged to be much better than the colourless draft he and Cripps had cobbled together in the hotel. In the event, the agreed text was not entirely devoid of content. The communiqué confirmed the need for not only the utter defeat of Germany, but also the adoption thereafter of measures to render completely impossible any repetition of German aggression in the future. Their exchange of views about post-war peace and security had made an important contribution to the future elaboration of concrete proposals to secure this purpose. The words were bland enough, but between the lines it was possible to detect the faint outlines of those future negotiations that were to shape the destiny of Europe. In his meetings with Eden, Stalin had proposed a vision of a post-war settlement which the Foreign Secretary conceded sprang from the dictator's urge to secure the most tangible physical guarantees for Russia's future security. On his return to London, Eden cabled Churchill to advise him, in Harvey's summation, of the necessity for recognizing Soviet 1941 frontiers if we're to have any useful collaboration in future. He also suggested that the Prime Minister should take it up with Roosevelt. The timing was not propitious. Churchill had just been accorded the homage due to a global superstar by Congress, and he was still enjoying the unstinting hospitality of the White House. More significantly, he had also secured a diplomatic triumph. Roosevelt had reaffirmed his commitment to the Europe First doctrine, which for Churchill was synonymous with the Middle East and North Africa first. They'd also agreed to set up the combined Chiefs of Staff, which, under their joint leadership, would be responsible for the conduct of the war against the Axis powers. The Soviet Union was not even on their agenda, let alone at the centre of their thoughts. Eden's message was more than untimely. It was an irritant that provoked Churchill to a response that verged on the splenetic. In a point-blank refusal to countenance any such notion, he rebuked the Foreign Secretary for forgetting that the 1941 borders had been acquired by acts of aggression, that there could be no question of settling frontiers until the peace conference, and that Roosevelt held the same view as strongly as I do. One passage was especially revealing. No one can foresee how the balance of power will lie, or where the winning armies will stand at the end of the war. It seems probable, however, that the United States and the British Empire, far from being exhausted, will be the most powerfully armed and economic bloc the world has ever seen, and that the Soviet Union will need our aid for reconstruction far more than we shall need theirs. On this single issue, the disagreement between the elder statesman and his protégé could hardly have been more stark. A few weeks later, in a memorandum for Cabinet, Eden was to write an implicit rejoinder. On the assumption that Germany is defeated and German military strength is destroyed, and that France remains for a long time at least a weak power, there will be no counterweight to Russia in Europe. Russia's position on the continent will be unassailable. Russian prestige will be so great that the establishment of communist governments in the majority of European countries will be greatly facilitated. It was to avoid that outcome that he wanted to secure a deal with Stalin from the position of relative strength enjoyed by the Western Allies in 1941, rather than in the less favourable conditions he foresaw once the Nazis had been defeated. For the time being, however, in a coalition cabinet dominated by Churchill, and in which anti-Soviet sentiment was deeply rooted, Eden had no choice but to yield. Before his departure, Eden comforted himself with the thought that he'd established a good enough rapport with Stalin to avert a slide towards diplomatic hostilities between London and Moscow. This was confirmed when, as soon as they had put their names to the joint communiqué, Stalin spontaneously invited Eden and the rest of the British delegation to attend a banquet in the gaudy splendour of Catherine the Great's throne room. As Foreign Secretary, Eden was accustomed to the gastronomic extravaganzas offered to visiting dignitaries, but even he was taken aback by the almost embarrassingly sumptuous feast that had been prepared for them at a time when those who lived beyond the walls of the Kremlin were enduring severe shortages of bread and milk. Along with the caviar, borscht, sturgeon, and an unhappy little suckling pig which looked up at one from the dish with its black caper eye, there was pepper vodka, champagne, which was not to the Foreign Secretary's taste, and a variety of Russian red and white wines, one of which he greatly enjoyed. His private secretary was entertained by the fact that in the course of the evening, which lasted for 7 hours and included 2 films, no fewer than 36 toasts were proposed. A great many of the guests got drunk, though Eden, Cadogan and Harvey evidently remained sober enough for all of them to notice that Timoshenko consumed so much that he constantly rose to his feet to make a succession of disconnected speeches before marching round more than once to clink glasses with Stalin. Voroshilov drank so heavily that he eventually slumped into Stalin's lap, from where the former defense commissar had to be extricated and carried from the room. The British party did not leave the Kremlin until 5 the following morning. On the day before the banquet, with the talks in abeyance while the British delegation awaited the War Cabinet's approval for Eden's negotiating stance, the Foreign Secretary, accompanied by Maisky and Brooke's deputy Nye, were taken on a guided tour through the recovered ruins of the war front to the northwest of Moscow. They drove through a ravaged landscape of shell-splintered trees, past raised villages where only the brick chimneys, once attached to wooden homes, remained standing as gaunt sentinels over ruined lives. Alongside the roadside were burned-out tanks and strewn in ditches numerous German corpses, swollen and frozen. After a 4-hour journey, they reached Klin, from where, 4 days earlier, Rokossovsky's 16th Army had expelled Herpner's Panzer Group 4. After visiting Tchaikovsky's country house, which had been ransacked by the departing enemy, the British party was treated to a late lunch that included caviar and vodka. On their way back to Moscow, they were introduced to a group of German prisoners of war, who seemed to be little more than boys. They were in a wretched state, half-starved and shivering with cold. Eden felt sorry for them. God knows what their fate will be, he wrote. Hitler's victims. The Foreign Secretary had not seen a great deal. It was enough, however, to leave an indelible impression and to confirm his belief that the Soviet Union was a force that the Western Allies, as well as the Nazi leadership, would have to reckon with, and, more pertinently from his perspective, that it was far from premature to discuss the implications of an eventual Allied victory in Europe, for which Stalin was bound to claim the credit. Chapter 32. The Fatal Gamble. The catastrophic failure of Operation Typhoon and the humiliation of the withdrawal from the gates of Moscow led to a collapse of morale among Hitler's generals, every bit as rapid as that of the men serving under them. As they floundered into retreat, they fell to blaming one another for a disaster for which they did not dare to hold their supreme commander responsible. For his part, Hitler, unable to bear the sight of his vision crumbling, thrashed around in search of scapegoats for his own maniacal errors of judgment. The first to fall had been the commander of Army Group South. Rundstedt's ideological credentials had been impeccable, but even an ardent advocate of the hunger plan and the annihilation of the Jews could no more overcome the military odds against him than his fellow commanders further north. At the end of November, he had made the mistake of withdrawing from Rostov without Hitler's consent, insisting that given the forces ranged against him, he had no other option. Hitler was furious. The 65-year-old commander responded by offering him a choice. Should confidence in my leadership no longer exist, I beg to request someone be substituted who enjoys the necessary confidence of the Supreme Command. On the 1st of December, Hitler duly dismissed him in favour of the commander of the 6th Army, Field Marshal Reichenau, who had already proved himself to be an even more zealous Nazi than Rundstedt. However, Reichenau was no more capable of holding the line than Rundstedt, a fact that on this occasion Hitler was grudgingly forced to acknowledge. The Führer's deepest animosity was reserved for Brauchitsch, whom he despised and bullied to the point where the wretched OKH chief had lost all the self-confidence that must once have helped propel him to high office. As the oleaginous Goebbels was only too delighted to observe, it had become an open secret among Hitler's acolytes that the Führer had long regarded Brauchitsch as a vain, cowardly wretch who could not even appraise the situation, much less master it, and whose days were numbered. As he cast around for possible replacements, among them Kluge and Kesselring, it became clear to him that there was only one suitable candidate for the role. On or around the 8th of December, urged on by Schmundt, he realized for certain that he alone had the qualities to lead his armies to victory. The advantages were glaringly obvious. Not the least of these was that as Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, he could give orders to himself as the Commander-in-Chief of the Army without fear of challenge. For a few days, though, Hitler stayed his hand. In the meantime, the head messenger boy, as Holder had described Brauchitz's status, remained in office to be sneered at for his faltering explanation for Nazism's humiliation on the battlefield. One of Brauchitz's last formal duties was to relieve Bock of his command. In his conversation with Schmundt on the 16th of December, warning that Army Group Centre was close to collapse, Bock had also advised the adjutant that his own health was hanging by a silk thread. If the Führer wished to replace him, he said, he would quite understand. As though Hitler would ever indulge such feelings, he added that under no circumstances is he to concern himself about me. The alacrity with which Hitler reacted to this opportunity took Bock by surprise. The very next day, Brauchitsch rang to inform him that he should apply forthwith for leave of absence on grounds of ill health. As Bock fully appreciated, this was tantamount to an order. Suspecting that he had lost Hitler's confidence, Bock asked whether the Führer had found cause to reproach him. The messenger boy assured him this was not so. Bock was not comforted. The unseemly speed with which Brauchitsch was on the phone again the following day to tell him that the Führer had approved his request for compassionate leave served only to confirm his suspicions. To eliminate any doubt, the commander of the 4th Army, Kluge, arrived at Bock's headquarters to replace him that very day. Within hours, it was also announced that the Führer had appointed himself as the new OKH Commander-in-Chief in place of Brauchitsch, who was dispatched to the military graveyard of the Officer Reserve. In his new operational role, Hitler did not allow military realities to challenge his ideological fantasies, or to qualify his fury at the sight of the men under his command retreating before the Bolshevik armies. His first action on taking command was to issue a furious injunction to Kluge at Army Group Centre. His Stand Fast order insisted, "The fanatical will to defend the ground on which the troops are standing must be injected into the troops with every possible means, even the toughest. When this is not fully present, the front will begin to crumble without any prospect of stabilizing it. Talk of Napoleon's retreat is threatening to become reality." The troops were to hold the line down to the last man. The ruthlessly ambitious Kluge immediately aligned himself with this draconian diktat. "Our soldiers must realize that beginning a large-scale retreat is a certain death sentence. The Russians will harry our forces mercilessly and will not allow them any breathing space to regroup," he told his senior commanders, including the two panzer leaders, Guderian and Herpner, neither of whom trusted or respected him. During his recent incarnation at the 4th Army, they had come to regard Kluge with disdain as an over-cautious commander who put his own narrow interests above their need for support from his infantry. The animosity was mutual. A few days earlier, Guderian's retreating forces had come under severe pressure from units of Boldin's 50th Army and the recently formed 10th Army. In a series of flanking operations, which bore a notable resemblance to the heyday of the Panzer Blitzkrieg, these two armies were threatening to break through the gaps between the 2nd Panzer Army's widely scattered divisions. Some units had already been encircled. Kluge had been asked to send a full infantry division to Guderian's support as a matter of urgency to shore up his left flank. Only 4 battalions had arrived. The situation was so perilous that Guderian, in his headstrong way, drove along snow-covered roads through a blizzard to Roslavel for a meeting with Brauchitsch, who was at that point still in post, and at which Kluge, still commanding the 4th Army, was also present. Guderian arrived on the 14th of December. It had taken him 22 hours to drive some 250 kilometres, which may have helped to explain why he was at his least tactful. Seeing that Kluge was there, he went on the offensive at once. Protesting that the 4th Army commander had sent him a totally inadequate force, he demanded that the other half of the division be sent at once. Kluge listened, but gave no such undertaking. Brauchitsch failed to resolve that issue, but offered Guderian some compensation by placing the 2nd Army under his command to ease the threat to his right flank. He also appeared to approve Guderian's plan for both armies to retreat to a defensible line in front of Kursk, along an axis from Alexin, 70 kilometres northwest of Tula, towards Oriol, 170 kilometres southwest of Tula. Guderian reflected ruefully that he presumed this order would be passed on to Hitler. That evening, Guderian met Schmundt at Oriol airport to report on the crisis facing his troops in what he described as the gravest terms. He was exhausted and demoralized. "I frequently cannot sleep at night, and my brain goes round and round while I try to think what more I can do to help my poor soldiers, who are out there without shelter in this abominable cold," he wrote later that night. "It is frightful, unimaginable. The people at OKH and OKW, who have never seen the front, have no idea what conditions here are like. They keep on sending us orders which we cannot possibly carry out, and they ignore all our requests and suggestions." A while later, as he had half expected, he received a call from Hitler, who had finally been briefed by Schmundt. Over a line so static-filled that he had to repeat his words, Hitler reiterated that further withdrawals were forbidden, that his men should hold their ground. As one of the very few commanders willing to stand up to Hitler, Guderian asked for a face-to-face meeting. This was agreed. He duly presented himself at Wolfschanze on the 20th of December. The auguries were not good. Hitler was impatient. When Guderian started to explain that his 2 armies were withdrawing to defensive positions that had been fortified in the autumn, Hitler interrupted, shouting, "No, I forbid that." Guderian replied that it was too late to halt the withdrawal, which had been authorized by Brauchitsch 6 days earlier, as otherwise his men would be left dangerously exposed on open ground. Hitler retorted that they should dig in where they were. Guderian remonstrated that the ground was frozen to a depth of 5 feet and their picks could not break it open. Hitler told him that howitzers should be used to blast craters. Guderian tried to explain that to adopt such positional tactics would lead to a useless and irreplaceable loss of precious lives. Hitler reiterated that they should hold their ground. In an increasingly abrasive exchange, in which no other general would have dared to engage, the 2 men were soon trading historical analogies featuring the First World War and Frederick the Great to no discernible purpose. Guderian then complained that his soldiers had yet to receive adequate winter clothing, and that frostbite was cutting a swathe through their numbers. The greater part of the infantry, he told Hitler, was still dressed in denim, while their boots, vests, gloves and woolen helmets were either non-existent or worn out. At this, Hitler burst out again. "That is not true. The Quartermaster General informed me that the winter clothing had been issued." Guderian did not back off. Wagner was summoned, and when asked, he apparently confirmed that Guderian was right. The supplies had been held up in Warsaw. Including a break for dinner, the meeting lasted for 5 truculent hours. As he looked at the Führer's acolytes, Keitel and Schmundt among them, sitting stony-faced around the table, it became clear to Guderian that, like the Führer, they thought he was exaggerating when he described the unspeakable conditions facing his men at the front. None of them gave any indication that within hours, Goebbels, who only a month earlier had forbidden the press to print photos of German soldiers without winter clothing, would be instructed to launch a nationwide plea for families to ransack their wardrobes, for overshoes, if possible lined ones or fur-lined ones, warm woolen clothing, socks, stockings, heavy underwear, vests or pullovers, warm, especially woolen underclothing, undershirts, chest and lung protectors, any kind of headgear protection, earmuffs, wristlets, ear protectors, woolen helmets, furs in all senses of the word, fur jackets and fur waistcoats, fur boots of every kind and every size, blankets, especially fur covers, thick warm gloves, again especially fur-lined leather ones, or knitted gloves and wool mittens. Altogether, everything of wool is needed urgently on the front and will be doubly welcome. By the end of a bruising evening, they had found virtually no common ground. On the most critical issue of all, Hitler remained adamant. There was to be no further retreat. Guderian judged the meeting to have been a complete failure. Holder was well aware that Guderian's case for withdrawal made military sense, but he had never forgiven him for failing to stand up to Hitler in August, and he clearly relished his fall from grace, noting disdainfully, "Guderian seems to have lost his nerve completely." Holder was himself trapped in the vortex of confusion and disarray into which the most senior officers in the armed forces had fallen. In the absence of a coherent strategy, they flailed around in search of a way through a crisis their leader, whom some revered and all feared, attributed to their pusillanimity and lack of Prussian backbone. The void was rapidly filled with a resurgence of old rivalries and jealousies, as individual commanders sought to protect themselves from the ire of the Führer without leading their men towards mass military suicide. Holder thus found himself trying to prevail on the Führer to permit a long-range withdrawal, while at the same time seeking to steel Kluge against succumbing to the pressure from his field commanders to allow just such a retreat. Kluge, who had so recently nailed Kiel to a clash of egos. In the days following his appointment to Bock's old post, Guderian had authorized a number of tactical withdrawals, for which the army's telephone log evidently showed that he had meticulously sought Kluge's permission. Kluge had consented, but so superciliously as to suggest that if Guderian had been a better commander, such withdrawals would not have been required. On the 24th of December, 4 days after Guderian's abortive meeting with Hitler, his 10th Motorized Infantry Division found itself all but surrounded at a town called Czern and withdrew. Seizing his chance, Kluge upbraided Guderian for authorizing an unwarranted retreat. Guderian hotly repudiated the allegation. Later that day, their row flared up once more during a phone conversation in which Kluge accused his rival of filing an incorrect report about the incident. "I shall inform the Führer," he warned. Guderian lost his temper and threatened to resign. Kluge got there first. On the 26th of December, Guderian was informed that he had been dismissed by Hitler and that his punishment would be to join Brauchitsch in the dustbin of the officers' reserve. His career as a frontline commander was over. Guderian's arrogance, his self-serving demands, his readiness to ignore or flout orders, not to mention his astonishing triumphs and his star status, had provoked deep resentment. For the most part, his peers, whom he tended to treat as inferiors, were not unhappy to see his downfall. But those who served under him felt very differently. It was an absolute disaster. Our soldiers found Hitler's action incomprehensible, one of his officers, Joachim von Leerstein, recalled. According to Colonel General August Schmidt, whose unit had been involved in the withdrawal from Chern, it was a catastrophe. Guderian was dismissed because he had the courage to stand up to Hitler and challenge his misguided halt order, an order which threatened to destroy our entire army. Guderian was only the first of Hitler's senior commanders to fall foul of his decision to use his newfound role as its commander-in-chief to seize day-to-day control of the army. Frontline commanders were arbitrarily summoned to his presence at Wolfschanze to be given instructions that bore little or no relationship to tactical coherence. It was also made very clear to them that to exercise any independent initiative was tantamount to a breach of discipline. According to the head of the Army's operations section, Lieutenant General Adolf Hörsinger, the Führer used his briefing conferences to issue stern reminders of this. Generals must obey orders just like any private soldier. I am in command, and everybody must obey me without question. I carry the responsibility. I and no one else. Any idea other than this, I shall eradicate root and branch. The virus of Hitler's contempt for the generals spread rapidly through his entourage. As Goebbels was pleased to put it, the Führer had come to judge that his senior commanders were incapable of withstanding severe strain and major tests of character. After a conversation with Goering, whose own prowess as supreme commander of the Luftwaffe was to prove lamentably inadequate, Goebbels was pleased to discover that they shared an identity of view. We are in complete agreement about the Wehrmacht. Goering has the most abysmal contempt for the cowardly generals. Schmundt similarly met with the approval of Goebbels when he complained about the indolence of a number of senior officers who either do not want or in some cases are unable to understand the Führer, and who were thereby robbing themselves of the greatest happiness any of our contemporaries can experience, that of serving a genius. The genius had now rid himself of Rundstedt, Bock, Brauchitsch, and Guderian. He was not yet finished. In the fortnight following Guderian's dismissal, some 40 other senior officers were summarily banished, either for failing to stem the retreat or for withdrawing without permission. Most prominent among these was the commander of Panzer Group 4. In the past, Hoepner had not shrunk from expressing his disdain for Kluge, and the vindictive new commander of Army Group Centre had not forgotten or forgiven. With Kluge rather than Bock as his commander-in-chief, Hoepner rubbed salt into this wound by insisting he should be allowed to exercise his own initiative and to withdraw as he judged fit, rather than at Hitler's whim. Our High Command is making a series of fundamental errors, and I am putting my head on the line by continuing to complain about them, he noted angrily, 10 days after the Führer's astonishing decision to sack Guderian. There is a serious cost to one's nerves fighting against the enemy and one's own supreme commander at the same time. A few days later, without first consulting Kluge, Hoepner authorized one of his units to withdraw from a salient where they risked encirclement by units of Rokossovsky's 16th Army. Sensing another opportunity to settle an old score, Kluge immediately told Hitler about the panzer leader's temerity. The Führer was moved to a terrible rage. In an act of what the Wehrmacht's Deputy Chief of Operations, Walter Warlimont, described later as little short of unbridled tyranny, he declared, "General Oberst Hoepner has endangered my authority as Commander-in-Chief of the Wehrmacht and as Head of State of the Great German Reich. General Oberst Hoepner is dismissed from the Wehrmacht with all the consequences that implies." Hoepner, who had been one of the most zealous advocates of a merciless war to exterminate Jewish Bolshevism, was not only deprived of his right to wear his uniform, but also, at Hitler's insistence, barred from receiving his pension. By a quirk of the Nazi constitution, however, he was able to file a lawsuit to reclaim his pension rights, a case that, to the Führer's further fury, he won. It was a brief reprieve. 2.5 years later, he was implicated in the 20th of July plot to assassinate Hitler. In the rabid atmosphere of a show trial at the Court of Military Honor, during which the judge repeatedly screamed his loathing at the defendants, he was found guilty and sentenced to death. At his Führer's specific instruction, he was hanged from a meat hook in a whitewashed cell alongside his fellow conspirators, while Goebbels' cameras whirled for posterity and as a warning to anyone else who might contemplate ridding the Third Reich of its supreme commander. Following Rundstedt, Boch, Brauchitsch, Guderian and Höppner, the commander of Army Group North was the next on Hitler's list. Lieb, who had authorized a number of his units to make tactical withdrawals to avoid encirclement, had become so frustrated by the stand-fast order that he was emboldened to offer Hitler a back me or sack me choice. Either he should be permitted to exercise his own judgment, or he should be relieved of his command. For Hitler, the decision was simple. Lieb forthwith joined Brauchitsch and Guderian in the swelling ranks of the officer reserve, where he languished until the end of the war. In Lieb's case, though, there was significant compensation. In the arbitrary way of dictators, the Führer decided to reward the 65-year-old general for his long years of military service by giving him a large country estate to add to the one he already owned. In addition to those who were sacked or cashiered by Hitler, many other commanders, veterans of the First World War, men who were now in their late 50s and 60s, were broken by what Richard J. Evans has described as the severe mental and physical strain of a campaign that even its most zealous advocates agreed had reached the point of no return, quite literally when the retreat failed. A litter of nervous breakdowns, strokes, heart attacks, and other ailments provided symbolic as well as tangible evidence that Hitler's fantastical project was disintegrating. As commanders along the crumbling front sought frantically to plug the ever-widening gaps between their units, Hitler issued a further directive that uncannily echoed Stalin's Order No. 428 of 2 months earlier. Every piece of territory which is forced to be left to the enemy must be made unusable to him as far as possible. Every place of inhabitation must be burnt down and destroyed without consideration for the population, to deprive the enemy of all possibility of shelter. Nothing was to be spared, no village, no hut, and no barn. All wells and feedstuffs were to be destroyed. Though it gave him no pleasure whatsoever, Harper recorded that his battalion did not hesitate to follow these instructions. "The night shone red," the surgeon wrote. "We marched with the flames licking our footsteps, marched day and night with only short halts, for we well knew that we were the rear guard of the army that had fallen back from Kalinin. There were no troops between us and the pursuing Russians." Hitler's scorched earth directive added greatly to the suffering of the civilians, who found themselves once more trapped between two armies, but was of negligible tactical advantage as division after division fell back before the Soviet counterattack. Harper's unit, with which he had reached a tram stop only 16 kilometers from the capital a mere 3 weeks earlier, fell steadily back town by town, village by village, street by street, until it reached Staritsa, some 50 kilometers from Kalinin and 150 kilometers northwest of Moscow. It was not permitted to voice such heresies, but General Heinrici was aghast at the Führer's obstinacy. Repeatedly forbidden to withdraw his 43rd Corps, despite the sustained ferocity of the Soviet onslaught, on the 22nd of December he noted, "The consequences for the future will be much worse than withdrawing 200 kilometers now. Sleeping, eating, drinking, everything is over. Only our whipped-up nerves keep us awake, but this is beyond our strength, to run for our lives day after day and no hope of a turnaround. And 2 days later, we're going to our doom, and the highest authorities in Berlin do not want to see it. Whom the gods want to ruin, they strike with blindness. In their blindness, they tumble into the abyss. They do not want to admit failure, and this will end with the loss of their army and afterwards with the loss of the war. Day after day, we feel the noose around our neck is tightening." The Führer does not want to believe it. For us who see the situation, it is grueling to have been slaughtered piece by piece. Had those words been spoken in public, he would have been fortunate to have been consigned to the officers' reserve rather than facing a firing squad. As it was, they were written for his wife's eyes only, and since he was a senior officer, his diaries and letters were not subject to censorship. Halder's bewildered dismay at the Führer's obduracy grew in parallel with the worsening situation. His diary entries for the closing days of the year charted the crisis facing the entire Ostheer. On the 29th of December, a very bad day. 30th of December, again a very bad day. 31st of December, again an arduous day. The Army Chief of Staff was at a loss. By this time, so too was Kluge. Within 3 weeks of declaring his unwavering commitment to Hitler's stand-fast order, ridding himself of both Guderian and Höppner in the process, Kluge found himself forced to execute a sharp U-turn by seeking the Führer's approval for a strategic withdrawal along Army Group Center's entire front to secure defensive lines. Hitler was enraged. After enduring what Halder described as very stormy discussions with the Führer, in the course of which the new Supreme Commander indulged in mad outbursts, ravings interspersed with utterly baseless accusations against his most senior commanders, Kluge appeared to be at the end of his wits and talks of utter loss of confidence. As Herzinger noted, the chaos at the head of affairs is becoming greater every moment. By New Year's Eve, Staritsa was already ablaze as the retreating Germans hurriedly prepared to move out before the Russians arrived. Harper's unit had to commandeer trucks, sledges, and gun carriages from panicked units at pistol point, so that hundreds of wounded men might be evacuated even as they felt the breath of the Red Army on their backs. As they waited for midnight to chime, Harper and his team uncorked a bottle of champagne in the smouldering ruins of the town. None of them said a word. There was nothing to say. We were sadly mindful of the missing faces, and 1942 did not strike us as having entered on a particularly well-omened note. Up and down the line, the bewildered and exhausted instruments of Hitler's malign but implacable will huddled in forlorn silence to mark the passing of a terrible year. Few of them had any expectation that the next one would be better. On the same evening, Hitler, who was still at Wolfschanze, invited his staff to join him to celebrate the new year. They drank beer and listened to the intoxicating strains of Strauss and Wagner, which emanated from a newly acquired gramophone. In another room, Hitler spent 3 hours on the phone to Kluge, insisting yet again that the front should be held at all costs. Well after midnight, when he had finished his harangue, he summoned them to join him for a late-night cup of tea, and promptly fell asleep. The celebrations came to an abrupt halt. The smiles disappeared. There was, as they all knew, very little to smile about. By the end of December 1941, according to OKH's own statistics, the German armies on the Eastern Front had lost a total of 804,148 men killed, wounded, or missing in action in the 6 months since the launch of Barbarossa. Later estimates would put the total number of German casualties at over 1 million. In the same period, Soviet casualties numbered at least 4.5 million, and very possibly much higher than that. At a casual glance, the imbalance of losses in this ghastly tabulation might have suggested, as it did to Hitler, that the Soviet Union was getting weaker by the month. In fact, the reverse was true. By the end of the year, the Wehrmacht was facing an acute manpower shortage, while the Red Army was expanding. Despite its huge losses, the number of Soviet divisions rose from 360 in June 1941 to 600 by December. In the short term, the Wehrmacht could just about fill the places of the fallen, with teenagers fresh from college but with virtually no military training, and middle-aged workers recruited from the armaments factories. This could only be achieved by press-ganging slave labour from other parts of the Third Reich's new empire to replace that civilian workforce. And even these extreme measures could not for long offset a sustained hemorrhage of battlefield casualties. As telling as the shifting balance of manpower was the balance of mechanized power. By the end of 1941, Operation Barbarossa had cost the Wehrmacht an estimated 2,700 tanks, 41,000 trucks, 13,600 artillery pieces, 4,900 aircraft, and more than 200,000 horses. In the same period, the Red Army's losses, 20,500 tanks, 17,900 aircraft, and 101,000 pieces of artillery and mortars, were far higher, but had relatively less impact. In the first half of 1941, when the Soviet Union was not yet on a war footing, its factories turned out 1,800 modern tanks, 3,950 aircraft, and 15,600 pieces of artillery and mortars. In the second half of the year, despite the massive disruption caused by Barbarossa, the destruction of 35% of its productive capacity, and the relocation of entire industries, they managed to produce 4,740 tanks, 8,000 aircraft, and 55,500 artillery pieces and mortars. This astonishing surge meant that even in the first year of the Great Patriotic War, the Soviet Union produced more military hardware, 6,540 tanks, 11,950 aircraft, and 70,600 artillery pieces than the Third Reich, which in the same period produced just 5,200 new tanks, 11,776 aircraft, and 7,000 artillery pieces. These growing imbalances were significant, but they did not alone explain the course of the campaign or its outcome. The collapse of Barbarossa owed more, far more, to a catalogue of self-delusions, false assumptions and miscalculations that flowed directly from the They were taken aback by the ferocity with which day after day, even when they were in the direst straits and taking huge casualties, the Soviet troops fought back against apparently overwhelming odds. In their contempt for the Untermenschen against whom they were fighting, they also discounted the will of the Russian people to defend the motherland, and, as die-hard patriots, rather than zealous communists, to support a repressive regime by which they were routinely terrorized. In every relevant respect, the Nazis underestimated the strength and resolve of the Soviet Union. Paradoxically, it was the lightning successes in the early weeks of the invasion that began to lay bare the folly of Barbarossa. By high summer, a chronic shortage of crucial supplies, replacements and reserves had already become apparent. Likewise, the enervating effect on the troops of grueling marches interspersed with vicious battles. By early August, Hitler's commanders in the field were already having doubts. Bock had fallen to worrying about the slowly sinking fighting strength of our constantly attacking forces as they faced the savagery of the Soviet counterattacks at Smolensk. If the Russians do not collapse somewhere soon, then it will be very difficult to hit them so hard as to eliminate them before winter sets in, he noted. It was in those dog days, too, that Halder noted, it is becoming ever more apparent that the Russian colossus has been underestimated by us. Operation Barbarossa did not go to plan. A vainglorious strategy, based on the assumption of a rapid victory, slowly gave way to a myopic imperative which insisted that advancing was synonymous with winning. Blinded by Hitler's insistence that the Soviet Union had to be destroyed by the end of the year, the Wehrmacht's most senior generals came to regard the Ostheer as a zombie army, capable of perpetual motion in any direction under any conditions, marching and fighting like automata until the Führer's will had been realized. If the writing was already on the wall in August, by October it was flashing in neon lights. The Wehrmacht's original hubris was now compounded by a series of disastrous oversights and errors which flowed directly from the reckless presumption of an easy victory. In a devastating indictment of German negligence and omission, the commander of the 43rd Corps, General Heinrici, who was to become a renowned defence analyst, identified numerous ways in which the German High Command sealed Barbarossa's fate. Tellingly, he did not mention the growing imbalance of military power between the Ostheer and the Red Army, nor did he identify General Winter as a principal source of the collapse at Moscow. Instead, he focused on the failure to provide the frontline armies with the resources to fight a sustained campaign, from the lack of motorized units and air transport formations to the absence of the required fuel reserves for such an operation in the depths of Russia. He cited, too, the complete dependence on the railroads for supply and the inevitable delays caused thereby to the delivery of vital provisions, delays aggravated by the few good roads, the wide unregulated river courses, and the wide marshes and impassable regions, the great primeval-like forests. In the latter stages of the campaign, he had complained bitterly about the appalling weather conditions that his men had to endure, but in retrospect, he judged that the climate and terrain had merely complicated matters. Rather than blaming either the natural topography or meteorological conditions, both of which were predictable and beyond human control, he observed tartly that the coming of the Russian winter did not correspond with German expectations. Against the background of a deteriorating economy, falling output, a shortage of manpower and weaponry, and a host of insuperable logistical challenges, this was tantamount to charging the High Command with a fatal lack of judgment, foresight, and planning. Operation Barbarossa had been a massive gamble. Until August, it looked as though it might just succeed. But there could be only one surprise attack and only one blitzkrieg. Hitler had sown the wind, and by October he had started to reap the whirlwind. The odds against taking Moscow by Christmas were shortening rapidly. By November, it was clear the gamble would fail. By December, it had failed utterly. The invaders were on the run, never again to threaten Moscow. Whichever month might be picked out as the date at which it became clear that Barbarossa was doomed, as early as August or as late as December, it was clear, or should have been, that by the end of 1941, the Wehrmacht would never again acquire the means to inflict a final defeat against the Red Army on its own soil. In manpower and weaponry, in industrial output and economic resilience, in logistical support, in proximity to supply lines, in the capacity to cope with the climate, and in the readiness to fight to the bitter end, Stalin's armies had already shown themselves superior to those marshalled by Hitler on the 22nd of June 1941. The Ostheer's astounding successes of 1942, which took Hitler's armies to the edge of the Volga and the Caucasus, may have provided the diehards with a glimmer of hope. But the crushing defeats at Stalingrad and Kursk the following year, after the invaders had deployed every resource at their disposal, served merely to illustrate that 1941 was the decisive year of the war. Operation Barbarossa marked the zenith and the nadir of Hitler's attempt to destroy Bolshevism, the beginning and the end of his psychotic fantasy that the 1,000-year Reichslebensraum could be established on the soil of the Soviet Union. On the basis of the available evidence, he should have withdrawn forthwith to a much diminished Third Reich, but he was not endowed with a scintilla of Napoleonic wisdom. To the great torment of mankind, his megalomania was boundless. In the months and years ahead, Russia would be drenched with yet more human blood. The savagery of the war on the Eastern Front, which became as pointless and as terrible as any war of attrition could ever be, would result in the deaths of tens of millions of soldiers and civilians and the wanton destruction of countless thousands of human habitations. Although Hitler would survive until his suicide in the Führer bunker on the last day of April 1945, it was on the killing grounds of the Eastern Front between June and December 1941 that the fate of Nazi Germany was sealed. Epilogue. On the 1st of January 1942, Hitler released two New Year proclamations, one to the party faithful and the other to the Wehrmacht. Even by his own standards, they were egregious in content and sentiment. They bear repeating only because they illuminate his tenuous grasp of reality. The year which had just passed, he informed his National Socialists and party comrades, was the year of the greatest victories in the history of man. The accomplishments of the German soldiers and the soldiers of the Allied nations are unique and immortal. The millennia to come will speak of these battles and victories. They will admire them as the greatest self-preserving acts ever undertaken by honourable nations. To the Wehrmacht, he marginally recalibrated his bombast to concede that 1941 had been a year of the most difficult decisions and extremely bloody battles, the scope and harshness of which taxed you severely, but which, in their successes, are the most glorious military feats in history. In 1942, the austere would, he said, engage this enemy of mankind anew and do battle with him for as long as it takes to break the destructive will of the Jewish capitalist and Bolshevik world. Hitler was not alone in believing that the Third Reich would emerge triumphant from that struggle. There were those in the Wehrmacht who shared his delight at Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor. The entire headquarters, according to the Deputy Chief of Operations Varlamont, seemed to be caught up in an ecstasy of rejoicing. Hitler's reaction to Pearl Harbor was immediate, unplanned, and reckless. He hastened from Wolfschanze to Berlin, where he formally declared war on the United States on the 11th of December 1941. By the 3rd of January 1942, he appeared to have discovered a rationale for this bizarre gambit. At a meeting with the Japanese ambassador, General Hiroshi Oshima, he confided that, provided we coordinate our military operations in detail, the two Axis powers could disrupt any effort by the United States and Britain to defeat either of them. His implicit assumption that the two powers might combine effectively to defeat their common enemy was out of character. Hitler had never trusted the Japanese, whose non-white ethnicity was distasteful to his Aryan sensibilities. Moreover, he believed them to be inherently duplicitous. There was no basis for any significant tactical or operational coordination. Moreover, he entirely underestimated the strategic response of the Anglo-American alliance. In Washington for the Anglo-US summit, codenamed Arcadia, which he had initiated a month earlier, Churchill had a paramount objective: to convince the Americans that the defeat of Japan would not spell the defeat of Hitler, but that the defeat of Hitler made the finishing of Japan merely a matter of time and trouble. He was well aware that the Japanese were bound to inflict a lot of punishment on British and American interests in the Pacific, but he believed that to be a price worth paying to secure the Europe First doctrine that had been agreed with the United States in the spring of 1941. In the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, American public opinion, thirsting for revenge, was overwhelmingly in favor of treating Japan as the prime and major foe, an attitude that also prevailed in Congress. Roosevelt's military advisers were divided. With Japan launching attacks on Guam, Midway, and the Philippines, some of his most senior military advisers, notably the abrasive chief of the U.S. Navy Admiral King, argued strongly for a Pacific First strategy that made crushing Japan the major priority. Conversely, to Churchill's relief, it was clear in the Prime Minister's words that the President and General Marshall, rising superior to powerful tides of public opinion, saw in Hitler the prime and major foe. But this fundamental clash of judgment within the Joint Chiefs could not easily be sidestepped. As the following months were to demonstrate, it was one thing for the President to assert a priority, but quite another to realize it. Nor would it be possible for the British to escape the backwash. At Arcadia, though, Churchill seized the moment to advance a project that was bound to provoke even greater internecine dissent. Reassured by the President's support for the Europe First policy, he made the bombshell proposal that this should not entail an early second front in Europe itself, but in North Africa instead. Victory against the Axis forces in the Libyan desert, the Prime Minister argued, would secure the Mediterranean for the Allies and open the way to an Anglo-US invasion of Sicily and Italy, which, in a later unhappy phrase, he would describe as the soft underbelly of Europe. This suggestion horrified not only the Pacific First adherents like King, but also those who saw Churchill's proposal as an attempt to steamroller the Americans into sending our boys into a war to salvage the British Empire rather than to destroy the Nazis on their own territories. In turn, this aggravated the latent but widespread Anglophobia with which many Americans were infected. Even Roosevelt thought fit to remind Churchill at a formal dinner party in the White House that Britain's empire still inspired dislike, even hatred, in many American hearts. Among the most prominent of these was the influential General Joseph Vinegar Joe Stilwell, who wore his Anglophobia as a badge of honour, complaining, "The limeys have his, Roosevelt's, ear, while we have the hind tit." More importantly, it set the British Joint Chiefs against the majority of their US counterparts, who supported Europe first, but, like Marshall, believed that it should mean what it said, an early invasion of Europe, rather than landings on the continent of Africa. These differences and animosities were subsequently played out in a sustained and often acrimonious debate in the meetings of the combined Chiefs of Staff. There were to be several showdowns. The first of these was prefaced in a personal letter from Roosevelt to the exiled Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands on the 6th of April 1942. It summarized his views with rare brevity and precision. "I think we realize that the principal danger in the next 6 months is German success against Russia. For if Russia is driven to her knees this summer, Germany will be able to release very large forces against the Near East and the Middle East and seek to join hands with Japan. Our major strategy must be the defeat of Germany in her Russian effort, for the very simple fact that if this can be accomplished, the probability is that Germany cannot survive another year." On the 1st of June 1942, after 3 days of talks at the White House with Molotov, Roosevelt committed the United States to the urgent tasks of creating a second front in Europe in 1942. A few days later in London, the Prime Minister had little choice but to give Molotov the same undertaking in the same words. However, he added an escape clause in the form of an aide-memoire advising the Soviet foreign minister that it was impossible to say in advance whether the situation will be such as to make this operation feasible when the time comes. We can therefore give no promise in the matter. Pressure in favour of a second front was growing on both sides of the Atlantic. In New York, Beaverbrook, who had recently resigned from the government, was so carried away by his own rhetoric that before an audience of his fellow publishers in New York, he declaimed, "Strike out to help Russia, strike out violently, strike out even recklessly." There were campaigns and demonstrations to the same end. Churchill was unmoved. His second front was to be in North Africa. The denouement came in late July 1942, when Hopkins, Marshall and King flew to London. The two chiefs argued forcefully for the invasion of Europe and simultaneously that victory against Japan should precede any military landings in North Africa. Quite why they were so insistent remains unclear. The French coast was well defended, the Luftwaffe was still powerful, and victory over the U-boats in the Atlantic, without which no seaborne landings would be sustainable, had yet to be achieved. As it was, after 3 days of acrimonious discussion, Churchill intervened decisively. He told Marshall bluntly that there were no circumstances in which the British would land troops on European soil in 1942. The US Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson, had been an advocate of Sledgehammer, as this operation had been codenamed, and he was furious. Britain, he fumed, was led by a defeatist government which had lost its initiative, blocking the help of a young and vigorous nation whose strength had not yet been tapped. The President, however, was unruffled. His overriding concern was to have American troops fighting Germans somewhere and as soon as possible, if only for the somewhat venal reason that he wanted to demonstrate American resolve before the Senate elections due in November 1942. In an emollient note to Churchill, he affirmed his support for the Prime Minister's favoured option, the Allied invasion of Axis-occupied North Africa. With a chutzpah few of his peers would have essayed, the grateful Prime Minister responded by reassuring Roosevelt not only that his plan offered the best chance for effecting relief to the Russian front, but also that it should therefore be seen as the true Second Front of 1942. That settled the matter. Although there would be many more harsh disagreements between London and Washington, and even greater public pressure, Roosevelt was unwavering. The Allied campaign against the Axis powers in Europe would be fought initially in North Africa and then, via the Mediterranean, in Sicily and Italy. In an unusually prolix and tortuous telegram to Stalin, Churchill sought to soften the blow. But inevitably, the Soviet leader saw only the salient fact that there would be no second front in Europe in 1942. He reacted with barely controlled fury at what he regarded as an act of bad faith. Complaining that the Allies had not treated the issue with the seriousness it deserved, he protested in the most emphatic manner that the Soviet government cannot acquiesce in the postponement of a second front until 1943. In truth, Stalin could do little more than protest. Relations between London and Moscow reached a new low. On the 12th of August 1942, Churchill flew into Moscow for the first time in an attempt to reassure the Soviet leader that the invasion of North Africa would be no less effective than a cross-channel invasion of France. Stalin's response was icy as he accused the Prime Minister openly of a breach of faith. Churchill could not stomach this rebuke, and for a while it looked as if the talks would founder in the quicksands of mutual recrimination. But just before the Prime Minister's departure on the 16th of August, the combination of a fine suckling pig and copious quantities of wine helped to restore a degree of personal amity. On his return to London, Churchill told Maisky that during his late-night session with the dictator, "I saw Stalin's soul," by which he presumably meant the brighter side of a very dark spirit. It is probable that Stalin's anger was synthetic, and that Moscow never really expected a second front in 1942, and certainly not until the Germans were on the run from the Red Army, when, as Maisky pointed out at the time, there would be a scramble to get to Berlin. Many years later, in 1976, as David Reynolds and Vladimir Pechnatov have noted, Molotov asserted bluntly that neither he nor Stalin believed in such a possibility, and said that they had pressurized the Anglo-Americans on the matter only to gain moral advantage and obtain concessions on other issues. In the meantime, the only direct military assistance that the Soviet Union received from its Western allies took the form of materiel, delivered initially by the Arctic convoys and latterly overland via Persia as well. The provision of these supplies was to prove no less contentious than the Second Front. Moscow was to be persistently aggrieved by the failure of London and Washington to meet its aggressively insistent demands for planes, tanks, trucks, jeeps and ammunition, as well as communications equipment, clothing and more. And though Churchill knew he could not escape this commitment, he greatly resented the diversion to the Soviet Union of precious armour and weaponry that could otherwise be used by Britain's hard-pressed forces in the Middle East and beyond. Britain and the Soviet Union thus found themselves in fierce competition for the limited supplies that could be released to them from Roosevelt's arsenal of democracy, which also had to supply the US Navy, Army and Air Force. As the American service chiefs were also scrambling competitively for the same weapons, the tensions within the US Anglo-Soviet alliance were persistent and acute. American largesse through the Lend-Lease scheme was constrained not only by the size of the arsenal, but also by an acute shortage of merchant shipping to convey US supplies across the Atlantic and through the equally perilous Arctic Ocean to the Soviet ports of Murmansk and Archangel. Britain's very survival as a functioning modern state, let alone its ability to wage war, depended on American supplies of oil, raw materials and food. For this reason, Churchill was haunted by the threat of the German U-boats, which consistently appeared to be on the verge of severing Britain's Atlantic lifeline. In early 1942, when a posse of German U-boats began to wreak havoc along America's Atlantic seaboard, he became so alarmed by the rate at which they were sinking Britain-bound oil tankers that he was moved to write an urgent note to Hopkins demanding drastic action to prevent Britain running out of this crucial resource. A year later, the British Admiralty came close to panic, fearing that the U-boats were very close to disrupting communications between the New World and the Old. The Russians would never understand how critical this was from London's perspective. As Roderick Braithwaite has pointed out, the U-boats posed an existential threat to Britain, as great in its own way as the Ostheer posed to the Soviet Union. By May 1943, though, in an abrupt change of fortune, the Royal Navy and the RAF contrived to scatter the U-boat packs away from the transatlantic sea lanes, which opened the way not only to Britain, but to Russia as well. Until that point, the U-boats had been sinking merchant ships more rapidly than they could be replaced. Victory in what Churchill called the Battle of the Atlantic coincided fortuitously with the arrival of the 10,000-ton Liberty ships, which had started to come off the American production lines at the rate of 3 every 2 days. With an abundance of freighters and the shipping lanes virtually free of U-boats, Washington and London could finally start planning the invasion of Nazi-occupied France in earnest, secure in the knowledge that the armadas of men and materiel required to sustain the Second Front would not face any significant threat on their transatlantic crossings. By this point, the Red Army's ascendancy over the Wehrmacht was beyond question. In the middle of January 1942, even Hitler was forced to acknowledge reality. Kluge was at last authorized to withdraw the body of Army Group Center to defensive lines up to 150 kilometers west of Moscow. On the 17th of January, a Luftwaffe pilot, Paul Stahl, observed the full-scale retreat from his aerial vantage point. "We're offered a sorrowful view, long columns of our own soldiers strenuously stumbling back. Everywhere one can see abandoned vehicles, some half covered with snow and others just recently abandoned. As we fly past the columns and small groups of soldiers at low altitude, it is evident that they are half unconscious out of fatigue. They pay no attention to us. We pass by burning villages. The entire horizon is filled with columns of black smoke. It is a merciless war." Harried by Zhukov's advancing forces, the retreat from Moscow, which had cost 90,000 casualties by the end of January, was an expensive illustration of the Führer's winter folly. But those who believed that Hitler's defeat at the gates of Moscow would force him, like Napoleon, to retreat from the Soviet Union altogether were horribly mistaken. Indifferent to the Ostheer's enormous casualty rate, which by March 1942 the Wehrmacht itself estimated at 1.6 million men, Hitler continued to defy the odds in the apparent belief that his invincible will would lead on to victory. The Red Army's initial success in forcing the Germans to call off the attack on Moscow provoked Stalin to similar hubris. In January 1942, he issued a directive instructing the Red Army to mount a full-scale offensive along the 1,500-kilometer front, from the far north to the far south of the Soviet Union. Zhukov protested, arguing that a narrowly targeted attack against the main body of Kluge's Army Group Center would be the most effective way of shattering the enemy and thereby forcing the Ostheer into a retreat of Napoleonic proportions. He was overruled. As a result, there was no Soviet breakthrough, while key salients at Kursk, Orel, Bryansk, Vyazma and Smolensk remained in German hands. Moreover, Army Group Center was given respite, a chance to dig in, refresh, rebuild, reorganize and redeploy behind the so-called Königsberg Line. The campaign on the Eastern Front turned into a war of attrition that would cost tens of millions more lives and provoke an untold number of further atrocities. In June 1942, while holding the line in the north and the centre, Hitler was emboldened to mount a summer offensive codenamed Case Blue in southern Russia. It was to be a two-pronged assault, one against the Caucasus to seize the Baku oil wells, and the other to reach the Volga at Stalingrad. The attack was launched in late June. The Red Army, which had expected a renewed offensive against Moscow, was ill-prepared for the speed of the assault, and its response was leaden-footed, poorly organised, and incompetently directed from the Kremlin. At first, both thrusts displayed the characteristics of the original Barbarossa blitzkrieg 12 months earlier. However, in both cases, the German onslaught could not be sustained for long enough to avoid defeat, let alone secure victory. The disparities in military power and resources were becoming glaringly obvious. In every relevant respect, the Red Army was getting stronger as the Ostheer became weaker. The number of German divisions capable of sustaining an offensive had fallen from more than 180 in June 1941 to 60 by the early summer of 1942, though the addition of 50 divisions of uneven quality from other Axis powers took the overall total to over 100. By this time, however, the Red Army was able to mount more than 300 operational divisions. The Stavka could not only deploy many more men and better weaponry, but were also fielding more of both at an increasing rate, while the Germans were fielding fewer of both at a slowing rate. The trends that had become discernible in 1941 began to accelerate rapidly. In 1942, the Russian armaments industry turned out 24,000 tanks, while Germany's could produce no more than 9,200, a little under 40% of the Soviet output. Similarly, in the same year, the Russians produced 3 aircraft for every 2 that left German factories. In every key area of output, albeit in differing proportions, the disparities would persist. Despite the strenuous efforts of Hitler's newly appointed armaments minister, Albert Speer, who exploited the Reich's contracting economy to the full, the gap would never be narrowed. It was not only a matter of armaments. Although the Ostheer commanders often deployed their forces with greater flair and speed than their Soviet counterparts, their troops were no longer fueled by Hitler's certainties. They fought because they had no alternative. In contrast, the Soviet troops, who had fought for survival in the early months of Operation Barbarossa, had acquired a new confidence after the German reverses before Moscow. They sensed that their enemy was vulnerable, that the Nazis could and would be vanquished. The shock and awe that had wrought such havoc in June 1941 was no longer a war-winning tactic a year later. Although Army Group A seized the Crimean city of Sebastopol in June 1942 and swept on into the Caucasus, its offensive was soon blunted. With its supply lines impossibly extended, it was clear by late August that the Baku oil fields would remain in Soviet hands. The Red Army's losses were greater, but the operation cost 100,000 German casualties that OKH could ill afford. The second thrust, led by Army Group B, enjoyed greater initial success. After a rapid advance towards the Volga, the 6th Army, under the command of General Friedrich Paulus, supported by the 4th Panzer Army, as Panzer Group 4 had been redesignated in January 1942, entered Stalingrad in force on the 12th of September. By that time the city was in ruins, carpet-bombed into smithereens by the Luftwaffe. But the defenders resisted with desperation, street by street, house by house, and hand to hand, to prevent the Germans getting a permanent foothold. Zhukov's men fought as though their lives depended on it, and they did. Any doubts they may have had about sacrificing themselves for the motherland were offset by the brutality of a Soviet regime that executed 13,500 Red Army soldiers for cowardice, incompetence, self-mutilation, anti-Soviet agitation, and even drunkenness. These coercive measures, allied to genuine patriotism, made it impossible for Paulus's troops to dislodge the Soviets from their troglodyte strongholds in the heart of the city. In November, Red Army units under Zhukov's overall direction launched a surprise counterattack, moving at speed to encircle the German troops to the west of the city and trapping the 6th Army inside it. On this occasion, the Germans were suitably dressed for the Arctic conditions, so they did not freeze to death as their fellows had done during the previous winter. Instead, they died of starvation. Hitler was unmoved. On the 23rd of January 1943, he not only ordered that the sick and wounded should be left to die, but also refused to allow Paulus to accept the Soviet offer of surrender, although by this time 100,000 German soldiers had already been killed in the impossible attempt to hold the occupied city. A week later, though, on the 31st of January, Paulus bowed to the inevitable, and in defiance of Hitler's orders, formally capitulated. It was a catastrophe for the Third Reich, a shattering blow to its already shaken morale. If, as Anthony Beevor has written in his peerless account of the battle, the balance of power, geographical, industrial, economic, and demographic, swung decisively against the Axis in December 1941, it was the battle for the city of Stalingrad that marked the Second World War's psychological turning point. Yet Hitler still refused to concede. At Kursk in July and August 1943, Army Group Center, supported by Army Group South, made one last lunge at Zhukov's massed armies along a salient running north to south for a length of 250 kilometers and heavily fortified to a depth of up to 300 kilometers. Involving 3,000 tanks and 780,000 men, the Kursk offensive was the last throw of Hitler's dice, and it proved catastrophic. After only a week, Kluge's forces were halted by the superior might of the Red Army's 5,000 tanks and 2 million men. After 5 further weeks of combat, in which hundreds of thousands of men from both sides were killed, wounded, or listed as missing in action, the Germans were forced once again to retreat. In the following weeks, the Soviet Union recovered a vast swathe of territory, including Bryansk, Orel, and by late September, Smolensk as well. Following the success of the Kursk battles, the focus of the Red Army's offensive operations shifted back to the south. Kharkov was retaken in late August. In November, the Stavka launched an offensive to retake Kiev and to drive Army Group South back across the river Dnieper. By the 3rd of January 1944, the Germans had retreated behind the Polish border, as defined in the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. 3 months later, in April, the Red Army launched an offensive to drive the Germans out of Crimea, which culminated in the liberation of Sebastopol 4 months later. In June 1944, the Stavka launched another massive offensive further north. Codenamed Operation Barbarossa, the campaign lasted from the 23rd of June to the 19th of August, by which time the Red Army had retaken Minsk, Kaunas, and Brest-Litovsk, which Guderian's forces had seized in the opening days of Operation Barbarossa. In the course of 8 weeks, the Red Army destroyed 28 of Army Group Center's 34 divisions, a coup de grace during which both sides endured hundreds of thousands more casualties and from which the Wehrmacht had no hope of making even a partial recovery. The price in blood was almost beyond the capacity of the human mind to absorb. The sentiment that 1 death is a tragedy, 1,000,000 deaths is a statistic, attributed to Stalin among others, contains the kernel of a cruel truth. It is certainly simpler, and no less painful, to contemplate a single death than the deaths of tens of millions. The mind and the heart can wrestle with the meaning of a particular loss, but to weigh the deaths of 15 million soldiers on the front lines between June 1941 and May 1945 is to be simultaneously shocked and numbed. It is the individual mortalities, human heads severed by a shell, human skin hanging in trees, human guts smeared on the windscreen of an aircraft, that lead us to recoil in enduring horror. But of course, when it comes to war, the quantity, however difficult for the mind to encompass, matters every bit as much as the quality. The suffering of those who died on the battlefield was indiscriminately endured, but the allocation of death was not in balance. Some 5 million Axis soldiers, 4 million of whom were German, were killed or listed as missing in action. Soviet battlefield deaths numbered perhaps 10 million. Of the 5.7 million Soviet soldiers taken into captivity, 3.3 million died from starvation, disease, or in the case of at least 140,000 individuals, at the point of an executioner's gun. Behind the lines, a further 700,000 civilians were murdered in reprisal for the acts of sabotage by the partisans. Altogether, 15 million Soviet civilians died as a direct result of Hitler's attempt to obliterate the Soviet Union. Of these, 1 million were deliberately starved to death in Leningrad, until after a siege lasting 872 days, the city was liberated on the 27th of January 1944. These deaths were not a side effect of war, but deliberate acts of mass homicide. To a regime that had predicted the deaths of 30 million Soviet citizens in the course of accomplishing the Führer's hunger plan, the erasure of this subhuman species was not only desirable but necessary. Their lives were of no value. Barbarism was not confined to the Nazis. Stalin's inhumanity had been attested well before the start of the Soviet Union's Great Patriotic War. During the Great Famine of 1932-33, in which 5 million peasants died, the NKVD executed upwards of 680,000 kulaks. In 1937-38, a similar number of individuals, labelled as enemies of the state, were liquidated in the Great Terror. Whatever the precise figures may be, Timothy Snyder's analysis of the available evidence suggests that some 6 million civilians were killed under Stalin's dictatorship. It far exceeded the numbers killed by the Nazi regime before Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa. However, following the invasion, that balance was dramatically reversed. Although the Red Army took some 3 million prisoners altogether, of whom up to 1 million and perhaps even more died either on their way or in the Soviet camps, they were for the most part victims of chaos and neglect rather than revenge or racial hatred. There was, though, a closer parallel in the case of reprisals. When the NKVD executed tens of thousands of civilians in the Baltic states, Belorussia and Ukraine after the end of the war for their alleged collaboration with the Nazis, Stalin's tyranny was animated by a malign combination of ideology and paranoia, which following the Nazi incursion was intensified by a ruthless determination to drive the invaders out of the Soviet Union regardless of the human price. Hitler's tyranny was also underpinned by ideology, though not by paranoia. Rather, he was animated by a deranged belief in the sacred supremacy of the Aryan people, the right to give them living space wherever he chose, and worst of all, a deep hatred for individuals based solely on their race or creed, which led to the most unspeakable of all the horrors perpetrated in his name. By the end of 1941, the SS and the Einsatzgruppen had exterminated around 1 million Jews in the Soviet Union. These executions generally took the form of mass shootings in front of open pits, but towards the end of the year, the first gas chambers entered production. Thereafter, the industrialization of murder accelerated sharply, as Himmler's interim solution for Hitler's Jewish question gradually mutated into the final solution. On the 30th of January 1942, the Führer addressed a rally of the party faithful in the Berlin Sportpalast. In the midst of a lengthy ramble, he reminded them that 3 years earlier he had prophesied that the only way to avoid the extermination of the European Aryan peoples would be the annihilation of Jewry. On this occasion, he made it clear that his war was the means to that end. For the first time, the old Jewish law will now be applied, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and the hour will come when the most evil world enemy of all time will have played out its role, at least for 1,000 years. His followers did not need further instruction. They read between Hitler's quasi-mystical lines, and as Heydrich's secret police reported, they drew the conclusion that the Führer's battle against the Jews would be followed through to the end with merciless consistency, and that very soon the last Jew would disappear from European soil. 10 days earlier, on the 20th of January, in the Berlin suburb of Wannsee, Heydrich had told delegates to his Final Solution conference that up to 11 million Jews would have to be annihilated by one means or another across the continent, and, once they had been occupied, in Britain and Ireland as well. In March, Goebbels, after several conversations with the Führer, came to the conclusion that around 40% of European Jewry could be worked to death, but that 60% would have to be liquidated. There was no doubt in the minds of all those who were assiduously working towards the Führer what this would entail, or that in the words of the propaganda minister, the Führer is the unswerving champion and spokesman of a radical solution. By the end of the first 6 months of the Eastern Campaign, the Nazis had killed more than 1 million Jews. By that point, hideous as the thought may be, Himmler and Heydrich could claim that at least one part of Barbarossa's mission was already proving to be a spectacular success. The invasion had provided them with the Lebensraum in which, by trial and error, they were able to establish an extermination program which soon accelerated sharply. Before long, the output of corpses from the death factories at Chelmno, Belzec, Sobibor, and Auschwitz-Birkenau began to surpass the numbers executed in mass shootings by the Einsatzgruppen. By the end of the war, the Nazis had murdered 2.8 million Jews with gas and 2.6 million with guns. Altogether, 5.4 million men, women, and children. Several 100,000 more, the precise figure is unlikely ever to be known, died from hunger and disease either in the ghettos or on their way to them. A further 300,000 or so were slaughtered by Germany's close ally Romania, working in collaboration with the Nazis. These figures exclude a further 500,000 undesirables, Slavs, gypsies, homosexuals, and the mentally handicapped who suffered similar fates. Such statistics are too horrifying for the imagination to absorb, but a simple epitaph for the horror of the final solution may perhaps be found in the anguished words of 12-year-old Unita Wisniewski as she waited her turn to die when the SS ran amok in the small town of Byton near Bialystok on the 31st of July 1942. In a note to her father, she wrote, "I'm saying goodbye to you before I die. I'm so afraid of this death because they throw small children into the mass graves alive. Farewell forever. I kiss you. I kiss you." By the spring of 1943, Hitler's armies were not only on the retreat from the Soviet Union, but had been comprehensively defeated in North Africa. At the Battle of El Alamein in November 1942, Rommel's forces had been routed by the British Eighth Army under General Bernard Montgomery. Rommel was forced to retreat to Tripoli, pursued more tentatively than necessary by the British. A few days later, the first wave of 100,000 Allied troops under the overall command of General Dwight D. Eisenhower landed on the shores of Morocco and Algeria to launch Operation Torch, Churchill's true Second Front. The US troops met much stiffer resistance than they might have expected from the Vichy French, and it was not until early December that the Allies were able to consolidate their hold on both Morocco and Algeria. Realizing the threat to the Axis presence in the region, Hitler dispatched an entire panzer army across the Mediterranean to Tunisia to shore up Rommel's forces, which had withdrawn from Libya into the mountainous terrain in the west of the country. For the Americans, it was a baptism of fire for which they were ill prepared. On more than one occasion, a number of US units retreated in disarray, and at the Battle of Kasserine Pass, they were comprehensively defeated by Rommel's reinforced panzer divisions. The arrival of General George Patton to take command of the US troops in the field shored up their resolve, and in March the Anglo-American pincers began to close around the Axis forces. Rommel advised further retreat, but was overruled by Hitler. Apparently on the grounds of sickness, he then flew back to Germany. On the 13th of May 1943, the Axis forces surrendered, handing over 270,000 prisoners to Patton and Montgomery. The Allies now were not only unassailably in control of North Africa, but had eliminated the Axis threat to the Middle East, and thus put themselves in a position to dominate the seaways across the Mediterranean. This opened the way, in line with Churchill's original proposal to Roosevelt, for a full-scale invasion of Sicily and Italy. The landings in Sicily on the 10th of July 1943 were accomplished so easily that the Axis forces were driven off the island in less than 10 days. With the overthrow of Mussolini a fortnight later, the Italian armies were in a state of shock and disarray. In September, the Allies came ashore at the Italian port of Salerno, forcing Hitler once again to withdraw units from other fronts, including Kursk, to shore up the Third Reich's soft underbelly. For the Anglo-US armies, it was the start of what would be a long, hard-fought slog to the north. This attritional battle became a major distraction for the Wehrmacht and was therefore of significant, if indirect, benefit to the Soviet Union. As the Allies began to close in on the weakening Third Reich, the flow of aid to the Soviet Union surged. This was due to several factors. First, victory in the Mediterranean allowed merchant ships to reach Egypt and so, via the Suez Canal, to access the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf directly, rather than making the 12-week voyage round the Cape of Good Hope. That, in turn, made it possible to open the overland route from Basra and other ports to southern Russia. Added to these were successes against the U-boat menace in the Atlantic, a sharply reduced Luftwaffe threat over the Arctic passage to Murmansk and Archangel, and the soaring output of US armaments from Roosevelt's arsenal of democracy. As a result, Anglo-US supplies to the Soviet Union more than doubled from 2.74 million tons to 6.96 million tons between 1942 and 1944. Competing estimates of the impact of this aid, which by 1945 would amount to more than $11 billion, $160 billion in 2020 figures, on the Red Army's war-fighting capacity were to range from 4%, Soviet figures, to 11%, US figures. Whichever figure is nearer to the truth, a continuing source of friction, recrimination and dispute between the Soviet Union and the Western Allies, the supply of tanks, aircraft, motor vehicles, communications equipment, high-octane fuel and much, much more made a greater contribution to the performance of the Soviet armies than Moscow would ever concede, though significantly less than some in the West were wont to believe. While Zhukov was to concede grudgingly that Lend-Lease was of certain help, while claiming that it was insignificant against the overall requirements of our country, General Marshall was preposterously to claim as late as 1944, by which time Hitler's armies were stumbling back to Berlin, if Russia suddenly lost Lend-Lease, the Nazis could still probably defeat her. Perhaps the most balanced assessment came from the secret conclusions of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who judged that it was the mobilization of Soviet industry, aided by the critical marginal imports under Lend-Lease, that allowed the Soviet Union to maintain its fighting strength. Western aid undoubtedly facilitated and perhaps accelerated the Red Army's successes in 1943 and thereafter, but Hitler's fate had already been sealed in 1941, at a point when, even though the Wehrmacht was at its strongest and the Red Army at its weakest, Hitler's armies proved themselves incapable of defeating the Soviet Union. By the end of that year, aid from the West had barely made any impact on the outcome, for both genuine reasons, scarce shipping, a shortage of supplies, competing priorities, and less sound ones, the widespread belief that the Soviet Union was doomed. Britain had managed to deliver a total of only 676 aircraft, 446 tanks, and 867 other vehicles, while the United States contributed a mere 29 aircraft, 35 armoured vehicles, and 1,506 other vehicles. It is not to dismiss the fortitude of those who offered and gave their lives to deliver that aid across enemy-infested oceans, to point out that the main motive behind the delivery of Western aid to the Soviet Union was not altruistic, but the unwarranted fear that in the absence of such commitment, Stalin might have been tempted to sue for peace with Hitler. As both Washington and London recognized, defeat for the Soviet Union on the Eastern Front would have been catastrophic for the Allies. In effect, as they were well aware, the Red Army was fighting Britain's and America's wars as well as its own. Churchill's combustible relationship with Stalin was frequently ignited by the Soviet dictator's churlish insistence that Western aid was an obligation. But the Prime Minister never shied away from acknowledging the fact that, greatly to the advantage of the West, the Russians had broken the German army as no other nation would have done. In 1941, as Army Group Center began the retreat from Moscow, Churchill and Roosevelt had forbidden the Foreign Secretary to discuss the future shape of Europe at his meetings with Stalin, except in the vaguest terms. When Eden argued that a Soviet victory over Hitler's armies would make Russia's position in Europe unassailable, and that serious talks should begin before that point, Churchill had slapped him down, insisting that the United States and the British Empire would emerge from the war so militarily and economically powerful that the Soviet Union would have no choice but to become a supplicant for Western largesse. Only then would it become necessary to discuss the future contours of the map of Europe. By 1943, by which time it was abundantly clear even to the Jeremiahs in London and Washington that the Soviet Union would prevail on the Eastern Front, the Prime Minister's stance had ceased to be tenable, and he knew it. On the back of the Red Army's victories at Stalingrad and Kursk, Stalin was in an immeasurably stronger position to set his own terms, and he did so. Thus, at the Tehran Conference in November 1943, the Big Three agreed, as Stalin had demanded during his discussions with Eden a little under 2 years earlier, that the Curzon Line should become the post-war border between Poland and the Soviet Union. They further agreed, as Stalin had also demanded, that the Baltic states should be reincorporated into the Soviet Union, though they added a codicil to the effect that this assimilation should be subject to referenda in all three countries. In the harsh world of Europe's emerging realpolitik, this was tantamount to acknowledging that Stalin had the right, from might, to establish a Soviet sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. It was during the Tehran Conference that Churchill and Roosevelt alerted Stalin to their decision that the long-postponed European Second Front was to be opened in the late spring of the following year. Operation Overlord, launched on the 6th of June 1944, D-Day, was the greatest amphibious invasion in history. Its military purpose was clear: to destroy Hitler's armies in the West and, via the liberation of Paris, to join up with Stalin's armies in Berlin. It was more than 1,000 kilometers from the Normandy beaches to the German capital, a long and arduous struggle against skilled, experienced, and latterly fanatical resistance. It was an expensive campaign. In September, Operation Market Garden, the poorly conceived brainchild of General Montgomery, cost almost 17,000 Allied casualties. Nonetheless, though the Wehrmacht won that battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Even so, it was not until January 1945, after a 5-week battle that cost some 89,000 US and 1,400 British casualties, that the Allies could claim with confidence that at the Battle of the Ardennes they had well and truly broken Hitler's stranglehold on Western Europe. If there was no doubt about the eventual outcome of Operation Overlord, there was likewise none about its strategic purpose. Knowing that the fate of the continent would be decided on the battlefield as much as in the conference chamber, the Allies were resolved not only to play their part in the final overthrow of the Third Reich, but also to ensure that in the process they would secure their share of what was bound to be a broken and divided Europe. Although Operation Overlord was not exclusively designed to prevent the Soviet Union from bestriding too much of the European continent, in addition to completing the downfall of a murderous dictator, it had that purpose as well. In either case, it was deemed important to reach Berlin at much the same time as the Russians, warm words on typed pages being no substitute for tough boots on firm ground. In October 1944, as the Allies closed on the German capital, the Prime Minister flew to the Soviet Union for his second Moscow conference, accompanied by the Foreign Secretary, Eden. The Chief of the Imperial General Staff, Sir Alan Brooke, and Averell Harriman, appointed US Ambassador to Moscow a year earlier, were in attendance as observers. However, it was a private session between the Prime Minister and Stalin that was later to garner the most attention. In the midst of discussing the contours of post-war Europe, Churchill seized a scrap of paper and jotted down a list of East European nations, each with a percentage allocation, as though to confirm that the big three should carve up the continent between them. It was a dramatic gesture, but far less significant than Churchill would choose to believe. Stalin only gave the proposal cursory attention, while Roosevelt, who had not been consulted beforehand, refused to endorse it. It therefore merely confirmed Britain's status as the junior partner in their alliance, while reinforcing the unpalatable fact that virtually nothing could prevent Stalin from calling the political as well as the military shots in the territories soon to be liberated by the Red Army. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945, just before the final collapse of the Third Reich, the Big Three appeared to circumvent the formal division of the continent into spheres of influence mooted at Tehran, by making an agreement allowing the people of every country of liberated Europe to hold free elections that would create democratic institutions of their own choice. If this was an attempt to stymie the creation of a Soviet-dominated Eastern Bloc, it could hardly have served Stalin's purpose better. He happily agreed, in the full knowledge that the repressive power of the Soviet Union could be deployed to bluff and bully the nations of Eastern Europe into succumbing to Moscow's menacing embrace. As the Foreign Secretary had forewarned more than 3 years earlier, when he advised negotiating the borders of Europe well before Stalin was in a position to dictate terms, the establishment of communist governments in the majority of European countries was indeed greatly facilitated at Yalta. As the world would soon discover, Stalin had no qualms about violating either the spirit or the letter of the Declaration of Liberated Europe, as the Yalta Accords were grandiosely entitled, and he would do so with impunity, while the West watched on with frustration, but without the means, military or diplomatic, to prevent it. By the time of the Potsdam Conference 5 months later, when the European war was over, the Soviet Union, which had by then retaken Ukraine, was in occupation of the Baltic states, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. Eastern Europe was at that point not only within Moscow's sphere of influence, but was trapped behind what became known as the Iron Curtain. As Stalin would never refrain from pointing out, it was to the Soviet Union, far more than to the other anti-Nazi belligerents, that the peoples of Europe owed the destruction of the Third Reich, and he was determined to exact his due in full measure. To protect his regime from any external threat to its ruthless internal hegemony, he required these satellite states to endure what became almost half a century of coercive rule by stooges who willingly sold their souls to an over-mighty Moscow. The principles of freedom and democracy, which were supposed to have been restored to those benighted nations following the defeat of Nazism, were stifled in the name of a socialist solidarity that became indistinguishable from tyranny. None of that would have happened had Europe not been cursed by the emergence of Adolf Hitler from the convulsive miseries of the continent following the First World War. What might have transpired if the Führer's worldview had been bounded by a modicum of reason or humanity, or if Britain and the Soviet Union had found common cause before Ribbentrop and Molotov put their names to that eponymous pact in August 1939, leads to fruitless speculation. It is similarly futile to wonder what might have happened once the Red Army had the Wehrmacht on the run, if Britain and the United States had failed either to take up arms against the Third Reich or had launched the Second Front before June 1944. As it was, their intervention on the ground at that point was crucial to the restoration of freedom and democracy in Western Europe. For the most part, those tender plants were to survive, if not always flourish, during the decades in the second half of the 20th century when the peoples of all Europe, East and West, shivered under the nuclear umbrella that the architects of the Cold War had erected to protect themselves from each other. That virus was incubated in the European conflagration of 1939-1945, during which tens of millions of soldiers and tens of millions of civilians of many nationalities died in hideous circumstances. The ultimate responsibility for that carnage lay with Adolf Hitler. If there is any small comfort to be drawn from the cataclysm that engulfed the continent in those years, it is that his decision to invade the Soviet Union on the 22nd of June 1941 led directly to the annihilation of the Third Reich and the demise of both Nazism and, by his own hand, the Führer himself. The German invasion of the Soviet Union was strategically ill-conceived, tactically ill-planned, and operationally incoherent. The criminal venture of a monster, Operation Barbarossa, was indeed how Hitler lost the war. We hope you've enjoyed this Penguin production of Barbarossa, How Hitler Lost the War by Jonathan Dimbleby, read by Jonathan Dimbleby. It was produced by Matt Costa, and the post-production was by Audio Uproar. Copyright and recording, Penguin Audio 2021. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. For more Penguin audio productions, visit penguin.co.uk/audio. Thanks for listening.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.